From a charming little angel to a mischievous little devil. From a playful wild child to an aloof academic achiever. The personalities of companions who share daily life will ORM with the changing environment. You still cherish the same her as before? Playing in the plum blossoms, riding bamboo, and frolicking under the sun, we first met at the threshold. Though shy, I was infatuated. Let's make a pact, 100 years, and never change. 001 reborn from 20 years ago. Since the dawn of my memories, Mei Fong has never felt as bewildered as she does today. While others narrate tales of rebirth during that golden summer following the college entrance examinations, why has my experience devolved into a kindergarten escapade? Isn't this a mere 20 years ago? Moreover, upon awakening, Mei Fong discovered that she had wet the bed during her afternoon nap and was compelled to cleanse herself before the curious eyes of her peers. Experiencing the past in such a manner, surrounded by a throng of children, felt akin to a public execution. The teacher intended this as a lesson for Mei Fong, yet it severely undermined the mental and physical well-being of this future blossom of the nation. Thankfully, it was but 20 years ago. As Mei Fong sorrowfully tended to herself, she sought to clarify her current predicament. In any event, one must not panic in the face of adversity. Instead, greet it with a smile and triumph. The year 2002. This marks the golden era at the dawn of the 21st century. In 2002, our nation had just joined the World Trade Organization, poised to become a pivotal factory in the global market. In 2002, housing was allocated casually within the system, and property prices were astonishingly low, allowing one to acquire a home with minimal effort. In 2002, the internet was burgeoning, with the three tech giants rapidly ascending, while the myth of Bitcoin was still a distant fantasy yet to materialize. In 2002, the Chinese music scene was vibrant with an array of golden hits, and the future king of pop, Alan, had just released his third album X Degree Space, featuring timeless CLA. 6 like All Island Copperbox and Tiger Leg, which continue to resonate today. In his previous life, he endured immense hardship for the sake of earning a living, to the point of succumbing to exhaustion while still laboring to meet company deadlines. Yet in this life, he finally found respite from the burdensome toil. Please sit properly. I'm seated. Mei Fong, sit up straight. What are you grinning about? Are you proud of wetting your bed? You ought to attend class with the kindergartners. Amidst the laughter of his peers, Mei Fong, with great reluctance, mimicked the other children, placing his hands clasped on the small desk, his head hanging low as he listened taught. You teacher's lecture. Straighten your back. Understood. Mei Fong glanced around, realizing that he could hardly name a single face. His current memories mirrored those just before his untimely demise, and he certainly bore no recollection of his kindergarten days. As time dragged on, waiting for the teacher to step out of the classroom, the children in this large class began to engage in their own activities, having spent a few years together. In kindergarten, fostering a sense of harmony among them. At this moment, Mei Fong rested his head on the table, lost in thought. Beside him, a girl with a bun hairstyle gently tugged at his arm and whispered to him, Mei Fong, it's all right. Wetting the bed isn't something to be ashamed of. My mother told me that I used to wet the bed when I was little, so there's no need to feel too upset. Do 5-year-olds really speak like that about their childhood? Mei Fong couldn't help but chuckle softly and not upset. As he spoke, he couldn't resist stealing a few glances at the girl. She had a soft, fair complexion and large, sparkling eyes. Her eyelashes were particularly long, and when she smiled, she revealed adorable little dimples. Her lips would puff up slightly when she spoke, giving her voice a sweet, childlike quality that was quite endearing. If it were 2022, she would undoubtedly be a child star or internet sensation, and she would likely grow up to be quite charming. Mei Fong found it difficult to maintain his composure and instinctively turned his head away. Yay, I won, the girl exclaimed joyfully. Immature, he retorted. Who is playing games with you? As Mei Fong pondered his future plans, the girl resumed tugging at his arm, which left him feeling quite irritated. Go play somewhere else. Why do you keep bothering me? Isn't it annoying? His words seemed to strike a deep blow to the girl, and before long, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Then, like a string of pearls that had come undone, her tears flowed freely. Why don't you want to play with me anymore? I didn't say anything bad about you. I didn't laugh at you for wetting the bed. Please don't stop playing with Meth Girl with a bundle. as rubbing her eyes and sobbing incessantly, then suddenly burst into tears, as if she had suffered a tremendous injustice, attracting the attention of many children around her. Were we particularly close in kindergarten? All right, I didn't say anything. I was wrong. Mei Fong did not anticipate that this little girl was such a crybaby. Just as she intended to comfort her, other children began to stir. Mei Fong made Shiyuan cry. Mei Fong made Ziyayua cry. Let's tell the teacher. Hey, I didn't do anything. Mei Fong watched as the little informants slipped out of the classroom, while the girl named Shiyuan continued to weep uncontrollably. With no other choice, Mei Fong approached and gently patted Shiyuan's shoulder, softly reassuring her. I didn't say I wouldn't play with you. Please stop crying, all right? Tomorrow, I will buy you a lollipop. Shiyuan's sobs abruptly ceased, though she still sniffled. Really? Sniff, really? More genuine than pearls. Children of this era, having experienced fewer snacks, were rather easy to console. Mei Fong extended her hand, raising her little pinky. If you don't believe me, let's make a pinky promise, shall we? In response to Mei Fong's invitation, Shiyuan tilted her head in confusion. This must be the trend now. Mei Fong intertwined her pinky with Ziyayuan's, gently swaying it back and forth. Suddenly feeling an inexplicable pang of guilt, he felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed that. The playful rhyme, 100 years, no changes allowed. 100 years, no changes allowed. Xia Yuan chanted the cheerful nursery rhyme alongside Mei Fong, her spirits gradually lifting. At that moment, Mei Fong felt a sudden and forceful impact from behind, losing his balance and falling face first to the ground. The assailant was a short-haired girl with a watermelon hairstyle, who, after pushing Mei Fong aside, swiftly disappeared into the crowd. In this era, many facilities were still rudimentary. The kindergarten in the county town had a cement floor. Mei Fong felt a sharp sting in his nose, and upon rising, he found himself bleeding profusely. The sight of Mei Fong's nosebleed alarmed the surrounding children, who rushed over to assess the situation, including Xia Yuan, who had been pulled away. Her eyes brimmed with concern. Let me help. My mother taught me how to stop a nosebleed. You should tilt your head back. Tilting one's head back to stop a nosebleed seemed incorrect. Nonetheless, Xia Yuan gently cradled Mei Fong's head, urging him to look upward while she splashed water onto the nape of his neck. Mei Fong found the sensation somewhat pleasant and refrained from voicing his objections. When the teacher arrived, she took over from Xia Yuan, continuing to tend to Mei Fong's injury while simultaneously grumbling. Mei Fong, why are you always causing such a ruckus? Can't you be still for once? At that moment, a child spoke up in Mei Fong's defense. I saw it. It was Lin Yoshi who pushed him. Lin Yoshi. You're at it again, causing trouble. Lin Yoshi? That name seemed somewhat familiar. Mei Fong observed as the teacher pulled out Lin Yoshi, the girl with short watermelon-colored hair, standing behind Xia Yuan. Lin Yoshi stood silently before the teacher, her head bowed, uttering not a word. Her clothing was soiled and unkempt, giving her an appearance of a wild child. Were you the one who pushed? Lin Yoshi nodded slightly. Why did you push Mei Fong? Lin Yoshi ignored the teacher, merely lowering her head, seemingly finding communication somewhat challenging. Lin Yoshi. In Mei Fong's mind, the outline of Lin Yoshi's image gradually sharpened. Yet he struggled to reconcile the rude girl before him with the person he remembered. Lin Yoshi. Was she not the name of the perennial top student, the extraordinary academic prodigy of high school? To think she was once his classmate in kindergarten. 002, a century of unchanging. The name Lin Yoshi was not unfamiliar to Mei Fong during his studies. In every public setting at high school, Lin Yoshi often graced the stage as a student representative. As the perennial top of her grade, she consistently topped the list of academic stars, and since she was in the adjacent class, Mei Fong frequently encountered her. She embodied a frigid demeanor, exuding an aura that seemed to repel strangers, a true academic prodigy. Mei Fong had never exchanged a word with her in his previous life, so any connection between them was non-existent. Who could have anticipated that she had once been such a mischievous character in kindergarten? What experiences had she undergone during those years? It is indeed quite intriguing. Mei Fong immediately recognized his father, Mei Li Jun, whose hair was still as abundant as ever. Apart from that, his appearance seemed largely unchanged from 20 years prior, save for a few less wrinkles. However, today, due to his unfortunate incidents of wetting himself and a nosebleed, he was not in a position to leave directly. Lin Yoshi's parents arrived relatively late, and among them was a slender man wearing glasses. Given that Lin Yoshi had experienced a minor altercation with Mei Fong today, it was necessary for him to be somewhat informed about the situation. Lin Yoshi's father repeatedly apologized to Mei Li Jun, his demeanor genuinely sincere, while Lin Yoshi, though holding her father's hand, kept her head down in silence. In this era, parents are accustomed to their children's little scuffles, and a mere acknowledgement between them suffices to resolve any disputes. Mei Fong's father, Mei Li Jun, however, could not resist delivering a sharp reprimand to his son. Again with the bedwetting at kindergarten. How old are you? You're making a mockery of your father. Hey, Mei Fong's dad, please stop. Why punish the child? It's not intentional. Upon reflection, aside from lacking strength, this 5-year-old's body certainly presented its fair share of challenges. Seeing his wife so fervently reprimanding their child, Mei Li Jun quickly intervened. Dear, that's enough. I've already given him a talking to in the classroom that, if you continue, he might hold a grudge. What's there to fear? I am his mother. Besides, he's so young he'll forget all about it when he grows up. Forget about what? This pair of parents truly left one speechless. Mei Fong harbored profound doubts about how he had grown up healthily, considering the absurdity of his seemingly shadowless upbringing. In contrast to his father, whose only change lay in thinning hair, his mother appeared dramatically different. Her once slender hands that had delivered spankings were now delicate, and her face bore scarcely any wrinkles. That struck Mei Fong for the first time that his nagging mother, who incessantly pressured him to partake in blind dates, had once been quite beautiful in her youth. The cruel passage of time. Today, Mei Fong exhibited an unusual composure. Forsaking his typical outbursts and petulance, even when faced with punishment, he merely muttered a few protests without shedding a tear, subsequently consuming his meal in silence and watching television quietly. After finishing his meal, Mei Li Jun sat on the sofa, picking his teeth, and observed Mei Fong as he continuously changed channels. His curiosity piqued. Why aren't you watching cartoons today? Aren't you fond of that Racing Brothers show? I've grown tired of it. Only children indulge in such things. Son, isn't there a World Cup match happening now? You care about that? After a brief pause, Mei Fong nodded. This is a remarkable moment for our national team. Indeed, you've grasped some understanding. In Mei Fang's memory, his father had always been a die-hard football enthusiast, often rising in the middle of the night to watch matches. It was evident that he could hardly contain his excitement. Did you know? This year, our football association aims merely to win a match, secure a point, and score a goal. However, why disheartening? Given that it's our first time in the World Cup, I find that objective quite reasonable. How absurd! This mindset is far too limited. Given our performance in the qualifiers, defeating Costa Rica should be a mere formality. They may be underdogs, but this is their second time in the World Cup. A draw would hardly be unreasonable, right? At worst, we might lose to Brazil. After all, they're the footballing royalty and deserve our respect. Mei Li Jun was quite displeased with the complex expression on his son's face. Why can't you just listen properly? Why do you look so skeptical of your father's expert predictions? Dad, let's make a bet that if our national team fails to advance, you owe me 100 yuan. Mei Fong revealed his ambitious spirit as a reincarnated character. What on earth does a child need with such a sum? Mei Li Jun exclaimed in anger, giving his son a sharp tap on the head. As a son of the great celestial empire, how can you lack faith in the national team? This is the first time in 44 years that our team has reached the World Cup. Sun Xiaohai is a fierce player in the Premier League, and our own General Fan is invincible. And that other fellow is our top striker from the East. Without a doubt, this marks the beginning of a legendary journey, the first step towards greatness. If we can't bet 100, how about 50? Mei Fong was not ready to give up. The match is tomorrow, right? Let's wager on the first game against Costa Rica. Why does a child need to gamble such amounts? They'll only bet 10 yuan at most. After a moment's thought, Mei Li Jun added, if you lose, you won't be allowed to buy snacks or toys for a month. Very well. Mei Fong wore a reluctant expression, contemplating the unfairness of exchanging 10 yuan for so little. His father truly was quite shrewd. After watching the television news to brush up on the current climate, he was urged by his mother to retire for the night. during which he began to devise his financial plans. In kindergarten, children were accompanied by their parents when being picked up or dropped off. Outings required adult consent and were limited to playing in the community park with nearby friends. Fortunately, it was already June, and within a month, he would transition into a primary school student. In typical families within the county, primary school children enjoyed a more liberated existence, free to roam and engage in their own pursuits, granting them a greater degree of autonomy. However, before entering primary school, Mei Fong had one crucial endeavor to fulfill: participating in the World Cup lottery. The next morning, shortly after 6, his family roused him for school. "You're dressing yourself today? Quite impressive, my child." Xiang Xiaoxia tousled Mei Fong's round head, a hint of confusion evident in her voice. "It seems after wetting the bed yesterday, he has transformed into a different person. He didn't even cry when scolded. Truly remarkable resilience." Mei Lijun nodded, feigning profundity as he remarked, "Perhaps this is what growth entails." Yet, he reminded himself not to stray too far from his youthful demeanor. He must appear as a child. Upon arriving at the kindergarten on his father's motorcycle, Mei Fong reached out to his father. "Dad, could you spare me a yuan? I wish to buy a lollipop." "Ah, the truth is revealed," Mei Lijun remarked with a frown. "Your exceptional performance today is undoubtedly aimed at earning some treats. I'm not doing this for myself. I made Xia Yuan cry yesterday, and today I'm here to offer my sincerest apologies." "Xia Yuan, is she the girl from our neighborhood, the one living in that courtyard? How did you come to befriend her? Did you not previously claim to avoid associating with girls?" Mei Lijun pinched his son's cheek. "Have you come to your senses and developed an interest in her?" Mei Fong brushed aside his father's hand. "Enough of your chatter. Quickly give me the money." "How dare you speak to your father like that?" Once again, Mei Fong received a hefty punch. Despite the scolding, Mei Lijun still took Mei Fong to the small shop at the kindergarten entrance to buy a strawberry-flavored lollipop for 50 cents, showcasing his generosity. Father, TSK. I had initially intended to feign putting the money aside for savings. Alas, the plan has faltered. Mei Fong was among the first to arrive at kindergarten. Yet Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi had arrived even earlier, already engaged in crafting activities at their seats. It turns out that Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi are good friends, and their bond appears quite strong. Mei Fong did not approach them, but noticed that as he entered the classroom, Xia Yuan trotted over. Mei Fong, regarding yesterday's incident, I realize I was in the wrong and wish to apologize." "Apologize? What is there to apologize for?" Xia Yuan earnestly remarked. "Mother says I often cry for no reason, and that if I continue like this, I shall be unlikable when I grow up. Therefore, I must correct my shortcomings." With her hands clasped behind her back, Xia Yuan fidgeted before extending her palms to reveal a delicate origami crane. "This is a paper crane I folded, and I wish to present it to." It was a pink crane, its head adorned with a touch of red, clearly crafted with great care. Reflecting on the fact that, in his previous life, no girl had ever gifted him anything, Mei Fong suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia. "Thank you. Additionally, Lin Yoshi pushed you yesterday. She confided in me that it was an accident and wishes to apologize as well." Mei Fong glanced up at Lin Yoshi, who stood beside Xia Yuan with her gaze lowered, seemingly lost in thought. It was only when Xia Yuan gently nudged her arm that she lifted her head, handed a small item to Mei Fong, and softly uttered an apology before hastily retreating behind Xia Yuan. Isn't this a moment for genuine communication? Could it be that she feels shy in front of adults? It's all right, I don't mind. The top student from my past life humbly beseeches my forgiveness, and an inexplicable sense of satisfaction washes over me. Suddenly, Mei Fong fell into a contemplative silence. How is it that I have such little ambition? Lin Yoshi had also crafted a paper crane, albeit a blue one, crumpled and somewhat soiled, indicative of the numerous attempts it had taken for her to succeed. Mei Fong paid little attention to this, recalling the item in his pocket. He extended the lollipop to Sheyuan. "By the way, this is what I promised you yesterday, a lollipop." "You actually remembered. I had completely forgotten," Sheyuan exclaimed, accepting the lollipop with uncontainable joy. "Wasn't it a promise?" Lin Yoshi stood quietly by, observing the lollipop as if lost in contemplation. "Then, since everyone is reconciled, we could be good friends again." "Good friends?" When did Xin, oblivious to Mei Fong's confusion, seized his hand, her face adorned with two delightful dimples, radiating a smile as bright as the morning sun. "Mei Fong, Mei Fong, can we make that promise again from yesterday? I have no objections. What do you wish to pledge this time? Xuan extended her right pinky, intertwining it with Mei Fong's, and playfully tugged him toward Lin Yoshi. Lin Yoshi, you should join us too. Mei Fong discerned a hint of reluctance in Lin Yoshi's gaze, yet he dutifully followed along. Indeed, she seemed compelled to partake merely at the behest of her friends. Reflecting on it, could her push yesterday have been born out of jealousy at seeing my camaraderie with Xie Yuan? With this thought, a sudden sense of endearment washed over him, leaving him amused. The three children's pinkies were entwined, and then Xian voiced her wish. From this day forth, we shall never quarrel again. We must remain steadfast friends forever. Let us seal this pact with 100 years of unchanging bond. Feeling the lingering warmth at his fingertips, Mei Fong suddenly found himself overwhelmed by a sense of unexplainable melancholy. In his previous life, he had remained single until his untimely demise at work, believing that no girl had ever truly cared for him. Yet, it seemed that Xia Yuan harbored a certain fondness for him, albeit she was merely a child. According to Mei Fong's father, he had always played exclusively with boys, although Xia Yuan lived in the same neighborhood and shared a close bond with him. Their interactions had never transcended beyond mere acquaintance. Moreover, Mei Fong had moved during the 4th grade of elementary school. Perhaps that was when their connection was irrevocably severed? This implies that a relationship that could have blossomed into a cherished childhood companionship had inadvertently slipped through his fingers due to unknown circumstances. Of course, throughout life, countless individuals are missed for various reasons. Yet now Mei Fong possessed the wisdom and experience of adulthood. Once one encounters their destined person, they shall not let such an opportunity pass by. As for Xia Yuan, although she often spoke in the manner of a dutiful little girl, constantly referencing her mother, she was rather endearing indeed. The future holds great promise. Father has his own struggles as well. After receiving the lollipop, Xia Yuan continued to fiddle with it on the table, showing no intention of consuming it, which made Mei Fong a bit impatient. Why was she so delighted to receive a lollipop when they could easily be purchased at the school gate? Mei Fong raised an eyebrow. Xia Yuan softly replied, Mom said this is junk food and advised me not to eat it. Eating too much will lead to cavities like Du Zihan, and that wouldn't tea look good. So it was tea that she ate little. It was that she was forbidden to eat it. Then why are you so happy? Mei Fong inquired. Because it's the first time someone has given me a gift. Xia Yuan exclaimed with excitement. I'm really, truly, so happy. You should eat it. If you don't, it'll go to waste, Mei Fong thought to herself. Considering that it was a precious investment of 50 cents. Xia Yuan shook her head and stated earnestly, I plan to save it for when I'm really, really hungry. What does really, really hungry mean? Mei Fong, what are you and Xia Yuan whispering about down there? Stand up. You must pay attention in class. Have you solved this problem? Yes. Yes, Mei Fong nodded. Then tell me, if there are 7 apples and 5 more, how many apples are there in total? Some of the children below began counting on their fingers, but only Mei Fong calmly raised her head and confidently declared the correct answer, 12. A flicker of surprise crossed the teacher's face. She had only recently begun to teach addition and subtraction within 10, and now, as graduation approached with little to occupy her time, she had come to instruct on 2-digit arithmetic. What about 813? Mei Fong scratched her head, feigning deep contemplation. After a few moments, she confidently declared, 21. How impressive. Although uncertain of her correctness, the determination etched on Mei Fong's face prompted the children to spontaneously applaud. Mei Fong demonstrated remarkable proficiency in addition, rivaling that of elementary school students. Truly remarkable. I surmised that she had at least reached the level of a 2nd grader. No, perhaps even a 3rd grader. My brother, in the 3rd grade, cannot solve this. Perhaps there is something amiss with your brother, exclaimed another. What 3rd grader cannot perform addition and subtraction? This child must have undergone training from my brother's I can eat anything club. Teacher Lee adjusted her glasses. A look of intrigue on her face. Mei Fong, have you enrolled in a mental arithmetic class somewhere? No, my cousin teaches me at home. Regardless of your future academic success, you must adhere to classroom discipline. Otherwise, once you enter elementary school, your mischievousness may land you in trouble, she cautioned. I understand. Teacher Lee. In a moment of whimsy, Mei Fong momentarily forgot her role as a kindergarten student. However, this pretense was lacking in authenticity. She resolved not to engage in such acts again. The eagerly anticipated debut of the national football team had finally arrived. On June 4th, the team would face off against Costa Rica. This year, the attention of the Chinese populace towards the World Cup has reached unprecedented heights. Even young children in kindergarten are gathered in their schools to watch live broadcasts, cheering exuberantly for the national team. Regardless of the match's excitement, the atmosphere is palpably charged. However, due to an awareness of the outcome, Mei Fong remains silent throughout, observing with keen interest the little ones around him who were fully immersed in the game. An intriguing observation was made. Even a girl like Xia Yuan, seemingly unconnected to football, was found crying due to the national team's loss. Meanwhile, a few young boys, driven by a rebellious spirit, shouted encouragement for Costa Rica, only to be reprimanded by teacher Li and punished with a timeout in the corner. It was evident that the teacher was quite exasperated, yet it seemed somewhat unreasonable to vent frustration on the children. Who could have imagined that 20 years hence, the national team would provoke such a response from General Fan, who would declare he had no shame left? The atmosphere of discontent lingered until the afternoon dismissal. With parents arriving to pick up their children, their expressions grim and the air thick with tension. When Mei Lijun finally appeared, his face was long, and Mei Fong noticed a bruise on his forehead. He mused that his father was indeed a diehard fan, so incensed by a defeat that he had taken to banging his head against the wall. Surely, it couldn't be merely because of a betting loss. Was Tin Yuan really worth such distress? Upon returning home, Mei Lijun could no longer contain his grievances. You all watched the match today, didn't you? Those black-footed Costa Ricans. If it weren't for Sun Xiaohai's injury disrupting Milu's tactics, how could we have lost so miserably? Mei Fong nodded. Dad. Teacher Li said that victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. Let us not lose heart and strive for the national football team's commendable performance in the next match. As we face the Samba team, winning seems utterly unattainable. If we could merely keep the score within 3 goals, we wouldn't consider it a loss. At first, Mei Lijun felt somewhat dejected, but as he pondered further, his excitement grew. Imagine if we could score even 1 goal against the Samba team. Even if the national team doesn't advance, it would still be worthwhile. Mei Fong gazed at his father's whimsical thoughts in astonishment, feeling as though they existed in parallel worlds. What kind of inexplicable confidence in the national team had cultivated such beliefs? After suppressing his impatience, he offered perfunctory responses to his father and seized the moment to voice his desire. By the way, Dad, about that bet we made last time. Bet? What kind of bet? Mei Lijun frowned. You, a little child, are gambling money in kindergarten? Hey, Dad, are you joking? You said you'd give me Tin Yuan if we lost to Costa Rica. What on earth would you do with so much money, child? Whatever you wish to buy. I'll get it for you. Feeling his blood pressure rising, Mei Fong adopted the demeanor of a spoiled child, throwing a tantrum and extending his hand. I don't care. I want my Tin Yuan. You said it, and now you're going back on your word, like a dog. Then you must be a little pup. In a playful manner, Mei Lijun scooped Mei Fong up, twirling him in the air before gently setting him down. One evening, accompanied by his mother, they ventured to the mall to indulge in some chicken legs as a form of compensation. Mei Fong, scratching his befuddled head, contemplated before responding. I do not wish to go to the mall. I simply yearn to purchase a lottery ticket. The World Cup occurs so infrequently, and I wish for you to take me to play that lottery. Missing out would be a tremendous pity. Ah, so you wish to buy a lottery ticket? Mei Fong continued. Father, see how I have predicted the outcome of this match. To be frank, I possess a unique ability to foresee the future. Let me choose a ticket. Perhaps our family will soar to great heights. Originally, Mei Fong intended to secretly buy the lottery ticket for himself, hoping to pocket the winnings for his own use, but he soon remembered that even if he won, he could not claim the prize himself. It must be collected in the provincial capital. He could only rely on his father's assistance. After much pleading, Mei Lijun suddenly revealed a sorrowful smile and rummaged through his pockets before his son. His pockets were remarkably clean and tidy, devoid of even a single coin. Do you think I do not wish to buy a lottery ticket? It is merely that I lack the funds. What about your secret stash? Enough of that. It is this secret stash that has brought me suffering. Just today, after dropping you off at school, your mother discovered my hidden savings and has cut off my cigarette money for the month. As he spoke, Mei Lijun pointed to the bruise on his forehead, saying, Behold, this is the result of your dear mother's wrath. It seemed that, indeed, being a father was no easy task. Mei Fong expressed profound sympathy for his unfortunate father. I possess a small secret. Originally, according to Mei Fong's plan, even if my father was reluctant to part with his money, a few flattering compliments directed towards this gentleman, combined with his inherent passion for football, would surely entice him into purchasing a lottery ticket. However, now that my father has lost his utility, and my mother remains impervious to Xiao Xiao's pleas, resolutely forbidding any gambling tendencies within the family, Mei Fong is left to seek alternative means. Of course, he does have a backup strategy. Mei Fong managed to glean the address of Xia Yuan's residence from his father, and he exclaimed that he was heading downstairs to visit Xia Yuan. Although Mei Fong and Xia Yuan reside in the same community, their homes are entirely dissimilar. Mei Fong's family occupies a relatively commonplace apartment, whereas Xia Yuan's abode resembles a two-story Japanese-style detached house. Standing at the entrance, Mei Fong could already hear the melodious strains of a piano emanating from within. In this day and age, a household capable of affording a piano suggests the presence of a young lady of considerable means, does it not? Mei Fong stood on his toes and pressed the doorbell of Xia Yuan's home. After a brief moment, a gentle, mature female voice responded from the intercom. Hello. May I ask who you're looking for? Oh, why is there no one here? Is this Xia Yuan's mother? Mei Fong eagerly waved at the visual intercom of Xia Yuan's residence. Hello, Auntie. I am Mei Fong, a classmate of Xia Yuan at the kindergarten. And I also live in this community. Ah, Mei Fong. I often hear Yuan speak of you. Are you here to play with her? May I? Mei Fong earnestly adopted a tone of innocent sincerity. Xia Yuan and I had arranged to play together today at the children's playground in the community. As Yuan's piano lesson nears its conclusion, would you like to come in and wait for a moment? I will open the door for you. All right. As Mei Fong's words faded, the large gate in the courtyard gently swung open of its own accord. Mei Fong took a few steps along the path when Xia Yuan's mother appeared, graciously welcoming her with a warm greeting. Xia Yuan's mother exuded an air of cultured elegance, her long hair cascading gracefully to one side. Beneath her subtle makeup, her clear, expressive eyes sparkled like the gentle rays of spring sunshine, leaving a refreshing impression. Ah, hello. Auntie. Mei Fong was taken aback by the striking beauty of Xia Yuan's mother, feeling a touch of shyness. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had seen her somewhere before. What a polite child. Please, come in and make yourself comfortable. Mei Fong followed Xia Yuan's mother into the living room, where the sounds of the piano from upstairs filled the air. The melodious notes floated gracefully, weaving a romantic melody that was as soft as flowing water, effortlessly drawing one into a state of blissful enchantment. Noticing Mei Fong lost in the music, Xia Yuan's mother couldn't help but inquire, do you enjoy this piece? Due to her previous work experience, Mei Fong possessed some knowledge of music. If I am not mistaken, the piece being played now should be Mendelssohn's Song of Spring. How impressive. It's rare to find a boy with such an appreciation for music. No wonder Yuan often speaks of you. Please, watch some television while Annie prepares a glass of juice for you. Thank you, Auntie. The decor of Xia Yuan's living room exudes an undeniable elegance, subtly hinting at the family's affluence. Fortunately, in a small county like Baimei, there are no prestigious schools. Otherwise, he would scarcely have had the opportunity to attend kindergarten alongside Xia Yuan. As he waited for Xia Yuan to finish her piano lesson, Mei Fong engaged in light conversation with Xia Yuan's mother, who appeared to take a considerable interest in him, much to his delight. It seemed that his eloquent discourse and mature demeanor had garnered the affection of this lady. As the piano notes gradually faded, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Yuan, your friend is waiting to go out and play with you. Oh, Mei Fong, what brings you here? Xia Yuan tilted her head in confusion. I came to play with you. Mei Fong reminded her, did I not mention it when school was over? Ah, I almost forgot. I have piano lessons today. I'm so sorry, Xia Yuan replied, turning to her mother. Mom, can I go to the children's playground with Mei Fong? We won't run around recklessly. Of course, but remember not to talk to strangers. Xia Yuan exclaimed, grabbing her shoulder bag and tugging at Mei Fong as they dashed out of the house. Let us hurry and play. Don't forget to change your shoes. You little rascal, why do you get so fidgety at the mere mention of playtime? This being her first experience of playing with friends outside of kindergarten, Xia Yuan radiated joy, humming a cheerful nursery rhyme without even realizing it. By the way, Xia Yuan, what have you told your mother about me? Mei Fong feigned calmness, though a hint of curiosity flickered within her. This young girl harbored such fondness for me that I could only imagine she had shared some rather embarrassing declarations about aspiring to be my bride. It was evident that her mother was scrutinizing me with the discerning gaze of a prospective mother-in-law. As I pondered, I recalled mentioning your bedwetting incidents and the time you bathed in front of everyone, completely unclothed. Mei Fong's cheeks flushed crimson as she immediately chastised Xia Yuan. Are those the kind of things you can just blurt out? Have you no sense? I only mentioned it to my mother, Xia Yuan replied, looking rather pitiful. Why are you being so harsh and cursing? Ah, how Mei Fong wished for the earth to swallow her whole. The next time her mother spoke of me, could we perhaps focus on my more charming attributes? Well, Today I did mention how clever you were, Xia Yuan continued. You truly share everything with your mother, Mei Fong remarked. My mother says that whether joyous or sorrowful events occur, one should share with those around them to cultivate greater happiness. However, we should also possess our own little secrets, Mei Fong suggested with a smile. Her gaze fixated on the pink bag at Xia Yuan's waist. For instance, a secret only you and I know. What secret could that be? Xia Yuan asked. Her excitement palpable. Mei Fong, with a playful demeanor, extended her hand and said, Could you lend me 10 yuan? In return, I shall share this secret with you. Of course, but do remember to repay me, came the reply. Absolutely, Mei Fong assured, patting her chest. My father taught me from a young age that one must honor their word. I would never default on a debt. Xia Yuan typically carried a pink handbag wherever she went, and since learning that it contained a fair amount of pocket money, Mei Fong had been eyeing it with interest. Xia Yuan rummaged through her small wallet and handed over a 10 yuan note. Here you are. Now, may I hear your little secret? Not so fast, Mei Fong said, pulling Xia Yuan towards the entrance of their community, which made Xia Yuan feel a twinge of apprehension. Aren't we supposed to be playing at the slide in the children's playground? She questioned. What fun is there? We are about to become primary school students. Shouldn't we seek out more thrilling adventures? But I promised my mother I wouldn't wander off, Xia Yuan muttered. Her gaze lowered as she fidgeted with her fingers. If you don't tell your mother, and I don't tell your mother, then she won't be any the wiser, Mei Fong coaxed, leaning closer. This will be our little secret, just between the two of us. A little secret. A little secret. Xia Yuan mused, reminiscent of the nursery rhymes that echoed in her mind. Since her earliest memories, Xia Yuan had always been regarded as the obedient and sensible child in her parents' eyes. She never contemplated concealing anything from them. Thus, when faced with the alluring temptation of a novel experience proposed by Mei Fong, Xia Yuan found herself with little resistance, ultimately giving a gentle nod. Mei Fong led Xia Yuan stealthily out of their residential community into a local sports lottery shop that had recently opened at the entrance. As soon as the owner caught sight of the children entering, he barked at them. What are you kids doing here? Get out. Startled by the owner's fierce demeanor, Xia Yuan instinctively hid behind Mei Fong, clutching her companion's back tightly, while Mei Fong remained remarkably composed. Hello, sir. I'm just here to run an errand for my dad to buy a lottery ticket. Running an errand? Huh? Well, if you win. Such a small child wouldn't be able to claim the prize anyway, the owner remarked. He then inquired, So, what are you buying? My dad wants to purchase a quarterfinal ticket. Are they still available? As luck would have it, today marked the last day for purchasing tickets for the quarterfinals. Did your father tell you which teams to select? He did. I can remember. The 2002 sports lottery introduced numerous betting options, among which the most straightforward were the 16-team showdown, as well as the 8-team and 4-team predictions. The 16-team showdown essentially encompassed the win-loss bets for all matches during the knockout stage within the span of 90 minutes. Those who accurately predicted all outcomes would be rewarded with a grand prize reaching up to 2 million. However, from a probabilistic standpoint, the chances of winning are a mere 1 in 3 raised to the 16th power, a figure that approaches 0 infinitely. The quarterfinal prediction game requires one to forecast the 8 teams that will advance to the quarterfinals. In that particular year, the prize was exclusively set for the first place, with a staggering bet amount reaching 125 million, yet astonishingly, not a single individual one. The reason for this was the emergence of dark horses, with one team garnering only a 1 support rate. It is important to note that the quarterfinal predictions involve selecting 8 teams from a pool of 32. Rather than picking 8 out of 16, a single misstep results in disqualification from winning, thus rendering the probability of success exceedingly low. For Mei Fong, the only teams he could recall for his guesses were those that reached the semifinals in 2002. The champion was selected as the Samba, the runner-up as the Dabang, the third place as the 2G, and the fourth as the Bang Z. Are you certain these were the 4 teams your father chose? You wouldn't misremember, would you? Once the tickets are printed, they cannot be altered. Mei Fong nodded to the shopkeeper, affirming, My father indeed mentioned these 4. I remember it distinctly. Then do not waver. How many bets will you place? Each ticket is 2 yuan. 5 bets, all identical. Here you go. Mei Fong accepted the lottery tickets from the shopkeeper, while Xia Yuan tugged at his sleeve. All right. Can we leave now? Yes, we can go now, he replied. Mei Fong, satisfied, held the key to his newfound fortune after rebirth, whereas Xia Yuan appeared rather discontented. Mei Fong, you are truly mischievous. You borrowed my money to purchase this item, and yet you lied to that uncle earlier, claiming to be running an errand for your father. I did not lie. I was indeed assisting my father. Mei Fong stuck out her tongue. Then why does your father not give you any money? My father has no money. All the funds are with my mother. I will repay you later. It is hard to believe that an adult could be without money. Summer Yuan pouted, clearly displeased. And Mei Fong, upon reflection, felt a pang of guilt for deceiving her. All right. The errands are done. Now we can embark on an adventure together. The adventure you speak of, is it not what we just did? Summer Yuan tilted her head in confusion. That was merely running an errand. Mei Fong wiped her nose and declared, from this moment forth, we shall truly call it an adventure. Upon hearing Mei Fong's words, the frown that had marked Summer Yuan's face began to soften, and her previously pouting lips curled into a slight smile. Where shall we go? Follow me. Although she often walked hand in hand with her parents through these familiar streets, Summer Yuan was filled with curiosity about everything around her. Children of her age possess a plethora of experiences they wish to explore, yet their parents frequently hinder them under the pretext of safety. The cats in the pet shop window, the ancient stone bridge over the river, and the bustling, vibrant street market all captivated her. The more crowded the place became, the more tightly she clutched the hem of Mei Fong's clothing. As Summer Yuan slowed her pace, she nearly tore Mei Fong's garment. Why are you gripping so tightly? Xia Yuan hesitantly explained, if you suddenly disappear, I would be lost. Mei Fong pondered for a moment and replied, then just hold my hand. And don't tug at my clothes. All right. Xia Yuan tightened her grip on Mei Fong's hand, the warmth radiating from her palm instantly providing her with a sense of reassurance. At the end of the bustling market, there was a vendor selling cotton candy. Xia Yuan paused, her eyes fixed on the vendor as he skillfully spun the sugary treat. While a circle of children gathered around, eagerly watching, with a large sign proclaiming the price of 2 yuan each. Do you want to eat this? Xia Yuan nodded. But my mother never buys it for me. You can't buy this, and you can't buy that. Your life must be so exhausting. With all the money in your wallet, what can you actually purchase? Stationery and stickers, among other things. Mei Fong sighed. Unfortunately, I have no money. If I had some, I would definitely treat you to cotton candy. Well, how about this? I have money, I can lend it to you. And you can buy it for me. Mei Fong watched as the silly girl dug into her bag and pulled out 2 coins, handing them to her with an expression of eager anticipation. Uncle, I would like a stick of cotton candy. Mei Fong handed the purchased cotton candy to Xia Yuan, saying, Here, this is my treat for you. Thank you. But this cotton candy is so large, I can't finish it by myself. Shall we share it? I don't want to. You can eat it alone. Xia Yuan took a bite of the cotton candy and was immediately taken aback by its melt-in-the-mouth texture. It dissolved with a mere lick, so delightful and delicious. As long as you enjoy it, although she came from a wealthy family, she remained an innocent little girl, unaccustomed to the world. Xia Yuan was completely absorbed in savoring the cotton candy, her other hand being tugged by Mei Fong. Unsurprisingly, her face became a delightful mess with cotton candy, resembling a little cat adorned in sugary splendor. As the sun dipped below the horizon, wisps of smoke curled into the air, and the mouth-watering aroma of home-cooked meals wafted from every household within the community. Xia Yuan and Mei Fong rested on a bench in the courtyard, with Xia Yuan using a handkerchief to wipe her face. While Mei Fong basked in the warm glow of the setting sun, the June temperature was pleasantly mild, and the distant calls of vendors selling local delicacies in their dialect echoed closer, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Mei Fong instinctively closed his eyes, relishing the tranquility of the moment. It had been ages since he experienced such leisurely time. When Mei Fong opened his eyes, he found Xia Yuan resting her chin on one hand, gazing at him with curiosity. Mei Fong, what are you thinking about? She asked. Mei Fong candidly replied, I was pondering how to make a fortune in the future. Xia Yuan immediately puffed out her cheeks, exclaiming, Your dream is rather dull, isn't it? What do you wish to be when you grow up? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Yuan responded, I want to be a primary school teacher, just like my mother. Oh, so your mother is a teacher? Why does one aspire to pursue this profession? Based on Mei Fong's understanding of Xia Yuan, he anticipated that the angelic Xia Yuan would utter something about selflessly dedicating oneself as a gardener, sacrificing oneself to illuminate the paths of others. Indeed, one must admit, the thoughts of children are remarkably pure. Mei Fong gently tapped Xia Yuan's head. Why did you hit me? She protested, her expression one of feigned grievance. Though she did not truly cry. You say you want to be a teacher, yet you are still just thinking about having fun. Wait, I haven't finished yet. Xia Yuan exclaimed with enthusiasm, detailing her future aspirations. As a teacher, I could spend my entire life with children. We would go on excursions together, and I would only assign a little bit of homework. And also Mei Fong had never imagined that one day he would find himself listening to a child articulate her life dreams in such a manner. Strangely, he felt no sense of impatience. The two children conversed, with Xia Yuan dominating the dialogue while Mei Fong occasionally interjected. Gradually, however, Xia Yuan's fatigue began to creep in, her words becoming somewhat slurred. Mei Fong did not rush to awaken her but maintained his position for a while longer. As the gentle and refreshing breeze of the early summer wafted around them, Mei Fong pondered, regardless of whether it was a past that truly occurred. It was undeniably the present moment unfolding, and in this present, he resolved to cherish it deeply. In a moment of candor, Mei Fong promptly informed his father, Mei Lijun, about his decision to purchase a lottery ticket. However, he refrained from disclosing that the funds had been borrowed from Xia Yuan, instead claiming it was his own accumulated pocket money from the new year. Despite the fact that most children's red envelope money is typically collected by their parents, guardians often still bestow a small allowance upon their offspring. Although surprised by his son's audacity to buy a lottery ticket independently, Mei Lijun refrained from reprimanding him. He merely inquired about the teams Mei Fong had selected for the top four. Upon learning that his son anticipated a victory, Mei Lijun could not suppress a chuckle. What sort of nonsensical rankings are these? With such a haphazard selection, how could you possibly win? It's a sheer waste of money. Why didn't you consult your father for guidance? Do you really think a team with such mediocre skills could reach the top four? Use your brain, will you? Dad, don't be so smug. First things first, what if we actually win? Mei Fong retorted. If we do win, can I call you father then? Haha. Mei Lijun playfully patted his son's head, full of jest. Come on, Dad, stop being childish, Mei Fong said, brushing aside his father's hand. If we do win, just make sure to share some of the money with me. Why would I share? This is your own substantial investment in the lottery. If you win, it's all yours. Speaking of which, even if you were to give me some money, would you not just say you were saving it for me? And then let the matter drop? Mei Fong pondered aloud. How about this? I want you to buy me something. All right, if we truly win, I shall buy you whatever your heart desires. After the children engage in disputes over toys, disagreements often escalate into slaps and even bites on the face. When the teacher arrives, the one who instigated the trouble is the first to cry, feigning innocence. During mealtime, there are always those who refuse to eat properly. Mischievous children stealthily scoop meatballs from their classmates' bowls and secretly scatter uneaten food on the floor. Some children delight in wrapping tape around their faces and then pulling it off, emitting shrill monkey-like cries. The antics of monkeys stealing peaches are a common, underhanded tactic among the boys during their playtime, and occasionally, the unsuspecting Mei Fong becomes their target, leaving her feeling utterly despondent. How can one aspire to grand life goals amidst such a band of rascals? A caption could aptly read, The joys and sorrows of humanity are not the same. I merely find them noisy, with Mei Fong sitting in the center. Among these children, the most prominent figure is the future academic star, Lin Yoshi. She is the focal point of the teacher's attention in kindergarten, while others prepare for their afternoon nap. She is often found at the sink, playing with water. Lin Yoshi, you are being naughty again. Lin Yoshi, sit properly. Such reprimands are commonplace in Mei Fong's experiences at the kindergarten, compounded by Lin Yoshi's somewhat unkempt hygiene. She often has a runny nose, playing here and there, rubbing against everything. Consequently, few children are inclined to play with her, with Xia Yuan being almost the sole girl willing to draw near. Lin Yoshi, you must remember to wipe your nose, Mei Fong often reminds her, echoing her mother's insistence that every child should maintain cleanliness. Mei Fong frequently observes Xia Yuan chasing after Lin Yoshi, helping her clean her nose and curbing her mischief, essentially caring for her like a mother. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence of names, or could it be that her rebirth has instigated a butterfly effect, leading to a parallel universe? Were it not for the slight resemblance, Mei Fong would find it utterly impossible to associate Lin Yoshi with the academically gifted individual she knew in her past life. Of course, in Mei Fong's eyes, Lin Yoshi is merely a bit mischievous and energetic. She neither bullies other children nor engages in any wrongdoing. A reprimand or two is acceptable, but being so harshly scolded by the teacher feels somewhat excessive. Lin Yoshi gives off an impression of deliberately seeking attention. The last time Xia Yuan urged Lin Yoshi to apologize to her, Lin Yoshi began to intentionally avoid Mei Fong afterward. When Mei Fong attempts to converse with her, she merely nods or shakes her head. To be precise, she behaves similarly with other children, only engaging in quiet murmurs or whispers with Xia Yuan when she approaches. The mature Mei Fong never engages with children, as he constantly yearns to grow up and earn money. Today, he anticipates the determination of the final four contenders in the World Cup, eagerly awaiting to witness the incredulous expression on his father's face after being proven wrong. After enduring the long day until school's end, the thunder and rain showed no signs of abating. Teachers incessantly called, and parents arrived tardily to pick up their children. One by one, the kids were taken home, until only Xia Yuan, Mei Fong, and Lin Yoshi remained. Come, let us play house once more. This time, I shall be the father, Lin Yoshi the mother, and Mei Fong the baby. Mei Fong, holding his doll, pointed towards the window and said, Your mother has come to pick you up. Mom. Xia Yuan, who had been enjoying the game, rushed towards her mother, who was braving the rain with an umbrella. Feeling slightly aggrieved, she mumbled, Why did you come so late? All right. Goodbye, Auntie. Xia Yuan wished fervently for her friends to visit her home. Yet her mother's expression suggested a reluctance, indicating a lack of preparation for guests. At that moment, Lin Yoshi shook her head vigorously in refusal. And Mei Fong pondered that it would be inappropriate for him to go alone. Thus, he interjected, Thank you, Auntie, but I will wait for my dad. He should be arriving soon. Then, see you tomorrow. Xia Yuan served as the crucial bond among the trio, and once she departed, both Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi instantly lost their desire to continue playing. Lin Yoshi occasionally leaned on the desk, gazing out of the windows, and at other times peered through the door. At that moment, the teacher was engrossed in an article from Reader, moved to tears, disturbed by the commotion. She reprimanded Lin Yoshi, saying, Lin Yoshi, do not leave the door open. The rain is coming in. With that, she closed the magazine and listlessly turned her gaze to the outside world. Why are your parents taking so long? It's truly unbearable to wait. The sky had grown exceedingly dim, and Lin Yoshi, with her head drooping, stared longingly at the rain-soaked scenery outside, resembling a small creature that had been waiting for its prey, drowsy and forlorn. She had never been this quiet before. Before long, the sound of a motorcycle echoed from outside the classroom. Lin Yoshi, like a little rabbit with perked ears, sprang up to peek outside, but after a moment of anticipation, she sank back down in disappointment. It was Mei Fong's father, Mei Lijun, who had arrived. Goodness, this rain is truly relentless. Teacher Li, you have my gratitude for your efforts. Is Mei Fong all right? Teacher Li finally had the chance to vent her frustrations. I must say, you parents are quite something. Remember to come early next time to pick up your children. It's nearly time for the evening news. There's still one more to wait for. Teacher Li, who was not known for her gentleness in class and often criticized Lin Yoshi the most, had a reputation for being stern. Lin Yoshi wouldn't even consider visiting Xia Yuan's house, let alone her own. What can we do? You can't expect me to stay here and wait with you indefinitely. The teacher's words carried a hint of disdain, a sentiment that struck a sensitive chord among the children, particularly for one like Lin Yoshi. At that moment, Mei Fong noticed that Lin Yoshi's eyes were slightly reddened. You rascal. Mei Lijun cast a glance at Lin Yoshi, who was slumped over the desk, then sighed. I personally have no objection, but what do you think, Teacher Li? The crux of the matter lay in Lin Yoshi, who was already fervently shaking her head before the sentence was completed. The instant Mei Fong turned, Lin Yoshi clutched the hem of his clothing with a firm grip. With her head bowed, she uttered a soft, pitiful voice, 007, the food is delicious. Mei Lijun's motorcycle was of the straddle type, making it somewhat challenging for a child to mount independently. After much effort, he managed to lift both Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi onto the bike. With a raincoat draped over him, he shielded the heads of Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong. As Mei Fong occupied the middle seat, he was able to poke his head out from the opening at the back of the raincoat, while Lin Yoshi could only lower her head, her forehead resting against Mei Fong's back. Hold on tight, you two. Get ready to set off. The motorcycle's gasoline engine emitted a thunderous roar comparable to that of a tractor, and the feet dangling in the air felt the jarring vibrations intensely. At that moment, Lin Yoshi kept her hands firmly on her lap, hesitant to touch Mei Fong. Lin Yoshi, are you not afraid of falling? Hold on to my clothes, she murmured. Ah, this rain is truly torrential. Upon returning home, Mei Lijun was well protected by her raincoat, while Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong appeared like two drenched chickens, looking quite disheveled. Xiang Xiaxiao brought a dry towel to the door and was just about to wipe Mei Fong's face when she noticed a little girl standing beside her. With her head bowed, Mei Fong quickly explained, This is my kindergarten classmate, Lin Yoshi. Her father has tea come to pick her up. I see. Then come in as well. I'll help you find some clothes for Mei Fong, and you can take a bath too. I'll assist you with that shortly. Lin Yoshi remained silent, neither nodding nor shaking her head, simply standing there in a daze. Mei Fong gently tugged at her and whispered, After your bath, let us have dinner at our home, all right? You must be quite hungry. Okay. Lin Yoshi only conversed with the children. The plight of Lin Yoshi in kindergarten reminded Mei Fong of his past experiences, which prompted him to extend a helping hand to her. He had encountered a similarly unpopular female classmate in middle school, a plump girl who, for reasons now forgotten, seemed to be looked upon unfavorably by the teacher, and his peers often called her fatty and teased her. She bore it all in silence, never retaliating. On one occasion, when she forgot to bring money for lunch, Mei Fong lent her some to buy a loaf of bread. The next day, upon repaying him, she also gifted him a bottle of milk as a token of gratitude. Nevertheless, that classmate eventually transferred to another school, but before leaving, she left Mei Fong a postcard expressing her thanks, declaring him her best friend in that class. What one perceives as a naturally benevolent act may, in the eyes of others, be regarded as a priceless gem of sincere friendship, a sentiment that lingers in Mei Fong's heart to this day. Beyond this incident, Lin Yoshi is a close friend of Xia Yuan, and considering the non-existent ties from a past life, she can barely be classified as an old acquaintance. Thus, leaving her unattended was something Mei Fong could not bear. He was averse to such situations. When Mei Li Jun, with his legs crossed, began to admonish Mei Fong while his mother took Lin Yoshi to the bathroom for a shower, he could not help but interject with sarcasm about his flamboyant father. If you possess such talent, why then did you marry a woman who doesn't even grant you 10 yuan for pocket money? What a torment! How dare you speak ill of your mother? He retorted. Who raised you to be so plump and fair, you ungrateful wretch? Your mother is the most virtuous and beautiful woman in this vicinity, and if I am not courting her, who else should I pursue? This sycophantic display of flattery was clearly intended for the arrival of his wife. Xiang Xiaxia emerged with the freshly bathed Lin Yoshi, having already styled her hair. Instead of being displeased by the unexpected guest, she appeared to be enjoying her time with Lin Yoshi. Compared to her usual self, Lin Yoshi seemed much more refreshed. Clad in Mei Fong's casual outfit, her appearance immaculate, with her hair tied up in a high ponytail adorned with lantern braids. So, what do you think of the braids I fashioned? Aren't they lovely? Lin Yoshi, lift your head. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Under the eaves, one cannot help but bow their head. Lin Yoshi, however, mustered the courage to raise her gaze, only to quickly lower it once more. Mei Fong silently gave her mother a thumbs up. Indeed, she appeared quite endearing from this angle. I wonder why you're taking so long to dry your hair in the bathroom. Mei Lijun sighed. The food has gone cold. Unlike her father, who often spoke bluntly, Mei Fong interjected, Mom, your braid looks truly beautiful. It seems our Mei Fong is quite considerate. Yet, it's not solely her mother's skill that shines. Lin Yoshi is undeniably charming as well. Xiang Xiaoxia gently pinched Lin Yoshi's cheek, her expression brimming with happiness. Oh, how I wish I could have a daughter. Given our circumstances, a second child seems unlikely, Mei Lijun remarked. Just think about it. You do tend to talk a lot. As the family prepared to sit down for dinner, Mei Lijun received a call from Lin Yoshi's father. After a brief exchange, he handed the phone to Lin Yoshi, who stepped out onto the balcony to speak. Xiang Xiaoxia leaned in and whispered, What did he say? Is he coming to pick her up soon? Mei Lijun shook his head. Her father mentioned there's been a situation at the construction site. He'll be delayed. With such heavy rain, safety must come first, Xiang Xiaoxia replied. By the way, that means Lin Yoshi's father must be the third son of the Lin family from Dongmen Aquatic Street, the one involved in construction. After overhearing her parents' conversation, Mei Fong finally understood why her father had so generously acquiesced to her request that day. Although her parents were not particularly remarkable, Mei Fong had often been influenced by their demeanor and interactions with others. Once the phone call concluded, Lin Yoshi was warmly invited to join the family at the table, where drinks were plentifully poured. Here, Lin Yoshi, do try this. We specially prepared a chicken today. One drumstick for you and Mei Fong. No, actually, you can have Mei Fong's as well. Lin Yoshi's bowl was filled to the brim with the affection of Xiang Xiaxia, while Mei Lijun subtly gestured to his wife to refrain from being too excessive, an appeal entirely overlooked. Mei Fong's bowl contained only a few slices of vegetables and beans. At school, Lin Yoshi often left uneaten food scattered across the table. But at Mei Fong's home, she adhered to decorum, diligently taking small bites and striving to swallow anything she typically disliked. Observing her struggle, Mei Fong leaned closer and asked, Can you finish it? Lin Yoshi shook her head. If you can't finish it, share some with me. Don't force yourself. Lin Yoshi then scooped some rice and meat into Mei Fong's bowl. As they shared their meal, Lin Yoshi suddenly leaned in to whisper to Mei Fong. Upon hearing her words, a faint smile graced Mei Fong's face. There's no need to be shy. If you like him, you can tell my parents directly. Lin Yoshi shook her head, her cheeks flushed, quickly lowering her gaze. What are you two children whispering about? Do share it with me. Xiang Xiaoxiao expressed her curiosity toward the children's hushed conversation. Mei Fong looked up and told her mother. Lin Yoshi said, Mom, your cooking is so delicious. I would love to come to our house for dinner again. Just as Lin Yoshi raised her head, ready to protest, Mei Lijun burst into hearty laughter. What is there to be embarrassed about? When your dad arrives, I will tell him to let you come over for meals every day. That sounds wonderful, Xiang Xiaoxiao nodded. It's as if I've gained another daughter. I will braid your hair beautifully every day. How about that? Unable to withstand the warmth of Mei Fong's parents, Lin Yoshi oscillated between silence and shaking her head. Observing Mei Fong relishing the chicken leg she had given him, she felt a surge of annoyance. In a swift motion, she reached over and pinched Mei Fong's thigh, causing him to yelp in pain. As the fervor of the World Cup began to wane, accompanied by the chirping of cicadas in the scorching summer sun, the streets and alleys of Baimei County resonated with the familiar melody of a hit song penned by Alan the previous year. I want to hold your hand and never let go. Can love remain forever pure without sorrow? I want to ride a bicycle with you. I want to watch baseball with you, singing carefree as we walk on. This song, much like the popularity of The Lonely Swimmer in Mei Fong's era, had reached a level of familiarity in Baimei County where even kindergarten children could hum along a few lines. At this very moment, akin to a time long past, the boy named Xiaopeng sits beside Mei Fong, serenading a girl with a heartfelt ballad, showcasing his flair as a prince of love songs. The girl, resting her chin on her hand, gazes out the window, seemingly lost in her thoughts. How was that? Did I sing beautifully? Humph. You immature little brat. Do you even comprehend what a love song truly is? Calling me a brat? Look who's talking, you little chub. Dare to call me chubby? Liang Chao. I shall ensure you regret this. Ah, please don't pin me down. I was wrong. I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Spare me, please. Such clumsy mimicry often marks the initial steps these children take towards maturity, towards the growth of a primary school student. Mei Fong has spent nearly a month in this realm filled with generational gaps, diligently avoiding disputes with the children. Following the incident of bedwetting, she has become somewhat of an invisible presence in the classroom. With a friendly disposition and good upbringing, Xia Yuan seldom finds herself at odds with her peers, earning the reputation of a model student in the eyes of the teachers, thus attracting many friends around her. Whenever Xia Yuan is surrounded by a crowd, Lin Yoshi prefers to play alone, refraining from joining in. This is because she has gradually begun to draw closer to Mei Fong. From her initial silence, she has shifted to a willingness to converse with Mei Fong, albeit in hushed tones, often leaning into whisper. This, in fact, is a rather affectionate gesture. Yet the other children seem oblivious to or indifferent towards it. Consequently, the responsibility of wiping Lin Yoshi's nose has gradually shifted from Xia Yuan to Mei Fong. Come on. Wipe it off. Aren't you embarrassed? You're a girl, after all. Lin Yoshi raised her head, seemingly understanding, and nodded, awaiting Mei Fong's assistance to wipe her nose. Don't sniff it back. That's disgusting. The bond between you two has flourished, Xia Yuan's voice chimed in from behind Mei Fong, who had just finished tidying up for Lin Yoshi. Xia Yuan bore no jealousy. She felt joy witnessing the friendship between Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi. You play with Lin Yoshi. I need to rest. Mei Fong often passed time in kindergarten by sleeping. Why do you love sleeping so much, Mei Fong? No sleeping. You lazybones. Xia Yuan tugged at Mei Fong's arm. We haven't played house today. Why do you always seek me out? You have so many friends, of course. It's because you're the only one willing to play with Lin Yoshi. Was it truly appropriate to voice such sentiments outright? Casting a glance at the listless Lin Yoshi, who hung her head, Mei Fong sighed quietly. Well, play then. After all, graduation is just around the corner. Xia Yuan had a penchant for playing the mother in their make-believe games. Regardless of how Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi switched roles, she insisted on being the mother. Typically, Mei Fong would take on the father's role while Lin Yoshi played the daughter. Daddy, why haven't you left for work yet? The sun is already shining on your backside. Lin Yoshi, it's time to rise. Mommy has prepared breakfast for you. There are fried eggs, milk, bacon, jam-coated bread, and sausages. Nutritional balance is essential. Eating so much in the morning, won't it be overwhelming? Father, why haven't you gone to work yet? As the head of the family, you must display greater responsibility. Ha ha ha, they are so grown up yet still playing house, how childish. A few boys, clutching Transformers and Iron Man figurines, sauntered by, led by Du Zihan, notorious in class for his exaggerated cavities and for being a troublemaker. He swaggered over to mock Xia Yuan and the others. Mei Fong, why have you taken such a liking to playing with girls lately? You're so effeminate. No wonder you keep wetting the bed, ha ha ha. Du Zihan, this behavior is unacceptable. Xia Yuan expressed her anger, emphasizing that children should interact amicably and refrain from speaking ill of one another. Mei Fong, appearing nonchalant, shrugged and advised Xia Yuan to let them laugh. They would have their share of tears when they grow up. Why am I so infuriated? What is 93 equal to? Since you are the captain, this little problem should pose no challenge for you. If you answer correctly, I will return it to you. 93? How infuriating. To pose a problem involving 10-digit addition and subtraction. Give it up, Captain. Mei Fong is a math genius. You cannot compete with him. No. I must solve it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Captain, don't subject yourself to such torment. Less chatter. You have utterly bewildered me. Silence. Just as Du Zihan was racking his brains over some calculations, Teacher Li hurriedly entered, followed by a throng of young men and women wielding cameras and microphones. At that moment, Du Zihan was still deep in thought, while Xia Yuan persistently tugged at Mei Fong's sleeve, urging him to take a seat. Du Zihan, Mei Fong. Why are you not in your places yet? Teacher, Mei Fong is bullying me. Du Zihan lamented, his voice filled with grievance. Mei Fong. How have you been unkind to him? A fellow student interjected. Mei Fong is too wicked. He made Du Zihan solve 2-digit addition problems. Indeed. What a scoundrel. These little ones certainly seem quite amusing. The young lady with the microphone beckoned the cameraman to follow her as she addressed the children. Hello, dear children. We are reporters from Playmate television station, and we would like to invite you to participate in our interview. I will pose a few questions, and I hope the interested children will speak up. Your responses will be broadcast on television. Mom, I want to be on TV. Film me. I'm the handsomest. Upon hearing the prospect of appearing on television, many children in the class burst into excitement, while others, including Lin Yoshi, shrank back, lowering their heads. After being seated by the teacher, Mei Fong and Du Zihan settled down, though Du Zihan continued to glare fiercely at Mei Fong. Just moments ago, Mei Fong made me look foolish. I must ensure I perform exceptionally well later to demonstrate my prowess. Auntie, allow me to go first. I am capable of everything. Du Zihan raised his head high and lifted his hand, yet the female reporter from the television station merely smiled and walked past him, approaching Xia Yuan, who was sitting upright and obediently raising her hand. Auntie, why aren't you asking me? I know everything. Du Zihan continued to tug at the reporter's side, but she evidently regarded him as inconsequential, bending down to present the interview microphone to Xia Yuan. What a delightful little girl. Could you please introduce yourself to the audience at home? Xia Yuan cleared her throat, adjusted her attire, and then smiled at the camera. Hello, everyone. My name is Xia Yuan, and I am a student in Class 2 of the Grain Kindergarten. I am 5 years old, but in a month, I will celebrate my 6th birthday. My hobbies include playing the piano, and my favorite game is playing house. Additionally, I particularly enjoy pretending to be a mother. Although she appeared somewhat reserved and inexperienced, for a child facing the camera for the first time, her composure and fluency were commendable. Hello there, little sister Xia Yuan. The reporter smiled and inquired, as summer approaches and the children of Class 2 are about to graduate from kindergarten and transition into primary school. Do you know what it means to be a primary school student? Wow, little Xia Yuan seems to know quite a bit. It appears you are excited about starting school, aren't you? Why is it only half? Because I am also quite reluctant to part with my good friends from kindergarten. Xia Yuan recounted the names of her dear friends, including Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi. It appears that little Xia Yuan has many companions in kindergarten. The female reporter pondered for a moment, then inquired, among these friends, which one do you favor the most? Is it fair to ask a child to make such a choice at such a tender age? How cruel of this reporter. Mei Fong silently criticized in her heart. Yet her gaze instinctively fell upon Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan glanced around. Her eyes met Mei Fong's for a fleeting moment before swiftly averting, finally settling on Lin Yoshi. I like Lin Yoshi the most. The female reporter followed their gaze to Lin Yoshi, who shyly lowered her head, then turned back to Xia Yuan. Why her? Because I think Lin Yoshi is amazing. She can do many things I am afraid to attempt, and she is also very adorable. Most importantly, Xia Yuan beamed. She must like me the most too. Is that true, Lin Yoshi? The reporter handed the microphone to Lin Yoshi, who, with her head still bowed, was prompted by Mei Fong to lift her gaze. All eyes turned to her, particularly as the camera drew closer, making her feel quite bashful as she continued to avoid eye contact. Just speak your mind. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Hey, mind your surroundings. Is it so difficult to nod or acknowledge with a simple It seems that little Lin Yoshi is quite shy. Could this child assist her sister with translation? Mei Fong nodded, affirming that she too holds a fondness for Xia Yuan. The bond between these two children is indeed profound. One can only hope they continue their friendship through elementary school. The female reporter appeared particularly intrigued by the lovely Xia Yuan. So, among the boys in your class, who do you share the closest relationship with? This time, Xia Yuan exhibited no hesitation, extending her hand to point towards Mei Fong. Indeed, it was Mei Fong. To everyone's surprise, it was the very boy who had just been whispering to Lin Yoshi. The reporter's imagination instantly conjured a vivid scene of childhood rivalry, significantly heightening her interest. Do you like Mei Fong? Without a moment's thought, Xia Yuan replied affirmatively. Andy, ask me a question too. Du Zihan incessantly nudged the reporter from the side. Straining to contain her irritation, the reporter pointed at Du Zihan and asked, and what about this little friend? Do you not like her? I don't like her, came the response. Why not? A nearby girl interjected. I know why. It's because Du Zihan is simply too ugly, with a mouth full of cavities. Du Zihan immediately retorted. I am not ugly. It's Mei Fong who is ugly. He is the bedwetting king. Everyone has seen him wash his bottom. Ah, yes, you are absolutely right. Mei Fong gracefully waved his hand. Your argument stands. I am indeed the bedwetting king. How infuriating. Why am I so angry? Du Zihan was on the verge of a breakdown when Xia Yuan hurriedly seized the microphone from the reporter. Because my mother said that girls must be devoted to their feelings. If you like one boy, you cannot simultaneously harbor affections for another. You can only marry that boy and have a baby with him. In the local dialect of Baimei County, baby is affectionately referred to as Mao Mao. Why would your mother say such things to you? However, an inexplicable sense of resonance stirred within her. Oh, I understand now. You are indeed quite earnest in your affections. Surely you wish to have a Mao Mao with Mei Fong, don't you? At this moment, Xia Yuan appeared a bit bashful. Well, that could be nice. I prefer girls a bit more. It would be better to have a little girl. And what about you, Mei Fong? Would you want to have a Mao Mao with Xia Yuan? Mei Fong maintained a stoic expression, unmoved. Just indulge your sister's curiosity. Would you like some candy? Sister, you wouldn't want the station director to trouble you, would you? You should buy your own QQ star. So mature for your age. By the way, what is a QQ star? After Xia Yuan's interview concluded, she immediately sought out Mei Fong, seemingly dissatisfied with his previous remarks. Mei Fong, don't you want to have a Mao Mao with me? What if I say I do? Then we should make a pinky promise. Xia Yuan extended her pinky, gazing at Mei Fong with hopeful anticipation. Her earnest gesture shifted Mei Fong's playful demeanor. Thus, he refrained from seeking any further recognition. Mei Fong turned and slipped away. How could this be? The innocent affection of a child is merely a reflection of their naive and carefree spirit. While it may be acceptable for children to express such sentiments, Mei Fong, in terms of maturity, had already reached adulthood. He could not, in good conscience, make promises to Xia Yuan akin to those made to a little girl. Such behavior would be shamelessly deceitful, and having received a solid 9 years of compulsory education, he would never stoop to such moral compromises. Of course, it is not to say that he entirely lacks expectations for a romance akin to that of childhood sweethearts. His age during this rebirth was indeed too tender, and the future held countless uncertainties. However, the pursuit of self-improvement and diligent savings was undoubtedly a commendable path. After finishing his meal today, Mei Fong retired to bed early, preoccupied with myriad thoughts, leaving him too weary to watch the World Cup final at night. Shortly after midnight, he was roused from his slumber by his father's excited shouts. Mei Fong, you've won. I've won. The grand prize. The lottery. Where is the ticket you bought? Bring it out quickly. We're going to prosper. A 5-year-old child relies heavily on a sufficient amount of sleep. And upon being shaken awake, Mei Fong, still in a haze, felt a wave of irritation surge through him like volcanic lava. Before he could even rub the sleep from his eyes, his father continued to shake him animatedly. In that moment, Mei Fong, embodying the spirit of a dutiful son, delivered a resounding slap to Mei Lijun. Father, look at your lack of composure. It's merely a lottery win. Why the commotion? In the narrative of the ambitions of Mei Fong, after Mei Fong delivered a sharp slap to his father, his senses were notably revived. Under the urging of his father, Mei Lijun, he retrieved a hidden lottery ticket from his illustrated book. Mei Lijun meticulously verified the betting information on the ticket. Samba, debong, free-range chicken, and corn. Astonishingly, you have indeed predicted the rankings correctly. You are truly the lucky star of our family. Calling you father today is not an exaggeration. Despite receiving a slap from his filial son, Mei Lijun bore no grudge. He embraced him exuberantly, showering him with affectionate kisses, only to be pushed away by the disgruntled Mei Fong. Father, please calm down. You're making a scene as if you've just passed the imperial examination. I cannot endure such pressure. Passed the imperial examination? How on earth did you learn about that in kindergarten? Upon hearing this, Mei Fong immediately adopted a coy tone, feigning ignorance in a manner reminiscent of Kobe. It's that story. Our teacher recounted an ancient tale to us, teaching us not to panic in the face of events, to remain composed and calm, thus avoiding the misfortunes that come with excessive joy. My dear son, please allow your father to keep the lottery ticket. I shall assist you in claiming your prize tomorrow. Overjoyed, Mei Lijun overlooked his son's sudden display of idioms, rubbing his hands in eagerness to take the ticket from Mei Fong. However, Mei Fong clutched the ticket tightly and did not relinquish it. I will certainly give it to you, father, but you must first agree to a few conditions. Very well. What do you wish to say? Is it about buying something? What toy do you desire? Where would you like to go? I shall take you to buy it and to play tomorrow. Not quite that. Mei Fong solemnly stated. I need you to promise me that this matter of winning the prize must remain confidential. If our relatives and friends learn of it, they will likely come to us for loans. You little rascal are surprisingly astute, he continued, but indeed, many who win such prizes end up facing ruin. Rest assured, the amount from this lottery is not significant, and I shall not disclose it to outsiders. Secondly, the item I wish for you to purchase is a household computer. A computer? You are still quite young. What need have you for a household computer? Mei Lijun inquired, perplexed. Teacher Li mentioned that the 21st century is the age of computers, and I am deeply interested in them. I cannot afford to lag behind at the starting line. Mei Fong replied earnestly. Haha, all right, tomorrow I shall take you to buy a computer. Mei Lijun thought little of it, surmising that the child was simply emulating peers who had computers for gaming. Now, be a good boy and hand the lottery ticket to your father. First, let us acquire the computer, and once it is secured, I shall give you the ticket. You rascal, how can you possess no trust in your own father? Do you not need to persuade your mother as well? Upon learning that her son had won a substantial lottery prize, Xiang Xiaoxia's initial reaction was to chastise her husband for leading their son astray. However, despite her frustration, the unexpected windfall brought her great joy. When she heard her son express a desire to purchase a computer for educational purposes, her typically frugal nature was set aside, and she readily acquiesced to his request. After reserving a computer at the electronics market, the family of three visited a lottery shop to confirm the impressive first prize of this round, which amounted to over 140,000, and after taxes, they anticipated receiving just over 500,000. Even in the current year of 2002, such a sum would hardly elevate Mei Fong's family status for him. It was merely a small test of fortune. He could hardly fathom the transformative impact this money would have on his life circumstances. Although he could not directly persuade his parents to use this windfall to purchase a home in distant Pengcheng, perhaps they might consider buying property in Jiangqing. And he thought it prudent to bring it up at an appropriate moment. Upon closing the door behind them, Mei Fong's parents erupted into a frenzy of ecstatic shouting, showering him with kisses until his face resembled that of a painted cat. In truth, Mei Fong had struggled to save even a few thousand in 2022, and one would expect him to be elated by the win. However, his parents' wild exuberance compelled him to suppress his own excitement. This rebirth had barely begun, and he could not afford to let it spiral out of control. Could you please calm down? This is genuinely frightening for me. Mei Fong feigned a look of terror. I feel that over 500,000 isn't that much. Xia Yuan mentioned her family's small villa costs $1 million. You must listen to me and refrain from boasting about this to others. I heard on television that. Understood. We are adults, after all. How could we be immature enough to boast so indiscriminately? Xiao Xia gently pinched her son's cheek and remarked that since they were going to Jiangqing to claim their prize, it would be delightful to spend a few days vacationing there after Mei Fong's graduation. What a splendid idea. It has indeed been quite some time since we last visited Jiangqing. The last time we went was when we were still courting each other. I can hardly believe how many years have swiftly passed us by. Xiao Xia, you have endured quite a lot over the years. Mei Fong felt a sense of discomfort witnessing his parents' affectionate display and suggested that he wanted to try out the computer that had been set up at home. In 2002, in Baimei County, a personal computer was still a rarity. Even affluent households like the Xia family had not considered acquiring one. Mei Fong was, in essence, far ahead of his time. This home computer boasted a 17-inch monitor, an antiquated ball mouse, 256 megabytes of RAM, a 40 gigabytes hard drive, and a GF400MX graphics card with a mere 64 megabytes of video memory. Such specifications were already considered quite advanced for that era. and Mei Lijun had spent 4,000 yuan to procure it. Mei Fong specifically requested that the shop owner install the latest XP operating system instead of 98. As he had little familiarity with the latter, his decision to forego saving money in favor of a computer was driven by his own ambitions, which harkened back to his previous life. In that existence, he held the position of an executive planner at a gaming company. The fundamental roles in the gaming industry comprise programmers, planners, and artists, with planners often bearing the brunt of player criticism. The lead planner is typically akin to a project producer, although Mei Fong holds the title of chief planner. He is essentially regarded as a super utility player within the project team. He is responsible for compiling tables, analyzing data, proposing aesthetic requirements, and designing interfaces, taking on nearly every troublesome task. However, in reality, he possesses no decisive authority over gameplay design, as the producer, who is his superior, dictates the planning. Consequently, he is compelled to engage in tedious monetization strategies that do not align with his interests. This situation became increasingly dire during the severe downturn of the internet in 2022, leading to significant layoffs within the project team, which resulted in an overwhelming concentration of responsibilities on his shoulders. To complete all tasks within the designated timeline, he worked tirelessly, ultimately leading to this rebirth and fortuitous opportunity. Nonetheless, Mei Fong has always harbored a profound passion for the gaming industry. In his previous life, he lacked the chance to create games he truly loved. Now, in this life, he is liberated from the obligation of serving as a mere tool for his employer, allowing him to pursue the development of games that resonate with his desires. Thus, unlike many other reincarnators, he is not overly concerned with whether he can create a blockbuster game or amass wealth through his gaming career. After all, having been reborn early, he finds himself with numerous opportunities at his disposal. He can easily ride the wave of Bitcoin, and with several rounds remaining in the World Cup, he may not recall the standings, but he is certainly aware of the champion. Additionally, stocks in companies like Matai and Nungda are eagerly awaiting investment. In summary, acquiring a personal computer as early as possible is advantageous. With the internet as a cover, he will find it far more convenient to undertake various endeavors. After all, in the realm of reality, what persuasive power can a 5-year-old child truly wield? 011 Graduation Teacher, you are truly wonderful. You have nurtured us with care. You taught me to draw and play games. You taught me to sing and dance. Today, we graduate. Tomorrow, we shall attend school. When I don the red scarf, I will report to my teacher. Goodbye, dear teacher. Goodbye, dear teacher. Mei Fong, clad in her kindergarten uniform, held hands with Xia Yuan, swaying her head in unison with the children of Class 2 as they melodiously sang Goodbye Teacher. This lively tune, a customary song for graduation ceremonies, expressed their heartfelt emotions through its simple yet poignant lyrics. The kindergarten teachers seated in the audience could not help but wipe away tears, touched by the atmosphere. The sentiment in the air also affected some of the little ones in the class. Once the graduation ceremony concluded, the girls unveiled their meticulously prepared gifts. Reluctant to part ways, Xia Yuan had filled her backpack with presents to share with her friends, including a special gift for Mei Fong. It was a small orange tiger, sewn from fabric and filled with a sand-like material. The design on the bag was evidently hand-drawn, reflecting the care taken in its creation. Mei Fong, congratulations on your graduation. Yes, and congratulations to you too. Mei Fong gently patted Xia Yuan's head, to which Xia Yuan pouted in mild annoyance. Why do you always treat me like a child? Even though we are all graduating from kindergarten? That's not true. You are overthinking it. With a smile, Mei Fong gently patted Xia Yuan's head, while Xia Yuan, appearing rather aggrieved, attempted to evade her touch. Suddenly, a forceful blow struck the back of Mei Fong's head from behind. The impact was neither light nor heavy, yet it caused Mei Fong to grimace in pain, undoubtedly the handiwork of Lin Yoshi. Since the passing of her mother, Lin Yoshi had mostly been cared for by her father alone, often left home alone due to the demanding nature of his work at the construction site. Seeing her plight, Xiang Xiaxia had entrusted Mei Lijun to assist in escorting Lin Yoshi. As it happened, Lin Yoshi's home was not far from Mei Fong's, merely a few streets away, less than 500 meters. Frequent visits to Mei Fong's residence gradually dissolved any barriers between them, allowing their friendship to flourish. Now, Lin Yoshi stood with her hands on her hips, an expression of indignation on her face as she reprimanded Mei Fong. You mustn't bully Xia Yuan, or else I'll turn the tables on you. Indeed, Lin Yoshi is the best to me, Xia Yuan exclaimed, tugging at Lin Yoshi's hand and leaning in for a warm embrace. Can you come over to my house this afternoon? I mentioned it to you last time. Lin Yoshi instantly feigned a look of realization, glancing at her father, who was engaged in a lively conversation with Mei Lijun in the distance. I'll go ask Dad. That would be splendid, Mei Fong thought to herself, knowing full well that today would likely see her being pestered by Lin Yoshi once again. Whenever Lin Yoshi visited, her favorite pastime was to watch Mei Fong tinkering with the computer while she mischievously caused a ruckus beside her. For instance, when Mei Fong perused various coding resources, she would secretly tap the keyboard and maneuver the mouse beside her, which would exasperate Mei Fong, eliciting uncontrollable laughter from her. Why don't you join us, Mei Fong? I shall not go. What need do you girls have for me at your gathering? Mei Fong pondered, knowing they were likely to play house again. A game she had long grown weary of. It is not merely a gathering for girls, but a celebration among good friends. Xia Yuan shyly twirled her fingers and added, Today is my birthday, and I hope you will come to celebrate with me. Ah, a birthday? Why did you not mention it sooner? Mei Fong retorted, I had thought. Given your personality, you would have made grand proclamations days in advance to inform all the children in class to attend your birthday party. Xia Yuan hesitated, then pouted. Actually, I had only intended to invite Lin Yoshi. How could you exclude me? That's rather inconsiderate. Well, that is because, Xia Yuan murmured her thoughts aloud. You mentioned last time that you did not wish to be at odds with me, and you have yet to apologize for that incident. I had considered not being friends with you from now on. Humph. Ah, you hold grudges, do you? Indeed. Xia Yuan nodded, then continued. But eventually, I came to realize that good friends need not always be in conflict to maintain their bond. After all, Lin Yoshi and I also do not argue. Yet we can remain lifelong friends. Ah, it is good that you have come to terms with it. There is no need to be so fixated on trivial matters. Since it is your birthday, I shall make an appearance. However, I must confess that I have not prepared a gift, and it would feel rather awkward to arrive empty-handed. No matter, your presence alone is the most precious gift of all. Xia Yuan's father is quite busy with work, and Mei Fong does not often see him. She has only heard that he runs a restaurant business, which makes him a moderately successful figure in the county. He embodies the typical image of a prosperous individual. Always dressed in a suit, yet he is gentle in demeanor and lacks the haughtiness often associated with adults. Xia Yuan's father never shirks from fulfilling her requests. Yuan. Why not invite more friends over for your birthday celebration? Don't you have many friends at kindergarten? Well, if I do that, it would be quite overwhelming. Xia Yuan's expression reveals her dilemma. Almost all the girls in her class are her friends, yet inviting only the girls seems inconsiderate. She worries about inadvertently excluding someone. And having too many guests would place an undue burden on her mother to prepare food. Thus, she decides to invite only her closest friends. It is intriguing to see a child like Xia Yuan troubled by social dynamics, especially in stark contrast to Lin Yoshi, who is visiting Xia Yuan's home for the first time and riding in Xia Yuan's father's car. She sits in the middle of the back seat, appearing quite anxious. Young lady, your name is Lin Yoshi, correct? Yuan often speaks of you. Ah, you are Yuan's dearest friend, even after graduating from kindergarten. We can still play together. Please come to my house often. Lin Yoshi gently nodded, her restless hands finding their way to Mei Fong's waist. Instinctively squeezing due to her nervousness, Mei Fong winced in pain, nearly crying out, and then redirected her frustration towards Uncle Xia, who was driving. Uncle Xia, please pay attention to the road. A traffic police uncle once told me, there are countless roads, but safety is paramount. If driving is careless, tears will flow for loved ones. I am quite adept at driving, so you need not worry. Dad, Mei Fong interjected. What she said is absolutely correct. Our teacher often reminds us that driving requires focused attention, otherwise, we may violate traffic regulations and get caught by the traffic police. I certainly don't want my father to be apprehended. There are many bad people inside. All right. Uncle Xia seemed to want to retort but refrained, maintaining a polite yet awkward smile throughout. A few days after the graduation ceremony, Mei Fong accompanied her parents on a trip to Jiangcheng. Despite her reluctance, they indulged in a week of exploration after receiving their prize money, braving the scorching sun to visit various crowded attractions, including the Maya Water Park, which Mei Fong had long yearned to experience. Her parents had wed at a young age, now in their late 20s. Not far from Mei Fong's age at the time of her unexpected demise. In contrast, at her own late 20s, all she knew was work, tirelessly toiling for years without accumulating anything substantial. Mei Fong diligently outshines his father in the realm of work, while Mei Lijun consistently arrives late and leaves early. Yet no one seems to criticize him. His father often urges him over the phone to find a partner soon, to which he retorts, by your age. I already had children aged 5 or 6. This statement truly reflects the undeniable truth of their generational differences. Contemplating the vast changes across eras is indeed astonishing. Each generation carries its own unique mission. In a previous life, he merely played the role of a supporting planner. However, in this lifetime, he possesses ample time to delve into programming and art. He aspires to cultivate himself into a versatile and accomplished independent game developer. Presently, the internet lacks comprehensive resources and tutorials related to Unity. However, the foundational C language required for U3D development is gradually taking shape. For those wishing to create with U3D, mastering C is essential. Moreover, during the era when smartphones had yet to flourish, Java remained the predominant programming language in the world and is unlikely to be easily supplanted in the future. Consequently, Mei Fong cannot afford to forego his studies in Java. The availability of structured learning materials for these two programming languages online remains rather limited, necessitating visits to bookstores to seek out additional resources. Faced with the dense and daunting text on the screen, Mei Fong, having only grasped some basic tutorials, begins to feel drowsy. Surely, this lethargy can be attributed to his youthful age. After all, his brain has not yet fully matured, and such academic pressure is not something a child should endure. Determined to lighten his mood, he opts for a different approach and launches the online game he has installed. At this moment, Mei Fong was momentarily immersed in the pure enjoyment of an old-school online game. Unexpectedly, the door to his study swung open, and Lin Yoshi's sudden appearance startled him, prompting him to instinctively shut down the monitor. "What are you doing?" Acting so mysteriously, Lin Yoshi inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. "It's nothing," Mei Fong replied with a frown. "Why did you just come in?" "I came to play with you, coincidentally." "Your mother is about to head out." Lin Yoshi pulled over a chair and sat beside him. "Why did you turn off the computer?" "Turn it back on. I want to see you study." "What should I turn on?" "If I do, you'll just mess around here and there." "Isn't it fun?" Lin Yoshi pouted. "You and Xia Yuan have been away these days. I've been home alone watching cartoons, and I'm utterly bored." "All right, I'll turn on the computer for you. But you mustn't tell my parents what I'm doing." I won't say a word." Lin Yoshi swung her legs, eagerly awaiting Mei Fong to restart the computer and display the game interface of Legend. "What is this? It looks like the Bull Demon King. This is a monster. I'm controlling this character to fight the monsters. Look here, click this, and this. It looks so entertaining." Lin Yoshi was instantly captivated by the visuals of Legend. Logically, one would expect a little girl to be more captivated by dress-up games. Yet, Lin Yoshi, who previously only played house with Xia Yuan, displayed not a trace of fear towards the monsters in the legendary game. Instead, she was filled with an unusual excitement and inquired about the meanings of the buttons on the interface. Although Mei Fong had grown somewhat weary of this game, she could not resist Lin Yoshi's earnest pleas and began to elucidate the game's functions and controls one by one. "I can do it now. May I give it a try?" "Sure, go ahead." Was childhood gaming truly as delightful as it seemed? Even in an era dominated by pay-to-win games with superficial skins, the richness of gameplay often surpassed those simpler games. Yet, in youth, even when engaged in a solitary game, one would have companions sitting nearby, helping to solve puzzles, embarking on adventures together, and sharing in the narrative. However, if she continued to lead Lin Yoshi astray, would she inadvertently rob her of the chance to excel academically? Mei Fong was unwilling to cause such harm. "Just a little longer. We are merely children and should not become overly engrossed in such games." "Okay, I understand. Just one more minute." Little Lin Yoshi's gaze was fixed on the screen. "Here it comes." A common phrase among gaming enthusiasts, "Just one more round and then I'll stop." In reality, they had played 3 or 4 rounds without any intention of leaving. It was essential for me to draw upon my extensive experiences from a past life to guide her properly. "Well, I'll show you how it's done." Impressive. It could only be said that such remarkable self-control at a young age foretold her future as a top student. "I am now preparing to delve into the realm of computer languages. Would you mind watching television? Would that not render my experience at home rather similar?" Lin Yoshi, perched on her chair, clung to Mei Fong's shoulders, swaying back and forth, inviting her to join in the merriment. Engaging in play is permissible, but what shall we? Just the two of us, partake in? I have no inclination towards playing house anymore. Recently, I have devised a new game. Follow me. Lin Yoshi tugged Mei Fong into the living room, where they discovered 2 equally sized cups and a jug brimming with water. "What is this for?" "A drinking contest." Lin Yoshi beamed. "Let us compete in drinking water to see who can consume the most." "Where did you acquire this notion of being a hydration assistant?" Mei Fong frowned. "From whom did you learn this?" Lin Yoshi, seated and rocking her chair, exclaimed, I often see adults on television engaging in games of drinking and dice, and I find it immensely entertaining. You want to learn something more substantial and watch less television. How shall we determine the victor? Well, whoever fills 10 cups first shall be deemed the winner. Then let us commence. 3, 2, 1, begin. Lin Yoshi swiftly filled her cup from the jug and downed the contents in one go. Observing Mei Fong's sluggish movements, she hurriedly poured another cup and gulped it down. Drink slowly, do not choke. Mei Fong, akin to a caregiver, indulged Lin Yoshi's playful antics while also harboring concerns that she might overexert herself in her revelry. With a laugh, Lin Yoshi declared, "You are about to lose, Mei Fong." She wiped the corner of her mouth, having already consumed 7 cups of water, while Mei Fong had only just finished his third. Haha, you are destined to lose this contest, dear Mei Fong. Observing Lin Yoshi's audacious demeanor, Mei Fong's competitive spirit was ignited. Initially reluctant to exert his full effort, he thought, "You have compelled me to do so." Grasping the water jug, he filled his cup and gulped it down eagerly, not even pausing to wipe his mouth before pouring another full cup and drinking it in quick succession. Seeing this, Lin Yoshi began to feel anxious. By the time she reached her 8th cup, her face flushed, and she appeared to be struggling. Mei Fong cast a glance at her, silently mocking her. Engaging in a drinking contest without a prior visit to the restroom? I wonder what you were thinking, he mused. If you can't hold it, you should hurry, but I shall emerge victorious. Mei Fong had now caught up, reaching his 6th cup. No, I cannot allow myself to be defeated by Mei Fong, Lin Yoshi thought, seizing his cup just as he prepared to drink his 7th. She downed her 9th cup in a swift gulp, and with that momentum, she finished her last cup in one go, water spilling down her chin and soaking her clothes. I have won. Such determination. Mei Fong began to respond. But Lin Yoshi abruptly pushed him aside and dashed to the restroom, clutching her pants. That was close. I nearly joined you in the ranks of the pants-wetting kings. Upon returning from the restroom, Lin Yoshi, with a self-satisfied expression and hands still drying, proudly declared, "However, Mei Fong, you are now my defeated opponent. Next time, I am to challenge Xia Yuan and become the ultimate water-drinking champion. Could you perhaps find a more conventional game to play? I would be truly grateful." Mei Fong's summer vacation had taken on a vibrant and bustling essence due to Lin Yoshi's frequent visits. Together, they explored numerous games on the computer, and Mei Fong could perceive the boundless potential emanating from Lin Yoshi's petite frame. Her adaptability to gaming was remarkable, mastering new challenges in no time. Without Mei Fong's guidance, her past self would have likely missed such opportunities for exposure. As they nurtured this budding interest, Mei Fong found herself contemplating the idea of transforming Lin Yoshi into her own game development prodigy. In her previous life, she had dabbled in coding, for she had no desire to remain merely a tool for a boss, yet her innate talent was limited, leading her to abandon the pursuit after a while. Perhaps, once Lin Yoshi fell in love with gaming, she might also cultivate an interest in programming. Her strong learning capabilities, coupled with their mutual understanding, would likely mitigate any conflicts that arose during the development process. Of course, this aspiration was still a distant dream, akin to a grand plan spanning 2 decades. For now, Mei Fong could only express her intention to guide and nurture Lin Yoshi, with the ultimate outcome resting in the hands of fate. "Xia Yuan, you've gotten quite tanned." Lin Yoshi spoke in a rather straightforward manner. She gently touched Xia Yuan's somewhat sun-kissed shoulders and curiously remarked, "You now resemble those wild men from the animal kingdom." Originally possessing fair skin, Xia Yuan had acquired a slightly tanned complexion from the sun. During summer, she relished wearing off-shoulder dresses, consequently resulting in conspicuous tanning lines that evoked an inexplicable sense of discomfort when observed. "Calm down, Mei Fong. You can do this." Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan remained oblivious to Mei Fong, who was slapping her own face in the background. After chatting for a while, Xia Yuan pulled out her prized possession from her backpack. "Wow, it's a frog." Within Xia Yuan's glass jar resided a small green frog, encapsulated in a manner that showcased a striking contrast to the typical interest of girls their age. Both girls appeared to have an affinity for such creatures, while it was Mei Fong who was startled, exclaiming, "Aren't you afraid of it?" Xia Yuan responded with disdain, "Mei Fong, you have such a timid disposition. No wonder you wet the bed." Lin Yoshi chimed in with a teasing remark, "You two girls." Mei Fong was well aware that they were merely concocting excuses to monopolize the computer. Xia Yuan placed the frog jar on the table of the park pavilion and leaned in to observe. "If the lid is sealed, won't the little frog suffocate?" "Not at all. Look, my grandmother made a hole in the lid for ventilation." "I see. Frogs are so fascinating and fun. Look at its cheeks. They're so puffed up. What does it eat?" I remember that it seems to eat insects. Indeed, frogs and flies alike are consumed. Keeping a frog nearby would spare one from the torment of itchy bites. Summer Yuan sighed softly, adding, however, that her mother had informed her that frogs are a protected species, and thus it would be necessary to release it by tomorrow. In truth, Summer Yuan's mother did not possess such noble sentiments. Like Mei Fong, she merely harbored a disdain for frogs. Can't we enjoy the company of the little frog for a few more days? It is undeniably so delightful. Lin Yoshi pondered, suggesting that if keeping it at home were not feasible, it could reside at Mei Fong's. Why do you assume my home would be suitable? Mei Fong playfully tapped Lin Yoshi's head, questioning why, if she fancied frogs so much, she didn't keep one herself. My father once mentioned that he had eaten frog meat and claimed it to be quite delectable. I fear he might stew the little frog upon seeing it. Then your father would be in peril. Summer Yuan's expression turned incredulous. My mother said that frogs are second-class protected species, and anyone caught consuming them would face imprisonment. Upon hearing this, Lin Yoshi grew anxious, clutching Summer Yuan's hand with a pleading demeanor, imploring, "Can we keep this from the authorities? My father no longer eats such things. And I have already lost my mother. I cannot bear the thought of losing my father as well, for then I would be left an orphan." Truly, the innocence of youth. Do they so casually share their misfortunes? Upon reflection, Xia Yuan seemed to have been aware from the very beginning that Lin Yoshi's mother was no longer present. Perhaps this is the reason for her fervent enthusiasm in playing the role of Lin Yoshi's mother during their games. Since there are no more frogs to consume, I believe the police officer is not so strict. Xia Yuan, with a hint of guilt, touched her ear and glanced elsewhere. Mei Fong observed these two theatrical little ones with an air of calm, as they deftly delineated their own moral standards. The girls then directed their gaze towards her. So, Mei Fong, you can keep a frog, right? After all, we are such good friends. Xia Yuan began to morally coerce Mei Fong with a touch of playful charm. What do I need a frog for? I'm not that idle. You can play with the frog alone at home, indulging in whatever manner you wish. I truly envy you. Lin Yoshi whispered to Mei Fong. You may as well give up. Whether through charm or provocation, it will be futile. I am simply not fond of frogs. Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan exchanged glances. And after conferring, they reached a unanimous conclusion. They must ensure Mei Fong comprehends the joy of frogs. Can we bring out the frog? If Mei Fong personally touches it, he will surely come to like frogs. Certainly, I have handled it before. However, frogs are quite shy and slippery, so one must be cautious when holding them. Hey. As she watched the girls carefully twist open the bottle cap, Mei Fong suddenly felt an ominous premonition. As Xia Yuan placed the frog into Lin Yoshi's palm, the creature suddenly leapt into the air. Accompanied by their startled exclamations, the frog emitted a series of ribbits, soaring 3 feet high towards Mei Fong's face. Having had little experience with frogs, the city dweller Mei Fong let out a frantic scream. The frog perched briefly on Mei Fong's face before hopping down onto her shoulder. In a flurry, Mei Fong reached out to catch the frog, only for it to slip into her clothing through the collar. Mei Fong, remain calm. Don't panic. Stay still. I'll assist you. Ha 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 ha. It seemed as though the frog had plunged into a pond. Woo-woo, little frog. Lin Yoshi lamented. Isn't anyone concerned about me? Who would care about you, you big silly pig? Lin Yoshi continued to tap Mei Fong's head incessantly. You've lost the frog that Xia Yuan's grandmother worked so hard to catch. You can't keep indulging Mei Fong. Lin Yoshi expressed her discontent with her hands on her hips. You always let him off the hook. Look how arrogant he has become now. But we're having so much fun. Well, I suppose that's true. Both Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi erupted into joyful laughter. 014 enrollment plan. Isn't it just a backpack? Mei Fong wore an expression of indifference. Hey, son, what is with that expression? Be a bit more excited. Melly June, with a face full of grievance, emphasized that this is the most popular and latest Digga Ultraman backpack, the dream bag of countless elementary school students. Carrying this backpack to school would undoubtedly make one the most stylish student in class. So, Dad, do you believe you can transform into light? Huh? What does it mean to become light? Do you want that divine light stick? Look, you don't even watch Digga, yet you pretend to understand me so well. What? I've already watched 30 episodes of Digga. How would I know what you mean by becoming light? Mafong thought to himself, oh no. It turns out Digga hasn't even aired its finale on television yet. But isn't this an older show? Logically, it should have concluded long ago. In order to avoid excessive suspicion, Mafong did not present any particularly unique interests. He merely mirrored what the current children liked, and to be fair, he did enjoy those things back in the day. Four-wheel fighters, dragon warriors, super magic hero legends. And Digimon were all animated series that could proudly grace the primetime slots of various local TV stations in 2002. Mafong felt fortunate to have such a rich childhood. And revisiting these shows now certainly evokes a different sentiment. Notably, May County's local TV station even dared to air more adult-oriented shows like Meow Eye Sisters and incredible competitions for children of Mafong's age. Grasping the themes and actions within those plots was indeed a bit premature. Indeed, often children merely seek amusement. Mei Fong was just contemplating the absence of Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi when a phone call from Xia Yuan interrupted his thoughts. Hello, is this the Mei Fong residence? Greetings. You must be Xia Yuan, correct? Hello, Uncle Mei. May I inquire if Mei Fong is at home? Yes, he is. Would you like to come over and play? If it's convenient, I would love to. I shall send Mei Fong down to greet you. No need. I can make my way there myself. Thank you, Uncle Mei. Mei Lijun hung up the phone and turned to the slumped Mei Fong, who was engrossed in the television. You, my boy, have truly transformed since that incident with bedwetting. Today it's Xia Yuan, tomorrow it's Lin Yoshi. Why do these two girls enjoy your company so much? With whom do you prefer to play? How would I know? Mei Fong paid little heed to Mei Lijun, engrossed in peeling an orange. I shall step out to see if there are any games to play. While I'm away, do refrain from letting Xia Yuan engage with the computer. We wouldn't want her to be led astray. All right. Barely had Mei Lijun departed when Xia Yuan exuberantly peeked through the open door. Hello, Uncle Mei. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Xia Yuan glanced around. Oh, where is Uncle Mei? He has gone to play cards. Xia Yuan's face was tinged with disappointment as she gently shook the wine bottle in her hand before setting it down on the coffee table. My father had asked me to bring a bottle of red wine, intending for me to present it to Uncle Mei in person. What did he ask you to bring wine for? The 2002 May County red wine is a rare commodity, although its taste may not be exceptional. It holds a certain prestige. Xia Yuan's father is in the restaurant business and has quite a collection of such wines at home. My father remarked that since I often visit their home and enjoy their hospitality, it is only polite for me to bring something in return. Xia Yuan shyly scratched her head, yet I must admit that Aunt Mei's cooking is indeed far superior to my mother's. To be frank, my mother's culinary skills are quite commendable. By the way, you mustn't tell my mother about this. I wouldn't want to hurt her feelings. I understand. Though we are still children, we have reached an age where we comprehend much. Oh, is that the Sakura Cardcaptor backpack? It even came with a sealing key. Come over and take a look instead of just sitting there. Mei Fong feigned a pained expression, exclaiming, I am currently bound by the sofa's enchantment and cannot rise to see it. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan immediately perked up. She approached Mei Fong, who was slumped on the sofa, tightly clutching the key. With her eyes closed, she began to chant incantations and strike poses, O key imbued with dark powers. Reveal your true strength before me. I, the one bound by fate to you, command you, release the seal. Xia Yuan opened her eyes only to find Mei Fong still languishing there, and she huffed in annoyance, You are such a foolish pig, utterly uncooperative. Don't be upset. Here, have an orange. Mei Fong peeled a small segment of the orange and offered it to Xia Yuan's lips. She did not resist, opening her mouth slightly to consume it. So sweet. Is it delicious? Xia Yuan nodded and settled onto the sofa beside Mei Fong, who finally sat up and resumed peeling the orange, occasionally feeding her more. By the way, Mei Fong, I wish to discuss something with you. What is it? I was thinking, since we both attend experimental primary school, perhaps you and Lin Yoshi could talk to your parents about joining the educational technology class together? What is the educational technology class? I'm not quite sure. Mei Fong feigned ignorance, prompting Xia Yuan to explain. The educational technology class is a specialized teaching model that the primary school has implemented in recent years, with classrooms located in the comprehensive building. The class sizes are smaller, utilizing multimedia classrooms equipped with air conditioning. In essence, it is a privileged class that exploits the loopholes of the 9-year compulsory education system. After all, the annual tuition fee increases by an additional 5,000 yuan, a considerable expense. When Mei Fong was in elementary school, his class had a maximum of 91 students, a number he is certain he will never forget, as he vividly recalls the struggle of retrieving his textbook while seated in the last row. Thus, attending the educational technology class would undoubtedly enhance his elementary school experience. However, Mei Fong has no intention of enrolling in such a class. He distinctly remembers a tragic incident that befell the educational technology class of his year when he was in the 4th grade. The class's homeroom teacher facing overwhelming debt due to her husband's failed investments, ultimately succumbed to despair and chose to end her life, along with their daughter. It was the most heart-wrenching topic of that time. Perhaps it is best to avoid such a situation. Mei Fong shook his head, expressing his belief that the affluent students in such a class would look down upon families like his and Lin Yoshi's. It's not as exaggerated as you say. People aren't so inclined to compare themselves, he remarked. Primarily, if we join the educational technology class, we would definitely be in the same class together. There are 6 regular classes in elementary school, while only 1 educational technology class exists. Choosing the educational technology class would indeed ensure that he could spend his elementary school years alongside Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi. Since you were so eager for us to join the educational technology class with you, is there perhaps another reason? Xia Yuan nodded, adding, in that case, let me share a secret with you. Actually, my mother is the homeroom teacher for this year's educational technology class at the experimental primary school. Originally, Mei Fong appeared carefree and relaxed, but suddenly felt a heavy weight descend upon her heart the moment she encountered Xia Yuan's mother. A faint flicker of recognition stirred memories of her childhood and impressions of her elementary school teacher. At last, everything coalesced into a single understanding. During a family meeting at the Mei Fong household, the ostensibly authoritative figure, Mei Li Jun, attentively listened to Mei Fong's aspirations. Do you wish to attend the multimedia education class? Mei Fong nodded. The class offered ample opportunities for engagement with computers, and she yearned to acquire more knowledge in computing to repay her parents' nurturing in the future. Don't give me that nonsense. You're always spouting off about learning from television. Mei Li Jun remarked, stroking his chin. You wish to remain in the same class as Xia Yuan, do you not? Her mother, Teacher Yu, is the head of that class, and she mentioned it to us not long ago. That is indeed part of the reason. I only learned of it through Xia Yuan. Otherwise, how could I have known? True enough, but I worry you might not focus on your studies, Mei Li Jun replied. Turning to the genuine head of the household, Xiang Xiaoxia. Darling, I don't have strong objections. It's up to you. If it's truly for the sake of acquiring knowledge, I have no qualms about you wanting to join the multimedia class. Xiang Xiaoxia observed her son engrossed in computer studies, noting that the textbooks he purchased were authentic programming materials for children. She observed that Mei Fong, despite encountering unfamiliar characters, diligently annotated the pinyin, displaying a genuine interest in this area. In contrast, other children, like Xia Yuan, engaged in various art, music, and taekwondo classes during their childhood. However, Mei Fong's family led an ordinary life prior to winning the lottery, where the focus was primarily on basic needs, and little thought was given to nurturing the child's talents. Thus, witnessing Mei Fong's fervor for computer knowledge and his eagerness to learn evoked a sense of guilt within her. Nonetheless, she harbored concerns about Mei Fong's close association with Xia Yuan from next door, questioning whether it might not be entirely appropriate. This was her sole apprehension regarding the situation. She quietly expressed to Mei Li Jun that although the children were still young, there could be potential implications if certain inclinations were to develop. My dear, he replied, though I often remark that Mei Fong is quite thoughtful. They are merely children forming friendships. It is unlikely to lead to anything serious. Moreover, fostering a good relationship with that family and maintaining a rapport with the homeroom teacher would ensure that Mei Fong receives extra care at school. While Mei Li Jun outwardly appeared as a steadfast supporter of Xiang Xiaxia, he had, in truth, succumbed to the allure of the red wine displayed on the cabinet, becoming a fervent advocate for Xia Yuan. Under his persuasion, Xiang Xiaxia gradually softened her stance. In that case, it does make sense, she conceded. The 6-year journey through elementary school would mean that being well acquainted with the homeroom teacher would grant them insight into their son's school life. A good rapport with Xia Yuan might even allow him to complete homework directly at the teacher's home, thus saving their parents time on education. Let us settle on this. However, you must ensure that your academic performance does not falter and that you maintain a position within the top ranks of your class. Make a promise to your parents, otherwise, not only will you be transferred to a regular class, but your computer will also be confiscated. It is unacceptable for you to settle for anything less than the top position in every midterm and final exam. Upon hearing this, Mei Li Jun and Xiang Xiaoxia were momentarily taken aback. Where did their son derive such confidence? They thought his expectations of himself were excessively stringent. They would not impose such pressure, and being within the top 10 in every exam would suffice. Very well then. Mei Fong raised his head to inquire of his parents, may I now share this news with Xia Yuan and Xia? And inform Teacher Yu as well? Since the decision has been made, you may share it. Xiang Xiaoxia and Mei Li Jun began discussing matters once more. After Mei Ba spoke, he turned to Mei Fong and said, Your mother and I have some matters to attend to at the hospital. You may go and play with Xia Yuan. All right. Speaking of which, why have Mom and Dad been visiting the hospital so frequently lately? In his previous life, Mei Fang's parents had always been in good health, so it was unlikely that anything sudden had occurred here. Thus, he did not dwell on it much. He called Xia Yuan to come out and share this delightful news with her. Your family has already agreed? That's wonderful, Xia Yuan exclaimed, grabbing Mei Fang's hand and jumping with joy. That means we can continue to be classmates. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Are your parents home? My mother is at school and my father is at work. Mei Fang pondered for a moment and inquired if Uncle Xia had exhibited any peculiarities lately. Peculiarities? None at all? Xia Yuan displayed a perplexed expression, asking, Why are you asking about my father? Oh, it's nothing, Mei Fang replied, contemplating. As long as you don't find anything strange, that's good. If one were to mention anything, he has deceived me 3 times in succession. Each time promising to take me to the amusement park, only to ultimately claim he was too busy with work to find the time. Xia Yuan murmured. I am increasingly disenchanted with my father. This is indeed true. He is a great deceiver, a master of lies. Upon learning that Xia Yuan was the central figure in that tragic event, Mei Fang became increasingly concerned about the circumstances surrounding Xia Yuan's parents. Had that tragedy not occurred, she might have blossomed into an exceptional academic prodigy akin to Lin Yoshi in her past life, or perhaps become the celebrated belle of a certain class, passing through the corridors where Mei Fang lingered, or even become Mei Fang's high school classmate, leaving an indelible mark of youthful brilliance in Mei Fang's previous years. However, she lost all prospects for her future during her elementary school years, as well as every possibility that lay ahead. This time, Mei Fang would not allow such a fate to befall her. Yet, it is perhaps premature to speak of this now, since matters on your end are resolved. We shall inquire about the situation once Lin Yoshi arrives. As a single-parent family, Lin Yoshi's circumstances were already challenging, with her father working on construction sites for extended periods. This expense was not insignificant. Ultimately, the outcome was as Mei Fang had anticipated. Upon Lin Yoshi's arrival, she brought with her unwelcome news. You all are in elementary school together, but I suppose I won't be able to play with you anymore. Lin Yoshi's voice dwindled to a whisper, tinged with a hint of tears. Please don't say such things. After a brief moment of sorrow, Xia Yuan took Lin Yoshi's hand once more. It's all right, Lin Yoshi. Even if we are not in the same class, we will remain good friends. Will you still wish to be my friends? Of course. Our homes are so close. You are always welcome to come and play at our place. And what about Mei Fang? Lin Yoshi looked at Mei Fang with hopeful eyes. Will you still want to play with me? Seeing her pitiable expression made it difficult to reconcile with the image of the aloof academic prodigy she would become years later. Initially, Mei Fang had indeed sought to cultivate her relationship with Xia Yuan for ulterior motives, but her bond with Lin Yoshi blossomed purely by chance during a rainy encounter. Undoubtedly, she had become Lin Yoshi's childhood companion, although she often played the role of Xia Yuan's shadow in their trio. She was eager to reveal her lively and cheerful side when with Mei Fang, as they shared a mutual language of games. The bond between the two individuals has undoubtedly grown quite strong, or perhaps it could be described as a small trio. However, if they could maintain a bit more cleanliness and hygiene, I might find myself even more fond of them. Mei Fang is correct. It is time to behave more like a primary school student and refrain from being so mischievous at school. At this moment, Lin Yoshi stands between Mei Fang and Xia Yuan, appearing quite diminutive, and in the face of their combined admonitions, can only obediently nod in agreement. By the way, I heard that Mei Fang's family has purchased a computer. You must not become overly engrossed in games. Mother has warned that video games can be quite perilous, and once one becomes addicted, it is nearly impossible to stop. Regarding this, Lin Yoshi tugged at Mei Fang's sleeve, smiling as she assured Xia Yuan. Not at all. We haven't played. That's good to hear. Lin Yoshi seems reluctant to upset Xia Yuan, making an effort to please her dear friend. Yet this also leads to a secret between him and Lin Yoshi that cannot be shared with Xia Yuan. Mei Fang, there is something your father and I wish to tell you. Mei Fang obediently sat down, unprepared for the revelation from her parents. The matter is this. You are about to become a big brother. Beneath the banyan tree by the pond, the cicadas incessantly sing of summer. This childhood melody, once widely sung across the land, has been gradually supplanted by a new song, coinciding with the popularity of a children's television series. 3 fleeting years have passed, and they have transitioned into 4th grade students. As the summer of 2005 melded into autumn, the Mandarin music scene was dominated by the chart-topping hits of Alan and the title of king began to resonate with many. Now 10 years old, Mei Fong officially stepped into the 4th grade. At a crossroads where choices had never been made in a past life, he persuaded his parents to allow him to enroll in a digital education class taught by Miss Yu, the mother of his classmate Xia Yuan. During elementary school, Xia Yuan remained a beloved figure among her peers. Not merely due to her identity as the daughter of Ms. Yu, but also owing to her angelic disposition and charming appearance that made her the center of attention. Certainly, in her academic pursuits, she has not disappointed her mother's expectations. As the class representative for Chinese studies, she consistently ranks at the top of her class, though she struggles somewhat with mathematics. During this period, Teacher Yu implemented a peer tutoring program, and Xia Yuan partnered with a student who excelled in math, achieving their mutual goal of assistance. As the morning reading session commenced, it was time to awaken from slumber and begin recitation. Xia Yuan nudged Mei Fong, who was dozing off with his head resting on the desk and only ceased when he stirred. Time seemed to pass too swiftly. Mei Fong yawned languidly and reluctantly retrieved his textbook. Despite 3 years having elapsed since his rebirth, he had yet to acclimate to the early rising routine of 6 or 7 o'clock. "Did you stay up late playing video games at home again?" Xia Yuan queried, observing Mei Fong as he absent-mindedly propped his chin on his hand, seemingly in a daze, which irked her somewhat. "You know, even if your grades are stellar, you cannot afford to be so complacent. Learning is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one inevitably regresses. Look, you scored only 99 in your last math exam, a significant drop from your usual perfect scores. Is it enough if I just master today's recitation? So you'll leave me be?" Mei Fong flipped through his Chinese textbook, noting that he seemingly needed to memorize only 2 poems for the day. During the morning reading session, elementary students were tasked with reciting poetry and prose. Those who completed their recitations first were granted the privilege of checking the recitations of their peers. Do not be deceived by the simplicity of these 2 poems. Committing them to memory is quite a challenge. As the class representative, Xia Yuan diligently recited the verses with her mother last night. "I struggled for an entire hour before managing to memorize them. What could be so difficult? Allow me to recite it for you now." Mei Fong closed the textbook, pondered for a moment, and began. A fading sun spreads across the water, half the river shimmering green, half aglow with red. Alas, on the 3rd night of September, dew like pearls, the moon resembles a bow. The evening river ode is no problem. Now on to the next. Su Shi's inscription on the west forest wall. Xia Yuan, concerned that Mei Fong might have glanced at the text, pressed down on the book. "I said, you cannot look at the book now. Otherwise, you must recite it again. In that case, shall we add a wager?" Mei Fong smiled slightly with his eyes half closed. "If I manage to recite it, will you do my homework for me tonight?" "Well," Xia Yuan pouted, "what if you fail to recite it? Then you shall decide." Xia Yuan seized the opportunity. "Last time you promised we would go roller skating at the cultural square, yet you never followed through. If you cannot recite it, you must accompany me this weekend." "No matter what." "Agreed." Mei Fong coughed gently to clear his throat, then commenced his performance. Viewed from the front, it appears as ridges. From the side, it resembles peaks, varying in height and distance. Xia Yuan displayed a hint of surprise. Unveiling the true essence of Lushan, Xia Yuan bit her lip. Gazing intently at Mei Fong cast a glance in her direction before feigning deep contemplation for a considerable time. With a hint of mischief. Mei Fong stuck out her tongue at Xia Yuan, exclaiming, "I forgot. You lost. Accompany me for roller skating this weekend. I must emphasize, you cannot leave me and Lin Yoshi in the lurch this time." Yes, I shall heed your words." Unbeknownst to her, Mei Fong had not forgotten the tragic fate of the former class instructor from the electric education class. For years, he had been particularly attentive to Xia Yuan's family circumstances. However, whether it was the result of Mei Fong's presence creating a butterfly effect, certain aspects of this world no longer resembled the familiar landscape he once knew. The names of some cities, the identities of individuals, and the plots of various animated series diverged from Mei Fong's recollections. If these could merely be attributed to memory discrepancies, then the subsequent event undoubtedly confirmed a shift in the timeline. In his previous life, Mei Fong had always held the status of an only child. However, following this reincarnation, he found himself with an additional sister. Their mother resigned from her position within the system, for during that era, family planning policies were strictly enforced, and if discovered, their father, Mei Lijun, would also find his job at risk. The existence of his sister became a well-guarded secret, known only to a select few. Undoubtedly, this newfound wealth, a result of Mei Fong's lottery winnings, provided his parents with a sense of security, yet when he first learned he was to become an elder brother, He was left utterly astonished. Due to the considerable span of time since her rebirth, Mei Fong is currently unable to ascertain whether such a tragedy will befall Xia Yuan again. However, as long as she remains by her side, closely observing her, there will surely be opportunities to alter the predetermined course of events, to prevent the repetition of past misfortunes. Elementary school students in Playmate County often choose to form groups after school, with the furthest from home serving as the group leader. Recently, business at the hotel has been particularly bustling. Xia Yuan, deeply engrossed in a perplexing mathematics problem, wore a troubled expression, prompting Mei Fong to approach her. Haven't I taught you this numerous times? Here, apply the method of dissection and reassembly. If you place this area here, it transforms into a trapezoid. I know you've explained it many times, Xia Yuan replied with a resigned sigh, but I simply can't grasp that point. For many elementary students, the fourth grade represents a significant hurdle, while they may have excelled in the first through third grades, where the material was relatively straightforward and success could be achieved through diligence alone. The challenges in fourth grade become increasingly apparent. The knowledge required expands, and the complexity escalates, rendering some students' learning experiences more arduous. Xia Yuan is evidently one of them. Yet, if she truly cannot solve it, why not leave it blank? There is no need to force oneself. This is not a mindset one should adopt. Xia Yuan shook her head and said, I am a model student, a paragon for others, and the daughter of our homeroom teacher. If I do not strive for excellence, people might think I am merely leveraging my mother's influence to play the role of the diligent student. Xia Yuan's sense of responsibility weighed heavily upon her. Mei Fong sighed and replied, life offers numerous pathways. One need not be a perfect role model to find fulfillment. What matters most is your own happiness. While this sentiment holds some truth, I genuinely cherish that feeling. Furthermore, Xia Yuan exhaled deeply and continued, you know, Mei Fong, the reason I have always enjoyed spending time with you since childhood is that you are truly different from most boys. In what way? Mei Fong inquired. Most of them are preoccupied with gaming, showing off, and bullying girls, but you do not behave that way. Have I ever bullied you? Mei Fong playfully tapped Xia Yuan's head. Look, I often engage in such antics. That hardly qualifies as bullying. Many boys exhibit immature behaviors, such as drawing on girls' clothes or tugging at their braids, but you would never stoop to such antics. What about this? Mei Fong pinched Xia Yuan's cheek. Does this count as bullying? Don't push your luck, you big silly pig. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the two children shared an innocent camaraderie. 3 years prior, Lin Yoshi, hailing from a modest background, was unable to fulfill her aspiration of attending the same class as her friends. However, the bond among the trio remained unbroken. Living in proximity allowed for convenient visits, and Lin Yoshi would still spend weekends with Xia Yuan and Mei Fong. Recently, following Mei Fong's promise after losing to Xia Yuan, he was to accompany both Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi to the cultural square for roller skating. In the year 2005, children lacked smartphones and tablets, and computers were a rarity. Internet cafes and gaming halls were deemed the haunts of mischievous youths. Consequently, outdoor activities became the primary source of amusement. As roller rinks gradually emerged in Playmate County, the demand for roller skates surged. Children, teenagers, and even some college students opted for roller skating as their weekend leisure activity. Mei Fong arrived at the cultural square riding his father Mei Legion's motorcycle, a vehicle that had been an essential part of their family since Mei Fong's rebirth. Evidently, Mei Legion's standard of living had not improved despite Mei Fong's stroke of luck. After all, with his mother having exited the system prematurely, the family's steady income had diminished slightly, placing a heavier burden on Mei Legion's shoulders. Nevertheless, his concern for Mei Fong did not wane with the presence of his daughter. He particularly exhibited profound apprehension regarding Mei Fong's social interactions. Mei Fong, he remarked, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you ought to spend time with boys occasionally. It seems you only hang out with Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi or stay at home taking care of your little sister, Xiaoya. Why don't you have any male friends? Most boys are too immature. I simply don't get along with them. Mei Fong's words are indeed heartfelt. After all, no matter how immature a girl may be, it won't significantly impact her own life. For instance, one might suddenly dart behind you while walking, delivering a playful surprise reminiscent of a classic prank, creating a scene akin to a delicate blossom wilting. Are you not also a child at heart? Although at times, I do find you somewhat overly serious. Alas, children grow and cannot be held back. Indeed, the warmth of a little cotton-padded jacket is unparalleled. Cultural Square is the largest park in Playmate County. Every weekend and holiday, it buzzes with lively activity featuring kite flying, stalls, picnics, and fireworks. It is a place where one can truly sense the cultural atmosphere of their hometown, evoking a feeling of prosperity and promising future development. Little did the visitors realize that this locale would retain its status as the largest park in Playmate County for the next 2 decades. While the hometown's progress would remain stagnant, today it is indeed a feat for Xia Yuan to have coaxed you out, perhaps due to the constant companionship. Mei Fong perceives little change in Xia Yuan over the years. The little angel has merely transformed into a slightly larger version of herself. However, Lin Yoshi's transformation is nothing short of astonishing. She has cast aside her former unsanitary habits, now prioritizing her appearance. Her attire is clean and tidy. Her previously unruly hair now shines with a lustrous black hue, tied neatly into a high ponytail. The incessant sniffles that once plagued her have vanished, revealing a refreshing athletic girl at first glance. As for the most significant distinction, she used to appear as a petite figure hiding behind Xia Yuan. Yet now she stands taller than Xia Yuan, her demeanor transformed entirely. Although she is not fully matured and still retains a certain youthful innocence, she bears a resemblance to the scholarly girls of her time. With a rather foolish expression, she wondered if there was something amiss with her appearance. Lin Yoshi glanced down at her attire before playfully shoving Mei Fong. This reminds me of your childhood antics. Like when you were a snotty little kid, don't you dare think about it. Lin Yoshi lightly kicked Mei Fong in jest, adding, if you dare to bring up old stories, I will reveal your notorious bedwetting escapade. Who would you even tell? You hardly have any friends at school. Mei Fong, do you have the brain of a dog? Struck at her weak point, Lin Yoshi chased Mei Fong, delivering a series of playful blows, prompting Mei Fong to flee. Although she bore a resemblance to her past self, their interactions quickly exposed her true nature. Lin Yoshi still possessed a tomboyish spirit, her words coarse and her actions unrestrained, far removed from the aloof academic she once knew. While the two were caught up in their playful banter, Xia Yuan hurried over, exclaiming, You two, must you always create a ruckus whenever you meet? Please, cease your antics. Lin Yoshi remained as attentive as ever to Xia Yuan's words. Whenever Xia Yuan had an outburst, she would cease her actions and subsequently explain her behavior, stating that she did not require an abundance of friends. A few would suffice, as engaging with many was rather exhausting. Aside from her playful antics with Xia Yuan and Mei Fong, Lin Yoshi was often seen alone at school. Occasionally, when she conversed with other girls, the interactions felt rather mundane and unremarkable, which only served to enhance her aloof demeanor. It seemed that only in the company of Xia Yuan and Mei Fong could she reveal her true self. Today, they finally had the opportunity to enjoy roller skating together. Did you bring your own skates? Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong shook their heads. Mei Fong, puzzled, remarked, Here you can rent skates for just 10 yuan a pair, allowing you to skate all day long. Why purchase them? However, the rented skates do not come with protective gear, which I find quite perilous, especially for beginners. Lin Yoshi expressed her concerns. Never mind, how can one learn without a few falls? Mei Fong shot a glance at the large bag Xia Yuan was carrying, instantly displaying a look of disdain. You didn't bring the entire set of equipment, did you? Indeed. When my father learned that I was going roller skating, he specifically bought me the gear to prevent me from getting hurt. Xia Yuan exclaimed, her expression brimming with pride whenever she mentioned her father's gifts. Observing her childlike demeanor, Mei Fong couldn't help but tease, Xia Yuan, have you ever heard the saying, the poor student has many school supplies? Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan were both taken aback by Mei Fong's words. Xia Yuan furrowed her brow, deep in thought, while Lin Yoshi, the first to react, playfully punched Mei Fong. You naughty one, always picking on Xia Yuan. The group arrived at the stall renting roller skates. After selecting their skates, the three of them settled on a nearby bench to don their protective gear, as the roller skates could be worn over their existing shoes. Mei Fong quickly donned her equipment. Noticing Lin Yoshi still struggling with her laces, she couldn't help but tease. Why are you still the same? After all this teaching, you should have mastered it by now. Of course I can do it. I don't need your help. Lin Yoshi protested stubbornly. Though at that moment, Mei Fong had already knelt in front of her to assist with the laces due to the inconvenience of the skates. After a brief struggle, Lin Yoshi relented and allowed Mei Fong to tie her laces. Suddenly, Lin Yoshi began to reminisce. I remember when I first entered elementary school. I couldn't tie my shoelaces at all. They would always come undone. Especially during gym class, when the teacher insisted we wear sports shoes. I would stuff the laces into my shoes, but after just a few steps, they'd come undone, and I even tripped once. I cried while thinking how wonderful it would have been to be in the same class as you both, because I knew you and Xia Yuan would surely help me tie my laces. It was evident that despite her prowess in academics and gaming, Her lack of self-sufficiency was rather poignant. Mei Fong looked up at Lin Yoshi and teased, "Besides, isn't it perfectly acceptable to ask a classmate for help? It's merely your own embarrassment." "Humph. Isn't that your fault?" Lin Yoshi retorted. "Our fault?" Mei Fong frowned and replied, "Are you suggesting that Xia Yuan and I have been too kind to you, turning you into a helpless person?" Meanwhile, Xia Yuan, having donned her protective gear, was about to greet Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong. Upon noticing Mei Fong kneeling on the ground, playfully holding Lin Yoshi's shoes and chatting with her. An enchanting scene reminiscent of the fairy tale where the prince places the glass slipper on Cinderella suddenly flashed through her mind. Xia Yuan bit her lip and emitted a soft hum, feeling an indescribable complexity of emotions for the first time. On the other hand, Lin Yoshi appeared quite clumsy. Today was indeed her first attempt at skating. She needed Mei Fong's support after just a few steps. During one stumble, she nearly fell but managed to grip Mei Fong's shoulder to steady herself. "You haven't even bought roller skates. Yet you're so steady on your feet despite this being your first time," she remarked. Mei Fong smiled slightly and replied, "This is truly my first experience." "That's not quite a lie," he added. "Mei Fong, let me take Lin Yoshi for a spin. You go and enjoy yourself first." Lin Yoshi, still concerned for Xia Yuan, interjected, "No, no. I worry that if I fall, you won't be able to catch me. I wouldn't want you to fall as well." Mei Fong furrowed his brow and inquired, "What about me?" He was not easily perturbed. Even a fall would not wound his pride. "I am perfectly fine. Look at all this gear I have. Even if I were to tumble, I would emerge unscathed." Xia Yuan leaned closer, grasping Lin Yoshi's hand. "Shall we glide together?" Mei Fong resigned himself to allowing them their amusement. Seeing Xia Yuan's steadfastness, Lin Yoshi nodded, tightening her grip on his hand. "I truly am quite inept at skating. So do be cautious." "No worries. I'm watching out for you." "Oh no." "Ah." Lin Yoshi stumbled, nearly toppling Xia Yuan to the ground. Fortunately, Mei Fong had not strayed too far. He maneuvered to catch Lin Yoshi's arm, preventing any mishap. "You see, I told you it was perilous. You needn't join. I only require Xia Yuan's presence. I shall learn swiftly." Mei Fong contemplated the situation, realizing that had he not forged closer ties with Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi in this lifetime, the two might have remained inseparable friends. As for Lin Yoshi eventually transforming into a solitary, aloof academic, it was likely the result of that tragedy which severed her bond with her sole companion, Xia Yuan, leaving her heart closed off once more. Concerning the impending crisis that loomed over Xia Yuan, Mei Fong had pondered various means to intervene, directly or indirectly, in understanding Xia Yuan's father's business, yet the execution of such plans proved exceedingly daunting. Before his rebirth, he had merely been an inconspicuous worker. To him, the only feasible course of action is to offer greater attention and companionship. Such a desperate choice inevitably affects those dear to him, whether it be Xia Yuan or her mother, teacher Yu. Mei Fong, who spends every day in close proximity to them, would surely have the opportunity to perceive any ominous signs should something be amiss. Mei Fong, look over there." The sound of Xia Yuan's shout interrupted Mei Fong's reverie. She noticed that Lin Yoshi no longer required Xia Yuan's assistance and began to glide forward independently. Mei Fong stood opposite Lin Yoshi, watching as she gracefully approached. Ultimately, Lin Yoshi could no longer maintain her balance and instinctively reached out to grasp the cuff of Mei Fong's short sleeve as she neared. "Phew, that was quite a challenge. It's impressive for a first attempt, don't you think?" Lin Yoshi retorted. "Today was my first time skating as well." "You're such a liar." A boy who nearly collided with Lin Yoshi made an evasive maneuver, but it was evident that his braking skills were lacking. He stumbled sideways, coming to a half kneel on the ground before pushing himself up, muttering under his breath, "Watch where you're going. Will you? What are you blocking the way for?" The boy angrily directed his outburst at Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi. Naturally, Lin Yoshi was not one to back down easily. She shot back. "You were the one who came crashing into us first. How shameless can you be? If it weren't for your sluggishness, how could I have possibly collided with you? Perhaps novices should refrain from playing in the square, don't you think? How bothersome." The young man, hands on hips, vented his frustration before his gaze settled on Mei Fong. "Wait a moment. You seem somewhat familiar, don't you?" The young man suddenly realized. "You are Mei Fong, aren't you? I remember you. The one who wet the bed in kindergarten and had to wash yourself in front of everyone." Mei Fong wore an expression of disbelief, asking, "Who are you? You must have mistaken me for someone else." "My name is not Mei Fong." "Du Zihan? You must be Du Zihan. Why do you still speak so unpleasantly?" Xia Yuan glided over on her roller skates to assess the situation. Her talent for recognizing people was remarkable, and she promptly called out Du Zihan's name. You see, you claim you are not Mei Fong, yet here you are still entangled with Xia Yuan. Are you a boy? Always hanging around girls. How shameless. Even if I were Mei Fong. Mei Fong raised her head defiantly and said, You nearly collided with Lin Yuxi just now. It's only proper that you apologize to her. Ah? This girl is Lin Yuxi? Du Zihan displayed an expression of disbelief, glancing left and right at Lin Yuxi. Oh my, the messy, snot-nosed little pest from kindergarten has transformed into this. Truly. A girl changes immensely with age. Du Zihan's sarcastic tone was infuriating, and Lin Yuxi was about to retaliate. But Mei Fong interposed herself in front of Lin Yuxi, denying her the opportunity. Du Zihan, should you continue to show disrespect towards Lin Yuxi, I may be compelled to respond in kind. Du Zihan's face flushed crimson, his demeanor brimming with indignation as he prepared to strike Mei Fong. However, upon realizing that Mei Fong towered over him by half a head, he was suddenly reminded of the terror he once felt when subdued by Mei Fong's strength. You only enjoy frolicking with the girls, devoid of any masculine vigor. I shan't stoop to argue with a sissy like you, Du Zihan retorted. He continued, ultimately. Inexperienced novices ought not to skate in the square. Why don't you practice elsewhere? He added, if you wish to race, head to the roller rink. The cultural square is meant for communal enjoyment. Why should it be off limits for practice? Xia Yuan interjected, attempting to reason. Du Zihan, you are in the 4th grade. Can you not refrain from acting like a tyrant from kindergarten? This square does not belong to you. Who told you I'm in 4th grade? Du Zihan boasted. I actually repeated a year. I'm only in 3rd grade now. Surprised, aren't you? You old hag. Xia Yuan was at a loss for words, her frustration palpable. Despite her newfound resilience, she couldn't help but let a hint of tears creep into her voice. Why do you always resort to insults? Mei Fong, typically not one to seek confrontation, found Du Zihan's provocations intolerable, especially as Xia Yuan was on the verge of tears. It would be remiss not to teach him a lesson. Hey, Du Zihan, if you believe yourself so formidable, let us have a competition. Should I emerge victorious? You must concede that you are indeed a novice and apologize to Lin Yuxi, Mei Fong declared with gravity. Desperate for a win. If I triumph, you shall henceforth address me as father. What was that to be called again? I didn't quite catch it. Mother or father? Ah, good boy. Mei Fong successfully elicited laughter from Lin Yuxi and Xia Yuan, while Du Zihan's face shifted from pale to flushed, experiencing the sensation of heightened blood pressure. Mei Fong, your demise is imminent today. Du Zihan's hands were indeed considerably larger. His willingness to boldly accept Mei Fong's challenge stemmed from his own reasons. He had been skating at this cultural square for several months, becoming quite familiar with the local children who skated nearby. This was the first time he had encountered Mei Fong and his companions. Lin Yuxi's demonstrated skill was undeniable, while Xia Yuan, clad in full gear, clearly had only recently taken up the sport. Mei Fong might possess some prowess, yet being somewhat effeminate, he was still a boy, and skating alongside these two girls. His abilities could not possibly soar too high. Moreover, today he donned a new pair of roller skates purchased by his family. Gliding with unparalleled ease and feeling an undeniable surge in capability. During their kindergarten years, Du Zihan often found himself at the mercy of Mei Fong. But although the time for retribution had been lengthy, as the saying goes, a gentleman avenges himself, even if it takes a decade. Today was the moment for Mei Fong. That effeminate boy who played with girls, to pay the price. Were there any restrictions on equipment? None whatsoever. What else could you possibly conjure? No problem then. Thus, Mei Fong called upon Xia Yuan, pointing to her roller skates and requesting, "May I borrow your skates for a moment?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan's face flushed as she replied, "Mei Fong, my skates are inline, not as stable as quad skates. If you haven't used them before, it might be challenging to stand properly. I understand, it's all right, but I still prefer inline skates." After a moment of hesitation, she continued, "I can lend them to you, but you must turn around while I change my shoes." Ah? Xia Yuan turned Mei Fong in the opposite direction so that Lin Yuxi could not peek. Then, she swiftly removed her shoes, revealing her pink cartoon socks adorned with elements from Cardcaptor Sakura, and quickly donned her white sneakers to facilitate Mei Fong's equipment change. "Mei Fong, I know you want to stand up for me, but there's no need for us to compete with Du Zihan and get worked up, right?" Lin Yuxi squatted down to dissuade Mei Fong, who was still in the process of changing her shoes. "Is it because you're afraid I might lose that you're saying this? I didn't mean that, but even if I defeat Du Zihan, wouldn't it still be rather embarrassing?" Mei Fong pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That makes sense. Hey, are you guys going to compete or not?" Du Zihan exclaimed impatiently, "Stop dragging this out. If you're afraid of losing, just admit it." Here we go. With the assistance of Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi, Mei Fong rose. Her shoes finally changed. Du Zihan cast a disdainful glance at the pink inline skates Mei Fong was wearing, sneering, "You really are such a wimp, wearing girls' skates, and inline ones at that." The distinction between inline skates and double-row skates in terms of speed is negligible, and inline skates indeed pose a greater risk of falls. Can you handle that? Let us observe, then. Mei Fong smiled faintly, her playful gaze further aggravating Du Zihan. This fellow has always acted so maturely. Just wait and see how I will diminish his arrogance this time. Du Zihan and Mei Fong stood at the same starting line, both lowering their stances. Though Du Zihan bit more deeply. As onlookers sensed a race was about to commence, nearby children playing instinctively cleared a path, pausing to watch from the sides. The moment to begin was at hand. 3, 2, 1. With a decisive call from Xia Yuan, Du Zihan surged ahead, while Mei Fong's reaction seemed somewhat sluggish, allowing Du Zihan to take an early lead. I knew I was the strongest. Du Zihan exerted every ounce of strength, gliding forward with his arms swinging to their fullest extent. He closed his eyes, feeling the wind's exhilaration, listening to the rising cheers. As if he had transformed into the most dazzling figure in the cultural square, with the entire audience marveling at his exceptional skating prowess. Until Mei Fong greeted him. What? Du Zihan realized Mei Fong was waving at him while skating backward. Mei Fong was, in fact, a hidden master of roller skating. Faced with such a technical disparity, even the obstinate Du Zihan found no justification to persist. He chose to continue forward, swiftly fleeing the square. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Mei Fong, today you have emerged victorious, but I shall diligently practice in one day. I will make you call me father. However, for the time being, refrain from visiting the cultural square. It has indeed become quite a spectacle. By the way, has he yet apologized to Lin Yoshi? Mei Fong, I am astounded by your prowess. Just how long have you been training? You've even kept it a secret from me. How unkind. Xia Yuan excitedly grasped Mei Fong's arm, inquiring further, while the onlooking crowd remained, eager to learn the intricacies of the skating technique alongside her. Being surrounded by these elementary school students put Mei Fong in an awkward position, compelling him to fabricate an excuse about a relative who had taught him. After all, in his previous life, he had been a member of the University Roller Skating Club, and that muscle memory had accompanied him into this new existence. Even after a lengthy hiatus from skating, dealing with novices posed little challenge. The trio purchased ice cream from a street vendor, basking in the golden hues of the setting sun, savoring their treats while recounting the day's amusing events. Noticing that Xia Yuan struggled to keep pace with her shoes in hand, Mei Fong offered, "Allow me to carry those for you." "It's quite all right, I can manage," she replied. Why the formality? At that moment, Lin Yoshi, observing the exchange, couldn't help but tease. It seems that Xia Yuan, who used to be so fond of holding hands, is now shy. "I don't need assistance. You two carry on," Lin Yoshi waved off with a smile. "I've already completed my holiday homework back at school." Feeling a sense of loss regarding his status, Mei Fong took a shower. After some time, Xia Yuan, who had also finished bathing, arrived at his home with a backpack. The two of them sat in the living room, busily working on their homework. After a while, Xia Yuan paused, contemplating, and gazed at the hand in which Mei Fong held his pen. She gently nudged him with her elbow. "Mei Fong, could you extend your hand for a moment?" "What is it?" he inquired. "Like this, spread your fingers." Xia Yuan extended her other hand and pressed it against Mei Fong's palm. "I just want to see how different our hands are. Although girls typically develop earlier than boys." Xia Yuan's hand felt considerably smaller and softer against Mei Fong's. Being so close, he could detect the fruity scent of her body wash. "Indeed. Boys' hands are quite a bit larger," he remarked. Xia Yuan responded. With a playful smile, Mei Fong teased. "Are you trying to avoid appearing too close to me in public? We're usually quite casual at home not long ago. We were even playfully pinching each other's faces. It seems a bit excessive to feel shy about just touching fingertips." "That is not what I meant," Xia Yuan retorted with a blush. "My hands were sweaty then, so I didn't want to touch. It's not about being shy. We've grown up together. There is nothing to be embarrassed about." "That is true," he conceded. Xia Yuan had always maintained a facade of an idol, reluctant to present herself in an unrefined manner. However, if Mei Fong truly believed her words, it would be quite a pity after all these years. Xia Yuan murmured as she reluctantly released her hand from Mei Fong's grasp, leaning forward with a languid yet slightly resentful tone. "If we are to speak of close relationships, Lin Yoshi is undoubtedly far closer to you than to me. Why say such things? Clearly, your bond is stronger. I've never witnessed you two quarrel, as you both always unite to scold me. However, Xia Yuan's brow furrowed in distress. She only ever wishes to visit your home and refuses to come to mine. Doesn't that indicate something? Isn't it simply because my family has a computer? We always watch cartoons together. She has outgrown the age of playing house with you. Furthermore, she enjoys playing with my sister, Xiaoyou. Mei Fong, this is just between us. You mustn't tell her, all right? Xia Yuan whispered. Honestly, I feel she might not be particularly fond of my parents, which is why she hesitates to come to my house. Let me see if you've been playing games. Xia Yuan shared her vexation with Mei Fong, who subtly sensed her discontent. Yet, Lin Yoshi had always been reticent around adults since childhood. Although she appeared vivacious and lively among her peers, she often resembled a mute in the presence of grown-ups. This characteristic of hers showed little improvement even as she entered elementary school, with the only exception being the warmth of Mei Fong's parents, whose amiability had managed to open Lin Yoshi's heart, allowing her to communicate with them freely. As for the particular aversion towards Xia Yuan's parents, it is perhaps more accurately described as an awareness of the significant disparity between oneself and the environment of Xia Yuan's family. This sense of estrangement likely began to take root during the time when they were unable to attend the educational program together. Ultimately, it all boils down to financial matters. Over the past 3 years, Mei Fong has been contemplating as a primary school student. The only means of discreetly acquiring funds without the ability to utilize a bank card or online payment option seems to be through playing video games. In 2005, the most lucrative game was undoubtedly Fantasy Journey to the West. Likewise, Fantasy Journey to the West is a game based on a paid point card system. In her previous life, Mei Fong, lacking the funds to visit internet cafes or purchase point cards, played a similarly popular game, Seeking the Tao, which, while different, shared a comparable foundational structure. As a planner, Mei Fong naturally deconstructed this genre of game, mastering its mechanics with remarkable efficiency. Early online games were quite benevolent regarding in-game purchases. With some time investment, one could even obtain point cards for free. Being a primary school student with a computer at home, Mei Fong had no concerns regarding the time cost. However, since Lin Yoshi did not have a computer at home, she would often come to Mei Fong's house on weekends to complete her homework. After all, it was still Mei Fong's account, and Lin Yoshi was merely assisting her. This could be considered the nascent form of a workshop. Now, many have ascended after completing their tasks. Shall we not level up as well? There is no rush. Let those ahead pave the way and formulate strategies. Our time is limited, and once we finish the new version's events, we shall proceed to lead the convoy. The newly released courtyard is truly intriguing, though the renovation costs are exorbitant. Huh? Mei Fong paused for a moment. You mean those 2 characters in our game, right? Indeed, considering how long we've engaged in this marital ritual, why is there still no child? It seems we must procure those nourishing soup items, otherwise, the probability is simply too low. Those nourishing soups are sold at such a high price, I refuse to purchase them. As the enhancement to the child's battle prowess is negligible, Lin Yoshi cheerfully focused on the computer screen, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. Observing her engrossed demeanor, Mei Fong felt a tinge of concern. Lin Yoshi, have you managed to keep your exam scores up lately? Not at all. I've been maintaining control quite well. Although my mathematics still lags behind yours, I consistently score above 97. Compared to someone like me, that is certainly more than sufficient. Maintaining this level is what truly matters. Mei Fong was reluctant to let her become so engrossed in the online world that she neglects her studies, for that would jeopardize the making of a future academic prodigy. As they conversed, the landline phone at Mei Fong's home suddenly rang. He hurried to answer it. And on the other end, he heard the melodious voice of Xia Yuan. Mei Fong, are you at home? Startled, Mei Fong replied, Yes, I'm here. May I come over to do my homework? But didn't you just finish writing yesterday? I still have some questions I can't solve and would like to seek your guidance. If you're home, I will head over right now. Wait a moment, Mei Fong thought, still contemplating how to decline Xia Yuan's invitation, but the call had already been disconnected. This was a predicament. I have yet to complete my delivery. If I don't finish it, I won't have enough points for next week. The delivery quest in Fantasy Journey to the West is a time-limited event, requiring players to complete it within a designated time frame. It is one of the quickest ways to earn game currency, and no player would dare to miss it. Do not worry, I will find a solution. For now, let us pretend to be watching an animated series, and Xia Yuan will not suspect us. Just then, Lin Yoshi's words were interrupted by a sudden knock at the door, causing both of them to panic and scramble in a frenzy, their guilt palpable. Why is she here so soon? I need to find a place to hide. Coming from a family of educators, Xia Yuan had always been taught to regard gaming as a vice. She not only abstained from playing but also frequently discouraged Mei Fong from indulging in games. Given this background, she was unlikely to suspect the profound friendship that Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong had forged through gaming. This was a cherished secret between them. Lin Yoshi opted to hide in Mei Fong's parents' room while Mei Fong hastily shut down the computer and rushed to answer the door. He was met with Xia Yuan's slightly irritated expression. "Why did it take you so long to open the door? I've been waiting forever." I was just in the restroom." "Such a fibber, you must have been playing video games." Xia Yuan grumbled as she prepared to change her shoes. Noticing Lin Yoshi's sandals still lying nearby, Mei Fong seized the opportunity to discreetly push them under the shoe cabinet, out of Xia Yuan's sight. "Do you not typically practice piano on Sundays? How come you have time to visit me today?" Summer murmured. "It's precisely because of piano practice that my Sundays are so arduous, preventing me from enjoying time with you all." This was undeniably true. She placed her backpack on the coffee table in the living room. "Are your parents and Shayan not home again today?" "They have gone to visit Grandma." Mei Fong replied helplessly. "The motorcycle cannot accommodate me now, and I have no desire to go myself." "Why do they always leave you alone at home?" "Uncle and aunt should not neglect you just because they have Xiaya. I am indifferent to it, actually. In truth, I couldn't be happier that this little sister was born." As Summer engaged in casual conversation with Mei Fong, she walked further into the house. Mei Fong, concerned that she might venture into her parents' bedroom, grasped Summer's arm and said, Hey, what are you going there for?" "I intend to check the study." Summer's expression was earnest, reminiscent of Mei Fong's mother addressing Xiaoxia. "Let me see if you've been playing games. Do not check the machine's temperature." I did play, I am sorry." Mei Fong chuckled while apologizing, and Summer placed her hands on her hips, assuming an exasperated demeanor. "I knew it. Mei Fong, you have always been such a deceiver since childhood. Surely no one will like you when you grow up." As Mei Fong nodded in agreement, a heavy sigh escaped her lips. The little angel, Summer, who once wished to have a playful relationship with me, had indeed drifted away. 021 I absolutely refused to be disliked by Xia Yuan. Mei Fong was in the living room, assisting Xia Yuan with her mathematics homework. It was evident that Xia Yuan had dedicated considerable effort to improve her mathematical skills, as reflected in her meticulously detailed notes and her unwavering attention in class. Although these concepts seemed trivial to Mei Fong, he earnestly explained them to her. However, time passed slowly, and while Mei Fong was preoccupied with concerns about Lin Yoshi's situation, a clicking sound emerged from the direction of the bedroom. Both Xia Yuan and Mei Fong looked up. "Did you hear that?" Xia Yuan cautiously inquired, wondering if someone else was in the house. "No, you must have misheard," Mei Fong replied with a smile, scratching his head. "Perhaps it was just the wind." "That may not be the case," Xia Yuan warned. "I heard from my mother that there have been recent thefts in the neighborhood. Your home might be at risk of burglars." "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Mei Fong vehemently shook his head. "If anyone were to steal, they would surely target your home. Why would they bother with ours when we are so impoverished? This is not the time for jokes." As Xia Yuan stood up, she tugged at Mei Fong, insisting, "Let us go check it out together." No. "I can go alone," Mei Fong declared with a confident smile. "I am a man. You must trust me. After all, if we are both discovered, it could be quite perilous." "Then, take this." Xia Yuan stood up and picked up a small folding stool from the corner of the living room, handing it to Mei Fong. Mei Fong, caught between laughter and tears, carried a folding stool to her parents' bedroom, only to find no sign of Lin Yoshi. Could it be? She then made her way to the study, where she discovered Lin Yoshi wearing a grave expression, fixated on the computer screen. "Have you lost your mind? Why are you out again?" Lin Yoshi replied, "I must complete this delivery mission. Once it's done, we'll have the funds to purchase the most affordable nourishing soup." Though she claimed that a child would not significantly enhance their battle capability and that the cost-effectiveness was low, deep down, she yearned for one. After all, how could a game compare to the importance of Xia Yuan? Mei Fong tapped Lin Yoshi's head and whispered, "If Xia Yuan finds out you're gaming at my place, we're doomed." Just as Lin Yoshi was about to retort, Xia Yuan's voice echoed from outside. "Mei Fong, how are you? Are you all right?" "No, I'm fine, really. Are you truly okay?" Xia Yuan's voice grew nearer, prompting Mei Fong to urgently signal Lin Yoshi to hide, while she slipped outside to intercept the approaching Xia Yuan. "Is there something inside? Let me take a look." Don't look. With Xia Yuan insisting on entering the room, Mei Fong, in a moment of desperation, shouted, "There's a mouse inside." "Ah." Startled by Mei Fong's exclamation, Xia Yuan immediately leaped into her arms. Mei Fong knew that Xia Yuan had been terrified of mice since childhood, as her mother had warned her that mice carry diseases that could cause skin sores if touched. No worries. I should have already frightened it away. Mei Fong gently patted Xia Yuan's head, who was still trembling in his embrace. After a moment, she cautiously peered inward. However, we must not let our guard down, should it chew on the books in the study or the electrical wires. It could pose a significant danger. We ought to conduct a thorough inspection once more. No, you are my guest, and I cannot allow you to take such risks. Just as Mei Fong finished speaking, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from the door. Son, are you missing your father? I heard you calling my name at home. At this moment, Mei Fong's mood was as dismal as if she had consumed something bitter. Must you express yourself in such a futile manner? Yuan, sister. I want a hug. Mei Fong's younger sister, Meiya, had recently celebrated her 3rd birthday. As the second child and a daughter, she was cherished by their mother, Xiangxia, and was always by her side. With her large eyes and chubby cheeks, she was undeniably adorable. She shared a close bond with Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan, and upon seeing Xia Yuan, she immediately rushed over for a hug. Embracing Meiya, Xia Yuan smiled and greeted Uncle Meili and Aunt Xiangxia. Hello, I'm here to bother you again. Ah, Yuan. But why are you still so polite with us? You should take a page from Yoshi. When she is at my home, she treats it as her own, so carefree. I understand. Xia Yuan nodded, realizing she ought to visit more often and not always rely on Mei Fong to seek her out. With a teasing smile, he addressed Xiangxia. By the way, aren't you attending piano lessons today? There are various reasons for that. Oh, right. Summer Yuan suddenly called out to her father, Mei Lijun, who was stretching lazily, preparing to retreat to the study for a decisive battle in the game. Uncle Mei, don't go to the study. Mei Fong said he saw a mouse in there. A mouse in the house. Both Mei Lijun and Xiangxia were taken aback. Is that true, Mei Fong? How large was the mouse? I can't exactly say it was the same size as Lin Yoshi, Mei Fong exclaimed, his head spinning. I didn't get a clear look. It might not even be a mouse? Mei Fong feigned innocence, attempting to appear adorable. If it's a mouse, we could simply go in and check, couldn't we? While Mei Fong might deceive a child, the adults were no longer to be dissuaded, leaving him only to wait silently for the impending judgment. I'll take a look. This place seems quite clean. There is no sign of a mouse at all. Mei Lijun searched the study thoroughly, finding no suspicious traces, which surprised Mei Fong as well. When did Lin Yoshi leave? Wait a moment. Mei Fong cautiously opened the wardrobe, only to be met with a punch from Lin Yoshi. Anticipating the strike, he narrowly dodged at the last moment. What was that for? You nearly scared me to death. But I should be the one scared to death, right? Why are you hiding in there? There was nowhere else to hide. Has Xia Yuan not left yet? The escort mission will conclude in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Lin Yoshi's face fell in despair. This is too troublesome. I might as well sleep in your wardrobe for the night. I could secretly play games in the evening. Never mind. You wish. Hurry out. We need to apologize to Xia Yuan. I absolutely refuse. If I do that, Xia Yuan will surely loathe me. I absolutely refuse. While the two were bustling about in the wardrobe, the door to Mei Fong's room creaked open, causing both Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi to freeze in shock. Entering the room was little Meiya, merely 3 years old, her small head filled with bewilderment at the scene before her. Brother, what are you doing? Oh, is Yoshi's sister also in my house? I understand now. Meiya's eyes sparkled with realization. You must be playing hide and seek, right? Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi were momentarily taken aback, before fervently nodding in agreement. Yes, we are playing hide and seek, Mei Fong explained. We need to ensure that Yoshi's sister leaves the house without being seen by anyone else for us to win. The living room of Mei Fong's home was connected to the entrance hall, and escaping undetected by their mother, Xiangxia, was quite the challenge. Despite her tender age, Meiya was remarkably clever. Upon hearing the predicament her brother and sister faced, she eagerly volunteered. Let me help. Watch me. Meiya hurriedly dashed into the living room, grasping the arm of her mother, Xiangxia, who was engrossed in watching television. Mom, I need to go to the bathroom. Can't you do it by yourself now? You're about to start kindergarten. You need to have some independence, her mother replied. But I'm afraid of mice. Please come with me. Just this once, please. Meiya tugged at her mother's arm, adorably pleading. Xiangxia sighed. I really can't deal with you sometimes. At your age, still so timid. Reluctantly, she followed her daughter into the restroom. Seizing this opportunity, Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi quietly tiptoed out of their room, their hearts racing as they made their way to the living room, eager to reach the entrance for victory. Lin Yoshi hurriedly slipped on the sandals that Mei Fong had hidden under the cabinet. At that moment, Mei Fong whispered, "I feel like this can't go on like this. We should find a chance to be honest with Xia Yuan. Aren't you afraid she will be angry with us?" Lin Yoshi whispered back. "I think Xia Yuan will surely be upset." Mei Fong nodded. "She will be angry, but it's better to tell her sooner than later. Being honest is certainly preferable to being discovered. Xia Yuan is not unreasonable, and you wouldn't want to lose such a good friend, would you?" Lin Yoshi pondered for a moment. "Then you don't say anything. Let me be the one to talk. After all, it was I who initially insisted that you not tell Xia Yuan. It's my responsibility." "All right then," Mei Fong replied. "Where are you? Come help me look for signs of the mouse." From the study came the voice of Xia Yuan calling out. Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi hastily bid farewell before rushing to the study, feigning an investigation into the situation. After half an hour of fruitless searching, they ultimately decided to abandon their quest. "Look, it's already so late. Yuan, why don't you stay and have dinner with us?" "Oh, what are you saying? Teacher, you would certainly disapprove." "Not at all. It's been ages since I've enjoyed Annie's cooking. I'll just give my mom a call." Xia Yuan appeared somewhat hesitant. "Uncle and Auntie, after dinner, may I play computer games with Mei Fong for a while?" Mei Fong tilted her head, gazing at Xia Yuan. "Are you serious, Xia Yuan?" "Oh, Mei Fong, don't interrupt. I'm inquiring about Uncle and Annie's permission." "Haha, it's perfectly fine, Yuan. Feel free to play as much as you like. Our home is quite relaxed. You can stay over if you get tired." Little Meiya, overhearing this, immediately jumped up with excitement. "Can I sleep with Sister Yuan? Yay." Xiang Xiaxia, not pleased, gave Mei Lijun a gentle shove. "Don't say that. It makes us seem uncouth, letting Yuan hear such things." Then she informed Xia Yuan that she could play for no more than 2 hours. As Xia Yuan lightly caressed Meiya's cheek, she said, "Little Ya, when you grow a bit more, I promise to sleep with you. Sister Yuan is destined to share a bed with me, especially since brother has already." At a critical moment, Maya's mouth was firmly covered by Mei Fong, for this little one's words could lead Mei Fong into an irretrievable situation. The magical incantation milk candy finally brought silence to Maya. Once Mei Fong released her grip, Maya began to repeat robotically, "Xia knows nothing, has said nothing." After dining at Mei Fong's home, Xia Yuan followed Mei Fong to the study to play. Fearing the presence of mice, Xia Yuan requested a blanket, wrapping herself snugly before watching Mei Fong power on the computer. "Aren't you quite averse to my gaming? You even mentioned checking up on me during the day." "Ah, I see. You secretly wished to play games with me, didn't you?" Xia Yuan nodded, not denying it. "Because, typically, you accompany me in various activities like roller skating, completing homework, visiting shopping malls, and purchasing items. I thought it was time for me to engage in something fun with you, or else I would seem rather ungrateful as a friend." Mei Fong was deeply touched by her words. "In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a reasonable girl. When you first sought me out, why didn't you wish to play?" "At the outset, I was somewhat conflicted. Moreover, with your parents absent, playing on the computer felt like a secret indulgence. I needed to obtain your parents' consent to engage in such activities. This girl can be so stubborn at times. However, if teacher you were to learn of this, she might very well scold us. Let us keep this from my mother. After all, we have so many little secrets." Xia Yuan glared at Mei Fong, exclaiming that it was indeed her influence that had led her astray. Previously, she shared everything with her mother. Where did these secrets come from? "Haha, that much is true. What kind of game do you wish to play? I'm unsure what you mean by type. I cannot operate it, but I adore anything cute. In that case, let us indulge in this game. In essence, this game involves controlling a character to deploy bubble bombs to defeat the opposing team, accommodating up to 8 players simultaneously. Its charming art style and simplistic gameplay have captivated individuals of all ages, particularly children. Notably, it is one of the few network games from that era, and indeed throughout the entire online gaming age, that allows 2 players to share a single computer. This means you can even squeeze together with a friend to enjoy the game on one machine, while most children had to venture to internet cafes to play games. This remarkable game saves quite a bit of money. Upon launching the game interface, Xia Yuan was instantly enchanted by the lively and adorable background music of Bubblegum, as well as its cartoonish artistic style. Mei Fong even felt that Xia Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Having previously led Lin Yoshi astray, it seemed I could not spare Xia Yuan from my grasp either. I truly am a boy of considerable mischief, Mei Fong mused internally. You are truly our little angel. If I wish to play with you, I suppose I must register an account, correct? Xia Yuan tilted her head and gazed at Mei Fong. No need. I happen to have two accounts. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan furrowed her brow and asked, do you usually play with someone else? Why do you have two accounts? Mei Fong, feeling quite guilty, stammered, well, my dad occasionally plays with me. Your uncle must have a really good relationship with you, Xia Yuan remarked enviously. My father is always busy with work and hardly has time to play with me, and as for my mother, that goes without saying. Aha. Yes, indeed. Mei Fong immediately regretted fabricating this excuse. As he was inputting the account details, he suddenly recalled that Lin Yoshi's game account character was named Shan Yulinshi. Lin Yoshi's name was derived from the pre-Qin poem Yuren Ge, which includes the lines, there are trees on the mountain and branches on the trees. My heart delights in you, yet you remain unaware. This poem has evolved into numerous variations, including Shan Yulinshi Mu Yuji. Lin Yoshi's mother had spent a considerable amount of time searching through ancient poetry to choose this name. Both Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong had previously discussed this matter with Xia Yuan, and the username made it apparent who the owner was. Why didn't you input it? Xia Yuan inquired curiously. Did you forget your password? Not at all. Mei Fong scratched his head and replied, my dad's account contains items, and I fear he might scold me if I use them. How about this? I'll teach you how to register an account. Just a moment. Let me first see what your account name is. Mei Fong's account name is Rebellious Xiao Fong Fong. In this era dominated by garbled scripts, Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi's naming habits can be regarded as a refreshing stream. Upon seeing this name, Xia Yuan immediately expressed her disdain. Aren't you ashamed to choose such a name? What is there to be ashamed of? You have clearly never encountered the likes of Shamate. Mei Fong clicked into the registration interface. What name do you wish to choose? I can assist you with typing. I have learned typing in the computer lab. I can manage it myself. Just help me with the pinyin. Xia Yuan spent 20 minutes deliberating over her online name. Ultimately, she settled on Obedient Xiao Yuan Yuan. Obedient Xiao Yuan Yuan. This name has a certain symmetry with mine. Mei Fong intentionally pronounced the name aloud, causing Xia Yuan, whose ears turned red down to her neck, to strike Mei Fong playfully. Why did you have to read it out loud? You're so infuriating. Oh, it's nothing. So this is the name you've chosen? Yes, hurry up. After successfully registering her account, Xia Yuan eagerly followed Mei Fong into the game. Mei Fong guided her on character selection, bomb placement, item recognition, and maneuvering. Xia Yuan diligently learned the ropes. This character named Baby is so adorable. I absolutely adore her. I don't want to play the dungeon map. Can we choose a community map instead? I want to play Community 10. Mei Fong. I'm about to be blown up by my own bubble. Come save me. The ever-dutiful and well-behaved Xia Yuan, upon engaging in a game, found herself vocally exclaiming and cheering. The two were huddled together at a single computer, their arms brushing against one another. Such intimate gestures had long become commonplace for Mei Fong and Xia Yuan, at least. Xia Yuan exhibited no particular romantic inclinations. Although she was a novice player, her joy was palpable, and she did not seem to mind Mei Fong's company as she played. Children of this era are exposed to a plethora of new experiences, unlike the children of the future who often find themselves overwhelmed by the vastness of the world. Despite the team's frequent defeats under Xia Yuan's influence, Mei Fong remained undeterred, actively guiding her through the gameplay. Unbeknownst to them, time swiftly slipped away. Xia Yuan, who had claimed she would play for merely an hour, ended up engrossed for a full 2 hours. It was only when her mother called that she reluctantly rose to leave. It was quite late now. Allow me to walk you downstairs. Mei Fong offered as they strolled along the pathways of the community, the absence of a bright moon compensated by a canopy of twinkling stars. Unlike 2 decades hence, when one gazes upon the night sky in a bustling metropolis, all that could be seen were the stars. Who would have thought gaming could be so delightful? No wonder you were captivated by it, Mei Fong. It's quite wonderful. I shall certainly support you. Xia Yuan mused. I have learned the piano. Perhaps I could assist you with music or something of that nature. Are you interested in studying painting? I noticed your art in class is quite commendable. Have you considered pursuing art studies? Well, let's wait until then. It's still too early. Xia Yuan, feeling pleased by Mei Fong's need for her, remains blissfully unaware that the unfeeling Mei Fong merely intends to utilize her as a tool for game development. Xia Yuan walks alongside Mei Fong with her hands clasped behind her back. By the way, Mei Fong, regarding the matter of us playing games together, you won't tell Lin Yoshi, right? I won't say a word. These two truly are the best of friends. Their thoughts align perfectly. Had I known she was also willing to play, we wouldn't have had to endure such anxiety and turmoil with Lin Yoshi today. Should I tell her? Xia Yuan nods, thinking it would be delightful to play such an intriguing game with Lin Yoshi, though I'm uncertain whether she enjoys gaming or might think it detracts from her studies. Furthermore, it would be inappropriate for us to grow closer while neglecting Lin Yoshi. Enough about that. Enough? What's wrong? Xia Yuan displays a look of confusion, suddenly silenced. Mei Fong eagerly grasps Xia Yuan's hand, her face alight with excitement. You truly are our little angel, Yuan Yuan. In comparison, I feel like a scheming, heartless mutt. Why are you suddenly calling me that? How shameless. Xia Yuan wriggles free from Mei Fong's grip and pinches her nose, declaring, You mustn't call me by my nickname in front of others. Do you understand? I heard you, Yuan Yuan. As Mei Fong's nose was playfully pinched, he emitted a comical sound that elicited a smile from Xia Yuan. Upon learning of Xia Yuan's sentiments from Mei Fong, Lin Yoshi, feeling a blend of excitement and guilt, confided to Xia Yuan the numerous years of gaming adventures shared with Mei Fong. Initially, Xia Yuan felt a surge of annoyance. However, upon reflection, she recognized that her previous attitude towards gaming had indeed been rather poor. Ultimately, she decided to forgive both of them. Yet, her forgiveness did not imply the absence of consequences. Xia Yuan declared that Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong were to teach her the intricacies of various games. As a condition for her pardon, she insisted on participating in every online game that Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi had played together. For the majority of games, Xia Yuan created new accounts, each bearing names that corresponded with Mei Fong's, such as obedient little Yuan Yuan. The sole exception was Fantasy Journey to the West, as it was the primary game that Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi had engaged in over the years. Acknowledging the substantial commitment required, Xia Yuan requested Lin Yoshi to alter her character's name, to which Lin Yoshi readily consented. Consequently, in Fantasy Journey to the West, Mei Fong's character, originally named Shanyu Linshi, was transformed to Yuan Shi Xiang Ban. Your names exude an overwhelming non-mainstream vibe. Don't you find it utterly embarrassing? Mei Fong's ill-timed and tactless remark was met with a barrage of playful retorts from both Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi. You still bear the responsibility and duty of being an older brother. In order to conceal his exceptional talents from those around him, Mei Fong habitually concealed his books within the inner recesses of his bookshelf, perusing them as if they were mere comic books. On the surface, he only displayed general educational materials such as introductory language learning for adolescents. However, mere words devoid of practice are ineffectual. After diligently studying these texts, Mei Fong began composing simple scripts for automated tasks, applying them to games like Fantasy Journey to the West to assist in the repetitive duties of a caravan guard. Naturally, the scripts he crafted as a novice carried a considerable risk, compelling him to experiment with a secondary account and utilize the earnings from escort missions to sustain his main accounts. Thanks to Lin Yoshi's fortunate knack for capturing rare creatures and Mei Fong's visionary planning skills, he estimated the value of both accounts to be around 5,000 if sold at the Treasure Pavilion. Given that both Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi entered the gaming realm early, their accounts boasted several exclusive creatures, suggesting that their worth would only increase over time. Fantasy Journey to the West is a game that heavily relies on teamwork and cooperation. Thus, to ensure a more stable output, Mei Fong forged connections with numerous online acquaintances to form a fixed team. Currently, he and these acquaintances have joined a guild known as Wuho's Peerless. Xiao Fong Fong, why are you dual logging today all by yourself? Where has your wife gone? Inquired the playful member. How did you know I was dual logging? Mei Fong replied. You wouldn't know, would you? Your sister-in-law always greets us when she logs in, unlike you, who remain silent. In the realm of gaming, it is customary for Xia Yuan to greet her guild members upon logging in, as she relishes engaging in conversations with online friends. Nevertheless, she diligently adheres to the rules established by Mei Fong, ensuring that her true identity remains concealed to avert any unnecessary complications. Overall, despite the diverse qualities of players within the game, where instances of spamming, verbal disputes, and financial contributions to developers abound, the online community was undeniably vibrant during that era. Most players fostered a spirit of mutual assistance and camaraderie, allowing even those like Lin Yoshi, who shunned social interactions in reality, to express themselves freely in the digital sphere. At least it was not reminiscent of 2022, when playing games, even in a mobile like IOI, often left one feeling like an orphan. Meanwhile, Mei Fong was engaged in a session of automated monster hunting, relying on the goodwill of online compatriots. The study door creaked open with a gentle knock, and Mei Fong glanced over, not seeing anyone. As she turned to the side, a mischievous sprite lunged at her, exclaiming, Wah! Oh no, I'm scared to death. You nearly frightened me to death. With a hearty laugh, Meiya, seemingly oblivious to Mei Fong's indifferent expression, stood with her hands on her hips. Mei Fong's emotions were somewhat intricate regarding this sister, whom she had never encountered in her past life, as her presence in this world was intrinsically linked to the newfound wealth of 500,000 that she had contributed to her family. He remained unaware of the profound ripples the butterfly effect could unleash upon this world, at least in the reincarnation novels he had previously perused. The protagonists altered the course of reality while still managing to steer the grand trends of development. He could only hope that this world possessed a similar self-correcting mechanism. Brother. Dad is at work, and Mom is visiting Grandma at the hospital. She said you should take care of me. Mei Fong pondered. Why don't you watch television? I searched many channels, but there are no cartoons. Mei clung to Mei Fong's arm, pleading, Brother. Will you take me to the amusement park to play? Please? I would love to take you, but I don't have any money. Mei Fong displayed a look of distress. Mom and Dad only favor you, not me, so I have no pocket money. Mei lowered her head, lost in thought, and then hurriedly dashed out of the study. Now I can enjoy some peace and quiet. While it was not that Mei Fong lacked money, he occasionally received some pocket change. He diligently saved it, intending to use it as startup capital in the future. In this era, one could pursue any venture, but without money, nothing was feasible. After a while, as Mei Fong remained engrossed in the online world, the study door opened once more. What now, Xiaoyu? Mei Fong looked up to find that this time it was not his sister, but Xia Yuan. Mei Fong, I heard from Xiaoyu that you spend all day playing games and do not play with her. Is that correct? How can you call yourself a brother? Xia Yuan appeared quite irate, while Mei cowered behind her, casting a pitiful glance at Mei Fong. What? I've only played for a few minutes today. Sister Yuan. He is deceiving you. He has played all day long. Just check the computer's main unit. You little rascal, why are you turning your elbows outward? Mei made a silly face at her brother, who wore an expression of helplessness. She insists on going to the amusement park, but I have no money. Compared to the importance of companionship, what does a little money matter? Xia Yuan huffed, pulling open her bag zipper. You have such a lovely sister, and yet fail to cherish her. I wish I had a sister to play with. She retrieved a green note from her bag. Here. You want money, right? I have some. Little Mei Ya's eyes sparkled at the sight, clinging tightly to Xia Yuan's leg. Yay. I love Sister Yuan the most. I'd rather be your sister. I don't want to be the brother's sister anymore. He is stingy and annoying. You little money grubber. So, whoever has money gets to go, huh? Mei Fong remarked. Since you're so affluent, why don't you take Mei Yu to the amusement park? But you're the brother. How can you not go? It's fine, Sister Yuan. I don't mind not having my brother, after all. He doesn't like me anyway. Xia Yuan, possessing an exceedingly sentimental disposition, approached in a huff upon witnessing Mei Ya's dejected expression. She promptly yanked Mei Fong from her chair, eliciting delightful applause from Mei Ya, who gleefully cheered her on. Mei Fong, wearing an expression of utter despondency, lamented. Are we not all still in our childhood? Do I not deserve a joyous youth? You still bear the responsibilities and obligations of an elder brother. Xia Yuan, employing various persuasive tactics, endeavored to usher Mei Fong away from the study, while Mei Ya joyously bounced alongside, reveling in the mischief, which prompted Mei Fong to deliver a light-hearted smack to her. In the year 2005, by Mei County, a quaint locale, lacked the grand amusement parks characteristic of larger cities. Instead, it resembled a precursor to inflatable castle parks. This establishment featured a multifaceted array of attractions, including slides, trampolines, swings, and ball pits. Yet its safety standards were notably inferior to those composed entirely of inflatable apparatuses. Young children were often too timid to engage, while older ones deemed it childish, preferring the allure of arcades or internet cafes, leading to the gradual obsolescence of such playgrounds. Nevertheless, in this era, the amusement park inn by Mei County remained a cherished dreamland for children. Upon arriving at the amusement park that Mei had longed for, they were greeted by a scene where the entrance was strewn with the shoes of children. For children under 10 years only, children under 6 must be accompanied by an adult. Entry fee, 10 yuan, accompanying adult, 5 yuan. Mei Fong paid the admission fee, only to be intercepted by a watchful lady at the entrance. Isn't there enough money? Aren't there 3 of you? Mei Fong furrowed her brow. We are merely companions. Look at us. We are of age and can manage on our own. Reading is essential. Are you an adult? You should join in the fun. Just as Mei Fong was about to continue her argument with the elder, Xia Yuan comforted her, saying, It's all right, Mei Fong. It doesn't matter. Xia Yuan paid the remaining 10 yuan. You are always so accommodating. One day, someone will take advantage of you. They all earned their money through hard work. It's not easy for them, Xia Yuan responded with a smile. All right, let's not dwell on trivial matters. Let's go in and enjoy ourselves, lest we spoil our mood. 10 yuan may not be a considerable amount given Xia Yuan's background, yet even Mei Fong found it unreasonable. It can only be said that her exceptional character and upbringing are indeed closely tied to her affluent upbringing. At that moment, Mei was tugging at her arm, urging her to hurry inside. Mei Fong ultimately restrained herself from lecturing Xia Yuan. Once inside the amusement park, Mei instantly transformed into an exuberant child, bounding about like a wild horse. The area was filled with children aged 5 to 10, and although Mei was quite young, she eagerly joined the other little boys and girls on the slide. Concerned for Mei's safety, Xia Yuan followed closely behind, instructing Mei Fong to wait in the ball pit area at the bottom of the slide. Well, Maya refused her brother Mei Fong's assistance, instead plunging headfirst into the joyful sea of balls. Moments later, she emerged from the colorful orbs, grasping the descending Xia Yuan and ascending the slide once more. Mei Fong languidly reclined within the submerged sea of balls, finding solace despite the cacophony of children's laughter. Brother, catch me. Mei Fong poked his head out from the depths of the ocean balls, spotting Xia Yuan and Maya poised at the summit of the slide, ready to descend. Here we go. Xia Yuan exclaimed as she embraced Maya, both sliding down together amidst Maya's jubilant cheers. They plunged into the sea of balls, sending a cascade of them crashing down upon Mei Fong's face. Struggling to navigate the buoyant terrain, Mei Fong made his way to the buried Maya and Xian, pulling Xia Yuan up from the depths. Look at you, all grown up, yet still playing on the slide. Well, since we paid the full price, we ought to enjoy ourselves. Xia Yuan replied as she adjusted her hair. Come play with us. I'd rather not. Xia Yuan puffed out her cheeks. I bought your ticket. You must accompany me. Exactly. Brother, come join us. You cannot waste Sister Yuan's money. Reluctantly, Mei Fong found himself compelled to join in their playful antics on the slide. I never came here as a child. I had always wanted to visit after hearing Lin Yoshi speak of this place. Too bad you're not my parents' daughter, he sighed, reminiscing about how the two used to drag him to this amusement park whenever they had free time. Brother, are you telling the truth? Little Mei exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if her very soul had been shaken from its core. Why do Mom and Dad never take me out to play? Is it because I am a girl? Dad has to support our family of 4. The pressure at work has increased. Over the years, Grandma's health has deteriorated, and Mom needs to care for her while also looking after us. Why should we burden young children with such stress? Xia Yuan gently nudged Mei Fong and then comforted little Maya, explaining, the truth is, your brother spends all his time playing video games at home and refuses to go out, which is why your parents always urge him to play outside. But why hasn't Sister Yuan ever played? Well, Xia Yuan scratched her head. My parents are also quite busy with work. But your family is obviously wealthy. Why are you still so busy? Little Maya questioned with confusion. If you have money, shouldn't you enjoy life? Buy plenty of snacks and toys and go out to play every day? Xia Yuan found herself at a loss for an answer to Maya's inquiries and decided to redirect the conversation. Let's not dwell on that for now. How about we go play something else? The trio spent their day at the amusement park, indulging in a myriad of rides, navigating through various passageways, walking along balance beams, tumbling over rolling barrels, swinging on swings, and joyfully bouncing on trampolines, all while accompanying Maya in delightful play. As the chaos unfolded, Xia Yuan found herself devoid of energy to accompany Maya in her playful antics, ultimately relegating herself to a seat on the side of the trampoline alongside Mei Fong, where she leaned against Mei Fong's shoulder, gasping for breath. Your sister possesses an abundance of vitality, she remarked, reminiscing about her past desire for a sister, only to realize that having one was fraught with constant grievances. Mei Fong sighed, pondering the tumultuous energy of the present and worrying about what would transpire when she grew older. Perhaps I should simply gift her to you as a sister, he quipped. No need for that. She is already my sister, Xia Yuan replied, glancing up at Mei Fong. Her lips curved into a smile, her hair tousled and glistening with sweat, exuding an inexplicable allure that stirred something profound within Mei Fong. Noticing Mei Fong's unwavering gaze upon her, Xia Yuan's eyes began to wander, ultimately resting upon the small Maya, who was joyfully bouncing on the trampoline with other children. Suddenly, a hefty boy charged in, leaping onto the trampoline with such force that it sent the other children flying. The unexpected surge of energy left the little ones momentarily stunned, and before they could regain their footing, the hefty boy continued to jump, causing some to burst into tears. Observing this, Xia Yuan and Mei Fong swiftly pulled the startled Maya closer to them. The hefty boy appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, displaying a surprisingly fierce temperament for his age. After a brief spell of jumping, he gradually came to a halt and bellowed at a nearby boy who wished to join in. "This is my territory now. You are not allowed to jump here. Why can only you jump? This is a playground for everyone, and everyone should be able to play." A young boy, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old, attempted to reason with the chubby child. Suddenly, the chubby boy shot him a glare and swiftly slapped him. The audacity! The boy's strike was unrestrained, leaving a red mark on the young boy's face, who immediately burst into tears, rushing forward to hit the chubby boy. They quickly became entangled in a scuffle. Whose child is this, to be so harsh? At that moment, the chubby boy's parent, a middle-aged woman, hurried over, anxiously shielding her precious child. "What happened? Oh dear. Who caused that mark on your face? This is outrageous." The father of the young boy pointed at the injury on his child's face. "You should discipline your child. This is intolerable. Look at what your child has done to mine. Oh dear, what does it matter if children fight? No blood was shed. If a child loses a fight, it simply means they lack the skill, not that age is a factor. Is it fair for you to bully the younger one? How old is our child?" As the young boy's father prepared to continue, the chubby boy suddenly spat at him. The furious father clenched his fists, ready to retaliate. But the woman immediately shielded her child in her embrace. "He's still just a child. What does he understand? How shameful for an adult to take offense with a child." The aunt, with her utterly unreasonable remarks, left the uncle speechless. Meanwhile, the chubby boy beside her tugged at his mother's clothing, making faces, his smug expression vividly portrayed. At that moment, someone suddenly yanked him away and delivered a resounding slap. This individual was none other than the righteous companion, Mei Fong. "Why can't you trust me just once?" Smack. The sound of Mei Fong's slap echoed loudly, leaving everyone present, including the chubby boy, in stunned silence for several moments. You glutton! Look at what you've done to my sister," Mei Fong scolded as he struck the boy's head. It turned out that Mei had accidentally bumped her head while escaping, resulting in a small trickle of blood from her forehead. Now, she sat in Xia Yuan's arms, bewildered, observing the unfolding scene. Upon seeing Mei's injury, the aunt immediately remarked with a tinge of jealousy, "It's just a scratch. What's the big deal? Just a scratch. Is it? Just a scratch." As soon as the aunt finished her sentence, Mei Fong delivered a few more hefty slaps to her portly son. Faced with Mei Fong, who towered over him, the chubby boy had no intention of retaliating after receiving so many slaps. Instead, he covered his face and began to cry pitifully, rushing into his mother's embrace. "Well, Mommy, he hit me. He hit me. Whose child are you? Have you lost your mind? When will this end? Just wait until I teach you a proper lesson." The aunt, grumbling and cursing, threatened to pull Mei Fong's ear. At that moment, Mei Fong bellowed, "What are you doing? Is it fair for an adult to bully a child? He is still a child. You, being so much older, should not stoop to such pettiness. Have you no shame? This little brat is at least in the 6th grade, while my Zhuang is only in the 2nd grade. Where does this ruffian come from, resorting to such violence? He should be the one feeling ashamed. When children fight and cannot prevail, it is not about age, but rather their own incompetence." This was a reflection of the words the aunt had used against the uncle earlier, and it left her momentarily speechless, gnashing her teeth in frustration as she glared at Mei Fong. Seeing that his mother was unwilling to defend him, the chubby boy began to roll around on the trampoline, his pants nearly slipping off and exposing his backside, utterly unmanageable. Meanwhile, more and more children and parents gathered to watch, prompting the aunt to realize that she could not afford to lose face any longer. She seized the chubby boy by the ear and, in a defeated manner, dragged him away from the playground. "I've never seen you so furious before," Mei Fong remarked, acknowledging the provocation that had raised her blood pressure. After all, it is hard not to be incensed when faced with such outrageous remarks. Mei Fong harbored a deep-seated disdain for unruly children and would carry the grudge from this incident throughout her life, forever regretting that she had not given him a proper lesson at the time. "Brother, you look incredibly handsome today," Mei exclaimed, her head held high and a beaming smile on her face. "I admire you so much today." "What do you mean by that? Do you not admire me on a daily basis?" Mei Fong inquired, pinching Mei's cheek, while Xia Yuan rested her chin on her hand, displaying an expression of longing. TSK, you profess to despise your sister, yet here you are, ready to defend her. Sisters are indeed such peculiar beings." Mei Fong sighed, gently patting his sister's head as he explained, "Only I have the privilege to speak ill of her. No one else is permitted to do so, let alone lay a finger on her. However, fighting is an improper conduct, especially when the strong bully the weak. Xiaoya, Do not emulate your brother. I am not bullying the weak. I am upholding justice and acting heroically. Mei suddenly burst forth with a plethora of impressive idioms, marking one of her rare moments of siding with Mei Fong. Xia Yuan endeavored to persuade Mei but ultimately met with failure. To Mei Fong, his sister was indeed an unexpected miracle in this reborn world. Yet, now that she had entered this realm and become part of his family, he gradually grew accustomed to cherishing her. He had no justification for not protecting her. After leaving the amusement park, Mei Fong visited a pharmacy to purchase some band-aids for Mei. What if Annie discovers that Xiaoya is hurt? Might she blame you? Xia Yuan pondered. In that case, you can simply say it was my doing, she suggested. No need for that. Mei shook her head. I shall claim that I fell by myself. But we must keep the amusement park incident a secret from Mom and Dad. It shall remain our little secret. Hearing Mei speak of little secrets, Xia Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly, deliberately fixing her gaze on Mei Fong for an extended moment. Mei Fong understood that she was alluding to the times she had been deceived as a child and merely responded with a humored snicker, choosing to remain non-committal about the playful gesture. So, it turns out she was tricked by her younger sister into coming to my house to do homework? As Mei Fong carried Xia Yuan's backpack towards her home, she had not yet pressed the doorbell when she heard the sound of ceramics shattering from within the house, followed by sporadic arguments that stirred unsettling memories in her mind. Just as she was torn between whether to ring the bell, the door swung open unexpectedly, revealing Xia Yuan rushing out. She appeared to be seeking fresh air, and upon noticing Mei Fong standing at the entrance, her surprise was evident. She rubbed her eyes and hastened towards her. What is the matter? Why the sudden visit? Oh, I see. Xia Yuan smiled, reflecting that she had intended to complete her homework when time allowed, but had forgotten about it. Thank you. Is everything all right at home? Xia Yuan paused for a moment, then waved her hand with a smile. You heard the noise, didn't you? Please don't misunderstand. It was just my mother accidentally breaking a vase. It's nothing serious. Mei Fong gazed at Xia Yuan's face and nodded gently. After all, if anything comes up, you can always discuss it with me. We are the best of friends. Haha, Mei Fong, what are you talking about? Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? You're quite strange. With a smile, Xia Yuan waved her hand, reassuringly saying, It's nothing, so let's not overthink it. Mei Fong, who had been observing Xia Yuan intently, then reached out to gently wipe away the tear at the corner of her eye. Why can't you just trust me this once? You're really bothersome. After being exposed, Xia Yuan's voice dwindled to a mere whisper. We had such a great time today. It's my own family matters. I don't want to ruin your mood. Don't say such distant things. We are good friends, and you can share anything with me. Xia Yuan rubbed her eyes and replied, Let's talk about it tomorrow at school. Don't drink water carelessly. I mean, pour it yourself, and also. Mei Fong proceeded to relay an array of peculiar precautions, so strange that even she found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she concluded the somewhat awkward conversation with a jest. After departing from Xia Yuan's home, Mei Fong wandered around the community for a considerable time, contemplating her upcoming plans. What was inevitable could not be evaded. Mei Fong vaguely recalled that tragic event occurring during a snowy winter. Given the current trajectory of the observed timeline, the likelihood of a predetermined event occurring prematurely seemed rather low. Therefore, it was imperative to eliminate the problem before it arose. The sooner, the better. On the following morning, Mei Fong rose earlier than usual, waiting at the entrance of the community for Xia Yuan. In elementary school, given that her home was not far, Xia Yuan typically did not accompany her mother to school. Naturally, it was not akin to the childhood sweethearts in Sakura country who attended classes together every day. Upon encountering Xia Yuan, Mei Fong was seen squinting and yawning, appearing as though she had just awoken. Surprised yet delighted to see Mei Fong waiting at the door, Xia Yuan exclaimed, Good morning. Have you been waiting for me? Mei Fong replied, I just happened to see you coming, so I waited for a bit. Xia Yuan pondered for a moment, her head lowered and lips pressed together, before raising her gaze and smiling. Let us converse as we stroll. Though her father's hotel business seemed to flourish, it was, in fact, teetering on the brink of insolvency. He had been borrowing extensively and accumulating considerable debt. Upon learning of this, Xia Yuan's mother urged her husband to sell the hotel to mitigate losses, but he was resolute against such a course of action, even contemplating mortgaging their home to settle his debts. Their quarrel within the confines of their home disturbed Xia Yuan, and after her attempts to mediate were in vain, her father stormed out. Xia Yuan's mother then called her over and explained the situation, hoping that she might persuade her father to reconsider his obstinate stance. This is the first time I've seen my father display such an expression. He has always been a gentle person, never raising his voice to me or my mother. Xia Yuan's countenance reflected profound bitterness as she recounted her attempt to discuss the matter with her father the previous night. He had dismissed her concerns, admonishing her that such matters were not for children to meddle in. Although Xia Yuan's words carried a hint of personal interpretation, Mei Fong had nearly grasped the intricacies of the situation. Judging by the outcome of her previous life, Xia Yuan's father achieved his objectives. Yet this ultimately led to greater losses, plunging their family into a bottomless abyss of financial ruin, culminating in their destruction. From Mei Fong's observations over the years, it was evident that Xia Yuan's parents placed great importance on maintaining dignity. Their sense of dignity manifested in their personal cultivation and the education they provided for their daughter. Regardless of wealth, they interacted with others in a remarkably amiable manner. However, such refinement could only be sustained on a foundation of material abundance. Once deprived of financial wealth, or even burdened by debt, their dignity would inevitably falter. Xia Yuan's father was indeed a man concerned with appearances, in Mei Fong's eyes. Losing face was far more distressing than losing his life. Nevertheless, it was inconceivable for Mei Fong that they would ultimately descend into such extremities, taking their daughter along with them. I believe you are merely a child. If you simply speak reason, your father is unlikely to heed your words. Xia Yuan nodded, acknowledging. I understand. I truly do not want my father to continue running the hotel. He increasingly enjoys socializing and drinking with those friends, and since I entered elementary school, I have seen him less and less at home. Moreover, seeing my father so fixated on the hotel, it feels as though he is entranced, which frightens me. The actions a child can take are limited. We are inherently unequal to adults, and persuading someone solely through words is nearly impossible. With a sense of despondency, Xia Yuan lamented that her mother had clearly informed her last night that if her father continued to act stubbornly, she intended to seek a divorce. Even inquired whom Xia Yuan would prefer to stay with. The thought of her parents actually divorcing filled her with dread. She wished to avoid making such a choice. Mei Fong pondered for a moment. Since Xia Yuan did not wish to witness her parents' relationship deteriorate yet sought to deter her father's obstinacy, perhaps this plan could prove effective. What plan do you speak of? Asked Xia Yuan. Mei Fong gazed at her, articulating her proposal word by word. Run away from home? As a minor under guardianship. A child attempting to persuade their parents to acquiesce to their desires can generally only rely on the parents' reasonableness. For instance, if one wishes to adopt a cat, acquire a new backpack, or obtain a toy, they might negotiate with their parents regarding the scores or rankings in the next examination. However, such negotiations are confined to material rewards. In matters concerning future career aspirations, like those of Xia Yuan's father, discussions must occur with adults, as a child's perspective is often deemed irrelevant. Unless parents can grasp the child's urgent pleas, the child must take charge of their own affairs, leading to frequent assertions of independence and, at times, the drastic act of running away from home as an external manifestation of this desire for autonomy. The motivations behind a child's decision to leave home are varied. They may stem from overwhelming academic pressures, the absence of parental affection, or, in rare instances, a weariness of monotonous routines, prompting a yearning for adventure beyond the confines of home. Additionally, the allure of unsavory influences can also play a role in a child's choice to flee, much like Mei Fong. Are you serious? Asking me to run away from home? Xia Yuan was taken aback by Mei Fong's proposal. How could this possibly resolve anything? Mei Fong nodded thoughtfully. Consider this. Your parents care for you deeply. If you were to leave home, wouldn't they drop everything to search for you? This would compel them to take your thoughts seriously. The crux of the matter lies in your perspective. But, isn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? Xia Yuan murmured. If I actually ran away, my parents would undoubtedly go frantic looking for me. This is merely a feigned departure, a means to provoke concern and prompt them to acknowledge your feelings and opinions. Like those scenarios on television? But I haven't had a quarrel with my family. Leaving home seems too bizarre. Have you never felt disheartened witnessing your parents argue, feeling utterly powerless? Your mother even mentioned divorcing your father, asking whom you would prefer to live with. Would you truly wish for that? Imagine if they actually divorced. Think about your future, middle school, high school, college, even marriage. What if your father marries another woman? Mei Fong's whispered words gradually unveiled a looming crisis for Xia Yuan, prompting her to swiftly cover Mei Fong's mouth. Stop it. I can't stand this. Mei Fong, maintaining her adeptness at manipulating emotions, effortlessly brought Xia Yuan to tears. As they neared the school, Xia Yuan hurriedly rubbed her eyes. I admit my words may be harsh, but they reflect the truth. Therefore, it is essential for you to run away from home, to manifest your sorrow through action, compelling your parents to acknowledge your perspective. If your father were to fulfill his wish and lead the family into bankruptcy, or if your mother were to truly divorce him, these are outcomes you would not wish to witness, correct? However, Xia Yuan gazed longingly at Mei Fong, expressing her uncertainty. I have never experienced running away from home, and I do not know if I have enough money. What if I encounter a bad person? What shall I do then? Why do you fear such things? We are such close friends. How could I possibly allow you to venture alone? Mei Fong reassured her, gently patting Xia Yuan's shoulder. I will also run away from home, accompanying you on this journey. This is not elopement. Regarding the plan to run away from home, Mei Fong had contemplated this 3 years ago when he learned that Xia Yuan was the tragic protagonist. After a night of thorough analysis and reflection, he ultimately resolved to prioritize this plan. He believes that Xia Yuan's father deeply cherishes his beloved daughter. Through this act of running away, he can truly grasp her thoughts, leading him to calm down and relinquish his pursuit of wealth. Ultimately, running away is merely a strategy, not an end goal. Should his desire for wealth significantly overshadow his love for his daughter, Mei Fong would be compelled to adopt a second plan, to persuade Xia Yuan's mother and father to sever ties, that is, to divorce, in order to prevent further entanglement. Whether considering the well-being of Xia Yuan or her love for her husband, in the end, Teacher Yu from the past chose to compromise, ultimately not separating from Xia Yuan's father. However, if all else fails, he must at the very least safeguard Xia Yuan and prevent her from being ensnared in tragedy. The existence of this matter from a past life has always fostered a sense of resentment in Mei Fong towards Xia Yuan's parents, particularly her father. Perhaps the immense suffering endured by Xia Yuan's father during his fall from grace is beyond the comprehension of someone as impoverished as him. Or perhaps it was merely a momentary impulse. Yet, such disregard for life inevitably leaves him with a profound sense of regret. He is uncertain whether Teacher Yu is aware of the events from that time, but without a doubt, the Xia Yuan of the past was kept in the dark. She may appear delicate, yet she is not fragile. This is the Xia Yuan he has come to know over the years. In today's class, Xia Yuan seemed unusually quiet, her head bowed low as she diligently scribbled in her beautiful notebook. She was likely devising a plan to run away from home. Contemplating what items to take, all her saved money, 7 sets of clothing, phone card, towel, toothbrush, toothpaste, small mirror, lip balm, compass, fruit knife, canned fruit, especially yellow peaches, family portrait of the 3 of them, backpack, stationery, textbooks. As Mei Fong observed her transform her clothing list from 2 sets to 7, accompanied by a plethora of absurd gear, he could no longer contain his exasperation after class. Exclaiming, "It's not like you're going camping. Why on earth do you need a compass? Should we find ourselves in a distant place, uncertain of our bearings? Would it not be prudent to prepare accordingly? You truly brought a textbook?" Summer Yuan replied earnestly, "After all, we are merely pretending to run away from home. We cannot neglect our studies. Bringing money is sufficient." Mei Fong casually inquired, "By the way, how much have you saved up?" Summer Yuan rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. "With the New Year's gift money from relatives and my usual pocket money, I've saved quite diligently. When I counted during this past New Year, I had approximately 6,000 yuan? 6,000? Although Mei Fong had anticipated that Summer Yuan might possess a modest fortune, this figure struck her as rather astonishing. This is the year 2005, after all. 6,000 yuan could purchase a square meter of land in Pengcheng. Mei Fong assisted Summer Yuan by crossing off several unnecessary items from her list, advising her that bringing merely 200 yuan would suffice. After all, this was not a genuine long-term departure from home. Carrying such a sum seemed rather superfluous. Today, Summer Yuan's mother, Teacher Yu, conducted her lessons as usual. As a Chinese language instructor, she maintained a composed demeanor, speaking softly in class while upholding her dignified presence. Compared to other homeroom teachers, she exuded a warmth that endeared her to students, though it also rendered her somewhat less effective in managing troublesome pupils. Overall, the students held her in high regard and affection. Mei Fong vividly remembered that when their family of 3 passed away, the students of their class spontaneously organized to attend the funeral. After school today, let us inform Lin Yoshi about this plan. Hey, are you out of your mind? Why would we tell her? Do you remember when you 2 hid from me while playing games? That incident left me quite upset for a long time. Xia Yuan explained that if we were to conceal such an important matter from Lin Yoshi, she would undoubtedly be hurt. It's not that I believe her feelings are of no consequence. Mei Fong sighed, stating that if you tell her, she will surely exclaim, "I want to run away with you." Upon learning the details of the situation, Lin Yoshi made her own decision. "I knew it." Mei Fong quickly interjected. "You cannot go with them. You must serve as our informant." Informant? Lin Yoshi tilted her head in confusion. If Xia Yuan and I run away, we need a channel to understand the situation here, right? What if they don't search for us or escalate the matter? You could inform us or let our parents know where we went. Why can't Mei Fong be the informant? Lin Yoshi protested. Can't I run away with Xia Yuan? Xia Yuan hurriedly interjected. Lin Yoshi, I think Mei Fong is correct. After all, being a boy, he would have certain advantages in this endeavor. Just because he is a boy. Lin Yoshi furrowed her brow. If he runs away with you. Isn't that essentially the same as eloping? Eloping. Upon hearing Lin Yoshi's words, Xia Yuan's face instantly flushed crimson. After a prolonged moment, she stammered, It's not elopement. We are merely elementary students. How could we engage in such disreputable conduct? In truth, if approached from a different perspective, I could easily extricate myself from this predicament. Mei Fong, Lin Yoshi retorted, we are currently endeavoring to assist Xia Yuan in resolving her crisis. Could you please take this more seriously? I am indeed serious. Mei Fong replied. Otherwise, if Xia Yuan and I were to run away together, explaining it to our parents and the school would undoubtedly lead to a plethora of complications. Lin Yoshi, I believe Mei Fong has a valid point. Let's settle on this. Xia Yuan added, reluctant to be branded in association with Mei Fong and that. Whatever it was. Xia Yuan, why is your face suddenly so flushed? Lin Yoshi inquired with concern, reaching out to touch Xia Yuan's face. It's so warm. Do you have a fever? No. Please help me think about what else we need to bring. As Mei Fong observed the enthusiastic interaction between Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan, a myriad of emotions surged within her. It was evident that Lin Yoshi remained a naive child, oblivious to the complexities of the situation, while Xia Yuan's mind was burdened with deeper thoughts. By the way, aside from the items we need to prepare, have you both considered where you intend to run away to and for how long? Have you made any plans? Oh dear, I hadn't thought about those details. Xia Yuan fell into a state of indecision. Don't worry. Mei Fong smiled and said, just rely on me. I have everything planned. The girl who left home, Xia Yuan, had determined the specific direction of her departure from the very beginning towards her grandmother's house in Jiaqing. During this time, they would likely be absent for about 10 hours. A duration sufficient to raise her parents' concerns, yet the repercussions would remain relatively manageable. Seeking refuge with her closest grandmother rather than confronting her parents' issues aligned perfectly with Xia Yuan's mindset. And it would also help to absolve any suspicion regarding her elopement with Xia Yuan, due to the potential for unforeseen circumstances. This plan to leave home was not delayed for long. The departure was scheduled for the following morning. He instructed Xia Yuan to find an unused small suitcase the night before, secretly packing all the essentials into it and hiding it away for safekeeping. The next day, at the time of school, the three of them agreed to meet at a designated location to ensure that the plan had not encountered any unexpected setbacks. It seems you were prepared as well. Mei Fong observed the blue beret perched atop Xia Yuan's head for a moment. You usually don't wear a hat when you go out. Why did you choose to wear one today? Is it too conspicuous? Xia Yuan replied in surprise. I wore it to avoid being recognized. Not at all. I simply think the hat is quite lovely. Hiki. Xia Yuan instinctively adjusted her hat. You wrote the letter for leaving home last night, didn't you? Xia Yuan nodded, affirming, yes, I did. I have nothing particular to prepare. Lin Yoshi said earnestly to Mei Fong while holding Xia Yuan's hand. Xia Yuan is easily deceived, so Mei Fong, you must protect her. Don't regard me as so naive. Xia Yuan retorted, we're merely going to Jiangxing to visit my grandmother. I often go there during the summer. So it's just like a trip. A trip, indeed, lacking Mei Fong's foresight. Xia Yuan and her companions could hardly fathom the grave consequences this event would bring. Only he was concerned for the child. Mei Fong sighed. Considering the time your mother left, we should head to your house to grab your luggage. All right. The train tickets of 2005 were already under real name registration. Minors without identification could hardly board a train. However, buses had yet to implement strict ID checks. Mei Fong and Xia Yuan took the bus to the station. Claiming to be siblings visiting relatives in Jiaqing, and effortlessly purchased their tickets. As it was a weekday, the bus to Jiangxing was far from full. Mei Fong instructed Xia Yuan to board first while he stowed their luggage in the lower compartment. Once on board, Xia Yuan found a window seat and anxiously peered out for Mei Fong's figure, only settling down when she finally spotted him. Before boarding, Mei Fong had purchased a box of cookies from the convenience store, handing it to Xia Yuan. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Here, have a little something. Xia Yuan carefully opened the packaging, keen to avoid any unnecessary noise. She stole a glance at the surrounding passengers and, upon confirming that no eyes were upon them, began to gently chew on the biscuit. After consuming a couple of pieces, she passed some to Mei Fong, while her gaze remained fixed on the window, as if awaiting the arrival of someone. The roar of the bus engine erupted, and the vehicle began to move slowly. Xia Yuan lowered her head and, in a hushed tone, asked Mei Fong, "Do you think we have gone too far this time? Our parents are so worried about us. I feel somewhat uneasy. It's still possible to ask the driver to stop." "That is not what I meant." Xia Yuan grasped Mei Fong's hand. "Last night, while writing the letter, I pondered extensively, considering whether if I persuaded my father a bit more, he might agree to sell the hotel. Or if I could talk to my mother to dissuade her from the idea of divorce. But then what? Well, I actually know that is impossible." Xia Yuan smiled and shook her head. "As I mentioned to you earlier, since I started elementary school, my father has only been consumed by work and social obligations. I longed for him to take me to the amusement park, yet he never did. Later, when I spent summers at my grandmother's, it was always just my mother and me. My parents have been quarreling for quite some time. They merely put on a facade of affection in front of others. And, in my presence." Xia Yuan lowered her head, wrestling with her thoughts, before turning her gaze back to the window. "They always argue with the bedroom door closed. Sometimes the noise grows so loud that I can hear it from outside, yet I feign ignorance. Why do I pretend not to know?" Xia Yuan whispered, "Because they wish for me to remain oblivious, and I do not wish to cause them sorrow." "I see." Mei Fong pondered, her perception of Xia Yuan shifting slightly. Xia Yuan is a well-behaved and thoughtful child. Her desire to maintain her image is not merely for her own sake, but largely to spare her parents from embarrassment and to live up to their expectations. Listening to Xia Yuan confide her innermost thoughts, Mei Fong instinctively rested her hand on Xia Yuan's head, gently stroking it. "What are you doing?" "You." Xia Yuan glared at Mei Fong in annoyance, reminding her not to pat her head like an adult, asking how many years it would take for this habit to change. Although she voiced her disdain, Mei Fong had been doing this for many years, and Xia Yuan had long ceased to be bothered by it. "I never imagined that you have been enduring so much." Mei Fong smiled gently, assuring her that at least in my presence, you may feel free to relax. "Whatever you wish to be or how you wish to feel, I shall not judge you." Xia Yuan looked up at Mei Fong, her eyes sparkling with vibrant light. "This is the first time someone has spoken to me in such a manner. Does this mean that you two are putting on a facade before me?" As she pondered, even in solitude, she was indeed mindful of her own image. Xia Yuan chattered on, relishing the gentle caress of Mei Fong's hand on her head. Before long, she leaned against Mei Fong's arm and drifted off to sleep. The bus glided smoothly, swiftly transporting them from Baimei County to Jiangcheng. Xia Yuan's grandmother resided in the countryside of Jiangcheng, and they would need to transfer to another vehicle upon arrival. However, after a 4-hour journey from Baimei County, both were in no hurry to continue. After inhaling a breath of the provincial city's air, Mei Fong turned to Xia Yuan and suggested, "Shall we have lunch first? What would you like to eat?" Xia Yuan, hands clasped behind her back, skipped lightly toward Mei Fong, her smile illuminating her face. She appeared somewhat exhilarated. Her earlier worries about her relatives no longer clouded her desire to leave home. "Mei Fong, I shall always remember what you said, you know?" She teased specifically. "That I can be my true self in your presence without fear of your disapproval, right?" Mei Fong nodded affirmatively. "Yes, feel free to be yourself." Thus, considering the rare opportunity to venture all the way to Jiangcheng, it was only fitting that they indulge in the sort of junk food her parents would have never permitted. Xia Yuan smacked her lips playfully and then mischievously stuck out her tongue. In the face of danger at the restaurant, the allure of their hamburgers, fried chicken, French fries, sundaes, and even the little toys appeared exceptionally grand. The children longed to visit the bustling metropolis, often just to savor the delights of fast food establishments. However, Xia Yuan had never been afforded such an opportunity. This so-called junk food, deemed inappropriate by her mother, was akin to candy and games, all categorized as forbidden pleasures at home. It was only in Mei Fong's company that Xia Yuan could indulge in such joys. Upon reflection, Xia Yuan's childhood, devoid of her own company, had not been particularly joyful. To prevent this child from harboring regrets about her youth, Mei Fong was more than willing to help fulfill her wishes. In an era devoid of navigation systems, finding one's way was somewhat cumbersome. Fortunately, Mei Fong had studied at university in Jiacheng, and they were able to procure a tourist map from a convenience store at the station, quickly pinpointing a nearby fast food restaurant within walking distance. Mei Fong, pulling a small suitcase, walked ahead while Xia Yuan closely followed, deliberately lowering her hat to survey her surroundings. Noticing that no one was paying attention to them, she whispered to Mei Fong, "My mother always warns me about the many bad people near the station, urging me not to wander off." Yet, it seems no one is watching us. That's merely luck on this occasion. Your mother's caution is well-founded. Mei Fong replied sternly. It's best to remain vigilant and not stray. All right. Xia Yuan nodded earnestly, then linked her arm with Mei Fong's. Is this okay? This way. I want to get lost from you. Perfect. The girl. Mei Fong led Xia Yuan into the KFC establishment. It was lunchtime, and a considerable number of patrons were queuing to place their orders. Xia Yuan gazed at the dazzling array of dishes displayed on the promotional board, momentarily overwhelmed. What do you wish to eat? First and foremost, a hamburger. I think I would like, the country crispy chicken burger. However, the combo seems quite economical. That toy from the kids' meal appears enticing as well, but it doesn't come with a hamburger. Noticing Xia Yuan's indecision, Mei Fong took the initiative to place the order. Allow me to assist you. You can find a seat for now. All right. Xia Yuan pushed her cart and surveyed the surroundings, eventually settling at a small table adjacent to the KFC children's playground. Seeing Xia Yuan comfortably seated, Mei Fong relaxed her watchful gaze, alternating between perusing the menu and contemplating the subtle transformations occurring within Xia Yuan. The discord between her parents seemed to have left an impact on Xia Yuan, who had shifted from unconditionally trusting her mother to beginning to question some of her teachings. These doubts may have quietly taken root long ago, yet various factors had prevented them from surfacing. Mei Fong felt a twinge of concern, pondering whether her recent indulgences and promises had inadvertently awakened a rebellious consciousness within Xia Yuan. Obedience to parental directives indeed stifles growth. However, transitioning from one extreme to another, opposing parents merely for the sake of rebellion, is hardly a constructive approach to resolving issues. Fortunately, she still trusts herself. To honor this trust, she feels an obligation not to lead her towards extremes. While Mei Fong was contemplating, Xia Yuan rested her chin on her hand, swinging her legs in boredom as she awaited their meal. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, seated beside her, suddenly initiated a conversation. Little girl, you aren't alone. Are you? Did you come here to dine with your mother? Xia Yuan shook her head, replying, I'm here with my brother. Mei Fong and Xia Yuan had established the pretense of being siblings, a detail that Xia Yuan meticulously remembered. Which brother do you mean? He inquired. The one in front. As Xia Yuan pointed to Mei Fong, who was in line, she belatedly realized something was amiss. Sir, why do you ask that? Oh, I see. The middle-aged man smiled. I ordered an extra sundae that I can't finish. Since you're waiting for your brother to place an order, would you like to have this one? Xia Yuan shook her head and waved her hands. No, thank you, sir. My brother is also getting me a sundae. Well, it's still some time before your brother arrives. I'll go tell him not to order, so you both can save some money, don't you think? Please. There's no need. I really can't eat any more, he insisted, rising to call out to Mei Fong. Just then, Mei Fong, who had been in line, approached them. Sir, is there something you need from my sister? Ha. Seeing your sister waiting alone and looking bored, I decided to engage her in conversation. The middle-aged man with glasses smiled and remarked, You two little ones have come here alone to buy hamburgers, carrying your suitcase. You must be cautious of ill-intentioned individuals. My mother and grandmother are shopping for clothes at the mall and will be here shortly to find us. We are merely watching the luggage. So there is no need for concern, sir. Please, go ahead and queue up. You need not purchase the sundae, I cannot finish it. So I shall give it to your sister. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your kindness, but it would be best if you enjoyed it yourself. My sister is allergic to strawberries and does not eat strawberry sundaes. Are you afraid that I might be a bad person? Haha. It's quite normal to have such concerns. No worries, I shall take my leave now. You can eat in peace. The man said as he picked up his bag and exited the restaurant, leaving the strawberry sundae on Xia Yuan's table. Without a second thought, Mei Fong took the sundae and discarded it in the trash. Turning back, he solemnly addressed Xia Yuan. What did I say before we left? Do not converse with strangers. That man did not seem like a bad person. I believe he was merely concerned for me, carrying a suitcase alone. Mei Fong shook his head. Regardless of whether he is good or bad, we must adhere to the agreement made before our outing. I must ensure your safety. I understand. Xia Yuan nodded vigorously, promising not to speak to strangers again. Mei Fong purchased a delightful meal from KFC, which included a children's set favored by Xia Yuan that came with toys. The meal comprised chicken nuggets, small fries, and cola, along with a serving of Colonel's chicken pieces and 2 portions of the now discontinued Garden Crispy Chicken Burger. Any prior discomfort was swiftly overshadowed by the delectable feast. Is this fried chicken meant to be dipped in this sauce? It's absolutely delicious. Mei Fong, you must try these fries. They are scrumptious. The burger is quite substantial. Had I known, I would have ordered just one. Mei Fong often questioned whether KFC's burgers had been shrinking over the years. The 2022 burger was barely the size of a palm. However, after today's purchase, she sensed that the portion sizes seemed reminiscent of those from a previous era. Could it be that her hands and appetite had merely expanded? Both Xia Yuan and Mei Fong enjoyed their time at KFC. After satisfying their hunger, they examined a map together to confirm the route to their grandmother's house. Let me see. I remember we should take bus 901, then transfer to 304 for a direct route. The map indicated that they could board at the nearby bus stop. Mei Fong pointed out the location to Xia Yuan, but her gaze lingered in a particular direction, her expression suddenly becoming grave. What is wrong, Mei Fong? Don't look around. Just glance to your right, towards the cake shop. Following Mei Fong's gaze, Xia Yuan felt a shiver run through her body. At that moment, Mei Fong grasped her hand tightly. The middle-aged bespectacled man, who had just struck up a conversation with her, now stood at the entrance of the cake shop, engrossed in a newspaper. He had not departed. Uncle, that's the person. A throng of people gathered at the bus stop, while two fourth-grade students awaited their bus in the queue. Not far away. The bespectacled man remained stationed to one side. A crowded bus approached the stop, and the two students boarded it, followed by the man who blended into the wave of passengers. Yet, just as the bus was about to close its doors, the two children dashed back out through the middle entrance. Observing this, the bespectacled man promptly called for the bus to halt and disembarked. However, once outside, he scanned the area, but the children had vanished from sight. After disembarking, Mei Fong and Xia Yuan had been sprinting with all their might, navigating several blocks before finally locating a bus stop where they quickly boarded the arriving bus, finding a seat inside. Throughout this ordeal, Xia Yuan clutched Mei Fong's hand tightly, her palm perspiring with anxiety, unwilling to release her grip until they were seated. Phew. Encountering a potential threat had taken Mei Fong by surprise, yet fortunately, he had prepared for such scenarios and, with a heightened sense of vigilance, managed to avert any ensuing crisis. Wipe your brow, he suggested, offering a tissue to Xia Yuan. However, she trembled incessantly, clearly still shaken from the earlier incident. Observing her distress, Mei Fong gently patted her head in a comforting gesture. With his reassurance, Xia Yuan gradually began to calm her racing heart. Yet, when she raised her head once more to gaze at Mei Fong, her eyes were swollen and crimson, resembling ripe peaches, and tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes without cease. She began to incessantly apologize to Mei Fong. Mei Fong, it's all my fault. I'm so sorry. What wrong have you done? As long as you're all right, it is all that matters. There. It was indeed a challenging endeavor to console her. It appeared she had been genuinely frightened. Mei Fong busied himself with wiping away Xia Yuan's tears and offering her water, continuously patting her head throughout their journey, ultimately managing to calm her enough to cease her sobbing, although it had alarmed the child considerably. Perhaps it was not entirely detrimental for the innocent Xia Yuan to grasp the harsher realities of the world. After all, he could not always be by her side. Could he? I never imagined there were so many bad people out there. Mom and Dad must be terribly worried about us right now. Xia Yuan rubbed her eyes and said, Mei Fong, I think we can't let Mom and Dad worry any longer. Your parents will worry about you too. Mei Fong nodded, having not given much thought to his own parents. There's a police station at the next stop. Let us seek help from Uncle JC and mention that strange uncle. Mei Fong had not intended for this farce to last long. The recent unexpected occurrence underscored that. With his current physique and strength, he could not wholly assure the safety of himself and Xia Yuan. When the bus arrived at their stop, Mei Fong and Xia Yuan proceeded to the police station, where Mei Fong explained their situation to Uncle JC, stating that Xia Yuan had come to Jianqing by herself to consult her grandmother about her parents' quarrel. As a close friend, Mei Fong was concerned about Xia Yuan's safety and decided to accompany her. Additionally, they explained the situation regarding the strange uncle they encountered at the KFC restaurant. The uncles gently admonished Xia Yuan and Mei Fong while contacting Xia Yuan's mother, after conveying the urgent situation to the anxious mother on the other end of the line. The police officer handed over the phone. It was supposed to be Xia Yuan answering the call, yet she continued to tug at Mei Fong's arm restlessly. Unable to avoid the situation, Mei Fong cleared his throat slightly and took the phone. Hello, is this teacher you? This is Mei Fong. Yes, I am with Xia Yuan. She said she wanted to visit her grandmother, and I was quite worried about her. The voice on the other end grew increasingly intense, causing Mei Fong to close his eyes, appearing as if he had just received a stern reprimand. Why didn't you contact me? At that moment, it was quite urgent. Xia Yuan was about to get into the car, and I couldn't stop her. So I'm sorry. Teacher Yu. I truly apologize. It seemed as though Mei Fong, who had never been scolded before by his homeroom teacher, was on the verge of tears, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. However, his emotional display was rather well-timed, and perhaps due to the quiver in his voice, Teacher Yu's tone softened slightly on the other end. Should I let Xia Yuan take the call? Mei Fong glanced at Xia Yuan, whose expression was one of humble helplessness. May I ask, is Uncle Mei with you now? Is he still out searching for us, and has he had the chance to contact you? Teacher Yu, although we have erred, there are some sentiments that Xia Yuan may still wish to express to you in person. Mei Fong paused momentarily, then explained in a calm tone that she is currently unable to communicate directly with Teacher Yu. We intend to first contact Xia Yuan's grandmother and wait at her residence for you and Uncle Xia to arrive. Thus, Mei Fong handed her phone to JC. And after confirming some details, JC also ended the call. You are quite the child. Are you really a primary school student? Though young, your demeanor is rather mature, akin to that of a little adult. Mei Fong sighed. I have silently borne the disproportionate pressures of life for my age. Today's children are truly remarkable. Xia Yuan, dear student, where is your grandmother's home? We shall drive you there at once. That would be a great help, Uncle JC. The first ride in a car was indeed a fascinating experience, yet Xia Yuan found herself devoid of joy. Throughout the journey, she clung to Mei Fong's arm, whispering, When I see my parents, what should I say? Why not ask me? Mei Fong replied, shaking her head. If you have agreed to this plan, shouldn't you possess something you wish to convey? However, the sentiments I wish to convey are all inscribed in the letter, Xia Yuan remarked, expressing her desire for her father to spend more time with her, as she did not wish for her parents to divorce. In the letter, she also mentioned to her mother that if she were no longer present, perhaps her parents would get along better. This way, whenever they quarreled, they would remember her and cease their arguments. Have you ever uttered such words before? Humph. Xia Yuan glared at Mei Fong in annoyance, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. My dear girl, this is far from amusing, Uncle JC interjected, emphasizing that no matter the challenges one encounters, one must never harbor a contemptuous attitude towards life, as it only brings sorrow to those around them. I understand now. Uncle JC. I will never behave in that manner again. Xia Yuan hastily apologized to Uncle JC, frightened by his words. By the way, Uncle, may I pose a question to you? Go ahead. Xia Yuan, with her head bowed and fidgeting, finally mustered the courage to ask. Are we going to be confined for several days, or sent to a reform school or something? Upon seeing Uncle JC fall silent, Xia Yuan feared there would indeed be repercussions, prompting her to defend Mei Fong. This was entirely my idea, and it has nothing to do with Mei Fong. He was just trying to stop me. If anyone should be punished, let it be me alone. Mei Fong gently tapped Xia Yuan's head, urging her to calm down. Don't worry, Uncle JC won't catch you. That's good. The police car was idling at the intersection, and Xia Yuan, feeling bored, gazed out the window. Suddenly, a figure on the street caught her attention, prompting her to grip Mei Fong's arm tightly. What's wrong? Following Xia Yuan's gaze, Mei Fong spotted the figure reading a newspaper, unmistakable with his distinctive Mediterranean hairstyle. It was none other than the strange man who had been following them. Mei Fong had just noticed they had passed a bus station, indicating that this man had a penchant for targeting solitary children near transit hubs. He was clearly a habitual offender. He instructed the driver to pull over, and Xia Yuan immediately called out to the officers, Uncle JC. It's him. He's been following us. Upon hearing this, the two officers promptly pulled the car to the side. The strange man, sensing the approaching officers, quickly turned to flee. Thus, Xia Yuan and Mei Fong sat in the vehicle, watching through the window as the officers apprehended the strange man in plain sight. Only then did the heavy burden in Xia Yuan's heart finally lift. After nearly an hour's drive, they finally departed the city and arrived at their destination. This was the outskirts of Jiaqing, where the towering buildings resembled those in other rural areas. With a spacious concrete path flanked by lush green fields on the left and neatly arranged residential buildings with yards on the right. Having received the news in advance, Grandma Xia Yuan eagerly awaited her granddaughter's arrival at the entrance of the small courtyard. With her head of silver hair, she appeared to be in her 60s or 70s. Yet her complexion radiated vitality. Upon their meeting, she immediately opened her arms to embrace Xia Yuan. Since childhood, Xia Yuan had shared a profound bond with her grandmother, spending every summer vacation in her company. Though she had many thoughts swirling in her mind, the moment she saw her grandmother, She could not help but involuntarily twitch her lips in a display of endearing grievance, rushing into her grandmother's embrace. "Oh, Yuan Yuan, do not fear, my dear. It is all right now. You have nearly given me a heart attack. I'm sorry. I did not mean to worry you, Grandma." Grandma Xia Yuan was already aware of the circumstances surrounding the situation. "This is not your fault. When your father arrives, watch how I deal with him." Once she had comforted Xia Yuan, Grandma Xia Yuan turned to express her gratitude to JC, even enthusiastically suggesting that he stay for dinner. However, he politely declined, offering a few words of farewell before departing. It was only then that Grandma Xia Yuan had the opportunity to focus her attention on Mei Fong. "You must be Mei Fong, correct?" "Hello, Grandma." He was just about to extend a greeting when Grandma Xia Yuan unexpectedly moved behind him and gave his shoulder a hearty slap. "Haha, you are indeed an extraordinary young man. Thank you for ensuring our Yuan Yuan's safe arrival." Mei Fong endured the sharp pain in his shoulder, concealing it behind a polite smile. "Xia Yuan and I are good friends. It was the least I could do." "Good friends, you say? Just good friends, is it?" Grandmother Xia Yuan continued to pat Mei Fong's shoulder vigorously, her brows furrowed in deep contemplation. "I recall that our beloved Yuan Yuan used to incessantly exclaim her desire to give a boy named Mei Fong a new hairstyle. That would be you, wouldn't it?" Xia Yuan, feeling bashful, jumped up and down in embarrassment. "Grandma, why do you keep bringing up things from my childhood?" "Haha, that is just our Yuan Yuan's nature. One must grow accustomed to it." Grandmother Xia Yuan persisted in her playful patting of Mei Fong. "All right, any further, and it would be quite rude." Mei Fong felt as though his tender shoulders were on the verge of being battered by the elder's playful gestures. The two indulged in some delightful snacks at grandmother's home. As Xia Yuan recounted her escapade of running away from home, rather than chastising her for her impulsive adventure, grandmother expressed her admiration for Xia Yuan's bravery. Moreover, grandmother's sole task was to continue her affectionate pats on Mei Fong, commending him for his cleverness throughout their journey, which had greatly pleased her. As twilight descended and evening approached, Xia Yuan's parents finally arrived at grandmother's home. Xia Yuan took her grandmother's hand and stepped out to greet her father and mother, although she had prepared numerous words with Mei Fong's assistance. Upon seeing her parents, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. She had never encountered her parents in such a disheveled state. Her mother appeared unkempt, while her father bore a grimy visage. Suddenly, Xia Yuan's father approached with a fierce demeanor, radiating anger. Xia Yuan tightly shut her eyes, bracing herself for her father's reprimand. A loud and fierce slap echoed in the air, yet it did not land upon Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan opened her eyes to find her father kneeling on the ground, repeatedly striking his own cheeks. "Father, please don't do this. I beg you. I implore you," Xia Yuan cried, tugging at her father's arm. After a few more strikes, her father tightly embraced his daughter. "Yuan Yuan, I have been searching for you all day. When I couldn't find you, my mind was filled with countless thoughts. Over the years, I have been so preoccupied with my career that I neglected to spend quality time with you. If only I had devoted more time to you and your mother, you would not have run away from home." The thought of potentially losing her forever and the possibility of her being harmed by nefarious individuals outside shattered his heart, leaving him feeling utterly crushed. "Do you understand? If that were to happen, I could never forgive myself. Please, don't say that. Father, I am at fault too." Xia Yuan rubbed her eyes. "I shouldn't have caused you and mother so much worry. I promise I won't do this again." "Then let me make a promise as well. I will no longer put our house on the line. I will sell the struggling restaurant and, from now on, I shall dedicate more time to be with you." "Yes. Xia Sun, you rascal." Xia Yuan's grandmother began to firmly pat her son-in-law's shoulder. "A man must keep his word. Do not attempt to deceive my precious granddaughter. I shall keep a vigilant watch over you." "Understood, understood." Xia Yuan's father spoke through gritted teeth, clearly already suffering from the repercussions of the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, it is fortunate that the unfolding events did not descend into the dire scenario envisioned by Mei Fong. Xia Yuan's father undoubtedly harbors a profound love for his daughter. Perhaps it is this very affection that compels him to refuse leaving his daughter to suffer alone in this world. However, such reasoning remains insufficient to obscure the undeniable reality that he was unworthy of the title of a parent in his previous life. This matter cannot yet be deemed truly resolved. Only when the current promises are fulfilled will they garner true acknowledgement. Only then can the events known to Mei Fong in her past existence be regarded as a parallel dimension. Moreover, amidst the ongoing plan of running away from home, Mei Fong is plagued by one perplexing question. "I have been missing for such an extended period, yet my parents have not even made a single phone call. Is it I who lacks familial love and affection? Accompanying them in the vehicle is Xia Yuan's uncle, allowing for shifts in driving duties, thus alleviating concerns regarding fatigue. Nestled in her mother's embrace, Xia Yuan shared numerous thoughts and, after a brief slumber, suddenly awakened with a start. She nudged Mei Fong, who was dozing beside her. "What's wrong?" Xia Yuan whispered conspiratorially into Mei Fong's ear. "Mei Fong, I must tell you, I just had a terribly frightening nightmare." "What was the nightmare about?" "I dreamt that I was having dinner with Mom and Dad, and the meal was extraordinarily lavish. They poured me an abundance of juice. Then, I gradually drifted off to sleep. After that, Mom held me tightly, crying incessantly, for what felt like an eternity. I had never witnessed my mother weep so profoundly. And thus, I too succumbed to tears. Subsequently, both my father and mother indulged in some fruit juice and peacefully drifted off to sleep beside me. We slumbered deeply, as if we would never awaken again." Mei Fong raised an eyebrow slightly and then inquired gently, "Weren't you asleep? How then did you perceive this?" Let me think," I pondered. Xia Yuan nestled against Mei Fong's chest and soon fell into a drowsy slumber once more. Seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention, Mei Fong tenderly caressed Xia Yuan's fair cheek, reveling in the beauty of life. Little Lottery Xiaomei clung tightly to Mei Fong, playfully vying for his affection. "Where did you go today, brother?" Our family was in a state of anxiety. "I thought you no longer wanted me as your sister." To my surprise, it was indeed my sister who cared for me the most. Although Mei Fong had surpassed the age of seeking parental affection, the indifference of his parents was an unprecedented experience from his previous life. Prompting him to voice his bemusement, "I find your words amusing. Since kindergarten, when have you ever caused our parents concern? At the very least, you could have made a phone call." Upon uttering these words, Mei Fong felt somewhat childish. Was this inexplicable sense of grievance merely a result of being in a child's body? All right. Mei Fong, stop grumbling. Are you hungry? If you're feeling hungry, there are dumplings in the fridge. If you want some. Oh, let me help you cook them. You were definitely hoping I would cook for myself just now, right? Yes, precisely. The drowsy Mei Jun instantly perked up upon hearing this. We stayed up so late waiting for you. Indeed. Brother, how is Sister Yuan doing? Please tell us. Little Mei Ya's eyes sparkled with vibrant light, clearly demonstrating that this entire family was eager for some delightful gossip. Although Mei Dad and Mei Mom were generally optimistic in their previous lives, Mei Fong never realized they possessed such a playful side. Perhaps it was due to their past poverty that they couldn't indulge in such antics. Mei Fong briefly recounted to his family the circumstances surrounding Xia Yuan's departure from home. And aside from his own instigation, the entire sequence of events seemed quite reasonable. I had heard that old Xia's hotel had suffered significant losses in recent years. It seems that was indeed true. Mei Jun pondered, if he were to sell the hotel, would the debts be cleared? Their family was once affluent. I wonder how they are faring now. However, they must still be wealthier than us. I believe as long as we are safe, that is what truly matters. Enough money to get by is sufficient. Like our family, living harmoniously and free from ailments, isn't that enough? Mother, I must disagree with your sentiment. Little Maya interjected. When has our family ever had enough money? Last time, when I wanted you to buy me that Barbie doll, you didn't tea. But didn't you just buy the rainbow pony last week? That is not what I wish to purchase, exclaimed Maya, pointing at her father, Mei Jun, who was engrossed in the performance. It is my father who insisted on buying it for me. Meanwhile, Mei Jun clapped his hands and sang a modified version of the legend of Neza in response. It is she, indeed it is she, our daughter. Little Maya, father, you are utterly detestable. Your singing is atrocious. Maya protested, shaking her tiny fist and playfully striking his cheek. It seemed that the reverence for filial piety was a cherished tradition in the Mei family. In this new life, the daily existence of the Mei family was invariably filled with joy, and that small lottery ticket had indeed altered many aspects of their lives. After the playful commotion, Xiang Xiaoxia suddenly called out to Mei Fong, by the way, it has been quite a while since you visited Grandma. Since we have a holiday this week, I will look for a kindergarten for Xiaoya. Could you please visit Grandma at the hospital for me? Is Xiaoya really starting kindergarten already? It is indeed time. It is not feasible for me to remain at home caring for her indefinitely. Now that Mei Ya's household registration is settled, she can commence her studies. Wonderful. Finally, I can play with other children. Mei Ya, naturally vivacious and outgoing, despite being only 3 years old, was the kind of spirited child who wished to frolic endlessly. What about mother? What is she doing? Xiang Xiaoxia explained, father works exceedingly hard, and I find myself too idle at home. It is essential for me to seek employment, lest I feel unworthy of his efforts. The conversation unexpectedly took a somber turn. Mei Fong's lottery winnings caused a significant shift in the family's fate. First and foremost, the substantial sum awarded brought warmth and affection back to his parents' relationship. The birth of his younger sister inevitably led to their mother's resignation, whereas in his past life, she had maintained her job until Mei Fong entered high school. Due to the endless adoration showered upon their daughter by the Mei Li couple, coupled with a reduction in their household income, it seemed that the fortune Mei Fong had previously earned might not suffice. However, fear not, my dear mother, for next year will be 2006. If I can just endure until the World Cup, I shall sell my account for Fantasy Journey to the West and purchase hundreds of lottery tickets, thereby contributing my mite to our little family. Speaking of which, who was the champion of the 2006 World Cup? First, let us eliminate my favorite, the Pantonian Eagles. In 2018, it was the French team, in 2014, the Germans, and in 2010, the Spanish. No, wait, it was the Netherlands. But 2006 seems to belong to the Italians. By the way, Mei Fong is actually a pseudo-football fan. He only watches matches involving the world-renowned superstar, Mei Dong, whose name closely resembles his own. Finally, this Saturday, at his mother's behest, Mei Fong is to visit his grandmother in the hospital. During this time, he learned many stories about his childhood from her, which made him realize that his grandmother had always cared for him deeply. Those childhood memories he held were largely embellished by the whimsical nature of his youth. Regrettably, in his previous life, he never had the opportunity to truly bond with his grandmother. By the time Mei Fong was preparing to attend university, her grandmother's health had already deteriorated significantly. However, this time around, she still had the chance to cherish that relationship, or so she hoped. In this life, Mei Fong deeply felt the affection her grandmother had for her. She was aware that her parents were currently showering Mei with love, often slipping Mei Fong some pocket money as well. Her grandparents cultivated vegetables in their garden, rising early to sell them at the market. Although their lifestyle was modest and they could not offer much, their care was evident. Mei Fong asked her mother for some money to buy bananas and oranges. And while waiting for the bus at the community entrance, she fortuitously encountered Lin Yoshi, who was heading towards their home. Mei Fong, where are you off to? Lin Yoshi inquired with a curious expression. Are you here to play with me? I have to visit my grandmother at the hospital. I'm afraid I can't today. Then I shall accompany you, Lin Yoshi replied with a smile. After all, I finished all my homework and have nothing else to do. Shouldn't you be going to see Xia Yuan instead? Xia Yuan has recently been grounded. How could you not know that? Lin Yoshi said, patting Mei Fong on the shoulder. Listen to me, a new arcade has opened on Minjing Street that specializes in joystick games. I've watched it from the outside a few times. The games inside are unlike any I've seen. Let us go there together. You mean the arcade? I can play those games on my computer at home without spending any money. However, I find the atmosphere there to be quite lively and wish to experience it. Lin Yoshi tugged at Mei Fong's arm, saying, You always let me play on the computer. I can use my pocket money to treat you. The typical progression of a child's gaming experience tends to evolve from the FC console to arcade games, and then to online computer games. Wealthier families might even invest in handheld devices. Yet, in the small county of Baimei, development has been relatively slow. Even in 2005, the market for cartridge-based consoles and arcades remained significant, while the internet CAF industry was just beginning to emerge. Lin Yoshi was among the first to encounter online gaming, utterly oblivious to the FC console and arcade games. Nevertheless, this did not seem to dampen her enthusiasm for arcades. Noticing Lin Yoshi's incessant chatter about the arcade, Mei Fong sighed. You are coming with me to visit Grandma today, not just to ask me to take you to play afterward, are you? Yes. Lin Yoshi candidly admitted. Is that all right? Since you've already peeked, you surely understand that there aren't too many girls there. What does it matter if there are boys or girls? Mei Fong, you're a boy too, and yet you enjoy playing with me and Xia Yuan. Mei Fong was left speechless by Lin Yoshi's retort. Fine, I can take you, but you cannot go alone. Understood. I just want to see it for myself. I don't have that much pocket money. Besides, if any classmates see me and report to the teacher, I'll be in trouble. You are aware that it could lead to trouble. Lin Yoshi beamed with a radiant smile. Mei Fong occasionally found herself regretting whether she should have introduced Lin Yoshi to the gaming world. This girl seemed to succumb to her gaming addiction rather easily. Would she still have the opportunity to become an academic achiever in the future? As Lin Yoshi accompanied Mei Fong out of the vehicle, the two inquired of passers-by for directions to the surgical ward. Upon arriving at the surgical inpatient department, Lin Yoshi did not follow Mei Fong any further but instead paused in the lobby. I shall wait here for you, she said. You mustn't wander off. You're not a child anymore. You don't need me to guide you. Lin Yoshi patted Mei Fong on the shoulder, urging, "Quickly go see your grandmother. She must miss you dearly." Mei Fong carried the fruits to his grandmother's ward, where he found her engaged in cheerful conversation with a neighbor in the adjacent bed. Upon seeing her grandson, Mei Fong, his grandmother's face lit up with joy, and she hastily beckoned him to sit down beside her. Before Mei Fong could even exchange pleasantries, she was already attempting to rise to peel an apple for him. "Grandma, no need for that. Please rest well. I brought you fruits," he insisted. "Look at your grandson. So young yet so considerate. You are truly blessed to have him," the neighbor remarked, unable to contain her envy. "Let me tell you, my grandson is not only obedient and well-behaved, but he also excels academically, consistently ranking among the top in his class. The teachers tell us he has the potential to attend prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Imperial University." As Mei Fong's grandmother spoke of his achievements, her eyes sparkled with pride. While Mei Fong peeled an orange, he was about to offer her a segment, yet she insisted he eat it himself. Nearly a decade remains until Mei Fong gains admission to university, and the passing of her grandmother looms in the distance. The frail woman, now rendered partially paralyzed, appears as a stark contrast to the spirited individual she once was. With the foreknowledge of her grandmother's cerebral hemorrhage, Mei Fong is determined not to allow the tragedies of the past to repeat themselves. As Mei Fong emerges from her grandmother's hospital room, she encounters a group of medical personnel wheeling a stretcher, upon which lies a female patient, her body swathed in bandages, grotesque wounds visibly marring her flesh, blood staining the wrappings. The sight provokes involuntary glances from other patients in the vicinity. Upon meeting Lin Yoshi, she finds her crouched on the floor, staring blankly at the ground, lost in thought. After a considerable amount of time, Lin Yoshi suddenly erupts in anger, striking Mei Fong without warning. This unexpected assault leaves Mei Fong bewildered. "Why did you just hit me? It hasn't been that long, has it? Clearly, it has been ages. You've forgotten all about me, haven't you?" Lin Yoshi retorts, delivering another forceful punch, one that stings. Mei Fong's patience begins to wear thin. "I have tolerated your antics because I understand your immaturity. But this is excessive. Must you always resort to violence? You're no longer a child. Hitting someone hurts. I warn you, should you dare to strike me again, I shall cease all communication," she declares. Mei Fong anticipates that Lin Yoshi, upon hearing such words, would relent. However, Lin Yoshi persists, inflicting a sharp pinch upon Mei Fong. She then gazes at her, as if awaiting an eruption of anger. The cheerful mood of Mei Fong visiting his grandmother was utterly shattered by Lin Yoshi, prompting him to turn away and leave her behind. As he approached the elevator, preparing to summon it, a father and son appeared at the far end of the hallway near the window. The child, no more than 2 or 3 years old, was being comforted in his father's embrace, yet he continued to wail incessantly. "Mommy, I want mommy. I don't want stinky daddy. I want mommy to hold me. Mommy is sick. We will wait until she feels better. All right? No, no. I want mommy to hold me." The child's focus remained fixed on the end of the hospital wing, the very direction from which the stretcher had just come. The curtains billowed softly in the breeze, while Lin Yoshi, despite the light shining before her, chose to linger in the shadows, alone in her solitude. After a moment of hesitation, Mei Fong stepped forward, taking Lin Yoshi's hand gently, attempting to soothe her. She resisted momentarily, but eventually allowed him to grasp her hand tightly. "Shall we go? You mentioned wanting to visit the arcade. Let's go now." Mei Fong gently swayed Lin Yoshi's arm in an effort to comfort her, but she continued to pull away. "I'm just so unbearable. You shouldn't play with me anymore. Just play with Xia Yuan." Her voice carried a hint of tears. "Why say such things? We are good friends, after all." Mei Fong sought to calm her emotions, patting her shoulder gently. "I'm sorry for my earlier oversight. I lost track of time. Originally, it was I who was being unreasonable, insisting on accompanying you, insisting on." Lin Yoshi bit her lip, her tear-filled eyes shimmering with emotion as she cast a sorrowful and indignant gaze at Mei Fong. "Why not just leave me here? How could I possibly abandon you?" Lin Yoshi's outcry was drowned out by Mei Fong's thunderous voice, leaving her utterly stunned. Mei Fong took Lin Yoshi's hand and led her into the light. Together, they descended the elevator. She resembled a puppet, following Mei Fong wherever he led. Upon reaching the bus station, he asked, "Do you wish to go to the arcade on Minjing Street? If so, we can take bus number 2. I no longer wish to go to the arcade." Lin Yoshi rubbed her eyes, appearing to have regained some composure. "Then where would you like to go? I can accompany you anywhere. Is that place also acceptable?" "Indeed. You didn't even inquire as to which place. How can you be so thoughtless?" Mei Fong smiled and repeatedly affirmed, "Of course." His smile instilled in Lin Yoshi the courage to voice her innermost thoughts. I I wish to visit the cemetery to pay respects to my mother. Would you accompany me? Certainly, let us go. Mei Fong gently patted Lin Yoshi's arm, urging, we shall go now, immediately, at once. 035 Tribute thus. Upon seeing that patient and hearing the cries of the boy nearby, she suddenly recalled her own mother, becoming acutely sensitive and rather unreasonable in that moment. This is the sorrow of a family devoid of maternal love, where no matter how much friendship and care Mei Fong and Xia Yuan offer Lin Yoshi, it is difficult to mend the wounds of her heart. If one intends to foster a long-term friendship with Lin Yoshi, one must be psychologically prepared for this reality. Oh, my compassion, which has nowhere to settle. Why do I always invite trouble upon myself? Despite Mei Fong lamenting his own misfortunes, his actions betray an unwavering honesty. He has never released Lin Yoshi's hand. The cemetery is located in the outskirts of Baimei County, requiring a bus ride from the station to reach it. Much like traveling to Jiancheng. Familiar with the transportation of his hometown, Mei Fong quickly located a bus that would take them to the cemetery. Before boarding, he reminded Lin Yoshi, since they were going to pay respects to her mother, should she consider bringing something along? Lin Yoshi shook her head, expressing uncertainty about what her mother liked. Dad always brings many offerings during the memorial, but I can never remember. The innocent truth spoken by a child suddenly made Mei Fong, who had long matured, feel a pang of sorrow. Indeed, her mother passed away when she was merely 3 years old. After 6 or 7 years, what could she possibly remember about her? Perhaps by something you like fruit. Your mother would surely appreciate whatever brings you joy. Lin Yoshi nodded and then retrieved 3 crumpled coins from her pocket. This was originally meant for us to play games. I will buy an apple. Can $3 buy an apple? No need, you won't have to pay this time, Mei Fong remarked. You should save your money for when you invite me to play games. I will buy you an apple. I want to go too. Lin Yoshi obediently followed behind Mei Fong. Mei Fong allowed Lin Yoshi to select her favorite apple, while she herself chose 2 more to weigh. Noticing that the shop also sold paper flowers, she purchased a bouquet of yellow ones and requested a plastic bag to hold them. How come you have so much money? Lin Yoshi inquired curiously. Didn't you often say that Uncle and Andy only dote on Xiaoya and don't give you any pocket money? Oh, about that. Mei Fong found herself unable to explain to Lin Yoshi that this money was saved from selling their retired gaming account. As Lin Yoshi had painstakingly crafted all the equipment for that account, while Mei Fong merely provided the strategies, I discovered that my father was hiding some secret savings. And I took it quietly. Lin Yoshi cautioned, it's not good to steal money from home. Uncle Mei would be sad. After all, secret savings are ill-gotten gains. I'm merely seeking justice. However, she added, I feel sorry for Uncle Mei as well. He said he has turned over his salary card. Lin Yoshi sighed. Aunt Mei is too strict with Uncle. He has no freedom at all. Such is the pressure of parenthood. Well, when I grow up, I will not be like that. If I marry, my husband and I will each manage our own finances. Upon hearing this, Mei Fong couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a peculiar term, husband. You seem to have indulged excessively in fantasy journey to the West. Is there not a more conventional way to address one another? Naturally, husband and wife would be the appropriate terms. However, Uncle Mei and Aunt Mei typically refer to each other by their given names, Li Jun and Xiao Xia, which is also valid. This indeed highlights a gap in Lin Yoshi's knowledge, as she lacks any domestic references. But what of you, Mei Fong and Xia Yuan? With such succinct names, will you be unable to utilize endearing nicknames once married? Mei Fong pondered for a moment, yet Xia Yuan already possesses a nickname, Yuan Yuan. Oh, I see. Henceforth, your wife shall be called. No, that name is unacceptable. I dislike it. The 2 children exchanged playful banter in the vehicle, eliciting laughter from those seated in front and behind them. Upon arriving at the cemetery, dusk had settled in, and the humid air was somewhat stifling. However, Lin Yoshi felt considerably more at ease. Do you recall the location of your mother's grave? Of course, I remember. My father and I visit many times each year. So many times, Mei Fong expressed with surprise. Typically, we only visit to pay our respects twice a year, which indicates how deeply your father cherishes your mother. Indeed. Lin Yoshi nodded, acknowledging that although her father seldom verbalized it, she was well aware of his feelings. Despite his busy schedule, he makes it a point to bring me here for tomb sweeping every year. We are almost there. Look, it's the 3rd row ahead, marked by the inverted stone line. Lin Yoshi skillfully led Mei Fong to her mother's cemetery, where a black and white photograph of her mother was affixed to the tombstone. Her mother, with her lustrous black hair and prominent apple cheeks, beamed a radiant smile, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth, leaving a profound impression. Lin Yoshi's mother passed away in 2000. having departed before experiencing the rapid advancements of the post-millennial era. It seems that yet another family is burdened by new grief. Typically, children might be frightened in such a place, but Lin Yoshi is no ordinary child. Mei Fong is certainly not a child at all. Mother, I have come to see you. This time, I did not come with Dad. They placed the apples they had brought for offerings down, and Lin Yoshi arranged a bouquet of yellow flowers at her mother's grave, laying it on a plastic sheet. With her hands clasped together, she bowed 3 loud times in homage to her mother. Why so vigorous? Dad says the louder the bows, the better they can hear below. Lin Yoshi chuckled as she touched the red bump on her head, then made way for Mei Fong. Could you greet my mother as well? This is your first visit. She does not know you. Since he had accompanied Lin Yoshi to pay respects to her mother, Mei Fong certainly did not mind. He knelt before Lin Yoshi's mother's grave, mimicking her earlier actions, clasped his hands together, and bowed 3 resounding times. Mei Fong touched his slightly reddened forehead, while Lin Yoshi laughed heartily beside him. Ha ha, you were too forceful. You even broke my mother's slate. No way, hurry and introduce me to your mother. Soon after, with a smile on her face, Lin Yoshi knelt down beside Mei Fong, their shoulders touching. When do you miss your mother the most? Mom, this is Mei Fong. I had T mentioned him before, but he is my closest friend after Xiao Yuan. Today, he came with me to visit you. Please take good care of him and don't let the nearby monsters bully him. Lin Yoshi gave Mei Fong a playful nudge on the shoulder. I've introduced you, so why are you just standing there? Greet my mother. Ah, hello, Auntie. I'm Mei Fong. I'm a good friend of Lin Yoshi. Mei Fong gazed at the photograph of Lin Yoshi's mother on the tombstone, her smile radiant, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Lin Yoshi suddenly closed her eyes and whispered softly enough for Mei Fong to hear. Mom, I want to tell you I had a quarrel with Mei Fong today. I was the one who threw a tantrum first, but he apologized and comforted me. I feel guilty now. So I hope you can convey to Mei Fong that I want to say I'm sorry and hope he can forgive me. After finishing her words, Lin Yoshi opened her eyes and asked Mei Fong, Did you hear my mother speaking to you? Mei Fong nodded, expressing to me that although her daughter Lin Yoshi was a mischievous and somewhat unruly girl, she still hoped I would show her some understanding and take good care of her. Lin Yoshi, her cheeks flushed, playfully punched Mei Fong, exclaiming that her mother would never say such things and insisted I listen again attentively. As Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi engaged in playful banter while performing the rituals for Yoshi's mother, Mei Fong busied herself with packing up to leave. However, Lin Yoshi paused at the gravestone next door. What's wrong? I inquired, noticing her gaze fixated on the adjacent tombstone. It seems that the grandmother next door has been honored in a long while. I haven't seen any fresh yellow paper or offerings placed here this year. Perhaps her family is too busy to come, or maybe they have moved away. That poor grandmother, Lin Yoshi lamented, then reverently took a small apple from her mother's offering table and placed it before the incense burner of the neighboring tombstone. Aren't you afraid your mother will be upset? I asked. Mother and this grandmother are neighbors. They must have spoken often. Sharing an apple shouldn't be a problem. Lin Yoshi pointed to the photograph, stating, Look how happily my mother smiles. She surely isn't a stingy person. Indeed, Mei Fong concurred with Lin Yoshi's sentiment. But just as she was about to depart, Lin Yoshi tugged at Mei Fong's arm. Are you in such a hurry to leave? I've come a long way to see my mother. Let us stay here a little longer. Mei Fong looked up at the sky, which was overcast, and he felt a twinge of worry about the possibility of rain. All right, as you wish. Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong sat on the small stone steps opposite their mother's gravestone, engaging in trivial conversations, yet their words were meant for their mother. Eventually, Lin Yoshi suddenly asked Mei Fong, Are you afraid of death? Well, yes, of course I am. Mei Fong nodded earnestly. It is indeed a painful experience, particularly when it occurs unexpectedly. You speak as if you have experienced it. Not at all. Lin Yoshi took Mei Fong's candidness as playful banter and chose not to pursue the topic further. I believe that when a person dies, their descendants or friends and relatives will come to pay their respects. At that moment, they are not entirely gone. Much like how our mother lives on in the hearts of my father and me. Yes, that is true. However, if my father and I were to pass away as well, perhaps there would be others who would remember us, but no one would remember Mother. Lin Yoshi's voice sounded sorrowful. By that time, Mother will be like the grandmother next door, with no one to honor her memory, no one to remember her. It is commonly said that a person dies 3 times. Yet, for someone as young as Lin Yoshi to grasp this concept is indeed remarkable. Nevertheless, it is an unavoidable reality. No, I do not want it to be that way. Lin Yoshi seemed to have made a resolute decision. When I grow up, I shall bring my children to meet their grandmother. I want to tell my children that this is their maternal grandmother, their mother's mother. If I were to depart from this world, they should not only remember to honor me but also pay their respects to my mother." Listening to Lin Yoshi's earnest words, Mei Fong felt a sense of inexplicable sentimentality. In our culture, there exists a reverent veneration for our ancestors, akin to a divine worship. With ancestral rites flourishing in this land, emphasizing the continuity of tradition and the perpetuation of familial legacy. However, with the passage of time, these customs have gradually faded from collective memory as the elder generations in our hometown cling to the traditions of the past, while the majority of the younger generation struggles in urban rentals. As the elder generations inevitably pass away, certain customs and practices seem to be inexorably heading towards oblivion. Of course, this is not a matter of good or bad. Rather, it is a concept steeped in nihilism. Our forebears, having come into this world with nothing and leaving with nothing, do they truly care if they are remembered? Not at all, not in the slightest. Lin Yoshi gazed silently at her mother's tombstone, murmuring softly. Observing her pensive demeanor, Mei Fong gently inquired, "Lin Yoshi, when do you miss your mother the most?" Lin Yoshi, crouched on the stone steps with her knees hugged tightly, stared at the verdant grass and moss below, lost in contemplation. She rarely thought about it. After all, you and Xia Yuan are always by my side. Xia Yuan is willing to befriend me, sharing her toys and bestowing upon me various small gifts. Always playing the role of my mother, caring for me. I truly adore her, deeply cherish her. Lin Yoshi speaks of Xia Yuan with unwavering admiration and affection. And what about me? Mei Fong inquires with a smile, her expression filled with anticipation. Well, Lin Yoshi ponders for a moment before earnestly stating, "You are wonderful too. After all, you play games with me. Is that all you've remembered over the years? You heartless little girl." Mei Fong retorts, her face wearing a mock expression of grievance. However, as their conversation unfolds, Lin Yoshi suddenly lapses into silence. After a lengthy pause, she gazes up at the sky. The paper money dances in the evening breeze, and the setting sun fades behind the green pines. As the heavens are cloaked in dark clouds, Lin Yoshi finally speaks. But aside from those moments, a tear gently trickles down her cheek. "I have always longed for a mother. I think of her every day." Mei Fong silently observes as Lin Yoshi pours out her heart. "Everyone I know has a mother, yet I am the only one without one. I wish to be spoiled in front of my mother, just as Xia Yuan is with Teacher Yu, just like Xiaoya is with Aunt Mei. But I am the only one without a mother." Lin Yoshi hugs her knees and cries, feeling a profound sense of injustice. Perhaps it was the enchanting presence of the little weeper, Xia Yuan, that confounded his senses. Despite having known each other for many years, it was only now that Mei Fong realized this was the first time he had witnessed Lin Yoshi in such a state of incessant tears. He shifted closer, offering her a gentle pat on the head, much like he would with Xia Yuan, in a bid to comfort her. Lin Yoshi did not respond overtly to Mei Fong's gesture, continuing to weep quietly. Yet, Mei Fong could sense that she nestled closer against his arm. Often, when a friend is engulfed in sorrow, there is no need for grandiloquent words of consolation. There is no necessity to inform her that she is doing remarkably well, nor to assert that the fault lies solely with others, and she is blameless. Such sentiments are but hollow expressions of concern. Those in grief rarely find solace in them. What matters is your unwavering presence beside her, especially in her moment of greatest need. To achieve this is to surpass the value of 1,000 words. At that moment, a deep rumble of thunder echoed across the overcast sky, followed by a gentle patter of rain. Fortunately, the moonlight is exquisite. "Hurry, come this way." Mei Fong urged Lin Yoshi to seek refuge in a small wooden shelter at the cemetery entrance as the rain began to intensify, accompanied by a relentless cacophony of thunder. It was indeed peculiar that, with autumn approaching, the rain showed no signs of abating. Noticing Lin Yoshi shivering with her arms wrapped around herself, Mei Fong removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. "Aren't you cold?" Lin Yoshi lifted her gaze to meet Mei Fong's. Having just wept profusely, her eyes remained red and swollen, evoking a deep sense of sympathy. "I am perfectly fine," Mei Fong declared, thumping his chest confidently. "I am a man, and fear not the cold." No sooner had he uttered this bravado than he let out a tremendous sneeze. Lin Yoshi chuckled softly and shifted closer to Mei Fong. "Let us sit a bit nearer. This way, we shall not feel the chill." "Indeed," she agreed. Lin Yoshi removed Mei Fong's coat and draped it over their heads, then nestled closer to him. As Mei Fong felt the warmth radiating from Lin Yoshi's skin, he could not help but exclaim, "You are truly freezing. I could be even colder." Lin Yoshi responded playfully, slipping her hand into Mei Fong's waist, causing him to nearly leap in surprise as he instinctively recoiled. "All right, All right, enough of that. Mei Fong was rather sensitive, unlike in their kindergarten days when innocence reigned. Lin Yoshi had now begun to care about her appearance. Do you have any tissues? Oh, yes, just check my coat pocket. Wait, your hands are covered in mucus. Allow me to assist. Lin Yoshi had suffered from allergic rhinitis since childhood, and even the slightest draft could render her nose a constant stream of discomfort. Thus, both Xia Yuan and Mei Fong had developed the habit of carrying tissues with them from a young age. After Lin Yoshi wiped her nose, it still appeared a rosy hue. You seem much better now. Lin Yoshi nodded, yet it remains rather cold. As Lin Yoshi continued to rub her hands together, Mei Fong instinctively proposed, allow me to assist you. Grasping Lin Yoshi's hands, Mei Fong enveloped them entirely and began to gently rub them. Lin Yoshi's delicate hands felt icy cold from the backs to the palms, while Mei Fong's palms radiated warmth. Is it warmer now? Mei Fong turned to glance at Lin Yoshi, who had withdrawn her chin into her collar, shyly nodding in response. This peculiar reaction caused Mei Fong to pause in surprise for a moment. As the rain gradually subsided, Lin Yoshi initiated a conversation. Mei Fong, I was crying today. Thinking of my mother. You absolutely must not tell anyone. Mei Fong sighed with a wry smile. Who else could I possibly tell, other than Xia Yuan? That means you cannot inform Xia Yuan, Lin Yoshi clarified. After a moment of contemplation, Mei Fong remarked, although I have no intention of sharing this with Xia Yuan. I am genuinely curious about your reasoning. Lin Yoshi pressed her lips together in thought. I am not entirely sure. It's just that I feel she would be upset if she found out. After all, I am her closest friend, yet I have only cried in your presence. Lin Yoshi fiddled anxiously with her fingers, clearly troubled by this. She has always been sensitive about such matters. Do you recall how long she was angry when we secretly played computer games together? Observing Lin Yoshi's distressed expression, Mei Fong began to comprehend the profound significance of Lin Yoshi's relationship with Xia Yuan in the world of their past lives. Xia Yuan was the sole light that Lin Yoshi encountered during her childhood. Thus, she had always been Xia Yuan's devoted follower until the tragedy struck Xia Yuan's family. Lin Yoshi lost her one and only light, subsequently sealing off her heart, which ultimately molded her into a reclusive and indifferent individual. Reclusive and indifferent. Yet she possessed her own pride, never relying on others. Now, Mei Fong has altered the timeline, resulting in Lin Yoshi remaining as Xia Yuan's acolyte, obediently following her every command. This ingratiating demeanor, if left unaltered, poses significant challenges to her future growth and character development, as she lacks an independent persona. Consequently, Mei Fong earnestly advised Lin Yoshi, stating that relying solely on pleasing Xia Yuan to sustain their friendship would not yield lasting bonds. However, Lin Yoshi disagreed with Mei Fong's assertion. I am not merely flattering her. I genuinely care for her feelings. Moreover, she has always been considerate of my feelings. I have always known that she regards me as her closest friend, and I cannot let her down. Your concern for her is commendable, and her concern for you is equally admirable, Mei Fong replied thoughtfully. But one day, you both will inevitably encounter something precious to you. If it happens to be something that you both fervently desire, would you be willing to relinquish it for her? Without hesitation, Lin Yoshi responded. If Xia Yuan truly desires it, then of course I would give it to her. And what about yourself? Mei Fong prompted. This is contingent upon the fact that you desire it as well. Lin Yoshi contemplated for a moment before arriving at her resolute conclusion. Then I shall yield to her. She has bestowed upon me an abundance of gifts. In light of this, it seems somewhat premature to discuss such matters with Lin Yoshi at this juncture. Alas, why should I subject myself to the folly of expecting a young girl like Lin Yoshi to comprehend the burdens of adulthood? At this moment, the rain began to subside. Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi made their way to the station to await the arrival of their bus. By the time they boarded and reached the bus stop near her home, it was already time for the evening news broadcast. Amidst his worries, Lin Yoshi clasped Mei Fong's hand and proposed, would you like to come to my house tonight? You can call Uncle Mei from my home and inform him that you are dining with us, so he won't hold it against you. But that might not be appropriate. After all, it would be deceitful, and your father would certainly disapprove. My father mentioned that he would be staying overnight at the construction site. We can prepare something to eat ourselves. Have you already mastered the art of cooking? Why are you so surprised? Lin Yoshi playfully nudged Mei Fong. I might get upset, given that your self-sufficiency is generally lacking. It's quite astonishing to hear you claim you can cook. Who would believe that? Do not underestimate me. Taking this opportunity, I shall showcase my culinary skills. Lin Yoshi appeared exceedingly confident. It is often said that children from impoverished backgrounds mature quickly, without a mother and with her father preoccupied with work. Mastering the skill of cooking was an inevitability for her. Thus, Mei Fong accompanied Lin Yoshi to her home, where she changed her attire and set about preparing a meal. She skillfully opened the refrigerator's cold storage compartment, retrieving today's ingredients: frozen dumplings. What exactly was I anticipating? Lin Yoshi cautiously added water to the pot. And once satisfied with the water level, she laboriously placed the pot on the stove. With utmost care, she turned on the gas valve of the liquefied petroleum gas, igniting the flame to commence boiling the dumplings. The fire on the stove blazed to life. After finishing a phone call with her family, Mei Fong continued to observe Lin Yoshi's actions. Though her movements appeared somewhat hasty, it was evident that she was familiar with these steps. Mei Fong, pay close attention. This is how you cook dumplings. First, press out the frozen dumplings, then start boiling the water. Once the water reaches a boil, do not immediately add the dumplings. Instead, add a small bowl of cold water, a drop of sesame oil, and a sprinkle of salt. Then, leaning against the side of the stove. Mei Fong patiently listened to Lin Yoshi's instructional guidance, occasionally lending a helping hand. The two enjoyed their dumplings while watching an animated series broadcasted by the local television station. A layer of autumn rain brought a chill. As the weather turned cooler, the sky cleared after the rain. Tonight, the stars were absent, but fortunately, the moonlight was exquisite. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan's father fulfilled his promise, hanging a notice and banner announcing the temporary closure and transfer of ownership at the renowned restaurant by Mei Rinjia. Located in the county town, this establishment, which had gained a modest reputation in Baimei County, was about to change hands. At first, Xia Yuan was naturally very joyful and delighted. She would share with Mei Fong the activities she engaged in with her father each day. Today, Dad took me shopping for clothes. He even cooked for us today, and his dishes were quite delectable, better than Mom's cooking. It was the first time Dad expressed a desire to try playing the piano. He was rather clumsy, haha. It took him quite a while to finally play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. However, one day a month later, Mei Fong witnessed Xia Yuan storm in, flinging her backpack down with a troubled expression, resting her cheek in her hand as she gazed despondently at him. Dad has become so bothersome lately. Upon hearing this, Mei Fong couldn't help but chuckle. What has gotten into him? He is being overly protective. I told him I wanted to visit your house this Saturday, but he refused, insisting that if I wanted to play, I could only do so at our home. I haven't been to your place to play games in nearly a month. He's just concerned for you. Perhaps it's also a means to keep an eye on me. Xia Yuan, who had always been obedient and sensible, suddenly appeared to have undergone a transformation, contemplating running away from home. Parents often seek external reasons for their children's behavior, convinced that their offspring are exceptional and that any issues arise from outside influences. Xia Yuan's closest and most opinionated friend is Mei Fong, and given that he was with her when the incident occurred, he naturally bore the greatest suspicion. Yet, Mei Fong did not feel uncomfortable about it. After all, he was the mastermind behind the chaos, bearing immense guilt. However, Teacher Yu continues to care for herself as she always has, and she has not adjusted the seating arrangement between herself and Xia Yuan due to this incident. In contrast to Xia Yuan's mother, her relationship with Mei Fong is predominantly that of teacher and student. In this regard, Teacher Yu is indeed a commendable elementary school teacher, and one can understand why the children from her past held her in such high esteem. Xia Yuan has been venting her frustrations to Mei Fong, lamenting how clingy her father has become, and she has not ceased her complaints even during class. Finally, Teacher Yu could no longer tolerate it. Mei Fong, Xia Yuan, please maintain silence during class. Understood, Mei Fong responded emphatically, but Xia Yuan did not echo her response, which was somewhat out of character for her. After class, Mei Fong inquired about Xia Yuan's demeanor. What is wrong with you? Xia Yuan shook her head. I am fine. It feels as though you were at odds with Teacher Yu. Don't you think my mother has been targeting me lately? Xia Yuan, discontented, doodled circles in her draft book, lamenting that after running away from home once, her mother must now consider her a troublesome student. You are being overly sensitive. Teacher Yu would not behave in such a manner. What sensitivity? I made significant progress in the last math exam. Yet my mother did not even mention my name during the class meeting. Xia Yuan exclaimed angrily. Moreover, my mother no longer helps me style my hair into a bun, nor does she allow me to do it myself. She insists that I cut my hair short. Last time, she even said that I am not focused on my studies and only think about my appearance. Your short hair looks quite lovely as it is. There is no need to deliberately pursue an updo. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. After a moment of hesitation, She tugged at her hair and inquired of Mei Fong. So tell me, do I look better with an updo or short hair? Both are beautiful. Each showcasing a different style, he replied, his words dripping with charm. Xia Yuan shook her head, playfully chiding Mei Fong before pouting for a moment, only to break into a cheerful grin. And yet you claim I'm not vain, truly. Mei Fong experienced little pressure in the elementary school curriculum. Yet there was little else to engage in at school. He certainly could not showcase his coding prowess, which would leave onlookers in utter shock. His primary amusement at school lay in being the jester, observing the various embarrassing antics exhibited by the young children. Recently, the most popular trend in class was the practice of copying song lyrics, particularly amongst the girls. Xia Yuan possessed a beautifully adorned lyric book, covered with stickers, in which she meticulously transcribed the lyrics of each song in an elegant handwriting, embellished with charming little symbols. Finally, she exclaimed, "I finished copying." With great pride, she gazed at her new creation, eager to share it with Mei Fong. Mei Fong, have you heard this song? Taking the book. He glanced at the title and responded, "Yes, I've heard it. It has curled lashes. I can sing a bit of it, too." Xia Yuan displayed an expression of disbelief. "I can't believe it. Don't all boys only like Alan and JJ? How could you possibly know our idol? Sing it for me." Do you really want me to sing?" Mei Fong hesitated, expressing her concerns, "But this is a cute song, and my voice is rather unappealing." "Nonsense. We've known each other for so many years, I wouldn't think any less of you," Xia Yuan encouraged, cupping her face in her hands. "Please sing for me, Mei Fong. You are the best." Reluctantly, Mei Fong hummed a few lines under Xia Yuan's coaxing, eliciting a fit of laughter from her. "You sing so terribly, ha ha ha. It was you who urged me to sing, you little rascal." Mei Fong's pride was wounded. After returning the lyrics book to Xia Yuan, she turned her attention to her studies. Xia Yuan gently patted Mei Fong's shoulder, apologizing. "I'm so sorry. I was just joking. It's all right." "I am aware of my lack of singing talent," Mei Fong replied, her gaze fixed on her book. "You carry on with your fun. I need to focus on studying now." "Why study during break? You are the top student in our class. You don't need to push yourself so hard. Balance is key," Xia Yuan implored, her fingers intertwined in a gesture of sincerity. "I truly apologize. Will you forgive me?" "I wasn't even angry," Mei Fong replied, still looking down at her book. "You claim you aren't angry, but you are such a stingy person." After a moment's contemplation, Xia Yuan suggested, "How about I sing for you instead?" Mei Fong turned to glance at Xia Yuan and nodded. That would be acceptable. With that, Xia Yuan cleared her throat and, after a brief moment of preparation, began to sing for Mei Fong. With lashes fluttering and eyes twinkling, how could words take a turn at the tip of the tongue? Your brows arch like a crescent moon, creating an atmosphere so romantic that it beckons for your companionship. As the lashes dance and the eyes blink, the world of infatuation transforms into a delightful playground. Come, let the winds of fate blow and reveal that fateful encounter. Mei Fong greatly admires Xia Yuan's self-expression. Her voice is inherently sweet, immersed in the essence of the song, radiating her unique brilliance. In every smile and frown, even while locking eyes with Mei Fong, she remains unflinching. And a casual wink from her leaves Mei Fong blushingly averting her gaze. There is no need to mimic the lyrics with matching gestures, is there? Ahem, my performance has concluded. I invite our judge, Mei Fong, to offer her critique. So, how did I fare, Mei Fong? Please, do share. Xia Yuan launches another wink attack. Ah, splendid, truly marvelous. Is this all the vocabulary you possess for the top of the class? Do indulge in a few more idioms to praise me, I assure you. I won't let it go to my head. Ever since I encouraged her to express herself freely, she has become increasingly uninhibited. After managing to placate Xia Yuan for a while, Mei Fong shifted the topic. You are so fond of this song. There must be another reason behind it, no? That means I shall have to visit your home this weekend. Can I decline? One Lin Yoshi is quite sufficient. How could that be? Moreover, do I not usually complete my assignments at your place? That does not count. Xia Yuan asserted earnestly, stating that it was merely a routine obligation. 039 startled Mei Fong. This weekend was the day Mei Fong had arranged to watch Xia Yuan's performance. However, prior to that, he had ventured with Lin Yoshi to the arcade for some gaming. In the year 2005, the arcade charged 1 yuan for 6 tokens. And each game required just a single token to play. Of course, there were no racing or shooting games. All were joystick machines. Lin Yoshi seized the rare opportunity to invite Mei Fong to play games, determined to make the most of the basket of tokens she had. Before trying each machine, she insisted on watching others play to grasp the controls before confirming her turn. Since games like Three Kingdoms Battle, Legend of the Exorcist, Dinosaur Crisis, and devouring the world were exceedingly familiar to Mei Fong. He maintained a robust health status while Lin Yoshi often perished in the early levels. Nevertheless, even when Lin Yoshi met her demise, she refrained from inserting more tokens, choosing instead to sit beside Mei Fong and watch him until he, too, succumbed before switching to another machine. Unexpectedly, you excel at this as well. You are quite remarkable. I have an emulator on my computer that allows for play. I mentioned it before. Next time, you can practice at my place. All right. After a while of gaming in the arcade, Lin Yoshi could no longer withstand the overwhelming stench of smoke and rushed outside. Ugh. Cough. It truly reeks in there. I had warned you beforehand. Thus, my home is indeed the more enjoyable place, is it not? Not at all. I find arcade halls quite delightful. Lin Yoshi stretched her arms widely, appreciating the camaraderie of playing together, as joystick controls were far more comfortable than jostling for keyboard space. However, she soon sighed, lamenting that such arcades were not particularly lucrative and would likely be supplanted by computer games in the future. Indeed. By the way, Mei Fong, I noticed the computer tools you used for escorting goods were quite convenient. Did you create those using that technique you referred to as Zafa? It's all programming languages. You can understand it that way. Lin Yoshi continued. Could I perhaps learn it as well? I find myself quite intrigued by the coding books you often read, and I would like to give it a try. Of course you can. But remember, it should only be extracurricular, you know? Mei Fong reminded Lin Yoshi, emphasizing that her academic performance must not decline. Lin Yoshi then skipped ahead, playfully rolling her eyes at Mei Fong and making a silly face. You're so nagging. You're more of a guardian than my own father. Hey, you little rascal, after just enjoying a moment together, you're already being rude and turning your back on me, huh? Let us have a competition. The last to arrive at Xia Yuan's house must treat everyone to potato chips. Lin Yoshi exclaimed, darting swiftly towards the direction of Mei Fong and Xia Yuan's neighborhood, while Mei Fong showed no inclination to chase after her, instead sauntering leisurely and stopping at a nearby stall to purchase 3 small servings of fried potato chips. Fried potato chips are a distinctive delicacy of Playmate County. The potatoes are sliced and deep-fried until cooked but not overly crisp. Once removed from the oil, they are drizzled with a special sauce and garnished with chopped scallions and cilantro. Accompanying these potato chips are other fried delights such as stinky tofu, radish balls, lotus root sandwiches, and ham skewers, filling a bowl to the brim, a simple yet profound joy of small-town life. In the summers of yesteryear, even if her parents were away, Xia Yuan would never indulge in such junk food. However, now, upon seeing Mei Fong appear at her doorstep with a bag of potato chips, she joyfully rushes out to greet her. Of course, it's you, Mei Fong. I knew you would forget. Xia Yuan exclaims as she takes the bag from Mei Fong's hands. I haven't been able to go out lately to enjoy these. It has been torturous. Hey, don't snatch them. I bought plenty, so be careful, Mei Fong retorts playfully. The two enter the house, where Lin Yoshi has already prepared drinks in the living room. The trio happily munches on the potato chips as Lin Yoshi shares stories of their recent adventures at the arcade with Mei Fong. Xia Yuan is captivated by the description of the 4-player arcade game. Wait for me. Once I can move freely again, I want to join you. It seems we've never played together as a trio, she exclaims. That place has a terrible smell. Lin Yoshi and I couldn't stand it and had to escape. Mei Fong recalls, pulling her collar close to Xia Yuan. Take a whiff. I still carry a hint of it, she teases. Just a whiff. It's nothing serious, haha. Xia Yuan wiped her mouth and pushed the unfinished potato chips towards Lin Yoshi. Lin Yoshi, I can't finish this. You take it. I'm a bit full too. Lin Yoshi had just consumed a large glass of juice, leaving her stomach feeling somewhat bloated. Then let Mei Fong have it. He bought it, so he must take responsibility for finishing it. But I can't eat so much either. Mei Fong thought to himself that these two girls usually had larger appetites. Well, at least finish my portion. Xia Yuan extended the bowl towards Mei Fong. Please have a little, Mei Fong. It would be such a waste to leave so much uneaten. How can you say that? Next time, remember to buy only 2 bowls. Mei Fong sampled some of Xia Yuan's potato chips, while Lin Yoshi watched him eagerly. Seizing the opportunity while Xia Yuan was crouched down to insert a DVD into the player, she stealthily leaned over and transferred all the potato chips into Mei Fong's bowl, just as she would do during meals at Mei Fong's home. As Mei Fong was about to complain, Lin Yoshi made a shushing gesture and pointed discreetly at Xia Yuan, as if to convey that she did not wish to upset her. Your eagerness to please is a bit much. Mei Fong sighed and, with teary eyes, consumed 3 small bowls. Ahem, now I will follow along and dance. Xia Yuan stood tall and straight between the television and the coffee table. I haven't practiced for long. So please don't laugh if my dancing is poor. Of course not. At most we might chuckle inwardly. This playful banter could only be conjured by Mei Fong, who received an exasperated glance from Xia Yuan. Subsequently, she requested Lin Yoshi to assist in replaying the music, which soon filled the air. As a cherished little princess nurtured by those around her, Xia Yuan had participated in calligraphy, dance, art, and piano classes from a young age. The rhythm of her heart raced with excitement, her spirit nearly transcending her physical form as she reveled in the sheer joy of the moment. With a delicate lift of her legs and a playful squat, she struck an endearing pose, twirling her arms gracefully. The inherently sweet and charming melody harmonized perfectly with the delightful persona of Xia Yuan. To enhance her performance, she donned a pleated miniskirt and sported a high ponytail, embodying the image of a youthful starlet. Upon completing her dance, Xia Yuan maintained her final pose, hands on her hips, and beamed as she inquired about their thoughts. How was that? Just as Mei Fong was about to respond, Lin Yoshi spontaneously began to applaud. Xia Yuan, you danced magnificently, just like the little stars on television. Oh. Come on, Lin Yoshi, don't tease me. Xia Yuan replied playfully. By the way, this dance is quite simple. You could learn it instantly. I cannot. My limbs are uncoordinated, and I'm not as agile as you. With your long legs, you would undoubtedly dance it even more beautifully than I. If we were in the same class, I would surely drag you to join me. But I don't have clothes as lovely as yours. No worries. Come to my room. Feel free to choose any of my dresses. Xia Yuan whispered softly to Lin Yoshi, suggesting that they give Mei Fong a little surprise. Xia Yuan has always been the proactive type. Once she decides to do something, she immediately sets about arranging it. Lin Yoshi was pulled into her room, leaving Mei Fong in the living room. Despite their close relationship, Mei Fong had never actually visited Xia Yuan's room. Perhaps there was a chance during their kindergarten days. But now Xia Yuan had developed a sense of gender awareness, venturing into realms that Mei Fong, as a mere boy, could not. Of course, it was entirely casual for Xia Yuan to enter his room. Mei Fong rested briefly on the sofa at Xia Yuan's home, when suddenly, he heard the sound of lively footsteps descending the stairs. With her petite shoes, long white socks, pleated skirt, and bowl, Lin Yoshi transformed from a wild girl next door into a little princess after donning Xia Yuan's attire. To match Lin Yoshi, Xia Yuan also styled her hair into twin ponytails. Though their hair was short, they exuded an energetic charm. Mei Fong, look, how does our Lin Yoshi look? The contrast was quite striking. Mei Fong's comparison was to the Lin Yoshi of his past life. In his previous life, Lin Yoshi always sported long, flowing hair and a school uniform jacket during high school, her smooth, cascading locks leaving a profound impression. Once an aloof academic prodigy, she now appeared before Mei Fong like a child star stepping into the limelight, leaving him utterly astounded. Is it merely the contrast that strikes one? You are being rather inconsiderate towards Lin Yoshi. Xia Yuan gently urged Lin Yoshi forward by her shoulders, insisting, you should wear more beautiful dresses in the future. Don't always opt for shirts. You can borrow any of my clothes. I still feel it's not quite suitable. Lin Yoshi fidgeted with her black sneakers, sensing an inexplicable awkwardness. Not awkward at all. You're simply unaccustomed to this style since it's your first time wearing something like this. Xia Yuan continued to listen to Lin Yoshi's affectionate remarks. Though I have many friends in class, I truly like you the most. We didn't have the chance to be in the same class in elementary school, but we can strive for that in middle school. I heard from my mother that experimental middle school arranges classes based on academic performance. If we all work hard, we could end up in the same class by then. All right. Lin Yoshi nodded. I have been diligently studying. All right, let us set that aside for now and practice our dance together. Okay. You see, I told you I'm not needed at all. As she spoke, she stood up, but before she could take more than a couple of steps, the fervent Xia Yuan grasped her arm, preventing her from leaving. I still need to learn programming code. I have an online video lesson to watch today. Mei Fong noticed that Lin Yoshi's gaze remained fixed on him with an expression of keen interest. Perhaps, rather than dancing, she now yearns to learn coding alongside Mei Fong. Xia Yuan's tone suddenly turned plaintive. You haven't come to my house for 2 weekends now. And today you want to leave after such a short while. Do you no longer enjoy playing with me? As she spoke, she leaned against Mei Fong, standing on tiptoe to draw closer to his face. Mei Fong instinctively took 2 steps back. Goodness, don't look at me like that. It's simply too adorable. Stop saying foolish things, he replied, lightly tapping Xia Yuan on the head. I'm merely concerned that as the only boy here, you and Lin Yoshi might feel awkward. Of course, I would feel shy in front of other boys, but you are different, Mei Fong, Xia Yuan said earnestly. We three have been childhood friends. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Childhood friends. In 2005, children were not as informed as those today, receiving all their knowledge through smartphones. Thus, it was Lin Yoshi's first encounter with this term. What does it mean? Childhood friends refer to close companions who grew up together. For instance, girls like you and me are the Qingmei, while boys like Mei Fong are the Zhima. It is akin to what we call Fa Xiao in our hometown. After explaining, Xia Yuan pondered. The three of them were indeed such good friends, yet it seemed they lacked a special nickname. She had a nickname, Yuan Yuan. But Lin Yoshi had never called her that. Mei Fong had only used it once, and thereafter seemed to have forgotten. Speaking of which, given the closeness of our relationship, it feels somewhat unfamiliar to address each other by our names. With a smile, Xia Yuan remarked to Lin Yoshi, from now on, I shall simply call you Yoshi. It feels more affectionate this way. You should call me Yuan Yuan. But what about Mei Fong? Did we not agree that it was perfectly fine for just the two of us to address Yoshi informally? She's not an outsider. Xia Yuan climbed onto the sofa, adopting an adorably quirky duck-like sitting posture to avoid soiling the cushions, and tugged at Mei Fong's arm, pleading, call me. Just try calling me by my nickname. Yuan Yuan, Mei Fong responded promptly. After hearing her name called, Xia Yuan felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks, though she quickly suppressed it with a playful smile. Lastly, they turned their attention to Mei Fong's nickname. Xia Yuan pondered for a moment. It seems your family calls you by your full name. Indeed. I was born into a family devoid of affection, and my name was chosen quite haphazardly, Lin Yoshi interjected. I've previously discussed this with Mei Fong. Using a reduplicated form of your name, much like you do, would be quite lovely, but he does not prefer it. I believe it complements your nickname rather well. At this, Xia Yuan felt a bit bashful, scratching her head and chuckling. Hiki. That does seem to be the case. One is Yuan Yuan, and the other is, well, I dislike being called that. Please, don't. Mei Fong once again resolutely declined, stating that while you may bestow upon me affectionate nicknames such as De Fong, Air Mao, San Mao, or Si Go, you must refrain from using that repetitive term. Why do you harbor such disdain for that name? Xia Yuan pondered as she placed her hand on Mei Fong's shoulder, suddenly struck by inspiration. How about calling you Xiao Fong? It rolls off the tongue quite nicely. Lin Yoshi, what are your thoughts? Whatever Yuan Yuan believes is good shall suffice, came Lin Yoshi's ever-obedient reply. Aren't you going to consult me? Mei Fong protested, asserting that the name was excessively feminine and that it would lead to him being labeled effeminate, for which you all bear responsibility, you know? Did you not claim that any name aside from that one would be acceptable? You deceitful creature. Deceitful creature is a fine name. Lin Yoshi raised both hands in approval, declaring it the best choice. Mei Fong is indeed a deceitful creature. Indeed. Haha. From now on, you shall be known as deceitful creature. Deceitful creature, deceitful creature, deceitful creature. Xia Yuan joyfully shook Mei Fong's shoulder, who wore a look of utter resignation, allowing himself to be toyed with. In the midst of their playful banter, Xia Yuan, in a moment of excessive exuberance, inadvertently pushed Mei Fong down onto the sofa, causing him to recline. Xia Yuan followed suit, leaning down with her hands propped on the sofa, her twin ponytails cascading naturally as she quietly gazed at Mei Fong before her. This dynamic of one above and one below was an experience that neither Xia Yuan nor Mei Fong had ever encountered in their lifetimes. However, observing Xia Yuan's evident embarrassment yet her struggle to rise, Mei Fong felt less psychological pressure. Xia Yuan gradually climbed off Mei Fong, tidied her hair slightly, and then turned to Lin Yoshi, exclaiming, the nickname we've chosen is even longer than my real name. It seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it, Yoshi? A Fong sounds rather nice, what do you think? Sure, I have no objections, it's quite acceptable, Mei Fong replied. The names of Fong and Mei are among the most common names for boys and girls in the Liangguang region. The thought that his parents had bestowed such a simple name upon him filled Mei Fong with irritation. Then it settled, after instinctively licking her lips. Xia Yuan sat on the sofa and, glancing at the now seated Mei Fong, hesitantly stated, from this day forward, we shall all call you Ah Fong. Ah Fong, Lin Yoshi attempted to call out, and Xia Yuan followed suit, leaning closer to Mei Fong and shouting incessantly in his ear, Ah Fong, Ah Fong, Ah Fong. Mei Fong covered his ears and leaned towards Xia Yuan, shouting back loudly to express his protest, I hear you, I hear you, I hear you, I hear you. Ha 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 ha. I understand now. Being given a nickname is quite a novel experience for me, although being called Ah Fong feels somewhat awkward. I find it remarkably intriguing. From junior high to high school, and then from high school to university, I've forgotten one group of acquaintances only to meet another. The sole exception to this narrative is a comrade named Zhang Ming, whose friendship with Mei Fong endured through university, often indulging in clandestine gaming sessions together. A true meeting of like minds. However, after graduation, he secured a position at the renowned telecommunications giant Huaxing in the Celestial Empire, only to be dispatched to Wakonan, where misfortune struck him amidst the chaos of war. Since then, he has vanished without a trace, leaving Mei Fong to languish alone in the country, toiling aimlessly like a beast of burden. Now, reflecting upon it, given that Mei Fong has become a reborn individual, one might predict that, following the conventions of other novels, this comrade would transform into a formidable special forces soldier in Wakonan, only to meet his demise far from home. Should fate allow them to meet again in this lifetime, he would surely urge him to refrain from submitting his resume to Huaxing upon graduation, thereby rectifying a minor regret. If their paths do not cross, it shall simply be deemed a stroke of bad luck. One must respect the course of others' destinies. Xia Yuan, weary from calling out nicknames, has now resolved to engage in more serious matters. It seems that my presence here is merely to assist them in their endeavors. Familiar with the entirety of the dance movements, Xia Yuan patiently guides Lin Yoshi through each step, reminiscent of her mother's teaching style. Yes, precisely like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Hands swaying in circles, lift the hips and rise. Now, let us perform the entire sequence once more. 2 hours have elapsed, and Lin Yoshi is nearly able to follow Xia Yuan through the first half of the dance. Who would have thought that despite her inability to master tying shoelaces, she would excel at dancing? Such is the advantage of long legs. Xia Yuan slightly rises on her toes to compare her height with Lin Yoshi's, exclaiming, "You used to be at my height, and now you stand a good half a head taller than me. I suspect you might even be taller than Mei Fong." As a man, Mei Fong has always been unwilling to concede in terms of height. He is likely just a tad shorter now, but in a couple of years, he will surely surpass me. It is an undeniable fact that girls enter puberty earlier than boys. Is there a problem with that? Why not let the two of you compare? Let us do it, Mei Fong declared, rising to stand before Lin Yoshi. She stepped forward as well, and the two began measuring themselves against each other, their noses nearly touching as their gazes locked, almost drawing closer. It seemed quite similar. Lin Yoshi turned her head to look at Xia Yuan. "What do you think, Yuan? Wait. This method won't work. You can't discern the height this way." Xia Yuan hurriedly pulled Mei Fong aside and insisted he turn around. Then she made Lin Yoshi do the same, positioning them back to back. "You need to compare this way for me to see the difference." Xia Yuan stood on her tiptoes to gauge. "Yoshi is indeed a bit taller than you, Fong." "What? You're only in the 4th grade and you can be taller than me?" Mei Fong protested, struggling to accept the reality. It's the hair. If we disregard the hair, I should still be just a smidgen taller." "Fong, your struggling demeanor is quite comical, huh?" Lin Yoshi finally found a place that surpassed Mei Fong, and instantly became quite pleased with herself. "You always said I wouldn't grow tall because I didn't like this or that," she taunted. "But look at me now. I'm taller than you. Soon, you'll just be a little bean." Just wait a few more years, I will definitely." Mei Fong contemplated the reasons behind Lin Yoshi's popularity in her past life. Apart from her excellent academic performance, her striking appearance, particularly her long, snow-white legs, drew considerable attention during the summer. Mei Fong had previously caught glimpses of her, under the persuasion of high school friends. Did Lin Yoshi surpass her in height? She had never compared. While it wasn't exactly a matter of looking up to her, the advantage of those long legs certainly meant she wasn't short. What if she truly was a bit taller? Mei Fong felt a slight concern about being shorter than a girl. Now, she resolved to diligently drink milk, wondering if it would be enough. Height was merely height. It wasn't of great consequence. Xia Yuan, embracing Lin Yoshi, chimed in the past. "Mei Fong and I were Yoshi's older siblings, and now, Yoshi will be our sister as we grow up. Isn't that wonderful?" Hee. With Xia Yuan having spoken, Lin Yoshi decided not to continue bickering with Mei Fong, merely scratching her head in agreement. What a double standard Lin Yoshi had. She would never concede during their usual debates, yet here she was, so obedient before Xia Yuan. As long as she was happy. Fong. Why do you sound so much like Xia Yuan?" Lin Yoshi hopped onto the center of each stone slab with small steps, casually mentioning the recent events. "By the way, you have called Xia Yuan so many times, yet it seems you haven't directly referred to me as Yoshi. Why didn't you bring this up at Xia Yuan's house?" Mei Fong couldn't resist teasing Lin Yoshi a bit. Lin Yoshi shook her head. gazing at the floor. I forgot. How could one simply forget the moment they step out? This implies a desire to avoid contention with Xia Yuan, right? Well, I don't expect either of them to compete for my affection. That would be rather trivial. While it is indeed correct that I maintain my bond with Xia Yuan, I cannot allow Lin Yoshi to descend into a dependent personality. If she cannot return to being the formidable academic she once was, it would surely trouble Mei Fong. If you wish to regard Yuan as a friend, do not fear causing her heartache. Concealing your thoughts from Yuan will only lead to her sorrow. Do you grasp my meaning, Yoshi? Initially, Lin Yoshi appeared somewhat disheartened. But upon hearing Mei Fong call her Yoshi, she immediately brightened, raising her head and nodding. I understand. You understand. Understand what exactly? Can you tell me what I just said? You mean that if you have something to express, you should convey it directly to Yuan, rather than keeping it hidden. Right? Mei Fong was momentarily surprised, realizing that you truly absorbed her words. Such as the dual-minded scholar. Indeed. Lin Yoshi nodded slightly, acknowledging your concern for me. However, Yuan is also quite attentive, and we share our little secrets and agreements. Yet those are the private matters between girls, which you cannot be privy to. Teasing one's curiosity is rather uninteresting. Mei Fong decided to dismiss thoughts of the girl's secrets. By the way, would you care to join me for dinner at my house tonight? Lin Yoshi nodded, expressing her desire to study Java together after the meal. You have those online video courses to watch, right? I've already downloaded them. Oh, that. You should start with the simpler ones. I can guide you while we watch. However, today seems to hold an unusual air. There are indeed other matters to discuss. Noticing the look of concern on Lin Yoshi's face, Xiang Xia hurriedly smiled and reassured her, but you all should just eat. It's nothing to worry about. In Mei Fong's perspective, what began as an utterly mundane dinner had transformed into an unforeseen crisis of considerable magnitude. Just then, her father, Mei Lijun, approached her, gently patting her shoulder with a composed smile. Mei Fong, there's something I need to inform you in advance. Our family will be preparing to move next year. Moving? This was a term both familiar and foreign. In her past life, when Mei Fong was in the 3rd grade, her father had opted to buy out and exit the system to open a store, which later resulted in significant financial losses, draining much of the family's resources. The location is indeed within the county town, not too distant from the school, though it is somewhat far from Xia Yuan's home, a fact that Mei Fong can tolerate. However, has Milajun truly reached a point where the family's financial situation has become so dire that he has never ventured into business throughout his life? Surely, the golden child, Maya, has yet to unleash her true potential, has she not? Father, why must we move? I have just made friends with the children in kindergarten. And I truly adore this place. Maya expressed her reluctance with palpable sorrow. The reason for this, of course, was that Milajun, unable to contain his excitement, presented a letter of appointment to everyone. Behold, everyone, take a look, he exclaimed. Hey, Lin Yoshi is still watching. Don't act like a child. Lin Yoshi was already aware. And it was only right that she should be. Milajun, with a hint of pride, declared. It is indeed due to my exceptional performance at work that I have now been promoted to a departmental chief in Baijiu City. Departmental chief? Is that correct? Mei Fong could hardly believe that her father had achieved such a remarkable feat within the bureaucratic ranks. Having become a parent at a young age, Milajun, now in his early 30s, had been rapidly promoted, a testament to the immense responsibility he felt in raising both a daughter and a son, which in turn significantly enhanced his work ethic and accomplishments. Or perhaps this position was originally meant for him, and he had merely missed the opportunity for advancement when he left the system years ago? Regardless, a simple lottery ticket purchased by Mei Fong had stirred the waters of their household, setting off a cascade of momentous changes. Once again, a sister is born and a father is promoted. The twists and turns of life are indeed unpredictable. But does this mean, Dad, that we must relocate to Baijiu? Yes. We will be moving our entire family to Baijiu. Mei nodded, and although it felt somewhat rushed, your mother and I have already discussed it and are preparing to purchase a home there. Baigang High School in Baijiu is renowned throughout the country for its excellence. And attending high school there could pave the way for you to gain admission to a prestigious university in the future. What about the house here in Baimei County? We will sell this property, retaining only the ancestral home, and with the proceeds, we will acquire a larger residence in Baijiu. Why do we need a larger house? This place is quite satisfactory as it is. Mei Fong shook his head, expressing his reluctance to leave. Xiang Xia gently urged Mei Fong, look at your sister Xia. She is growing up, and you both will need your own rooms. Why must we sleep apart? Can't I sleep with Mom and Dad, or with my brother? Maya protested vehemently, exclaiming, I refuse to sleep alone. I will wet the bed, woo-woo. As Mei Fong pondered how to manage the upcoming arrangements, he noticed Lin Yoshi had been quietly staring at her bowl, her head bowed, motionless as she gazed at the food within. This drew the attention of everyone to this special guest in their home. Due to his family background, Mei Lijun has always taken special care of the little girl. Lin Yoshi, seeing her in such a sorrowful state, he felt a slight pang of compassion. As Mei Lijun was uttering words of comfort, Lin Yoshi suddenly stood up, pulling her chair back. She said nothing and kept her head down, then walked straight towards the door, rushing out without even changing her shoes. Upon witnessing this, Mei Fong hurriedly changed her shoes to follow her. I'll go comfort her. Are you still eating? No. Mei Fong's voice had already faded into the hallway. Mei Lijun, leisurely enjoying his chicken soup, was abruptly struck by a sharp tap on the head from Xiang Xiaoxia. Hey, what's wrong with me? I told you not to speak in front of Lin Yoshi, but you wouldn't listen. What are you showing off in front of a child for? Look at the mess you've caused. What did I do? Am I not allowed to share my excitement with my son? Dad, you're such a big silly pig. Little Maya, scooping her soup with rice, mimicked her mother, pointing out, Lin Yoshi's sister is crying because of you. She cried? I didn't see that, Mei Lijun retorted, dissatisfied. Besides, Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan will find out sooner or later. What difference does it make? It's perfectly normal for them to feel sad about moving away when they like Mei Fong so much. What does a child's affection amount to? Mei Lijun teased while picking his teeth. No matter how fond they are, they'll forget it all as they grow up. Are you genuinely hoping that Lin Yoshi will become your daughter-in-law? Your sympathy for her lack of a mother is palpable, isn't it? Perhaps initially, that was the case. As Xiang Xiaoxia pondered, this child possesses an inexplicable warmth. Indeed, the more I observe her, the more I find myself enamored. After all, I have always regarded her as my own daughter. I have much to say on this topic. Mei Lijun furrowed his brow and remarked. While Lin Yoshi acknowledges her as a goddaughter, she can be rather mischievous. If we are to consider marrying off Mei Fong, I believe Yuan would be a more suitable match. She is well-educated, composed, and quite sensible. You're merely fond of Xia Yuan for her family's fine wine and wealth. Came the retort, how shameless. Indeed, chimed in Xiaomeya, supporting the sentiment. Hey, you too, must you conspire against me? Xiang Xiaoxia interjected. Isn't it true that Xia Yuan's family is not as well off as before? I genuinely believe she and our Mei Fong are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Yet, what purpose does this discussion serve now? Mei Fong is set to leave for Baizhou to pursue his studies. Xiang Xiaoxia sighed, admitting. Having spent so many years in Bai Mei, I must confess I feel quite reluctant to part with it. Mother, can't we stay and not go to Baizhou? Maya tilted her head in inquiry. I don't want to go either. Adults often face unavoidable circumstances. You will understand when you grow older, Mei Lijun responded. Inhaling deeply, he harbored a deep affection for his homeland, yet he believed that a man must prioritize his career, as this was essential for providing a better life for his family. Curiously, Mei Lijun inquired of Maya, by the way, Xiaoya, if your brother were to end up with either sister Lin Yuxi or sister Xia Yuan in the future, whom would you prefer as your sister-in-law? Xia Xiaoxia shot her husband a disapproving glance, remarking, why are you discussing this with a child? She wouldn't even understand what a sister-in-law is. I do know. It means my brother's wife, right? Maya replied with a beaming smile, hands on her hips. Despite my young age, I comprehend everything. So, who would you like as your sister-in-law? From your earlier comments, it seems you favor sister Lin Yuxi a bit more, don't you? Maya pondered for a moment, crossing her arms in contemplation, then furrowed her brow and asked her parents, can't both of them be my sister-in-law? Of course not. After a moment of deep thought and a furrowed brow, Maya concluded, in that case, I'll help my brother marry one to be my sister-in-law. And that would be perfect. Hearing this innocent declaration, Mei Lijun and Xie Xiaoxia could not help but burst into laughter. On another note, Mei Fong was sprinting with Lin Yuxi's shoes in hand, desperately chasing after her. Despite his relentless calls, she continued to outpace him effortlessly. Is this the advantage of long legs? What about my dignity as a reborn individual? Am I not granted even a single buff? Fortunately, Lin Yuxi finally slowed her pace, only to stumble and fall. Mei Fong hurriedly caught up, cautiously assisting Lin Yoshi, who was sobbing softly. It was unclear whether her tears were due to the pain from the fall or the distress over Mei Fong's impending move. Are you all right, Lin Yoshi? Did you hurt anywhere? Let me take a look. Before Mei Fong could finish, Lin Yoshi suddenly struck him in anger. You called me by the wrong name. Though she was still sniffling, Lin Yoshi persistently tapped Mei Fong on the head. If you were to call me Yoshi. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Yoshi. Please stop hitting me. After enduring a few playful hits, Mei Fong guided Lin Yoshi to sit on the nearby steps, where he helped her change her shoes and tie the laces. Lin Yoshi, still sniffling, remarked, "After you leave, only Yuan will help me with my shoelaces. You shouldn't always rely on others. You must learn to tie your own shoelaces. But I want to depend on others." Here we go again with the unreasonable behavior. Mei Fong, however, did not truly lose his temper with Lin Yoshi, especially since her sadness stemmed from his move. It felt wonderful to be cared for. In his previous life, only his parents had shown him such concern. Is it really impossible not to leave? Can you talk to Uncle Mei and Aunt Mei for me? Lin Yoshi rubbed her eyes. I don't want you to go, and if Yuan finds out, she will be even sadder. Mei Fong could hardly imagine the expression on Xia Yuan's face upon learning of this news. He remembered Xia Yuan as someone who was always in tears. She either cried softly or wept loudly. Falling down brings tears. Failing an exam evokes tears. Being teased by mischievous students while enforcing discipline prompts tears. Witnessing the national football team lose a match can also induce tears. Although now in the 4th grade, her propensity to weep and her tendency to feel wronged have slightly diminished. During the recent incident of running away from home, she still shed numerous tears. It is truly difficult to fathom. Mei Fong gazed at Lin Yoshi, who sat nearby, curled up with her knees hugged tightly, lost in thought. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Just moments ago during their meal, Mei Fong had not seen her cry, yet now she was sobbing incessantly beside her. Taking a deep breath, Mei Fong gently squeezed Lin Yoshi's shoulder. I promise you, I will not leave. I will find a way to stay in Baimei County. Lin Yoshi instinctively widened her eyes. You're not lying, are you? I wouldn't deceive you. Really not lying? To lie to you would be akin to being a puppy. Furthermore, I would have to swallow 1,000 needles. I would be plunged into boiling oil. I would turn into an ugly monster. And also, no, wait. Your curses are far too many and exceedingly harsh. As Lin Yoshi spoke, she suddenly stood up. Clenching her tiny fists, she positioned herself before Mei Fong. Initially, Mei Fong thought she was about to strike her, but instead, she lunged forward and embraced Mei Fong tightly. You've always deceived me since childhood. You may continue to deceive me in the future. However, this time, and only this time, you must not deceive me. I promise you. Mei Fong gently patted Lin Yoshi on the back, soothing her emotions. I assure you, I would never deceive you. The act of relocating can be deemed a formidable adversary faced by childhood friends. Countless cherished moments of innocent camaraderie may dissolve into mere illusions at the mere mention of moving, even if you were to encounter each other years later. Unless you can guarantee that you are the protagonist of a light novel or anime, or possess such striking beauty that you could enact a breathtaking reunion. The intimacy once shared with childhood companions will have faded. They may have married others, undergone drastic changes in character, or the very act of conversing may feel awkward. Stripping away the innocence of yesteryears. As Sun Gu aptly put it, a lamentable barrier now stands between us. For growing up transpires in an instant. Those who miss that fleeting moment of mutual growth cease to be intimately acquainted partners. You remain oblivious to what the other has endured, making empathy a daunting task. Mei Fong, dear Mei Fong, you must delve deeply into your own heart. What feelings do you harbor towards Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi? How do you engage with them? Is it merely the reluctance to witness Xia Yuan's tragedy again that compels you to befriend her? Or is it simply pity for Lin Yoshi's plight of being motherless that drives your friendship? Neither is the case. From the moment Xia Yuan declared her desire to join you in a pact, you had already developed a fondness for them. You were profoundly captivated by their personalities, their appearances, and the nuances of their smiles. Do you believe that the bond between you can endure for a long time? Even so, it is already sufficiently enviable to many. It is worth noting that some individuals cannot even experience the familial affection that should be the most easily attainable. The desire not to lose is palpable. Of course, there is a semblance of a plan. He possesses a rather inelegant solution. That solution is his precious younger sister, Maya, whose unique status could assist Mei Fong in achieving the goal that their father is unable to pursue in Baijiu. Financial compensation is plentiful, and Mei Fong has ample opportunities to make amends for their father's absence. With patience, time will eventually heal. Yet, in matters of emotional restitution, Mei Fong has not devised a satisfactory resolution. Perhaps it is simply irreparable, regardless of whether their father ultimately learns of Mei Fong's actions. Forsaking his father's future within the system contradicts the very intention that arose after his rebirth, a desire for the family to lead a better life together. Much like the tragic contingency plans devised by Xia Yuan, this is merely the last resort. Surely, I cannot forsake familial bonds in the name of friendship. becoming a paragon of filial piety that betrays my own kin. However, to speak candidly, the notion of relocating, selling the house, and purchasing a new one remains but a distant thought, with no immediate plans materializing. After all, it is a matter that will only come to fruition next year. There is still much time before then. Well, let it be for now. He can sense the profound reluctance with which Lin Yoshi wishes to see him depart. Even feeling the rapid beating of her heart, a tremor that seems to echo continuously within his chest. Alas, how absurd. I am, after all, a 263-year-old adult. Why do I find myself writhing like a worm on the bed simply because a girl embraced me? It feels as though my previous life was lived in vain. It must be the fault of this body. Mei Fong is desperately concocting excuses for herself. Early the next morning, as soon as Mei Fong stepped outside her door, she spotted a petite figure standing at the entrance of the community, with a vibrant backpack adorned with sakura motifs slung over her shoulders. The figure was intently gazing in the direction of Mei Fong's arrival, while Mei Fong pondered how to adequately explain the situation to Xia Yuan. A nagging worry crept in. Had Lin Yoshi already called Xia Yuan's family last night, revealing everything? Just as these thoughts plagued her, Xia Yuan made an adorable gesture, beckoning with her hand. Ah Fong. Mei Fong approached Xia Yuan, asking, "Are you waiting for me? Shall we go to school together?" Xia Yuan nodded. "I discussed it with my dad. He has recently been preoccupied with selling the hotel, so he agreed." She bounced her backpack lightly, then with a bright smile, she added, "Ah Fong, let's go to school together every day from now on." "Ah, why so sudden?" "Not sudden at all." Xia Yuan pouted playfully. This is precisely what childhood sweethearts do. It appears that Mei Fong had misunderstood Lin Yoshi, clearly. Xia Yuan was still unaware of the fact that she would be moving away next year. However, seeing her so joyful made it impossible to break the news directly. After being sheltered in her father's embrace for over a month, Xia Yuan had finally emerged, radiating an infectious cheerfulness. "Ah, my dear friend. Let me share something with you. Over the past month, I have come to realize a significant truth." "What is it?" Xia Yuan smiled and replied, "I have discovered that I no longer require my father's companionship as much as I used to. Is it because the time when you needed him the most has passed?" "Well, that is indeed a factor, but more importantly," Xia Yuan exclaimed, suddenly jumping with the exuberance of a lively little rabbit, always clinging to her parents, feeling perpetually like a child who could not grow up. "However, now I am capable of even running away from home. I have truly changed." "Hey, you mischievous girl. Did you truly manage that escape all by yourself? I can hardly bring myself to mention it. How embarrassing." Xia Yuan inhaled the fresh air along the road, glancing around as she passed near Lin Yoshi's home. "Are you hoping to wait for Yoshi to go to school together?" "Well, that was indeed my plan." Xia Yuan's expression turned quite troubled. "But the thing is, we are not in the same class, and Yoshi leaves quite early, so it's difficult to coordinate a time. I can ask her today if she would like to go to school together," she added. "That sounds good." Mei Fong nodded in agreement. "If the two of us always went to school together, people in our class would start gossiping. 3 of us walking together. At most, they would just tease me for being too close to girls. Who would dare to call you that? Is it Zoming or Chen Sheng? Their academic performance pales in comparison to yours. They are not as handsome, and their demeanor is far more juvenile. Such individuals cannot bear to see others excel. They are the most detestable of sorts." Xia Yuan huffed, declaring that during her next recess, if she caught them neglecting their rest, she would promptly jot down their names. "Isn't that a personal vendetta?" "Absolutely not. I am merely maintaining classroom decorum. I'm not the kind of shallow girl you think I am." Xia Yuan and Mei Fong chatted merrily all the way, until they encountered an old acquaintance at the school gate, Du Zihan, their kindergarten classmate. He leaned against a pillar at the entrance, arms crossed, feigning an air of solemnity. Upon noticing the astonished gazes of Mei Fong and Xia Yuan, he proudly lifted his chin, as if awaiting his fated rival. "Du Zihan, what brings you here?" "Mei Fong, I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Du Zihan nonchalantly placed his hands in his pockets and retrieved an envelope, upon which the phrase challenge letter was scrawled in a messy hand. He tossed it onto the ground before Mei Fong, prompting Xia Yuan's curiosity as she picked it up. "A challenge letter?" "Indeed. It appears you can recognize a few characters." "After all," Xia Yuan's face flushed with indignation. "Do not call me that. How rude of you." After all, he had fled like a turtle during the last competition with Mei Fong, and now he was here, barking like a dog. This was the most venomous insult Xia Yuan could muster, but Du Zihan remained unfazed. From the very beginning, his aim was singular. "It has been quite some time since we last indulged in roller skating. Summer Yuan had just expressed her enthusiasm when she suddenly found herself in a quandary, however. I have already arranged to practice dance routines with Song Cici and Lu Yixuan this week, leaving no time for roller skating. Then we shall not go, Mei Fong remarked. I have matters to attend to as well. Mei Fong contemplated ways to persuade her parents to allow her to remain in Baimei County. Mei Fong, do you expect to brush off the humiliation you inflicted upon me last time? Du Zihan scoffed. Such a fortunate scenario is hardly plausible. Mei Fong, stroking her chin with a furrowed brow, retorted. By the way, you still owe Lin Yoshi an apology. Why should I adhere to our agreement? Embarrassed. Du Zihan stammered for a moment, then assured Mei Fong, if I lose again this time, I will definitely apologize to Lin Yoshi. I shall even kneel on the spot. No need for kneeling. Let us say you have one, Mei Fong replied, deliberately clearing her throat a few times. She shook her head and, in a low voice, declared, in truth, I have long since retired from the realm of roller skating and no longer concern myself with its affairs. Bio City? What does that signify? Summer Yuan tilted her head in confusion, while Mei Fong quickly realized. I seem to recall noticing back in kindergarten that Du Zihan's father, Du Yingjun, was a colleague of Mei Lijun. What? How could you not know this by now, you silly girl? Mei Fong exclaimed. Du Zihan, your zipper is down. Well. In a moment of haste, Du Zihan anxiously checked her zipper, while Mei Fong had already hurriedly pushed Xia Yuan into the teaching building. Hey, Mei Fong. You can't run away. Mei Fong disregarded Du Zihan's calls and dashed away with Xia Yuan. Mei Fong, wait a moment. Xia Yuan grasped Mei Fong's arm, urging him to halt. Why are you in such a rush all of a sudden? Were you trying to prevent Du Zihan from saying something? What is going to Baijiu City mean? I understand your urgency, but please, take a moment to listen. I only learned about this from my father last night. In the Chinese literature class, the teacher announced, today we shall delve into a classical text. The well-known tale of Jingwei fills the sea. This presents a fresh challenge for all of you. Have you prepared adequately in advance? Now, let us invite our literature committee member, Xia Yuan, to recite this ancient text. Xia Yuan, are you not focused in class? Mei Fong quickly assisted her in turning to the correct page. Xia Yuan, please read this passage with feeling. The daughter of the Flame Emperor, named Inhua, wandered in the East Sea and drowned without return. Thus, she became Jingwei. Often carrying stones and wood from the western mountains to fill, meaning to block or fill. Teacher Yu furrowed his brow slightly, pondering whether his daughter had not prepared her lesson last night. Xia Yuan's emotional delivery seemed a tad excessive. Teacher Yu was perplexed by the sudden tears of his precious daughter, yet he resolved to remind her to prepare her lessons diligently next time. Understood. Xia Yuan rubbed her eyes and slowly settled down. Teacher Yu observed his daughter's figure, his heart filled with doubt. Could it be that she was upset because her father did not drive her to school today? This child. Hadn't she recently expressed her annoyance towards him? Yet still clung to him? Alas, how grown she is, yet still his little cotton-padded jacket. Teacher Yu's heart brimmed with affection. In the classroom, Xia Yuan was well liked. Although she wept softly during the lesson, numerous girls flocked to comfort her after class. Mei Fong, move aside. Her desk mate. The main subject, Mei Fong, was pushed out of her seat. The girls encircled Xia Yuan, who had buried her head and was gently sobbing. They either patted her shoulder or her arm, offering words of encouragement and support. Soon, Xia Yuan regained her composure, wiped her eyes, and assured everyone she was fine, urging them not to worry. Such a warm and intimate scene was truly beautiful. Unfortunately, being the source of the commotion, she felt too ashamed to appreciate it. Once the others departed, Mei Fong sat down to console Xia Yuan. I told you, I will do my utmost to stay. Right now, my father has merely confirmed the temporary decision to move, and that will occur next year. What? Xia Yuan, with a pen in hand, incessantly drew circles on the draft paper, her face contorted in indignation as she glared at Mei Fong. Why, did you not tell me at the first opportunity? Are we not the best of friends? Mei Fong scratched his head. I saw how happy you were this morning and truly did not wish to spoil your mood. Does Yoshi know about this matter? Mei Fong nodded. She had dinner at our home last night, and my father mentioned it in her presence. How could this happen? Xia Yuan suddenly erupted in anger. You both knew and yet did not inform me immediately. Are we not the best of friends? She genuinely cares about the significance that Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi place on her. Last night was truly too late, and my thoughts were quite disordered. Mei Fong sighed. I do not wish to leave Baimei County. I am quite attached to everything here. He pondered for a moment and, with a hint of boldness, added, Of course, the thing I cherish the most is you, Yuan, along with Yoshi. Xia Yuan's previously heightened anger was immediately quelled by Mei Fang's words. She gently patted the back of Mei Fang's hand, as if to offer comfort, and then spoke earnestly, saying, "Then, do not leave. We shall find a way together." At first, I always thought that my father would never listen to me. However, you encouraged me to express my thoughts to him, and in the end, I succeeded. My father understood me. Moreover, Uncle Mei is a reasonable person. As long as we appeal to his emotions and logic, he will surely comprehend. Xia Yuan contemplated for a moment and considered that if it ultimately proved impossible, they could embark on another escapade from home. This time, they could venture farther and bring along Lin Yoshi. It seems you are quite addicted to running away from home. Today, during physical education class, when the time for free activity arrived, Xia Yuan declined the invitation from her friends to jump rubber bands, opting instead to devise a strategy with Mei Fang in the classroom. Subsequently, she visited Lin Yoshi's class to greet her, signaling for her to join them in the multimedia classroom after school to discuss their plans. Lin Yoshi appeared to be in a rather poor state today. Her hair was disheveled, suggesting she had not washed it since the previous night. Upon hearing Xia Yuan's suggestion to brainstorm ideas for keeping Mei Fang around, Lin Yoshi enthusiastically raised both hands in agreement. Although they were merely children, collaborating with him in a brainstorming session could prove to be a splendid alternative, especially since Mei Fang seemed at a loss for good ideas. The reason for their impending move stemmed from Uncle Mei's diligent work and subsequent promotion, which necessitated his transfer to Baizhou City. Xia Yuan pondered aloud. Fang, is it certain that Uncle Mei has indeed been promoted? Is there any way to prevent his advancement? Mei Fang shook her head, stating that decisions made by the organization are generally immutable. Can't Uncle Mei request to work in Baimei County? Why must he go to Baizhou City? Lin Yoshi interjected. I heard my father mention that positions in the workplace are fixed like a game of musical chairs. There are no extra roles available. Uncle Mei must have filled a vacancy in the city to be transferred there. In that case, does this not mean that I must go? Summer Yuan began to tear up once again. Fang, you can't possibly live apart from your family, can you? That may not necessarily be the case. Mei Fang contemplated for a moment. I could remain here, even if it means living alone. However, my family would likely disapprove. Lin Yoshi, upon hearing this, shook her head vehemently. How pitiful. At least I have my father by my side. You could stay with your grandparents? My grandmother's health is not good. I do not wish to trouble her. I can find a way. Summer Yuan instantly raised her hand to speak. I will try to persuade my parents to see if they can lend you money to buy a house. My father just sold his restaurant, so he should have quite a bit of money. He mentioned to my mother that there was still 500,000 left. Summer Yuan, I never expected you to be such a dutiful daughter. Mei Fang reproached, lightly tapping her on the head. Do you have any idea how much that is? With your family's current financial situation, your parents would not lend us that much. But borrowing a little should be possible. Summer Yuan was on the verge of tears. I just want to help you. I still have a bit of my red envelope money. I can lend it to your dad to prevent them from selling your house. 6,000 is hardly a trivial amount, little sister. Lin Yoshi found herself ensnared in contemplation. Regardless of whether they resided in an old house or a new one, or considered having her grandparents come to care for them, the first step must be to ascertain whether Uncle Mei and Aunt Mei would indeed permit Fang to remain here alone. Otherwise, engaging in such discussions would be devoid of significance. She sensed that it would be quite challenging, yet given her mother's disposition, she would not abandon her here. She felt compelled to follow her mother. Her father's position in Baizhou might not guarantee stability, and if he were to be transferred to Jiancheng, would they then have to purchase a home there? Should they simply maintain the status quo, allowing her father to work there first? And if the family ultimately decided to relocate to Baizhou during her middle or high school years, Mei Fang could still remain to accompany Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi. By then, he would be capable of taking care of himself, and her mother would no longer fret over him as she did now. Indeed, Aunt Mei was the true authority in Fang's family. However, it was evident that the family should reside together. Lin Yoshi hesitated. Family held immense significance for her. So, does this imply that Fang must leave us next year? Faced with Xia Yuan's inquiry, Lin Yoshi hastily shook her head in denial. Goodness, this was indeed a self-convincing argument. Mei Fang nodded, agreeing that no better solution seemed apparent. Thus, Mei Fang, Xia Yuan, and Lin Yoshi reached a consensus. Shall we bestow a delightful name upon this strategic endeavor? Let us call it Xia Yuan's Grand Rescue Operation for the Bamboo Horse, shall we? I have no objections. Lin Yoshi also raised her hand in agreement. It's now up to Fang. As for me, my name can certainly be whatever you all prefer. Mei Fang, while raising her hand, began to ponder the next course of action. time is of the essence. So let us commence deliberating on a concrete plan of action today, shall we? Excellent. If we could become a family. Not long ago, Xiang Xiaxia managed to enroll Maya in kindergarten and found a job as a clothing sales assistant. Although the pay was modest, the working hours were short, and the job itself was relatively easy. She had anticipated a prolonged period of stability, yet now she must contemplate relocating. The mere thought of moving caused her considerable distress. Selling the house, changing schools, purchasing a new residence, such a myriad of troublesome tasks. After all, she is merely a section chief in the city, not a bureau director. So why the arrogance? As Xiang Xiaxia lamented her husband's hubris, she was soon interrupted by a knock at the door. Here they come. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by two familiar girls rushing towards her. Hello, Aunt May. Can we come over to do our homework? Of course, come in. Hello there. Xiang Xiaxia glanced back, but did not spot her son. Where is our Mei Fong? If Auntie ISN T watching television, we can do our homework in the living room. I'm not watching. I need to prepare dinner for the kids. I have to pick up Xiaoyu soon. Andy, I can help you pick up Xiaoyu. Xia Yuan promptly raised her hand and said, Xiaoyu has just started kindergarten, and I have never picked her up before. Do you know where it is? It's near the county kindergarten, not the grain kindergarten you attend. I know. Mei Fong once took me there to play. I see. Xia Yuan said as she set down her backpack and whispered a few words to Lin Yoshi. The two exchanged a small high five, and Xia Yuan set off to pick up Maya. What little secrets are these two children discussing? After years of acquaintance, Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi had become accustomed to freely entering and exiting Mei Fong's home. Xiang Xiaxia never worried about their character. After Xia Yuan left, she headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yoshi also arrived in the kitchen, where Xiang Xiaxia was busy washing vegetables. Aunt May, what delicious dishes are you making tonight? Lin Yoshi inquired with curiosity, her hands clasped behind her back. Well, we'll have stir-fried green beans with meat, scrambled eggs with green peppers, and a plate of Shanghai greens. Are you and Xia Yuan eating at our house today? What would you like? And we'll make it for you. Xiang Xiaxia felt a mix of guilt and fondness towards Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan, knowing that next year they would no longer be able to share these moments together. Lin Yoshi waved her hand dismissively and replied, There's no need to go out of your way for us. We enjoy whatever you cook. You little rascal. Do you remember when you were in kindergarten and said my cooking was delicious? You were too shy to tell me directly, so you confided in Mei Fong instead, asking her to relay the message. Of course I remember. Lin Yoshi squatted down, resting her chin in her hands as she spoke to Xiaoxia. I still remember the first day I came to Annie's house. I was absolutely terrified. I was so afraid you would find me too messy and send me away. The rain was pouring and the thunder was deafening. I was utterly frightened. Ha ha ha, silly girl. How could Annie ever do such a thing? Xiaoxia gently stroked Lin Yoshi's head. In the blink of an eye, you've grown up, reaching the age of understanding. Aunt May, let me help you with the vegetables. You go and attend to other matters. Can you do that? Xiaoxia asked, a hint of surprise in her tone. I can. I often cook for myself at home, Lin Yoshi said, wiping her nose with a hint of pride. My dad praises my cooking. Haha, how impressive you are. Xiaoxia observed as Lin Yoshi carelessly mutilated the Shanghai greens she had purchased, prompting her to swiftly teach the proper way to prepare vegetables. Realizing that she had inadvertently disrupted her plan to win Aunt May's favor, Lin Yoshi quickly apologized to Xiaoxia. Yes, I'm sorry, Aunt May. I didn't do well just now. I promise to help you properly with the vegetables from now on. Her voice carried a touch of grievance and earnestness, as if hoping Xiaoxia would not harbor any ill feelings towards her. Yet, this very gesture only deepened Xiaoxia's affection for her, for she recognized that once her family departed from Baimei County, Lin Yoshi would lose not only a childhood companion like Mei Fong, but also the warmth of a loving home. Although Lin Yoshi already has a daughter named Maya, the connection with Lin Yoshi remains profound, as she was the catalyst for her desire to have a second child. The bond with their family is truly irreplaceable. Aunt May, how do you find my vegetable selection? Lin Yoshi inquired cautiously of Xiang Xiaxia regarding her efforts. Well, quite good, Xiang Xiaxia replied, gently patting Lin Yoshi's head. Yoshi, let me ask you, are you still feeling upset about what we discussed last night? Upon hearing this question, Lin Yoshi paused momentarily. I am still quite saddened. However, a family should be together. I am merely a friend of Mei Fong, not a member of Aunt May's family, and I cannot say much. Lin Yoshi lacked exceptional acting skills, but her reluctance to part with Mei Fong and her family caused a hint of a choked sob to resonate in her voice. In this era, the light illuminating Lin Yoshi's heart is no longer solely from Xia Yuan, but also from Mei Fong and her entire family, including the warm and hospitable Aunt Mei, Xiang Xiaxia. After hearing Lin Yoshi's heartfelt expression, Xiang Xiaxia suddenly felt a lump in her throat. Something she wished to swallow but could not. Please, don't say that. I have always regarded you as my daughter. You and Yuan have grown up under my watchful eye. I cannot bear to part with you. Then, can I not leave? This question remained unspoken by Lin Yoshi. For the notion that a family should be together was precisely what she had just articulated. A family should be together. A family should indeed be united. Suddenly, Lin Yoshi experienced a moment of inspiration, and a string within her heart was struck. What if I could genuinely become a part of Annie's family? With her head bowed, Lin Yoshi murmured softly, pondering whether that would mean she need not depart. Ah, you cannot possibly mean that, can you? Xiang Xiaoxia was taken aback by Lin Yoshi's words, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted the thoughts of Lin Yoshi and Xiang Xiaoxia. Hearing the noise, Xiang Xiaoxia hurried to open the door, only to find her daughter Maya, looking quite pitiful. Without hesitation, Maya threw her arms around her mother's leg, clinging on tightly. Mom, what is the matter, Xiaya? Why are you so clingy today? Maya clung fervently to her mother's leg, burying her head for a while before finally looking up with a serious expression. Mom, I made so many friends at kindergarten today. I really don't want to leave here. Oh dear, my child. Didn't we just comfort you yesterday? Xiang Xiaoxia said, displaying a look of distress. Meanwhile, standing behind Maya, Xia Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yoshi, who had just emerged from the kitchen. Xia Yuan made an okay gesture, indicating that little Maya had officially joined the mission to rescue her childhood friend. After Lin Yoshi nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze quickly darted away from Xia Yuan, revealing a hint of anxiety. Don't deceive the child, Mom. I said, my son. Are you serious when you tell me that you feel a lack of paternal love? Of course. Mei Fong nodded, engrossed in his book. That afternoon when Mei Fong wet the bed became the sole memory of Mei Li Jun ever scolding his child in 3 years. Ever since the incident of Mei Fong winning the lottery, Mei Li Jun had received a hefty slap from him, and thereafter, an inexplicable barrier had formed between father and son. Initially, Mei Li Jun thought it might be a psychological effect, but as days passed, this barrier only grew thicker. At times, he even felt that his son was far more mature and composed than he was, often receiving lectures from him for his casual and frivolous behavior. The idea of being scolded by his own son was utterly absurd. If he could not discipline his son, what purpose did his role as a father serve? Yet, as time went on, the bond between him and Mei Fong became increasingly distant. This was something Mei Li Jun had long anticipated, something that brought him joy. However, why had it transformed into this? Mei Li Jun squatted down and earnestly told Mei Fong, you cannot expect your father to accompany you to the bookstore while you sit here reading alone. We need to interact more. He admonished Mei Fong. Your father will soon become a department head. No matter how small, a department head is still an official. My time is incredibly precious and valuable, and I must engage in meaningful pursuits. Yet, can anything truly compare to the joy of spending time with my son? Then why not let me be a part of it? What on earth are you reading, anyway? What kind of paternal love do you desire from your father? On the cover of the book that Mei Fong was examining were inscribed 6 prominent characters, The Path to Concise Code. This book, a renowned classic in the realm of programming, had captivated Mei Fong since his childhood, much to the disdain of Mei Li Jun. With a leisurely motion, Mei Fong closed the book. The so-called paternal love, he mused, could be felt when you, dear father, purchase this book for me. Surely, it would be a testament to your profound and grand love. You merely wish for me to finance your purchase, don't you? Mei Li Jun sighed silently, observing his father's evident despondency. Instinctively, Mei Fong placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not lose heart, dear father. After all, your son is a prodigious child, and you must learn to embrace this reality. While it is commendable that you excel in your studies, let us not forget that even the highest achievements in elementary school are but modest. Do not take pride in this too much. Mei Li Jun grumbled. Baigang High School is the most prestigious secondary institution in our nation. You must set your sights on this school and strive to be at the top there. That would truly reflect your capabilities. Baigang High School, in the 1990s, was indeed an illustrious institution, renowned for its strong emphasis on mathematics Olympiads. In 1990, during the International Mathematical Olympiad, 2 of the 6 competitors who triumphed over teams from the United States and the Soviet Union hailed from Baigang. Furthermore, Its graduation rate consistently ranked first in the entire Hubei province, establishing it as a beacon of excellence, much to the pride of parents whose children attended. Yet, unbeknownst to all but Mei Fong, this once thriving institution was destined for decline. However, many can foresee that despite the presence of a prestigious high school in Bio City, it lacks the financial support to match its reputation. The departure of renowned teachers from this institution is merely a matter of time. I have no desire to attend Bio High School. Mei Fong shook his head, declaring that his ambitions do not lie in mathematics. Are you still immersed in your computer technology studies? It seems you've been at it for quite some time, yet have not achieved much of note. Is this pursuit truly so captivating? He sighed. Honestly, even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend. With that, Mei Fong shook his head and departed from Mei Li Jun's line of sight, clutching his books. That little rascal speaking so irreverently to his father. Mei Li Jun contemplated delivering a playful reprimand but ultimately decided against it. By the way, Mei Fong, have you mentioned the move to your other good friend? You mean Yuan? Ah, you're addressing her so affectionately now. Look at you. Mei Fong let out a deep sigh, donning an expression of resignation. You know her temperament. She isn't the easiest to communicate with. Mei Li Jun patted Mei Fong's head reassuringly. Listen, son, do not be too disheartened. Have an earnest conversation with Yuan. Encourage her to focus on her studies. If fate permits, you will surely reunite one day. Fate? How if I were to rely on such whims? I wouldn't have remained single in my previous life. In his previous life, Mei Fong was a steadfast advocate of the notion that love grows over time. He adhered to the principle of better to remain single than to settle, perpetually in search of his destined partner. In essence, he harbored unrealistic fantasies about love, causing him to dismiss several girls who had shown interest in him simply because he did not find them appealing. The object of his own affections, however, never seemed to notice him. After graduating from university, he began to entertain thoughts of compromise, yet he found himself overwhelmed by the relentless demands of a laborious job. In his childhood, he had understood little and dared not to venture into the unknown, which led him to watch fate slip further away, becoming a lingering regret of his youth. Now, with the opportunity for love within his grasp, he was resolute in not letting it escape. Mei Fong set down his book, gazing thoughtfully at his father in the distance, engrossed in reading. In this world, his father had won a lottery worth hundreds of thousands and had a beloved daughter. Yet he remained within the confines of the system, missing opportunities for advancement. As a family, Mei Fong felt compelled to help his father safeguard the happiness he had attained. Thus, he approached his father, Mei Li Jun. By the way, Dad, I have something to tell you. Do you remember my kindergarten classmate, Du Zihan? Of course, what about him? Meanwhile, at home, the little tyrant Mei Yu was vociferously expressing her discontent. No, I absolutely refuse to go to Baijiu. I despise Dad. Why does he have to get promoted? I refuse to accept it. I cannot bear the thought of never seeing Sister Shi and Sister Yuan again. I want them. I no longer desire my father. In a fit of rage, Mei Yu threw herself on the ground, rolling about and weeping incessantly, displaying a persistent and stubborn demeanor. Xiao Xia attempted to soothe her while pulling her to her feet, but Mei Yu had no intention of complying, continuing to roll on the floor in defiance. Xiaoya, both sisters are watching. If you continue to misbehave, I will have Uncle JC come and take you away. He detests disobedient children, Xiao Xia warned. Don't deceive children, Mama. Sister Yuan ran away from home and wasn't taken by Uncle JC. How could I possibly be captured just for crying a bit at home? The mention of Xia Yuan as an example made her feel somewhat embarrassed, for she was indeed a poor role model. Therefore, she joined in to console Mei Yu, saying, Xiaoya, your mother is right. Such behavior is not befitting a good child. Xia Yuan whispered a few words to Mei Yu, who then slowly got up from the ground while still holding her hand, yet she did not forget to issue a warning to her mother. Mama, if you insist on going to Baijiu with Papa, I will become Sister Yuan's little sister and Aunt Xia's daughter. You little rascal. Xiao Xia felt a sense of helplessness in response. It seemed it would take some time to pacify her. I truly do not wish to part with Mei Fong. Xiang Xia embraced Mei Yu and whispered in a secluded room. When she emerged, the presence of little Mei Yu had vanished, and upon inquiry from the two girls, they learned that she had been worn out from her playful antics at kindergarten and had already been lulled to sleep. This child truly evokes concern. You can now rest assured and proceed to the living room to complete your homework. Upon witnessing Mei Yu's relentless attempts come to naught, Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi exchanged glances, then clasped hands and followed Xiang Xia into the kitchen. Aunt Mei, must you truly depart? Xia Yuan's tone was laden with a sense of grievance. I shall miss you dearly. Annie felt a pang of reluctance as well, yet circumstances dictated otherwise. No, it need not be so, Xia Yuan murmured, tugging at Xiang Shaxia's arm. At the very least, Mei Fong. Ah Fong can remain in Baimei County. He has expressed his disinterest in relocating to Baizhou. Ah Fong mentioned that you would have to sell your house to acquire a new residence in Baizhou. And if that were the case, he could stay with us. Stay with you? Both Xiang Shaxia and Lin Yoshi were taken aback by Xia Yuan's unexpected proposition. Firstly, my mother is Ah Fong's homeroom teacher and can oversee Mei Fong's studies. Secondly, our home is spacious, with 2 vacant guest rooms that can be prepared for Mei Fong's stay. Thirdly, my mother asserts that a stable learning environment is essential for students to absorb knowledge effectively. Xia Yuan continued to articulate her thoughts, stating that although her mother's culinary skills were nowhere near as exquisite as Mei's, she was eager to learn and had the time to assist in caring for Mei Fong. Rest assured, Auntie, she exclaimed. Xiang Shaxia, listening intently, wore a perplexed expression. Was this not akin to suggesting she marry her son and have him move in as a son-in-law? The notion of cooking and living together had unexpectedly surfaced, revealing a rather precocious side to the girl. A smile crept onto Xiang Shaxia's lips, while Lin Yoshi, standing nearby, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Indeed, cooking together. I have previously shared such moments with Ah Fong. If he is alone in Baimei County, he could certainly come to my home. After all, my house is often empty, and there is no need to appease parental figures. It seems that Xia Yuan's father is not particularly fond of Mei Fong. At the very least, my father holds greater affection for him. Though Lin Yoshi's father was quite busy, he would always make time to invite Mei Fong over for a meal. Lin Yoshi merely mused silently, believing Xia Yuan's words sufficed. Under the relentless onslaught of Xia Yuan's earnest declarations, Xiang Shaxia finally grasped the situation. I see now. You all, along with our little Ya, have conspired together. You throw tantrums, express a desire to become one family, and propose bringing Mei Fong to live at our home. Have you all coordinated this? Realizing their scheme had been unveiled, both Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan lowered their heads in embarrassment. We are simply reluctant to part with Mei Fong. Therefore, I can comprehend your sentiments, and he also feels a profound attachment to you all. However, the decisions of adults are not easily altered. Even if we were to acquiesce to your wishes now, we cannot continuously remain separated from Mei Fong. For children invariably require the care of adults. Once you reach adulthood, you may choose to play as you wish and decide when to be together. Do you agree? In response to Xiang Shaxia's soothing words, Xia Yuan hung her head while stifling her sobs. Ultimately, she whispered her true feelings, exclaiming, It's not good. Her heartfelt confession became the catalyst for her rebellion, empowering her to declare to Xiang Shaxia, not good at all. Xia Yuan bit her lip, gazing sorrowfully at Xiang Shaxia, then grasped her arm, her voice tinged with desperation as she pleaded, Aunt Mei, I truly do not want to be apart from Ah Fong. Not for a day, an hour, a minute, or even a second. Moved by Xia Yuan's emotions, Lin Yoshi joined in, tugging at Xiang Shaxia's sleeve. Though her voice was barely a whisper, she was determined to make her feelings known. I feel the same. I also do not wish to part from Ah Fong. Aunt Mei feels it too. Having lived nearly 30 years, Xiang Shaxia had never encountered such a poignant scene. She was astonished by the depth of the children's bonds. I wonder, is that Mei Fong truly as wonderful as you all claim? What if, in the future, you have a quarrel and no longer remain friends? Would you regret it then? No regrets. Lin Yoshi interjected, We have yet to have a disagreement with Ah Fong. He is always willing to accommodate us. Well, then, shall we allow Annie some time to ponder? The Mei Fong family does not possess deep roots in Baizhou. They are merely a couple deeply in love. And since her husband must work in Baizhou while she herself lacks a stable job, it was only natural for her to consider relocating. Upon reflection, the task of finding schools for the 2 children, buying and selling homes, familiarizing oneself with new neighbors, and grappling with the incomprehensible Baizhou dialect presents an overwhelming array of challenges. With relatives absent, there is little hope of assistance from others. Not to mention, there are 2 beautiful girls who insist on staying close to their son, and whom they cherish deeply. If they were to leave now, it would undoubtedly shatter their hearts, and they would likely become someone else's daughters in the future. Xiang Xiaoxia let out a long sigh, gently caressing the heads of the 2 girls. Auntie is truly on the verge of surrendering. This was clearly an indication of yielding. Upon hearing this, Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan quickly wiped their tears, revealing joyful smiles. Auntie, does this mean you promise us you won't go to Baizhou? Just as Xiang Xiaoxia finished speaking, the sound of keys unlocking the door echoed from outside. As Mei Fong stepped inside, he immediately noticed the traces of tears on Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan's faces. Is this a tactic of emotional manipulation to subdue my mother? Indeed, my mother has always been susceptible to gentleness rather than harshness. This is her greatest fear. How did you two end up together? That rascal Mei Fong approached me at work, lamenting that he has been feeling a lack of paternal affection lately. He insisted that I accompany him to a bookstore after work, only for him to indulge in reading while I was left to foot the bill. Quite tedious, indeed. However, just moments ago, as Xiang Xiaoxia spoke, she instantly grasped Mei Fong's intentions. Goodness, you little rascals have conspired against us. Mei Fong is the one keeping Li Jun occupied, isn't he? It appears her own son shares a similar sentiment, reluctant to part ways with them. If it were just one girl, it would be manageable, but now they are encouraging two girls to assist him. Should any complicated entanglements of love and hate arise in the future, as a mother, she scarcely dares to contemplate it. What a misfortune. Meanwhile, Mei Li Jun's expression was equally grim. Xiaoxia, I need to discuss something with you. I happen to have something to discuss as well. My matter is rather pressing. So I shall go first. Mei Li Jun pulled Xiang Xiaoxia to the side to elaborate, while Mei Fong was similarly drawn aside by Xia Yuanlin to discuss the day's outcomes. What could they be so mysteriously eager to reveal? Do you remember that old Du from our bureau? His son, Du Zihan, attended kindergarten with Mei Fong. Yes, I recall. What of old Du? Mei Fong mentioned that he encountered Du Zihan and his father at school today, and his father inquired about Mei Fong and Meiya. How did he see that? What did he ask? The voice of Xiang Xiaoxia was tinged with urgency. Did he realize that Meiya is my daughter? He directly inquired of Mei Fong, asking whether mother had given birth to a younger sister. Fortunately, our son is quite clever and explained that Meiya is his cousin. Xiang Xiaoxiao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since I began working, old Du has always had an unfavorable impression of you. He was unable to surpass you in this competitive position and likely seeks to undermine you. Thankfully, you are now set to transfer to Baizhou, thus avoiding entanglement with this fellow. Mei Li Jun scratched his head in contemplation. I pondered that at least in Beimei County, we have many acquaintances for cover. However, if I take Xiaoyu to Baizhou and someone recognizes the child, without any connections there, it would be difficult to clarify the situation. Once investigated, everything would become evident. What do you think? I am considering whether it would be better for me to go to Baizhou alone. I could cultivate connections for a few years before discussing the relocation. It seems too hasty to move next year. Hooray! Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi, who had been eavesdropping for quite some time, immediately embraced each other and erupted in jubilant cheers, leaving Mei Li Jun utterly bewildered. It seems their operation to rescue the childhood companion has been successful. Mei Li Jun and Xiang Xiaoxia briefly analyzed the pros and cons of moving. Mei Li Jun initially thought there might be some resistance from his wife, considering the two of them. Well, they have always been affectionate. If one of them is not nearby, there would naturally be some concern for each other. Xiang Xiaoxiao possesses a rather controlling disposition, despite her gentle demeanor towards the children. She harbors the belief that wealth corrupts men, which is why Mei Li Jun is perpetually short of funds. Over the years, she has come to appreciate her husband's struggles. Thus, her management has become less stringent. However, there is a matter I wish to discuss, this particular issue. Mei Li Jun sat on the sofa, fidgeting like a child. Hold on, Xiang Xiaoxia interjected, halting Mei Li Jun's speech. You believe that since you've been promoted to department head, it's time to purchase a car, correct? Mom, let Dad buy the car. Mei Fong exclaimed innocently, reciting with a theatrical tone, I also wish to see Dad this weekend and truly experience the warmth of paternal love. You rascal, Xiang Xiaoxia admonished, playfully poking Mei Fong's forehead with her finger. You little imp, your clever schemes are unparalleled upon reflection. It is conceivable that Mei Li Jun's earlier warning was perhaps a spontaneous fabrication. The reason for Mei Li Jun's defection to Mei Fong's side likely stems from Mei Fong enticing him with the prospect of purchasing a car, thereby securing his support. Of course, the incident might be contrived, yet the underlying reasoning holds true. Taking Meiyu to the unfamiliar Baizhou is indeed a perilous endeavor. Look, even our son has voiced his opinion. My dear wife, what do you say? Aunt Mei, if you lack the funds for a car, I can lend you some. Xia Yuan spoke as she retrieved her small savings book from her wallet, which she had brought along today specifically for a Fong's plan to reclaim what was lost. She handed the savings book to Mei Li Jun and Xiang Xiaoxia, stating, I have 6,000 yuan in my account from my Lunar New Year money. This can slightly alleviate your burdens. Goodness. You carry such a substantial amount of money for someone so young? Let me have a look. Dear niece Mei Li Jun took Xia Yuan's savings book, confirming the decimal was indeed correct, and was filled with bewilderment about life. Yuan, your uncle truly envies you possess even more wealth than I do. Stop embarrassing yourself in front of the child. Xiang Xiaxia chided her father gently, then carefully took the savings book and returned it to Xia Yuan, imparting with earnestness. Yuan, do not display this savings book carelessly to others. Should any ill-intentioned adult catch sight of it, they might deceitfully take your money. It's all right. I've only shown it to you and Mei Fong, Xia Yuan replied, her spirits soaring, akin to the blossoming of spring, her tear-streaked smile radiating an enchanting beauty. If this is not enough, I can find other ways. Uncle Mei is truly pitiful working alone in Bio City. May I please be more considerate of him? While your support brings me joy, dear girl, that smile of yours does not suggest that you pity me, does it? Xiang Xiaxia sighed as she spoke, acknowledging that since she would be venturing alone to Bio City, she would certainly be provided with a vehicle. Her only concern was that after acquiring the car, she would not be by her side, leaving her to wonder whether she might indulge in excesses. Aunt May, Uncle Mei is certainly not that kind of person, she interjected. It seems it takes a child to understand this. Look at how we adults are behaving. Both Mei Lijun and Xiang Xiaxia felt a tinge of embarrassment. All right. Let us proceed with the purchase, Xiang Xiaxia stated firmly, but remember the purpose of acquiring that car. Stop being ridiculous and consider the occasion. Laughter erupted from Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan, their amusement infectious, while Mei Lijun joined in their merriment. At last, my first summer ride, Shayli, we meet. Of course. Xiang Xiaxia was elated, a significant burden lifted from her heart. In her dreams, little Mei was also filled with joy, having experienced a delightful dream. As for Mei Fong, amidst this joy, he felt a deeper sense of reflection. There are indeed numerous feats that children can accomplish. Often, influenced by their family environment and education, they lack exposure and courage, waiting for adults to dictate their destinies. Those few who possess such courage are often labeled as mischievous troublemakers or rebellious spirits. More often than not, they are uncertain about their actions, even oblivious to what they have forfeited. In a haze, childhood slips away, yet it remains a state of carefree bliss. At the end of 2005, Alan released a brand new album titled The Sonata of November. Many songs from this album have become timeless classics, cherished by generations. Among them are Your Hair Resembles Snow, The Elegy of Parting, Whom Have I Moved with My Incense, Invitation to the Moon, Love Perfected Under the Moonlight, Your Hair Resembles Snow, Tears in the Wind. Whom Have I Awaited to Age, Drunken in the Mundane World, Tipsy Years, With No Regrets, Engraving a Stone of Eternal Love, and the playful refrain, La la la, la la la, la 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 la, la la la, la la la, la la la. The copper mirror reflects innocence. With hair tied back in a ponytail, should you choose to be wild, I shall accompany you with wine in this lifetime. After humming through a song, Mei Fong set down her black gel pen, removed the earphones connected to her MP3 player, and took off her thick cotton coat, approaching the mirror. The reflection revealed a visage that had shed the baby fat of childhood, due to the circumstances of a past life's abrupt end. Mei Fong has always prioritized self-care and rest, resulting in cheeks that are neither plump nor thin, a well-rounded forehead, and fair skin that exudes a certain elegance. However, is my singing truly that unpleasant? Mei Fong caressed the faint stubble that had begun to appear, then touched the center of her neck. Feeling the burgeoning prominence of her Adam's apple, now in her adolescence, her voice had deepened considerably, taking on a slight resonance. It should not be so difficult to listen to, one would think. However, I still would not sing before that girl, for I am indeed a petty man who holds grudges. As I pondered this, the door to Mei Fong's room suddenly swung open, startling me greatly. A Fong. What are you dawdling about? We agreed to visit the mall today. The new school term is fast approaching. Shouldn't you be making the most of your time to have fun? Upon seeing Mei Fong's embarrassed expression, Xia Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Wait a moment. Are you preening in front of the mirror? You should knock before entering my room. How many times must I remind both of you? We are no longer children. I did knock once, but you must have been engrossed in your MP3, Lin Yoshi interjected, casually slipping her hand into her pocket as she deftly fiddled with Mei Fong's MP3 player, donning his headphones to listen to music. Stop fooling with me, Yoshi. You didn't knock properly, did you? If you refrain from doing anything peculiar, why fear someone knocking? Lin Yoshi shot Mei Fong an exasperated glance and closed her eyes to continue enjoying her music, just as Mei Fong attempted to argue. Xia Yuan eagerly clung to Mei Fong's arm, shaking it playfully. All right, a Fong, let us head out. It's so cold outside, and the southern region is currently experiencing a snow disaster. Isn't it better to stay indoors? Or perhaps Yuan, you and Yoshi could go together? Xia Yuan shook her head vigorously before adding earnestly, 3 of us will make for a livelier outing. Besides, someone needs to carry the bags. So, I'm merely a tool for you? Mei Fong remarked. Xia Yuan threw her arm around his shoulder, unabashedly leaning against him. Hiki, who told you, a Fong, that you are our most dependable childhood friend? Xia Yuan displayed an exceptionally radiant smile, while beside her, Lin Yoshi closed her eyes, immersing herself in the melodies. A gentle smile gracing her face. Time flies like an arrow, weaving through the fabric of months. 3 years, or perhaps less, in any case. Those fleeting moments have quietly slipped away. This year, in the early spring, Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi were both around the tender age of 12. It marked the final year of their elementary education, as they stood on the threshold of becoming middle schoolers. In February of 2008, a severe snowstorm ravaged the southern regions, with the province of Xiangnan suffering particularly devastating effects. Even Hubei province experienced significant repercussions. Despite the arrival of February, the outdoor temperatures remained chillingly low. Just yesterday, a light dusting of snow had fallen, only to freeze upon contact with the ground. Today, Xia Yuan donned cream-colored winter boots, which, being new, caused her to slip slightly as she walked. She had to hold onto Lin Yoshi's arm, navigating the icy surface with utmost caution. Following the completion of their moving ordeal, the trio maintained a long-lasting and steadfast friendship. However, as they entered adolescence, alongside the emergence of secondary sexual characteristics and evident growth, there were subtle shifts in the essence of Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi. No longer the little crybaby of yesteryears, Xia Yuan now radiated an infectious joy, seemingly always brimming with untold happiness. She favored a short hairstyle adorned with a small braid, reminiscent of a playful tuft. Meanwhile, Lin Yoshi had shed her former vivacity from the 4th grade. She now sported medium-length hair and preferred to stroll with her hands tucked in her pockets. Although not as aloof as in her previous life, she exuded an aura that subtly communicated, "Do not approach me casually. Alfong, save me, save me, save me." Xia Yuan exclaimed, slipping as she walked, her body bending precariously as if she were about to fall to the ground. Lin Yoshi was strenuously pulling her back up. Observing this scene, Mei Fong hurriedly rushed forward, grasping Xia Yuan's hand firmly and lifting both her and Lin Yoshi up. Xia Yuan clung to Mei Fong's shoulder, gasping for breath in front of him. "Oh, that scared me to death. If I had fallen, my backside would certainly ache for several days. That's why I told you not to go out today. You nearly faced the consequences," Mei Fong replied. Xia Yuan playfully stuck out her tongue. Today, the arcade had just opened a new zombie shooting machine, and with fewer people due to the snowfall, she simply had to check it out. As Lin Yoshi remarked, the old-fashioned joystick arcade had quickly fallen into decline over the past 3 years in Baimei County, replaced by a composite arcade combining slot machines, fishing games, racing games, and shooting machines. Meanwhile, the value of tokens had skyrocketed, escalating from 6 tokens for $1 to now 2 tokens for $1, with these advanced machines requiring as many as 24 tokens to play. Nevertheless, such establishments remained immensely popular in a small county town that had not been exposed to much else, as many families, like Xia Yuan's, still enjoyed a measure of affluence. Xia Yuan eagerly exchanged $20 for tokens and then hurriedly made her way to the newly installed light gun arcade machine, exclaiming, "This is the one." It turns out that the light gun game we played back then is the illustrious House of the Dead 3. The screen continuously showcases grotesque zombies, while 2 pristine shotguns are mounted in front of the arcade machine. Summer picked up a shotgun, playfully handling it before turning to Mei Fong, deliberately demonstrating the action of loading the weapon. "What do you think? Do I resemble a lone female gunslinger? I found it rather peculiar. Didn't you prefer cute things? Suddenly, you're interested in this zombie shooting game. What is so strange about that?" "My affinity for the adorable doesn't preclude my enjoyment of thrilling experiences," Summer replied, her expression shifting to one of curiosity and amusement. "Ah Fong, tell the truth, are you afraid to play?" At this moment, Lin Yoshi, who had been fiddling with the light gun, chimed in with a teasing remark. "You've always been timid. You wouldn't even dare to handle a frog." "Ha. Now that you mention it, I remember." "Ah Fong, you really are scared, aren't you?" "Scared of what?" "I fear nothing. It's all right, Ah Fong. You can just watch as the sisters play. We want to laugh at you. Who cares?" With that, Summer began to insert coins, and together with Lin Yoshi, they picked up the guns while Mei Fong observed from the side. This game is a classic masterpiece of light gun games, although it lacks a complex weapon system. The shooting mechanics and overall narrative execution are commendable, and each time they reload, they genuinely have to chamber the next round. "Oh no. I'm so terrible at this." I'm sorry, Yoshi. No worries at all. Yuan, you are already quite remarkable. Yet, you surpass me by leaps and bounds. I too indulge in similar games on the computer quite frequently, haha. Although it is Lin Yoshi's inaugural experience with light gun games, her shooting prowess is commendably adept. She is completely engrossed, fixated on the screen, embodying the spirit of kill one if you encounter one, and two if you encounter two. Now, come on, a Fong. It's your turn to play. Let us see if you're up for the challenge. Apologies here, Yuan. Before you stands the illustrious Mei Fong, the first player to conquer the realm of House of the Dead 3 in Baimei County, the record holder for the least number of coins spent. As a versatile game planner, Mei Fong's experience and technical skill from his previous life were indeed top tier in the county, revered by other children in the arcade. The greatest adversary that once impeded Mei Fong's progress in gaming was the English language. However, having attended university, Mei Fong now navigates English with ease, encountering little need for trial and error while adeptly guiding Lin Yoshi in her gameplay. Yoshi, during rescue events, aimed for the enemy marked as danger to alleviate the crisis, allowing us to gain an extra life. For the security boss, simply target its head. After the cutscene, be sure to aim for the head. If we fail to hit the weak points during the animation, we shall both lose health. After all, it is a new game. And the thrilling performance of Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi, with their skillful maneuvers, quickly captivated many children, drawing them to watch. Now, these two young adults seem to have become legendary figures in this small county town. Their techniques will be passed down among these young spectators, transforming into urban legends within the arcade. Alas, the tokens are depleted. To showcase a flawless performance in the arcade, one must invest numerous tokens to master the game. After all, unscrupulous vendors often set the game's difficulty at a high level, compelling players to either exit swiftly or insert more coins. However, they generally do not raise it to the highest level, as they must maintain the illusion of hope that players can achieve a perfect run. Otherwise, being dubbed a token-eating machine would signify the end of its existence. Moreover, these shooting games require players to continuously hold the gun and periodically reload, making the gameplay quite exhausting. As Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi stepped down, Xia Yuan eagerly linked arms with Mei Fong, exclaiming, "Ah Fong, your reflexes are truly remarkable. No wonder you excel at gaming at home. Your practice certainly shows." "What do you mean by quick reflexes?" "It's about skill," Mei Fong replied. "Aren't they essentially the same?" Xia Yuan scratched his head in confusion, then his gaze was drawn to the nearby claw machine, adorned with an array of enticing prizes. "Ah Fong, there's a new claw machine over there. Let's go try our luck at winning some toys." 051. My heart is truly weary. Must we engage in this? How many tokens do we have left? There are still more than 20 here. Ah Fong, since you are so skilled at gaming, you must also excel at claw machines, right? At this moment, Mei Fong appeared quite guilty. "I am proficient in gaming, but when it comes to claw machines, I possess only theoretical knowledge and lack practical experience. Who accompanied me to play claw machines in my past life? Not my sister, nor my childhood friend. Could it have been Zhang Ming from Wakonan? I suppose I shall give it a try, but if I fail to catch anything, do not blame me. Then follow me. I need your assistance in catching this." Xia Yuan pointed to the plush cat in the cabinet. Fortunately, Mei Fong had previously indulged in numerous web novels and animations, from which she gleaned several strategies, albeit their efficacy was uncertain. For instance, the notion of 9 tight, 1 loose for claw machines, the need to shake the claw to stabilize it, the importance of hooking the plush S tag, and determining the angle based on the center of gravity. Mei Fong utilized half of her remaining coins. Yet not a single plush was captured. Alas, Ah Fong is truly useless. I shall attempt it myself, as I cannot rely on you. Xia Yuan wiped her nose and began to insert coins, mumbling to herself. I intentionally gave Ah Fong a chance to perform, yet the outcome was disappointing. Perhaps shooting is not my forte, but claw machines. I have been adept at them since childhood. Xia Yuan often accompanied her father to play claw machines, and her skills were always the envy of her peers. "I got it," Xia Yuan exclaimed joyfully as she watched the plush being lifted. "But how did it slip away?" Xia Yuan wore a face of despair. Unbeknownst to Xia Yuan, her father often discreetly slipped money to the claw machine operator in order to bring joy to his daughter, subtly adjusting the difficulty so she could experience the delight of winning plush toys. After 3 attempts, Xia Yuan was left with merely 2 tokens for one final play. Yet, her skills remained lacking, and Mei Fong seized the opportunity for mockery. "It's too cold today, my hands are shaking, and I'm not in the best state." Xia Yuan cast a disdainful glance at Mei Fong, contemplating the last 2 tokens in her hand, before calling over Lin Yoshi, who was nearby watching others race. Yoshi, why don't you give it a try? Yoshi nodded in agreement. I'm not very good at this either. Can I just have a go? Just give it a shot. After this token, we'll head to the mall. Lin Yoshi accepted the token and inserted it into the machine. Once the timer started, she began maneuvering the claw. Known for her diligent approach, whether in academics or gaming, she focused intently on operating the joystick, delicately adjusting its position. Observing her earnestness, Xia Yuan and Mei Fong held their breath, utterly captivated by her concentration. With precision, Lin Yoshi timed her move perfectly. Unlike Mei Fong's previous explanation, she did not wait for the time to expire before letting the claw drop, ensuring a firm grip. I've got it. It's coming down. It's going to fall. But as it tumbled towards the prize chute, it inexplicably did not drop. Did it get stuck? Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan crouched down together, reaching out for the plush toys. As Xia Yuan wore a winter short skirt, she instinctively pressed the back of her skirt to prevent any accidental exposure while bending down, a skill she had mastered over time. Thus, the two succeeded in their endeavor, securing the sole victory of the day, a small pig plush. However, Xia Yuan had originally desired a cat toy that Mei Fong was supposed to grab. This isn't what you wanted, is it? Lin Yoshi inquired, her tone laced with regret. I only selected toys that seemed catchable, and it was only when I pressed the button that I realized my mistake. No, I like this one too. I adore anything you manage to catch, Xia Yuan replied, clutching the plush tightly. She then turned to Lin Yoshi, beseeching her, could you give this to me? I really love it. If you like it, take it. There's no need to ask, Lin Yoshi said, her fingers playing with her hair, an expression of bashfulness adorning her face. I knew it. You're the best, Yoshi, Xia Yuan exclaimed joyfully, leaning in to embrace Lin Yoshi affectionately. The two radiated an aura of camaraderie, much to the delight of Mei Fong, who watched nearby, only to be met with a playful glare from Xia Yuan. Ah Fong, you're not thinking of wanting this little pig too, are you? I claimed it first. Who was trying to take it from you? Mei Fong tapped Xia Yuan lightly on the head. Are you done playing now? Don't forget, you still have to go shopping. Be mindful not to stay out too late. I know. As Xia Yuan walked alongside Lin Yoshi, clutching a plush piglet toy, their laughter filled the air. Upon passing a women's clothing store, Xia Yuan made her way to Mei Fong, placing the piglet atop his head as a playful adornment. This piglet suits you quite well. Hold on to it for me. I'm going to shop for clothes with Yoshi. Weren't you initially planning to buy stationery and book covers? Mei Fong inquired, balancing the toy precariously. Shopping for clothes could take quite a while, can't it? Xia Yuan waved her hands dismissively. Not at all. We're just getting some little outfits. It will be quick. Little outfits? What do you mean? Little outfits, of course. Why are you telling Ah Fong about this? Lin Yoshi, feeling a rare wave of nervousness, pulled Xia Yuan aside, attempting to instruct her. Yet, Xia Yuan remained unfazed, her expression nonchalant. It's fine if Ah Fong knows. We're all grown up now. Anyway, it's just, oh dear, not very appropriate. Upon noticing Lin Yoshi's bashful demeanor, Mei Fong quickly grasped the underlying meaning of their conversation. So, this is how young girls refer to intimate apparel? How endearing. After all, at 12 years old, one is indeed beginning to mature. Once Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi had finished their shopping, Mei Fong proceeded to the supermarket within the mall. He was soon tasked with carrying the bags of clothes, and Lin Yoshi sternly warned him against peeking inside. Upon exiting the supermarket, Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan had vanished without a trace. Mei Fong was laden with large bags in both hands, a small piglet toy perched amusingly atop her head, presenting a rather comical sight. Aside from the necessary purchases, her haul was filled with an array of snacks and an assortment of trinkets whose names eluded her. Such were the days spent with childhood companions, serving Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi tirelessly. Sigh, it truly was exhausting, both physically and mentally. Why must I endure this torment? As a reincarnated individual, I could have long since thrived in the business realm, standing shoulder to shoulder with the titans of industry. Or perhaps I could have dominated the gaming world, becoming a legendary patriarch. As Mei Fong lamented her unfortunate fate, Xia Yuan approached at a brisk pace, hands hidden behind her back as though concealing something. What have you bought now? I have no hands free to carry it, Mei Fong remarked. Nothing at all. Nothing at all, Xia Yuan replied, yet her demeanor suggested otherwise. Then what are you hiding behind you? This. Xia Yuan revealed a small bag she held, exclaiming, this is a reward from Ah Fong for accompanying us today. Eat it while it's warm. Don't say I only know how to order you around and don't care about you. She had specifically bought a portion of glutinous rice balls for Mei Fong. Is this a way to pacify a little puppy? Mei Fong retorted with dissatisfaction. And look at me now. I have no hands to hold it, do I? There is nowhere nearby to sit and savor it. Stop complaining. Just open your mouth, and I shall feed you, Xia Yuan insisted. Without much hesitation, Mei Fong complied. Opening her mouth as Xia Yuan scooped a spoonful of glutinous rice balls, poised to deliver it to her lips. Ah, how amusing. Xia Yuan suddenly turned and devoured the treat herself, then playfully stuck out her tongue and made a face at Mei Fong. Are we playing then? No more games, please. Don't be upset. Xia Yuan continued to feed Mei Fong with the spoon she had just used, and after he consumed a few glutinous rice balls, he inquired, "Where has she gone?" "She went to the clothing store to pick up a few items. She will be here shortly." As Xia Yuan fed Mei Fong, she noticed some juice trickling down the corner of his mouth. Without hesitation, she took out a tissue and gently wiped it away. Not minding how close she was to him, Mei Fong could distinctly sense Xia Yuan's special affection towards him. However, based on his understanding of her over the past 6 years, it was difficult to categorize this as an adult romantic feeling. Rather, it resembled the innocent actions typical of childhood friends. Was she mistaken in her perception? Mei Fong had no other real-life references, so he could not assert that Xia Yuan was misinterpreting the situation. Yet, they had shared numerous experiences and spent considerable time together, and he had also promised her that she could be herself around him. Thus, perhaps they were slightly more intimate than other childhood companions? But truthfully, there was nothing to envy to all those aspiring to be reborn. Remember not to squander your precious youth as I have done, Mei Fong silently reflected. She. There are still some glutinous rice balls left here. Would you like to have some? Lin Yoshi was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the leftover food from Ah Fong was intended for her? No, this is specifically saved for you. I bought too many and cannot finish them, Xia Yuan remarked as she scooped a glutinous rice ball and brought it to Lin Yoshi's lips. I'll handle it myself, Lin Yoshi replied, setting down her bag, eager to fetch a bowl and spoon. However, Xia Yuan did not grant her that opportunity, playfully feeding the rice ball directly into Lin Yoshi's mouth. It's all right. Don't be shy. Lin Yoshi opened her mouth and devoured the small rice ball. Is it sweet? Lin Yoshi nodded, affirming its deliciousness. Aren't you eating? I've already had my share. These are all for you. Though Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi had experienced quite a few events together in their mundane lives, Mei Fong often occupied herself with gaming, learning to code, crafting future plans, and seldom indulged in shopping. In contrast, Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan had spent significantly more time together, their bond remaining remarkably pure and delightful. After finishing the rice balls that Xia Yuan had offered, Lin Yoshi turned to her and said, "By the way, Yuan, shall we settle the expenses for today? Include me in the tally." Mei Fong, who was nearby, chimed in but was met with a lecture from Xia Yuan. What do you need to chime in for? You are merely here to keep us company. Having just celebrated the new year, everyone had a bit of money in their pockets. Lin Yoshi had acquired her own small wallet, rather than stuffing cash into her pockets. This wallet was a gift from Xia Yuan. Today, the floral hair accessory that Xia Yuan wore was also a present from Lin Yoshi. Both individuals bear numerous traces left by one another, signifying an exceptionally close friendship. Xia Yuan meticulously reconciled the shopping receipts, revealing a total expenditure of 103 yuan, suggesting, "Simply give me 50. Lin Yoshi furrowed her brow upon hearing this. You surely haven't included the cost of the small clothing? Of course I did. Let me check the receipt again. Yuan, please don't do this. Lin Yoshi expressed her distress. I have money now too. You need not always cater to me. Haha, not at all. I've genuinely miscalculated. My math is quite poor. Please forgive me. Xia Yuan recalculated, stating, "The total is actually 140, so you can give me 70. Here you go," Lin Yoshi replied, handing over the money. Xia Yuan cheerfully suggested, "Let's go to my house later to complete our winter break assignments. We have heating at my place." Before Lin Yoshi could respond, Xia Yuan quickly added, "Don't forget to bring your math work too. I want to study. Why not just look at Afong's work? His math is quite good," Lin Yoshi suggested. However, upon mentioning this, Xia Yuan appeared quite irritated. His winter and summer assignments are filled out haphazardly. He hasn't taken them seriously at all. With no checks and no explanations for the winter assignments, why are you all so diligent? It's precisely because you neglect your studies that you are now being surpassed by Li Jialuan in class. The Summer's Tale recounts the illustrious past of Mei Fong, who, prior to the 4th grade, consistently secured the top position in every examination. However, of late, he occasionally finds himself slipping out of the top 5. A consequence of his current lackadaisical attitude towards his studies. Human learning capacity is inherently limited. One must know when to cease. You speak as if you were an authority. Summer teased as she made a face at Mei Fong. In his previous life, Mei Fong was initially of above-average standing in class, yet during high school, he succumbed to the allure of video games, ultimately graduating from a second-tier university in Jiangcheng. Although he amassed considerable gaming experience and skills, he remained unqualified for prestigious companies that demand higher academic credentials. Though in this life he may not need to toil for a living, it is still advantageous to possess an impressive educational background, enabling him to connect with individuals of greater caliber. Thus, despite his nonchalant words, Mei Fong diligently applies himself to his studies. At that moment, Lin Yoshi noticed the bag Mei Fong was carrying. "Ah Fong, would you mind letting me carry that bag? You've been helping us all along, and it's quite heavy." "No problem," Mei Fong replied, as Lin Yoshi promptly took the bag from his hands. "Then I'll take care of this bag over here. You've worked hard today, Ah Fong." Summer imitated Mei Fong's previous habit of playfully tapping him on the head. "What am I supposed to do then?" "You can hold the little pig." Summer handed the plush pig to Mei Fong. With only a week remaining before the commencement of the 6th grade second semester, the upcoming elementary to middle school entrance examination had become the trio's most fervent topic of discussion. Both Summer and Lin Yoshi eagerly hoped to be placed in the same class. In the experimental high school, there are 13 classes in a single grade, and it is quite a challenge to bring them all together. Mei Fong, feeling rather bored, twirled her pen and yawned. If one could strive to achieve a score that placed them among the top, then the 13 classes would dwindle to merely 6. Xia Yuan encouraged Mei Fong, saying, "You and Yushi have such excellent grades. There is no need for concern. Aren't you doing well too?" Lin Yushi inquired, puzzled. Xia Yuan shook her head, a look of dejection on her face. Mathematics is truly difficult. Xia Yuan had consistently excelled in her elementary school studies, ranking among the top 10 until the 4th grade. However, after the 4th grade, the difficulty of mathematics escalated sharply, and she could no longer maintain her position within the top 10, frequently slipping to the ranks of the teens or even the 20s. She had heard from her mother that middle schoolers would also need to study physics, biology, and chemistry, making her anxious about becoming a poor student. Xia Yuan began to doodle circles on a scrap of paper. "Will you look down on me and refuse to play with me?" Why, at the 6th grade level, was she still uttering such childish sentiments? Mei Fong pinched Xia Yuan's cheek, saying, "Silly girl, even if you were to rank last, we would still stand by you. Ah Fong, you are utterly insufferable. How can you not wish for your friend's success? Moreover, are you copying Yushi's winter vacation homework?" Xia Yuan caught Mei Fong in the act. "Just wait. I will tell my mom. If you tell teacher Yu, then I truly will not play with you anymore." Mei Fong was particularly sensitive regarding teacher Yu's opinion. "So, my mother is more important than me, is she? You are the worst, Ah Fong. Look at me, and see if I don't teach you a lesson," Xia Yuan exclaimed. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she pinched Mei Fong's face, beckoning Lin Yoshi to assist. Lin Yoshi, who had been eager to join in, soon found herself alongside Xia Yuan, pinning Mei Fong down effortlessly. All right. I surrender. Is that enough? I won't copy anymore." Mei Fong relented, her laughter mingling with their playful scuffle. As Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi emerged from Xia Yuan's home, the twilight began to envelop the surroundings. "Are you coming to my house for dinner today? Working at the construction site in this freezing weather? Such a considerate child." Compared to the days of frozen dumplings, Lin Yoshi had truly honed her culinary skills, having learned a few tricks from Xiao Xia, and could now prepare several home-cooked dishes. Stretching her arms in a grand yawn, Mei Fong mused, "I wonder how my father is faring in Baihe. You must remember to call him often. Uncle Mei is all alone out there, and it can't be easy for him. Do you hear me?" Mei Fong sighed, her voice tinged with concern. "If only you could speak so resolutely in front of Yuan Yuan." Lin Yoshi, feeling vexed, pinched Mei Fong's waist. "Don't tell me how to speak. My cotton-padded jacket is thick, yet I feel nothing at all. Then, like this," Lin Yoshi exclaimed, tugging at Mei Fong's clothing before daringly slipping her hand beneath it. "Oh my goodness, it's so cold, so cold." Mei Fong jumped in surprise, her laughter ringing out as Lin Yoshi playfully teased her. As two individuals frolicked along the path, the moment of parting arrived. Lin Yoshi called out to Mei Fong, presenting her with her mathematics homework for the winter break. "Ah, are you asking me to copy it?" Mei Fong inquired. Lin Yoshi nodded, turning her head away to whisper, "You mustn't tell Yuan Yuan that I gave it to you." "Fantastic. You are truly wonderful, Yoshi," Mei Fong exclaimed. "You may use it for reference, but do not resort to cheating during the exam. That would diminish my regard for you." Lin Yoshi felt compelled to add, "I won't cheat, rest assured," Mei Fong affirmed. "I will approach the exam with integrity." By the way, there is another matter, Lin Yoshi said, tugging at her hair thoughtfully. I am considering earning some money during my free time by playing games or writing code. Do you have any recommendations? Looking to earn some money? After a brief hesitation, Mei Fong asked Lin Yoshi what had prompted this sudden thought. Is there something going on at home? Please, do share. Nothing much, Lin Yoshi replied, shaking her head. I simply observe how hard my father works and feel reluctant to ask him for pocket money. However, whenever I go out with you and yuan, the expenses do accumulate. I also do not wish to be perpetually reliant on yuan. After all, she has taken care of me for many years. Furthermore, Lin Yoshi lowered her gaze and confessed. I now have something in mind that I wish to save up for. What is it that you wish to purchase? Lin Yoshi shook her head, resolutely refusing to divulge her desires, knowing all too well that doing so would compel Mei Fong to indulge her whims. Last year, she had expressed a longing for an MP3 player, and without hesitation, Mei Fong presented it as a birthday gift. It was anticipated that this surprise would bring Lin Yoshi joy for an extended period. However, Mei Fong, oblivious to the nuances of youthful affection, found herself on the receiving end of Lin Yoshi's disdain. From this perspective, since Lin Yoshi was unwilling to accept preferential treatment from Xia Yuan, it was equally implausible for Mei Fong to expect her to accept money directly. Nevertheless, this represented Lin Yoshi's initial endeavor to liberate herself from her dependency on both Xia Yuan and Mei Fong, and thus, Mei Fong felt compelled to offer her support. After some contemplation, he suggested, if you were truly in need of funds, you might consider selling the items from that account in Fantasy Journey at the Treasure Pavilion. That is out of the question. Those are our shared assets, Lin Yoshi retorted. Had it not been for my and Yuan's intervention last time, you would have sold them from the Treasure Pavilion already, wouldn't you? Oh, come on, this time it's not about selling the account. Merely letting you part with a few mutated pets. That is still unacceptable. Do you have any idea how much time we have invested in nurturing each mutated pet? We have formed attachments, Lin Yoshi protested. I can't bear to sell them, and if Yuan finds out, just wait and see how things unfold. Very well. At this juncture, it is essential to recount the events that transpired during the 2006 World Cup. Due to our inept reincarnator, Mei Fong, only recalling that the champion of 2006 was Italy, he opted for the more convenient option of online lottery participation. The odds for Italy that year were 1-9. Subsequently, Mei Fong dared not secretly sell his affections for Yoshi and Yuan, as these two young ladies would eventually need to undergo account audits. Thus, he could only rely on the hard-earned savings he had accumulated, selling off some obsolete gaming accounts to gather the 1,000 capital required for lottery tickets. Currently, his personal assets amount to approximately 10,000, which, although falling short of his expectations, remains undisclosed to his parents, rendering it his first true venture into financial independence. This sum is sufficient to invest in another lucrative opportunity, such as Bitcoin, which boasts a profit multiplier exceeding 8 million times. Since Lin Yoshi is reluctant to sell her accounts or mutated pets, and is unwilling to accept Mei Fong as assistance, he felt compelled to elucidate the ways she could earn money. If you're not inclined to sell your accounts, you might consider leading teams in dungeon runs. Our accounts are sufficiently robust. Many dungeons we previously conquered can be cleared efficiently in pairs, allowing us to farm alongside others and earn at least $12 or $20 weekly. As for your suggestion of coding for profit, your current skills are not yet adequate for external contracts, so it would be wise to set that aside for now. Do you mean to say you are currently engaged in coding work? Mei Fong shook his head. Not quite. I am merely working on a small game. I had not heard you mention this before. It is merely in the initial planning stages. There is still a considerable distance to go before actual development begins. Lin Yoshi's expression was filled with anticipation. Let me take a look tomorrow. I wish to learn, she said. Should I focus on this first? Or should I prioritize gaming assistance? Well, let's go with gaming assistance first, she decided. Lin Yoshi let out a long sigh, then turned her gaze towards Mei Fong. However, don't rush too much. I still want to play games with you. I might not be engaging in games that you enjoy, Mei Fong replied. They are rather simple, casual games. That's not the main point. Lin Yoshi puffed her cheeks. Which games are those? Do tell. Mei Fong smiled with a hint of teasing. Could it be? You want to join me? Unable to hold back, Lin Yoshi lightly kicked Mei Fong, then silently made her way home. Despite maintaining a seemingly indifferent demeanor in front of others, she appeared rather endearing to him. He found her utterly charming. It had been 6 years since Mei Fong was reborn into this world. Throughout these years, he remained steadfast in his aspiration to create games, After years of research and study, Mei Fong had now become a Java expert with a wealth of theoretical knowledge, as well as a rising star in C. The plethora of Java textbooks made learning online quite effortless for him. Developing a keypress machine game on Symbian felt akin to joining the G Army in '49. Nevertheless, it still held utility for website design and office automation systems, remaining broadly applicable. As one of the earliest Chinese internet users to engage with the C language, Mei Fong still held a degree of influence in online forums, especially in 2007. With the advent of the first iPhone, the Chinese internet began to frequently mention a term that would later become exceedingly familiar: the smartphone. The emergence of smartphones signified the official commencement of a fervent mobile internet era. Standing at the forefront of this epoch, the present moment is indeed limited in terms of opportunities to squander, given Mei Fong's age. If he were to quietly wait until his senior year to embark on mobile game development, it would already be 2014, by which time a substantial portion of this lucrative market would have been claimed by others. Subsequently, it would usher in an era dominated by distribution platforms, relegating developers to mere laborers, making any aspirations he harbored far too belated. Thus, this moment is precisely opportune. It is imperative to yield results by the end of junior high, for high school will be overwhelmingly demanding. The 2.5 version of Unity 3D has been officially announced for release in March 2009, at which point it will support the development of applications for the Windows operating system, enabling the genuine packaging and generation of computer games using U3D. The final semester of elementary school is swiftly approaching, and during this term, there is no pressure akin to that of preparing for entrance exams. Instead, everyone simply navigates through their days. However, they gradually become accustomed to passing notes or sharing a type of book known as a yearbook. Such yearbooks require individuals to inscribe their names, zodiac signs, hobbies, mottos, and other trivialities, often adorned with photo stickers. Xia Yuan has consistently taken delight in this activity. The boys eagerly compete to contribute to Xia Yuan's graduation yearbook, while only Mei Fong remains disinterested in the contest, instead observing the youthful human condition. These mischievous children, one and all, while they often oppose my dear Yuan, undoubtedly harbor a certain fondness for her deep within their hearts. However, being children, they are innocent and lack the means to express their feelings. Consequently, throughout the 6 years of elementary school, Mei Fong has never once felt the pressure from her rivals. After collecting everyone's graduation messages, Xia Yuan perused them page by page, occasionally breaking into laughter. Observing this, Mei Fong nudged her arm, exclaiming, "Why didn't you write one for me? You must write me a note as well." Mei Fong urged Xia Yuan from the side, but Xia Yuan rejected her request with a look of disdain, saying, "What would you even want me to write? I could easily fill all of these out for you. Your zodiac sign, age, height, interests, favorite foods. There's nothing about you that I don't already know." This did give Mei Fong pause, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her. She rested her head on the desk for a brief nap. After a while, Xia Yuan closed the graduation album and propped her chin on her hand, tilting her head as she gazed at her deskmate, Mei Fong. Tentatively, she reached out and poked his cheek, to which Mei Fong merely smacked his lips. A tender smile graced Xia Yuan's lips. The cicadas chirped, heralding the arrival of midsummer. Thus, the narrative of their elementary school days came to a formal conclusion. In the summer following their 6th grade graduation, a time perfect for slumber, Mei Fong was indulging in a deep, dream-filled sleep when his younger sister, Meiya, burst into his room, pushing him and shouting, "Brother, brother, wake up. The sun is already shining on your backside." Ignoring her, Mei Fong simply turned over, continuing his slumber. Upon witnessing this, Maya drew back the curtains and held a small mirror to reflect the light streaming onto the windowsill, repeatedly shining it onto Mei Fong's posterior. Although a noticeable warmth enveloped the area, Mei Fong remained undisturbed in slumber. With her cheeks puffed in indignation, Maya scampered out of the room, clutching a magnifying glass. In his dreams, Mei Fong had transformed into a celebrated game developer, having just received the prestigious Game of the Year award at the TGA. He pondered how to surpass the magnificent artistry of the previous producer of It Takes Two and outshine them in a grand display. However, before the dream Mei Fong could reach the stage, the real Mei Fong abruptly leapt from his bed, clutching his backside and emitting a wail akin to that of Tom Cat. Fuming, Mei Fong snatched the magnifying glass from his sister Maya's grasp, exclaiming, "What mischief are you up to today, you little rascal? Exploring the mysteries of science?" Maya, grinning widely, replied, "The magnifying glass is so much fun. Just don't use your brother as a test subject." Upon inspecting his pajama bottoms, Mei Fong discovered that his sister had indeed managed to burn a hole in them with the focused beam of the magnifying glass. Ever since she started elementary school, this girl had developed an obsession with natural sciences, which served as the precursor to astronomy, geography, physics, chemistry, and biology. Although considered a secondary subject, it offered numerous enlightening insights. I must say, this girl has become increasingly mischievous of late. Mei Fong, having changed her clothes and completed her morning routine, turned to Xiaoxia, who was busy preparing breakfast, and inquired of her brother, Mei Fong. Are you really not planning to join Xiaya and me and Bio to spend the summer vacation with Dad? I worry a bit since there is no one to look after you at home. Dad's place is so small that it would be quite cramped if I went over. Mei, tugging at Mei Fong's arm, exclaimed, Brother? Bio has a vast water park. Dad mentioned that you've never been there. And he told me not to tell you so that we could take photos and make you envious. Our father certainly has a mischievous side, clearly. The water park in Jiangcheng is far larger, and you should persuade him to take you there instead. Is that so? Indeed. And there is an incredible rainbow slide that is exceedingly tall. When I was your age, our parents would always take me there. Mei then pulled on her mother's arm, exclaiming, It's not fair. Why can brother go to the grand water park in Jiangcheng, while I can only visit the small one in Baizhou? Why are you discussing this with Xiaoya? Xiaoxia lamented while trying to console Mei. Don't listen to your brother's nonsense. The water park in Jiangcheng is something from many years ago and cannot compare with the newly opened water park in Baizhou. All right, I trust you, Mom. As Mei spoke, she made a face at Mei Fong, exclaiming, Oh, how pitiful you are. Such a vast water park, yet you cannot enjoy it. Reduced to crying at home. Indeed, I am truly unfortunate, Mei Fong retorted, mimicking the gesture of wiping away tears. I cannot venture to the water park to endure the torment of playing with so many unruly children. I am genuinely wretched. Mei displayed a look of disdain. Brother, you are deceiving me. Deceiving whom? I am not lying, Mei Fong replied, scratching his ear. You are at home alone, free to indulge in whatever amusements you desire. Playing every day with Sister Yoshi and Sister Yuan. It seems you have completely forgotten about our father. That is pure nonsense. Look at how close Dad and I are. How could I possibly forget him? As Mei Fong engaged in playful banter with his sister, Xiaoxia interjected, Ah Fong. Let me remind you, do not take your mother's warnings lightly. While you are home alone, do not let your mischief run wild. Huh? What do you mean by that? You are already more mature than most children, and now that you've grown up, you should understand your mother's advice. Do not pretend to be naive. Yoshi and Yuan are girls, and you are no longer the little boy from kindergarten. Even if your bond is strong, there must be boundaries. Do not bully them. Xiaoxia's message was unequivocal. She hoped that, in her absence, Mei Fong would not engage in reckless behavior at home, leading to undesirable situations that everyone would prefer to avoid. Mei Fong was not one to lack understanding. She promptly acquiesced, saying, Mother, I comprehend your concerns. Rest assured, I am mindful and shall not act inappropriately. If you truly grasp that, then all the better. It alleviates my worries about your solitude at home. Yet, there was a child who did not comprehend. Mother, why are you concerned that brother might bully Sister Yuan and Sister Yoshi? It seems to me that it is brother who is being bullied by the sisters. Although he appears to be enjoying it quite a bit, Xiaoxia gently patted her daughter's small head. You are still young. As you mature, understanding will come naturally. I loathe that phrase. Mei exclaimed in indignation. You never explain things to me. How can you presume I do not understand? Well, in truth, you might indeed not grasp it. Just as Xiaoxia sought to divert the conversation, their slightly ajar door was gently pushed open. The newcomer was Lin Yuxi. Aunt Mei, I have arrived. Today, Xiaoxia intended to take Mei to Baizhou City to accompany her father. Considering the 2-month absence from home, she had invited Xia Yuan and Lin Yuxi over for dinner, so they would not lament the absence of Aunt Mei's delectable dishes. You've come quite early. Welcome. Has Yuan not accompanied you? Lin Yuxi shook her head. I went to fetch Yuan, but she has yet to rise. Teacher, you mentioned that Yuan studied late into the night. That child, she must still be distressed over the upcoming entrance examination. On the day of her elementary school graduation examination, Xia Yuan felt quite unwell, yet she bravely persevered and participated. Ultimately, the results of the exam were far from satisfactory. Nevertheless, even with such disappointing outcomes, her teacher, Yu, had the means to facilitate Xia Yuan's admission into Class A of the experimental middle school, renowned for its superior educational quality. However, Xia Yuan's self-esteem suffered a significant blow due to this incident. Once summer vacation commenced, she predominantly stayed at home to study, seldom venturing out to meet Mei Fong or Lin Yoshi. Mei Fong, understanding Xia Yuan profoundly, found himself at a loss regarding this situation. After striving so diligently only to achieve such results, it was clear that Xia Yuan felt a deep sense of discontent, and now she could only wait for her gradual recovery. Until then, he could merely be present for her, fulfilling the role of a supportive friend when she needed it. As Lin Yoshi entered the room, she was immediately embraced by the exuberant Meiya. "Sister Yoshi, I will miss you. I will miss you too," Lin Yoshi replied, gently patting Meiya's small head. Unlike Xia Yuan, Lin Yoshi did not share such a close bond with Meiya. But the care she had received from Xiao Xia and the consideration Xia Yuan had shown her enabled her to pass on that warmth to little Meiya. Thus, although she was not particularly talkative, she willingly engaged in play with Meiya, participating in imaginative games and offering her a variety of snacks, which naturally earned her the adoration of Meiya. Meiya then leaned in closer, whispering softly into Lin Yoshi's ear, "Sister Yoshi, I want to share a little secret with you. Mother mentioned that after we leave, you might be bullied by your brother. If that is indeed the case, you can always call and report to my mother. Is your brother planning to bully me?" Lin Yoshi cast a glance at Mei Fong, who was lazily yawning on the sofa, her small head filled with confusion. "So what do you think I'm good at?" After playing with Xia Yuan for a while, Lin Yoshi went to assist Xiang Xiaxia in the kitchen. Of course, Xiang Xiaxia was reluctant to have Yoshi help. "Yoshi, you are a guest today. Go play with Mei Fong and Meiya. Engage in games or such. You need not assist your aunt here." "It's all right, Auntie. I don't consider myself an outsider." As she spoke, Lin Yoshi picked up a small round stool and sat beside it to help peel the corn kernels. "You will be traveling this afternoon. The journey is bound to be bumpy and tiring. I want to alleviate some of your burdens. Your Uncle Mei will pick us up at the station in Baijiu. It's not that arduous." Xiang Xiaxia always seemed exasperated, wanting to send Lin Yoshi away. However, after years of interaction, Lin Yoshi was no longer the timid and pitiful little girl she once was. Regardless of how much Mei's mother urged her, she remained steadfast. With a helpless sigh, Xiang Xiaxia remarked, "The child has grown up and begun to disregard advice. It seems the rebellious phase has arrived." But was Xiang Xiaxia unhappy about this? Certainly not. She was delighted to have a well-behaved and sensible daughter. No, it should be said, 2 daughters. After a flurry of preparations, Xiang Xia peeked her head out from the kitchen and inquired about Mei Fong, who was engrossed in playing the old-school video game console with her younger sister. This console was a birthday gift from Mei Fong to her sister, with the hope that having it would curb her incessant demands for Mei Fong's computer. Despite being a relic even older than arcade machines, these devices could still be found in the small electronic shops of their quaint town, priced affordably at merely a few dozen yuan for the console and an additional 8 for a 4-in-1 game cartridge. To Mei Fong, these were trivial expenses. While her sister cherished the console like a treasured possession, Xiang Xia viewed it as a source of chaos, often resulting in raucous disputes over gaming time. With less than half an hour until lunch, Xiang Xia urged, "Mei Fong, if you have a moment, please call Yuan over for lunch. I'll just call her directly." Mei Fong replied, setting down the controller and making her way to the landline, only to be met with an outburst from their mother. "How can you be so careless? That little girl is feeling sad right now. What harm is there in inviting her over? Girls care about their pride. You should be more considerate." "All right, I understand," Mei Fong thought to herself, secretly lamenting her mother's contradictory behavior. "You told me to keep my distance, yet you continually create opportunities for me to interact with them. I truly cannot fathom your thoughts." While her mother's intentions remained a mystery, Mei Fong was genuinely concerned about Yuan's recent state. What should have been a delightful summer vacation was instead marred by the torment of her struggles following a disappointing entrance exam, leading her to obsessively practice problem sets. Certainly, Yuan has always been regarded as an exemplary student in everyone's eyes, bearing the weight of that role with great seriousness. Mei Fong can comprehend this sentiment. Throughout her years of study, she has encountered numerous classmates who, disheartened by their exam failures, felt the sting of disappointment. After all, in a small county town, the atmosphere is such that one either perseveres in their studies or faces dire consequences. Education is held in high regard. Perhaps it was her own lack of such a sense of shame that ultimately led her to settle for a mere second-tier university. Mei Fong pressed the electronic doorbell at Yuan's home, and the automatic door gradually opened. Without waiting for anyone to greet her, she stepped inside. She opened the slightly ajar door and located her favorite pair of slippers on the shoe rack. As she was changing her shoes, she heard someone calling her name. Hello, teacher Yu. Mei Fong greeted her former elementary school teacher, who promptly beckoned her closer, inquiring, "Your mother's sister is going to Baizhou City today, correct?" "Yes." Mei Fong nodded. "I spoke with Yuan Yuan yesterday and invited her to dinner at our house. Yuan Yuan locked herself in her room to study last night. And this morning she wouldn't let me in when I knocked on her door. Please, help me persuade her to ease up a bit." "Indeed. That is why I'm here today. By the way, Mei Fong, you no longer need to call me teacher, you emphasized. I am no longer your homeroom teacher. You can simply call me Aunt Xia." "Understood, teacher Yu." Alas, I spoke without thinking. Mei Fong's uncharacteristic behavior elicited a soft chuckle from teacher Yu, who gently patted Mei Fong's shoulder, urging him to go and console Yuan Yuan, lest she miss the midday meal at his home. "All right, Aunt Xia." Mei Fong now enjoyed unrestricted access to Xia Yuan's abode, yet he had seldom ventured into her private quarters. The last time he had done so was before the previous New Year's Day, when Yuan Yuan had graciously invited him to her room to admire her exquisite wardrobe, assisting her in selecting the most suitable attire for her upcoming performance. The door to Yuan Yuan's room was firmly shut, just as teacher Yu had described. He knocked lightly. "Yuan Yuan? It's me, a Fong." After a moment of hesitation, he knocked a bit more forcefully, and this time he discerned movement from within. "Stop knocking, wait a moment." Mei Fong obediently stood outside, awaiting her response. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Yuan Yuan, now clad in a casual dress for her outing. Her chin held high as she regarded Mei Fong. "Shall we go? Isn't it a meal at your home? You're not in good condition. Don't push yourself." "I'm not forcing anything." Mei Fong gently pinched Yuan Yuan's cheek. "Your eyes are so swollen, and you still claim you're not forcing yourself? I've told you before. There's no need to put on a faude in front of me. This has nothing to do with you. Regardless, Aunt Mei must have prepared a sumptuous feast today. It would be a disservice to her if I didn't attend. Are my eyes really that terribly swollen? As I was combing my hair just now, I didn't notice. Is that so? I merely mentioned it in passing. Ah Fong, how mischievous you are." In a fit of indignation, Xia Yuan repeatedly struck Mei Fong with her small fists. Afterward, she pressed her hands on Mei Fong's shoulders, resting her forehead against Mei Fong's chest, lingering there for a while. This was a gesture Xia Yuan often resorted to when she felt sad, and it had become increasingly frequent in recent days, almost a daily ritual to uplift her spirits, which left Mei Fong quite overwhelmed. "Are you feeling better?" Mei Fong inquired. Xia Yuan nodded, her anger dissipating somewhat. "Let us hurry to your house, lest Aunt Mei urge us." Mei Fong led Xia Yuan down the stone steps of the community, walking in tandem. Speaking of which, since Aunt Mei and Xiaoya departed, Ah Fong has been living alone at home. Xia Yuan pondered for a moment, then asked, "Ah Fong, can you cook for yourself?" "A little," came the reply. "A little won't suffice. You'll need to prepare meals alone for the next 2 months. As long as I don't starve, I can always mooch off you," Xia Yuan retorted. "Besides, with she cooking quite well lately, and her home often empty, we could share meals. Just come to my house for dinner." Mei Fong responded, "Though I must admit, my mother's cooking is rather ordinary." As Xia Yuan spoke, her demeanor shifted, and she grew disheartened once more. "After all, both she and I learned to cook from Aunt Mei, yet she has surpassed me in no time." As Xia Yuan spoke, a shadow of melancholy crept over her. She truly was remarkable, having secured the top position in the entrance examination for junior high, excelling at video games, and skillfully capturing plush toys. To my dismay, I found myself lacking in comparison. I seemed to possess no talents whatsoever. Such a notion is unfounded. While Xia Yuan has her strengths, you too have your own merits. Xia Yuan grasped Mei Fong's arm firmly. "Then tell me, in what ways am I exceptional?" Her expression was one of eager anticipation for compliments. "You dance beautifully, and your singing is delightful, plus." Enumerating Xia Yuan's virtues proved to be quite an effortless task. As Mei Fong listed them, Xia Yuan struck a pose, hands on her hips, radiating pride. "How endearing." "Ah Fong," Xia Yuan said thoughtfully, "I realize that after Aunt Mei and Xiaoya left, you must be feeling lonely at home. Therefore," she raised her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Mei Fong. "What do you think about spending the night at your place tonight?" "Why does this sound akin to running away from home? Spending the night at my place?" Mei Fong was taken aback by this sudden proposal, puzzled by the unexpected idea. "Because I've been feeling quite bored at home lately," Xia Yuan murmured. "When I'm alone, I can't help but recall my experiences sneaking into Class A." The matter regarding Class A had been mentioned previously. Xia Yuan, Lin Yoshi, and Mei Fong all planned to graduate directly to the experimental middle school. This public institution allocates students to classes based on their performance in the entrance examination, with those achieving higher scores generally placed in Class A. While others fall into Class B, Xia Yuan's scores barely qualified her for Class A, yet her parents tirelessly sought connections to secure her a spot there. However, Xia Yuan felt a lingering discontent, perceiving this as a shameful act of dishonesty. Yet, if she were to miss out on Class A, it would inevitably mean being separated from Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi. Thus, she ultimately acquiesced, grappling with a pang of guilt. I am now an unworthy individual. I do not deserve to receive the award for being an excellent student. Surely everyone is mocking me, claiming my achievements stem from deceit and my mother's favoritism. Had I known it would come to this, I would have preferred to earnestly settle for Class B. Ultimately, it is my failure to perform and my lack of effort that has adversely affected others' futures. Do not be so harsh on yourself, Mei Fong replied. Besides, the class assignments have already been established. Your entry into Class A is merely an intrusion, resulting in a cramped classroom. Such occurrences were commonplace prior to Mei Fong's rebirth. There was little merit in discussing them. Parents naturally wish for their children to thrive in better environments, and one could only say that Xia Yuan's sentiments remained quite innocent. Mei Fong gently tapped Xia Yuan on the head. If you're seeking a change of scenery to clear your mind, why not come to my home? Xia Yuan grasped Mei Fong's arm. Please also speak with Yoshi and see if she would be willing to join us. As a girl, I feel somewhat awkward about staying at your place. No problem. After conversing with Mei Fong, Xia Yuan felt much better and arrived at Mei Fong's home with a beaming smile. Aunt Mei, I have come to play at your house. Xia Yuan changed her shoes and dashed into the kitchen. Ever since she heeded the advice of Xiang Xia and decided to stay in by Mei County, her bond with Xiang Xia has grown increasingly close. Sometimes, when Xia Yuan couldn't act spoiled in front of her mother, she could indulge in that demeanor with Xiang Xia. You're here. Look, Aunt has prepared your favorite pine nut corn. It smells so good. Xia Yuan greedily inhaled the aroma while clinging to Xiang Xia's arm. Aunt Mei is truly wonderful to me. It's a pity I haven't had the chance to enjoy this for 2 months. Do not worry about that. With Sue, we have someone who has nearly reached Aunt's level. Sometimes when you're at home, you can let Sue cook for you. Just help keep an eye on Mei Fong and ensure he doesn't always eat fast food. I know, don't worry, Aunt Mei. Xia Yuan patted her chest confidently. I will come to your house every day to supervise Mei Fong. That would be a great help. Xia Yuan replied to Xiang Xia while her gaze drifted towards the living room, where Lin Yoshi was momentarily distracted while playing the little tyrant game with Meiya. After indulging in a sumptuous lunch, Xia Yuan proactively offered to assist Xiang Xiaxia with the dishes. Unable to refuse her, Xiang Xiaxia continued to remind Mei Fong about various household matters. Mei Fong listened attentively, one sentence after another, until the time to depart finally arrived. Aunt Mei, let us see you off. No need. We shall take a taxi to the station. Xiang Xiaxiao, pushing a suitcase with one hand and holding little Meiya with the other, cast a glance at the 3 children before her, ultimately fixing her gaze on Mei Fong. While I am away, Mei Fong, this was an emphatic statement. Understood. Mei Fong nodded, waving to her mother, safe travels, Mom. And to little Ya, brother, we are leaving. Safe travels. When Mei Fong saw the 2 of them, they were hand in hand, with Xia Yuan biting her lip to stifle her laughter, yet unable to contain her mirth. We are free. Xia Yuan exclaimed joyfully at Mei Fong's home, to which Mei Fong complained, covering her ears. Are you really so happy that my mom has gone out? Now, during this summer break, there were no adults in Mei Fong's house, which meant they could do anything they wished in her home. I haven't seen you so excited when no one was home at my place, Mei Fong remarked. With her hands behind her back, Xia Yuan smiled. But now there is nothing to worry about. We can truly be ourselves. How long have you been feeling repressed? For someone like Xia Yuan, who has been under strict supervision since childhood, the most anticipated moments are those without parental presence. Ah Fong, I just spoke to Yoshi outside about the possibility of staying at your house overnight, and she has given her consent. Lin Yoshi interjected. My father will be staying at the worksite tonight, and I need to call him to confirm. If he agrees, then it's settled. Hey, how long do you plan to stay at my place? Are you hoarding supplies? It's supposed to be for 2 months? Xia Yuan tilted her head. How could I allow you to stay for such an extended period? Mei Fong warned. Aunt Xia would never approve. I advise you not to entertain such fanciful notions. Aren't you supposed to spend the summer at your grandmother's this year? Xia Yuan grumbled. I used to go every year, but not this time. Now, Grandma just stays home playing dance troupe and doesn't even accompany me to catch frogs anymore, so I'm not very keen on going. Your grandmother is quite trendy. Isn't she? I'll go make a phone call to seek my father's approval. Lin Yoshi hurried to make the call, while Xia Yuan joyfully flopped onto the couch. Barely having bounced around, Lin Yoshi called her over. Yuan, come here for a moment. What is up? My father wants to confirm if you will be staying overnight at Fang's as well. You should speak to him. All right. In contrast to the simple backpack Lin Yoshi carried, Xia Yuan arrived with a suitcase in tow, reminiscent of a familiar model from years past. This situation resembles an act of running away from home, sighed Mei Fang helplessly. I want to watch a movie. She rummaged through most of the snacks at home, along with several sets of sleepwear. Your parents should only allow you to stay for one night. Why bring so many clothes? These are for Yoshi. What does it matter to you? Xia Yuan shot a glance at Mei Fang and then pulled Lin Yoshi into the inner room. We are sleeping in Aunt Mei's and Xiaoya's room tonight, right? Yes. But do you really need to change clothes so early? It is still afternoon. Not at all. I'm just putting down my things. Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi tinkered in Mei Fang's mother's room for quite a while without emerging. Mei Fang felt it was inappropriate to knock on the door, so he decided to head to the study to check on the game he had been working on. Since the winter break, he had been dedicated to developing a game based on the classic Flappy Bird, widely known as the Silly Bird Flies First. This genre, which involves navigating obstacles by controlling ascent, had many predecessors during the era of keypad phones, such as Helicopter. In Mei Fang's view, the earliest inspiration for such games likely stemmed from side-scrolling shooting games of the FC era. Notably, in the renowned Konami classic Gradius, there are similar obstacle-evading levels. Unlike games like Super Mario, where touching an obstacle can result in being stuck, in this game, a collision leads to instant death. In 2008, Unity had just begun to support the Windows platform, 2 years prior to the advent of Android smartphones. Mei Fang contemplated the necessity of first accumulating the technical expertise required to develop a complete game, believing that this would enable him to secure a share of the burgeoning mobile platform market. At present, aside from the allocation of artistic resources, the programming functionalities were nearly complete. However, playing on Windows seemed no different from those Helicopter games on the Symbian devices. The only distinction lay in the smoother graphics. If one truly aspired to achieve fame, the tactile experience of a touchscreen smartphone was indispensable. Ah Fang, are you gaming? Xia Yuan entered Mei Fang's study without so much as a knock. In this sweltering heat, why bother closing doors? What are you looking at? Xia Yuan inquired, peering intently at Mei Fang's screen. What is this? Is it the code you've been working on? It appears to be all rectangles and squares. I cannot comprehend it. At that moment, Lin Yoshi approached Mei Fang with quick steps. Can it already be run? Would you like to give it a try? Let me have a go. Lin Yoshi replied. Mei Fang vacated his seat for her, and as she settled in, she began to operate the game with focus. I encountered numerous bugs during my compilation. Have you resolved them? That bug was quite elusive, Mei Fang responded. Xia Yuan listened to the conversation between Mei Fang and Lin Yoshi, feeling somewhat disconnected. Is this the game you've been working on together? It all looks rather tedious with such orderly geometric shapes. These are merely the artistic resources yet to be integrated. Once we locate and incorporate the materials, it will become significantly more engaging. Lin Yoshi pondered for a moment. However, in comparison to the games available on the market, it certainly could not be deemed particularly entertaining. Indeed, Xia Yuan nodded in agreement, remarking on how remarkable it was that the two of them could engage in gaming together. Mei Fang had merely taken advantage of a brief respite to attend to other matters, and recognizing that Yuan was in such high spirits, he was not one to lack appreciation for the moment. Hence, once Lin Yoshi finished her turn, he swiftly closed the program and saved his progress. So, what shall we do this afternoon? This afternoon, Xia Yuan cheerfully raised her hand to share her idea. I would like to rent some discs and watch a movie together. In the small county town of Baimei in 2008, there was still no cinema in existence. Children without computers at home heavily relied on video rental stores to watch films. Although Mei Fang's family owned a computer, the screen was rather small and not situated in the living room, making the viewing experience far inferior to that of a television, as one could not comfortably recline on the sofa while enjoying snacks. However, the street lined with video rental shops had now completely closed down. Lin Yoshi contemplated and inquired, do you know where to find any? Let us stroll around the streets. We are bound to find something. So, you have no idea where to go? Mei Fang shook his head. The last time I bought a little tyrant console for Meiya, I found a small shop next door that rented discs. I will take you there. Excellent. Under the sweltering sun of midsummer, Mei Fong and his companions traversed the sun-baked thoroughfare, accompanied by the incessant chirping of cicadas. The stifling heat shimmered in the air, and as they meandered along the shaded path, they stumbled upon a convenience store. Xia Yuan tugged at Mei Fong, insisting he halt his stride. Fong, let's procure some ice cream or chilled beverages. I feel as though I'm melting away. She panted, fanning herself with her hands. Sweat clinging her hair to her temples and her cheeks flushed with warmth. Why do you always adopt such exaggerated expressions? Mei Fong couldn't help but tease. Hurry up and buy something. Let us go. In the convenience store, the trio made their selections. Just as Xia Yuan prepared to pay, Lin Yoshi swiftly stepped in to cover the cost. This time, it's on me. Then, you won't be using your money for the rental of the DVD later. No. Treating is simply treating. It should not be tied to anything else. Noticing the absence of any embarrassment in Lin Yoshi's smile, Xia Yuan nodded in agreement. Lin Yoshi's transformation stemmed from the winter of this year. She confided in Mei Fong her desire to earn some money, prompting him to suggest a path in gaming services. Since then, she had been engaged in fantasy journey to the west. This was the zenith of the game's popularity, and early players like Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong, who had invested substantial effort from the outset, possessed numerous rare items and exclusive weapons that commanded respect from all who encountered them. She logged in every weekend to take on gaming commissions, earning as much as 5 yuan per task, accumulating at least 20 to 30 yuan weekly. Lin Yoshi's skills as a substitute player and her comprehension of certain dungeons have now surpassed those of Mei Fong, gradually establishing her own reputation within this server. After beginning to earn her own income, Mei Fong has noticeably observed a significant reduction in Lin Yoshi's timidity as she approaches her endeavors with newfound confidence. He often recalls the time he took Lin Yoshi to the cemetery to visit her mother, when she timidly pulled 3 crumpled coins from her pocket and nervously inquired if it was enough to purchase an apple. Perhaps Lin Yoshi's childhood timidity and her inclination to acquiesce were not as complex as he had imagined. They stemmed primarily from the insecurities brought about by poverty. At the very least, it is evident that she has improved significantly since then. As the group sipped cola and enjoyed ice cream while strolling past a row of shuttered shops, the brilliance of the sun cast an inexplicable sense of desolation over Mei Fong. In his recollections, the small county of Baimei possesses a rather intriguing aspect, the propensity for shops to cluster together. There exists a street dedicated to internet cafes, another for boutique stores, one for bookstores, a street for barbecues, and yet another for convenience stores. While deviations in service may be forgivable, such as a food street featuring various types of eateries, which is understandable given the different culinary avenues, Baimei County streets are indeed a curious phenomenon of uniformity. Adjacent shops, and those even further down the line, offer identical merchandise, seemingly out of concern for imitation. It appears that creativity in marketing has stagnated, with everyone simply opening shops in this fashion, leaving Mei Fong to ponder the true significance of such trends. Once upon a time, the street that Mei Fong now traverses, along with its myriad shops, was a bustling avenue filled with vibrant audiovisual stores. However, it has now succumbed to a wave of closures. Yet, it is only a matter of time before this place transforms into a thriving hub of bubble tea shops and bookstores. The relentless march of time seems to suggest that nothing remains immutable. Mei Fong paused, gazing at the delicate figures of Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan ahead. After a moment of reverie, she hurriedly caught up with Xia Yuan's call. Don't you ever sleep before 10 at night? Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi followed Mei Fong to the establishment she mentioned, nestled in a dilapidated alley. The surrounding shops bore the marks of age, some featuring non-iron shutters, but rather doors framed with vintage wooden slats. This is my first visit to this area. It feels like an adventure. How delightful, Xia Yuan exclaimed. Do you remember when we tried to find the pond by the West River Bridge when we were children, only to end up lost? Of course. I remember. We wandered so far, surrounded by desolate land, with not a soul in sight, only to discover that the pond had long since dried up. That was only because a Fong was with us, which gave us the courage to venture so far. And I wasn't scared to the point of tears. I cried because I fell, and it hurt terribly. Mei Fong shook her head upon hearing this. That day, aside from counting 10,000 steps, we truly gained little else. You certainly hold a peculiar obsession with distant travels. Indeed. Xia Yuan chuckled. The world is so vast. What a pity it would be not to explore it. As they journeyed, laughter and chatter filled the air. Upon reaching their destination, Mei Fong called the two to a halt. This is the place. The establishment. A quaint audio-visual shop nestled deep within an alleyway displayed numerous film covers at its entrance. The rustic interior, adorned with time-worn furnishings and a rusty yellow ceiling fan, bore testament to its over 10 years of operation. The proprietor, an elderly gentleman donning reading glasses and a white tank top, reclined in a chair, gently fanning himself, his eyes half closed in a state of drowsiness. Although the alley was inherently cool and somewhat eerie, the children felt no fear. Xia Yuan proposed. Let us each select a disc. How many films? Lin Yoshi inquired. Let us first see if there is anything we particularly wish to watch. Each of us can choose one. Xia Yuan took Lin Yoshi aside to peruse the DVDs, while Mei Fong wandered to another section to browse. Fortunately, despite the shop's antiquity, the latest film from 2008, Kung Fu, was prominently displayed on the bestseller shelf. A plethora of films spanning various genres, both foreign and domestic, filled the expansive display, with a significant area dedicated to Japanese anime series. Given that the children were watching together, a family-friendly film seemed rather unexciting. Since Yuan often teased me for my timid nature, I resolved to select a terrifying horror film that she had never encountered, allowing her to truly experience the essence of fear. Mei Fong has chosen Lonely Ridge, a cinematic masterpiece from 2006 that has long since lost its acclaim. However, one must wonder if such a terrifying film is suitable for Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan. Of course, Mei Fong herself viewed it at a similar age. After selecting the DVD, Mei Fong approached to observe Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan as they deliberated over their own movie choices. Before he could reach them, he was playfully pushed aside by the two, both of whom appeared somewhat flushed. We can't watch that. Let us explore this area instead. Mei Fong cast a glance at the adjacent DVD section, which was filled with films from Hong Kong, many featuring alluringly provocative actresses on their covers. A smile crept across Mei Fong's face as he remained silent. Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan had selected Resident Evil 2, Apocalypse, and Cobra vs. Ninja 2. With a sigh, Mei Fong remarked that none of the films chosen by the trio featured characters who remained alive. Typically, these DVDs would never be permitted for rental at home. But with this opportunity, they were determined to indulge. As for the seemingly ordinary supernatural film, it did not appear overly frightening. A conspiratorial smile played on Mei Fong's lips as he pondered whether to take a gamble. What if you end up crying from fright? I'm no longer a little crybaby. There is no way a horror film could make me weep. Xia Yuan laughed. After a moment of contemplation, she added, If I do cry while watching this movie, I shall cook for you every afternoon. But what if you don't cry? Mei Fong reminded her. Isn't that the more pressing concern? As summer approached, Xia Yuan pondered for a moment and declared, You must fulfill one of my wishes, no matter what it is. I can certainly do that, came the reply. Lin Yoshi interjected, May I join in on the wager as well? Shall our stakes be the same as Yuan's? Yes. Let it be the same, Lin Yoshi nodded in agreement. I have no objections. What say you, Yuan? Mei Fong turned to Xia Yuan. If we end up frightened to tears, won't we all have to cook for a Fong? Xia Yuan appeared somewhat reluctant, then inquired of Lin Yoshi. Would you prefer an alternative form of punishment? Lin Yoshi dismissed it as a concern. It's fine. We can simply cook for a Fong together. Well, Xia Yuan scratched her head. That's true, huh? But I assure you, I shall not cry from fright. I likely won't either, Lin Yoshi chimed in. Having organized the discs, Xia Yuan approached the proprietor. Sir, we wish to rent these films. What are the terms? A deposit of 30 and 3 yuan per day, the owner replied. Casting a glance at Mei Fong and the others, concerned that the owner might refuse to rent discs to children, Xia Yuan turned her head away, slightly bashful. Here's the money, sir, Mei Fong said, stepping forward to settle the bill. Once they had secured the films they yearned to watch, Xia Yuan eagerly tugged Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi along as they hurried home, bouncing with excitement. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the trio in a golden hue as they made their way. There are 3 films in total. Which one shall we commence with? Let us begin with the one that offers a lesser degree of excitement, starting with Cunning Serpent. By the time we finish, it will be just in time for dinner. After dinner, we shall indulge in Apocalypse, and finally, we will conclude with the bad intentions of Mei Fong. The suspense from Lonely Ridge will surely leave one sleepless. After dinner, it will be around 6 or 7 o'clock. If we watch 2 films back to back, it would be past 10, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan immediately expressed her astonishment towards Mei Fong. Ah Fong, you possess remarkable courage. Do you not need to sleep by 10? Mei Fong was incredulous. I must retire by 8:30 each night at the latest, otherwise, my mother would scold me. Xia Yuan's gaze turned to Lin Yoshi. My father does not impose such restrictions, Lin Yoshi pondered, but I generally find myself with nothing to do at home, so I also sleep around 9. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan appeared even more exhilarated, exclaiming, "Then we must absolutely stay up late tonight. This is a rare opportunity." Mei Fong, having experienced an untimely demise in a past life, placed great emphasis on the quality of sleep in this life. In the past, her father had once received a scolding for attempting to prevent her from having sweet dreams, while Mei often faced reprimands for teasing her brother in the mornings. Therefore, in response to Xia Yuan's suggestion, Mei Fong added, "Regardless of how late we stay up, we should still retire before midnight. It is essential for our growth. Just like when we played house as children, covered in sweat, I shall wash up first." As Xia Yuan poked her head out from the bathroom, she cheerfully suggested, Since it is a rare occasion for us to spend the night together, shall we take a bath together?" Lin Yoshi hesitated, nervously tugging at her hair. The bathroom at Ah Fong's residence was somewhat small. Wouldn't it be a bit cramped? What's the big deal? Come on. Ultimately, Lin Yoshi found herself being dragged into the bathroom by Xia Yuan. Hastily, Lin Yoshi ran to the bedroom to fetch her clothes. And as she passed by Mei Fong in the corridor, she playfully gestured with her fist. "If you dare to peek, you know what will happen next." "What's there to see?" Mei Fong scoffed. "I am a man of virtue." While the two girls were bathing, Mei Fong took the opportunity to test out a DVD he had retrieved. The discs played well, but there was a slight disappointment. Both Crisis of the Beautiful and Disaster of the Serpent featured Chinese dubbing. In this era, many Chinese dubs were pirated and recorded privately. Due to technical issues, whenever a character spoke, the background and sound effects would be drowned out, making the viewing experience rather jarring. The original soundtracks were undoubtedly more enjoyable. However, as long as the essential Lonely Ridge retained its original audio, that would suffice to enhance the experience. After adjusting the DVD player, Mei Fong pulled out the snacks he had scavenged from Xia Yuan's home, sliced the watermelon that had been soaking in water, and arranged it on a plate. He brought over some cola and filled it with ice from the refrigerator. Although there was no air conditioning in Mei Fong's living room, the heat was manageable since it was past 4 o'clock, and the large fan provided a refreshing breeze. The enticing calls of street food vendors waft through the air, while the playful laughter of girls echoes from the bathroom. The girls take their time in the shower. Mei Fong, yawning and indulging in slices of watermelon, reclines on the sofa, preparing to relax a little longer, as the girls begin to emerge from the bathroom one by one. "Ah, Fong, you smell terrible. Don't dirty the sofa," they urge him, prompting him to rise. Xia Yuan's hair, damp and curly after her shower, carries the delightful fragrance of shampoo from afar. Mei Fong, spurred on by Xia Yuan's insistence, reluctantly heads for a shower himself, completing his wash in a mere 5 minutes. By the time he reappears, Xia Yuan has just finished blow-drying her hair and is now attending to Lin Yoshi. She sits behind Lin, carefully nurturing and untangling her hair, her eyes brimming with maternal affection. "Did you finish your shower so quickly?" she inquires. "That's just how summer is." "Well, whatever you say," she replies. After finishing with Lin Yoshi, Xia Yuan calls Mei Fong over. "Let me dry your hair." Mei Fong pats his freshly cropped hair. "I barely have any hair." "It'll dry in no time." "What hair can cause headaches? Be obedient," Xia Yuan insists. Reluctantly, Mei Fong takes the seat Lin Yoshi occupied, compelled to comply. Xia Yuan gently uses a low-speed hairdryer on his hair, prompting Mei Fong to reflect. "It feels just like playing house when we were kids." "Mom." Xia Yuan responds, her focus unwavering as she tends to his hair. At this moment, Lin Yoshi began to fiddle with the DVD player belonging to the Mei family. She meticulously wiped the disc of The Curse of the Serpent 2 before inserting it. As time slipped away and dusk approached, they were ready to commence, weren't they? Wait. Xia Yuan pressed down on Mei Fong's head, instructing Lin Yoshi to draw the curtains. "Turn off the lights. It's time to watch. This is how we create the ambience." Lin Yoshi hesitated momentarily, but ultimately complied without further protest. The Curse of the Serpent 2 is not a horror film, but rather a disaster thriller, a genre that typically adheres to a familiar formula. In pursuit of altering their dire circumstances or advancing scientific progress, characters often embark on a quest into ancient, remote forests in search of treasures. The team members are introduced, the rest the charming beauty, the handsome hero, and the burly strongman, alongside a hidden agenda embodied by the treacherous antagonist who leads everyone into peril. Initially, the narrative unfolds with the group embarking on their adventure with a sense of security, only to take a sinister turn. The clumsy strongman suddenly finds himself devoured by a colossal python, prompting a frantic escape filled with escalating dangers and the revelation of the antagonist's secrets. Ultimately, the villain meets his demise at the hands of the serpent, Yet the handsome hero also sacrifices himself, as it was their first gathering to watch a film together. Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan were quite absorbed in the experience. With each appearance of the giant python, both let out shrieks, embracing each other with warmth and enthusiasm. While Mei Fong sat quietly on the sidelines, resembling an outsider, silently munching on potato chips while following the unfolding plot. The selections are merely shows I have already seen, rendering the experience rather dull. The array of delicacies includes tofu pudding, steamed buns, flour rolls, sponge cake, braised eggs, mantou, wood ear soup, white fungus soup, lotus seed porridge, a treasure porridge, rice cakes, soy milk, and milk. The vendor's loudspeaker peers through the streets, infiltrating the neighborhood and reaching Mei Fong's home. Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi gazed with calmness at the brutal scene, ultimately unable to contain their frustration. It's so noisy outside. Why does it always linger here? It's the same time every day. Mei Fong, feeling exasperated, pressed the pause button. Shall we watch later? That makes sense. Xia Yuan rubbed her growling stomach, glancing at the meager remnants of food on the coffee table. Fong, let us head to the stall for some snacks. I crave braised eggs. I'll go buy some, replied Mei Fong. Yoshi, what would you like? I'll join as well, Lin Yoshi chimed in. The Annie at the snack stall makes the best pancakes. I wonder why they aren't advertised. Are both of you going? Then I'll join too, but let us not purchase too much. We still have dinner to consider. I promised Aunt May to ensure Fong eats well. After finishing The Plague of the Serpent 2, the trio commenced their culinary endeavors. The refrigerator is stocked with a bounty of vegetables that my mother has prepared, so there is no need to venture out to buy more. Mei Fong is washing rice and cooking, while Xia Yuan cleans the vegetables, and Lin Yoshi handles the chopping and stirring. Although they are merely 12 years old, these children exhibit a remarkable independence, akin to miniature adults, capable of managing various tasks. Just a moment ago, I noticed Fong appearing drowsy, but I assure you, the film I have chosen this time will not lull anyone to sleep. Xia Yuan, brimming with confidence, stands with one hand on her hip, proclaiming, I have been eagerly anticipating this movie for quite some time. It is far more terrifying than the zombie game we played at the arcade. Fong, you might end up frightened to the point of wetting your pants like you did when you were younger. Haha. Being a child has its advantages. Resident Evil Apocalypse is a classic adaptation of a video game and ranks among Mei Fong's top 3 favorites. The narrative set in Raccoon City is undeniably one of the most legendary tales within this series, wherein the fates of nearly all protagonists undergo significant transformations. To enhance Mei Fong's cinematic experience, Xia Yuan has insisted that she sit in the center of the sofa, playfully patting her shoulder and teasingly reminding her. With your sisters flanking you, there is no need to fear, Fong. If you feel scared, it's perfectly fine to hold on to your sisters. You all better protect me instead of the other way around, she retorts with a smirk. How could that possibly happen? Shall I begin? Lin Yoshi, holding the remote control, awaits permission before pressing the play button. 2 reckless youngsters, oblivious to the world around them. Summer Yuan unconsciously entwined her arm with Mei Fong's, while Lin Yoshi rested her hand upon Mei Fong's waist. Surely, this individual behind us will not awaken? These people are utterly malicious. How can they not allow so many innocent citizens to leave? The zombies here are so formidable. How could such a small group possibly prevail? What are you staring at? Watching a movie, aren't we? I shall supervise you to ensure you are not frightened. Clearly, it is you who appears to be terrified. Just as Mei Fong's words faded, a scene erupted on the television screen, depicting a zombie devouring a female journalist. The horrifying sounds of consumption startling Summer Yuan into a shriek, while Lin Yoshi, head bowed, clutched Mei Fong's waist tightly, causing her to cry out in pain as well. This film is truly terrifying. Since we are all scared, shall we not watch it anymore? Please, let us stop. I am not frightened at all. Mei Fong distanced herself from the accusation. If you are not scared, then why did you scream so loudly? That was because Yoshi was squeezing me. I did not. Lin Yoshi lied without a flicker of guilt. No more. No more. I am so sleepy. Fong, I wish to sleep. Yoshi, you must feel the same, right? Before Lin Yoshi could respond, Mei Fong interjected, having reached this point, there cannot be much left. How can you sleep without finishing it? I share your sentiment. Lin Yoshi's hand remained on Mei Fong's waist, but she no longer applied pressure. Let us see it through, Yuan. Indeed, he murmured, reluctantly allowing Mei Fong to continue the playback. What could be deemed a horror film, he mused, when the female protagonist possesses superpowers and several allies exhibit remarkable abilities? If one truly seeks a frightful experience, it must be the one I am about to present. Hush, do not speak. Mei Fong's enthusiastic introduction was abruptly interrupted. Yet he felt no offense, only a hint of nostalgia. Spending time with them had rendered him somewhat childlike. He relished the current cinematic experience. From a young age, Mei Fong had been an ardent film enthusiast, often visiting video rental shops to borrow tapes. However, during those times, with his parents preoccupied with work, he frequently watched alone. One could indeed find joy in solitary viewing. The thrill could still be exhilarating. Yet, without a companion to share the experience, something always felt amiss. His choice of Lonely Ridge was an attempt to fulfill a childhood regret. The first time he encountered Lonely Ridge was on television, late into the night. With only himself at home, curled up in a blanket, he watched the film, trembling with fear. Just as the movie transitioned into an intensely suspenseful moment, the power suddenly went out. The blackout persisted until noon the following day. One can only imagine how Mei Fong spent that night alone. He still vividly recalls the darkness of his dreams that night, a world where he could not see his own hand in front of him, the triangular figure, the corpse in the restroom, and the girl engulfed in flames. In the present moment, observing the rapt concentration of Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi, Mei Fong experiences an indescribable joy. He feels fortunate to have encountered them. Finally, the film has concluded. Xia Yuan stretches widely and remarks that the final boss wasn't as terrifying as anticipated. In fact, the zombie dogs posed a greater sense of dread. All right. Mei Fong's excitement has only just begun. Next, they must watch Lonely Ridge. Let us not forget our wager. Oh, must we continue? Fong? I truly wish to stop. I am utterly exhausted, Xia Yuan replies while rubbing her eyes. I feel both tired and sleepy. All I desire is rest. Lin Yoshi nods in agreement, adding, let us watch it tomorrow, Fong. We have already viewed 2 films today. We need time to digest. Very well. Mei Fong exhales deeply, his demeanor reflecting disappointment. His thoughts are consumed by the plot of Lonely Ridge. Imagining the expressions of fear Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan would display upon witnessing those scenes. As he ponders, fatigue finally envelopes him. Just as he prepares to close his eyes, a sudden knock resounds at the door. Startled, Mei Fong leaps from his bed. Damn, you scared me. Entering are Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan. Fong, why are you 2 here instead of sleeping? Fong, we cannot sleep. Xia Yuan pinches her nose and surveys the room. Your room has no air conditioning. It's stifling at night. Would you like to join us in our room for the night? Isn't that inappropriate? Mei Fong shook his head. I am a boy after all. What are you thinking? You could certainly sleep on the floor, or I could share the floor with Yoshi. What do you think? Hurry over. Lin Yoshi, succinct and frosty, fixed her gaze on Mei Fong, her expression suggesting that she wouldn't relent until he complied. Fine, I'll take the floor. Unable to resist the 2 girls, Mei Fong had no choice but to follow them to the master bedroom. Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi assisted in preparing the makeshift bed, fetching pillows for him. That should suffice. Mei Fong glanced at Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi, who were seated on the bed like ducks, and asked, Can we turn off the lights now? Wait a moment. Why turn off the lights so early? Xia Yuan tightly wrapped herself and Lin Yoshi in a blanket, insisting they chat about something else before sleep. Mei Fong pondered for a moment, then smiled slightly. How about a ghost story? Are you trying to scare us? Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi playfully tossed pillows at Mei Fong, engaging in light-hearted banter about trivial topics until weariness finally began to set in. Mei Fong quietly switched off the lights, leaving only a few murmurs from Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan on the bed. Observing that the 2 had peacefully drifted into slumber, he stealthily approached the door, ready to quietly slip away, when he suddenly heard soft murmurs of sleep. Fong, please don't go. Don't go, okay? Mei Fong paused momentarily, struck by the inability to discern whether the voice belonged to Yuan or Yoshi. Although the outside air was somewhat stifling, it was not entirely unbearable. Mei Fong reclined in his chair, tilting his head back as he gazed out at the resplendent starry river. A breathtaking nightscape still visible in 2008. If the years were to pass further, he might never again behold the stars in the sky. Time seemed to slip away all too swiftly. Mei Fong exhaled deeply, releasing a long, drawn-out sigh. Being a child again had its merits. The next day, school commenced. Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan packed their belongings to return home, after which they would seek out Mei Fong to finish watching Lonely Ridge. Although the film was indeed terrifying, the wager required them to scare each other to tears. In pursuit of a wish from Mei Fong, Xia Yuan resorted to closing her eyes, covering her ears, or simply staring at him, despite occasionally being frightened enough to cling to Mei Fong and whimper. She was far from shedding tears. Only the earnest Lin Yoshi diligently observed the film, To avoid being pinched, Mei Fong had intentionally placed Xia Yuan in the middle, as Lin Yoshi would not resort to pinching Xia Yuan as she did with Mei Fong. Ultimately, when Mei Fong noticed Lin Yoshi dabbing at her eyes, she had no choice but to concede. Xia Yuan's wish turned out to be intriguing. She chose to protect Lin Yoshi as she did in their childhood, prompting Mei Fong to halt his punishment of her. This was, in a sense, somewhat predictable. The solitary summer days of Mei Fong swiftly passed. However, despite the solitude, the door to his home was incessantly knocked upon by Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan over those 2 months. Eventually, due to his reluctance to rise early to open the door, Mei Fong provided them with a key for easy access. Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan do not always seek out Mei Fong for amusement. Both have developed the habit of rising early. Xia Yuan often arrives at dawn to study, while Lin Yoshi delights in experimenting with various dishes, inviting Mei Fong and Xia Yuan to savor her culinary creations, which is, in essence, akin to fulfilling a wager. During their playful moments, they also engage in QQ video calls, enjoying each other's company while playing, embodying the whimsical joys of girlhood. The small Famicom game console that Mei Fong purchased for Meiya has captivated them as well. The experience of the controllers has unveiled a new realm of enjoyment, with a single session of Contra occupying them for an entire afternoon. Mei Fong contemplates that once they mature a bit more, they can invest in genuine console games to elevate their gaming aesthetic and prevent them from straying into unworthy pursuits. As for the game project, The Early Bird Catches the Worm, which Mei Fong has been fervently contemplating since the onset of spring. He sought simple art outsourcing online and subsequently submitted his work to several domestic websites, such as 3 Ants and Yoshia. However, the reception of his submissions was rather disheartening, as they garnered little attention and the comments were bustling with negativity. What kind of rotten fish dares to call itself a game? I find Flash on 4,388 far more enjoyable. A scam for ad revenue. Don't click. It appears there were issues with the promotional strategy. Mei Fong later conducted a thorough review, realizing that most users on these renowned gaming portals were accustomed to indulging in AAA titles, holding them as the standard. To truly promote his work, he must create a buzz on mobile platforms, targeting potential players who typically do not engage with games, and he should not lose heart. Then Mei Fong delved into research and discovered that the Unity platform for iOS had been supported since 2008. Consequently, he busied himself with packaging for iOS, hoping to carve out a share of the App Store. Lin Yoshi had yet to confide in Mei Fong regarding her specific plans to save money for purchases. Although she remained occupied with playing games for profit, seemingly far from achieving her goal. Under Mei Fong's guidance, she learned to write scripts for automated gameplay, creating secondary accounts to assist her main account, a task Mei Fong had previously undertaken. Finally, the date of September 1st arrived, marking the commencement of the new school year for primary and secondary students. Why do you wear such a morose expression? You're a middle school student now. You should embody vitality and cheerfulness. Are you unaware that blaring the horn loudly in the neighborhood lacks decorum? Stop showing off, despite being a minor official. You are now a leader, so be mindful of your public image, he admonished. Honestly, Dad, you are quite embarrassing, Meiya interjected, piercingly. Mei Lijun wore a look of sorrow. It was one thing for Mei Fong to enter a rebellious phase, but how could little Ya, at such a tender age, also turn away from being his little darling? Drive properly and refrain from constantly looking around, he added, only to find himself later scolded by his wife, Xiang Xiaxia. Mei Lijun planned to first take his wife and daughter to register at the primary school before accompanying his son to the middle school. Not long after they left the community, they spotted Lin Yoshi and her father standing by the roadside. Lin Yoshi, with her backpack on, stood to one side while her father squatted down, adjusting their motorcycle. After being reminded by Mei Fong and Meiya, Mei Lijun stopped the car and rolled down the window to engage in conversation with Lin Yoshi and her father. Old Lin, is your motorcycle broken? Upon seeing the Mei family, Lin Yoshi's father quickly stood up to greet them, hurriedly wiping the oil from his nose. It was running fine, but today it won't start. Mei Fong, seated in the back, also lowered the window. Uncle Lin, why don't you set the motorcycle aside and repair it later? Come with us in our car to register first. That wouldn't be appropriate. I wouldn't want to trouble your family, replied Lin's father with a smile. Yoshi and I will just take a taxi later. Come on, old Lin, there's no need for such formality. I have room in my car. And we were supposed to register together anyway. It's on the way. Hurry up, or we'll be late for registration. Yoshi, hurry and get in. Thus, Lin Yoshi and her father joined Mei Lijun in the car. Meiya eagerly took Lin Yoshi's hand, urging her to sit beside her. Yoshi, I'm in 2nd grade now. Indeed, That's quite impressive. Lin Yoshi affectionately ruffled Meiya's hair, and the bond between them was evident. Meanwhile, Lin's father appeared somewhat awkward, frequently gazing out at the scenery outside the window. Mei Fang's parents were already familiar with Lin Yoshi's father, and as soon as they got into the car, they engaged in lively conversation with Xiao Xia and Mei Lijun. From their past dialogues and Lin Yoshi's descriptions, Mei Fang had gleaned a wealth of information. Lin Yoshi's father, Lin Guochuan, has spent many years laboring at construction sites. However, he is not merely a laborer, but rather a construction engineer, akin to a technician, responsible for directing the execution of projects and devising on-site plans. Although such technical work is arduous, the remuneration in 2008 was comparatively substantial in relation to other professions, which accounts for the overwhelming number of applicants for civil engineering programs during that period. Thus, it would be reasonable to conclude that Lin Yoshi's family is not particularly impoverished. Nonetheless, despite the demands of his profession, the Lin family grapples with additional burdens. As Mei Lijun conversed, he broached this troubling matter. "Ah, Lin, speaking of which, does your brother-in-law still incessantly solicit money from you?" Lin Guochuan offered a wry smile and shook his head, expressing his reluctance to discuss it further. Xiao Xia interjected indignantly. "I have heard that man idles away his days, spending them gambling in card houses. It is one thing to lend him assistance once or twice, but one cannot be expected to sustain him indefinitely. When his sister was alive, he adhered to certain boundaries. Now that there is no one to oversee him, he has become utterly unrestrained." Lin Guochuan shook his head, stating, "It's not that he lacks family. I'm merely a brother-in-law, and I can only extend my support as much as I can." "Honestly, you are far too generous," Mei Lijun remarked from the side. "Given your tenure at the construction site, you should have been promoted long ago. Why not advocate for yourself? Furthermore, your brother-in-law received a significant compensation package when his sister passed, so there is no justification for continuing to support him. If your family were in a more comfortable position, you can spend more time with Yoshi and buy her some lovely dresses." "Indeed," Lin Guochuan nodded with a smile, refraining from disputing Mei Lijun's words. Beside him, Lin Yoshi listened intently, her hands fidgeting restlessly, her expression one of profound melancholy. In the rearview mirror, Xiang Xiaoxia observed this scene and quickly interjected to Mei Lijun. "Saying a few less words won't lead to your demise. You speak as though you possess remarkable capabilities, yet after 3 years in Baizhou, you have achieved naught. The higher-ups have not descended. How can I expect any opportunities for advancement? Besides, Dad, focus on driving." Mei Lijun chimed in. "We are eager to register." All right. It was evident that only one person in the car was truly unhappy, and profoundly so. Why indulge in other games? Lin Yoshi's father, Lin Guochuan, was fundamentally a man of integrity and honesty. However, such individuals are often the most vulnerable to mistreatment. Under his influence, Lin Yoshi developed a humble disposition from a young age, yet she aspired to assert herself in some manner, gradually cultivating her own thoughts in recent years. Mei Lijun attempted to recall some memories from Lin Yoshi's past life, realizing that beneath her seemingly untouchable aura lay a history fraught with pain from her original family. At that time, rumors circulated in class about Lin Yoshi's illustrious lineage, yet she herself remained indifferent to matters of attire and appearance. In retrospect, it seems utterly absurd. However, now it is different. After all, I have come to understand. The rather displeased Mei Lijun first escorted Meiya to Xiaoxiao for her elementary school enrollment, while allowing Lin Guochuan to occupy the front passenger seat, engaging him in discussions about national affairs, current events, and the world of football. Lin Guochuan, a university graduate and an erudite individual, found himself sharing in the joy of contemplating grand matters with Mei Lijun as they erupted into hearty laughter together. Meanwhile, Mei Fang and Lin Yoshi were seated in the back row, where Mei Fang inquired, "Why didn't you bring your backpack today? Aren't we just enrolling and leaving?" Lin Yoshi appeared puzzled. "That's the procedure for elementary school. Enrollment today means classes start today," Mei Fang explained. "In fact, it's perfectly fine to leave the books at school. The desks in middle school are the flip-top kind, where the surface can be lifted open, allowing the books to be stored inside. This way, we don't need to carry backpacks to and from school." "That sounds quite convenient. Why doesn't elementary school use such desks?" Lin Yoshi asked. "Elementary desks are less expensive. And back in our day, we had fewer books, so there was no need," Mei Fang clarified. Gradually, Lin Yoshi's mood began to settle amidst their casual conversation. Mei Lijun had departed quite early, yet the experimental middle school was still bustling with people, leaving few available parking spaces. After several laps around the vicinity, Mei Lijun finally found a spot to park, whereupon he began observing the vehicles of the parents of Mei Fang's future classmates, Audis, BMWs, and more. Are there truly so many luxury cars in our county now? Look, that's old Xia's car. He arrived even earlier than us. Although there is no intersection between work and life, the children are acquainted well enough, and Xia Yuan's father, Xia Sun, has met Mei Lijun and Lin Guochuan on several occasions. Lin Guochuan pondered aloud, what is old Xia doing these days? I recall he has seemingly stepped away from the restaurant business. Oh, that was ages ago, Mei Lijun replied, shaking his head. He is primarily engaged in investments now, having partnered with a few friends to open several establishments, a tea shop, a flower store, and a chain of fruit shops. With a sigh, Mei Lijun continued. Come to think of it, I must express my gratitude to my daughter, Xia Yuan. After he handed over his restaurant, the nearby roads were under construction, and it collapsed within a year. He would have lost a fortune otherwise. Now, he has managed to revive his ventures. Wealthy individuals seem to possess such fortuitous destinies. They can profit regardless of their endeavors, unlike us. One could say old Xia has a keen eye for opportunity, Lin Guochuan agreed with a chuckle, recalling his many years as a business owner and the vast experiences he had gathered. As Mei Fang silently chuckled at the memory of Xia Yuan's father weeping in front of his daughter, Lin Yoshi tugged at Mei Fang's sleeve, pointing toward an area surrounded by a crowd. It seems there is a bulletin board posting the class assignments. Let us go take a look. Let us go. At this moment, Lin Yoshi, Xia Yuan, and Mei Fang were all aware that they were placed in Class A, which consisted of 6 classes, making their grouping a rather rare occurrence. Mei Fang naturally hoped to continue being in the same class as them, but such matters were left to fate. Aside from his rebirth, he had no other advantages. The two of them squeezed to the front, craning their necks to glimpse the class allocation posted on the bulletin board. The list for Class A began with Class 8, and they separated to scan the roster. Mei Fang, while perusing the names in Class 8, spotted Xia Yuan's name at the very end, but he and Lin Yoshi were not listed. Just as Mei Fang felt a twinge of disappointment, Lin Yoshi called him over. Ah Fang, over here. Lin Yoshi's name was prominently displayed at the top of Class 9, while Mei Fang was ranked 5th. We are in the same class. Lin Yoshi nodded, though she did not seem particularly overjoyed. Yuan's name is not here. She has been assigned to Class 8. I just saw her name. Mei Fang remarked, at least she is in the adjacent class, which is a significant improvement compared to the distance between our previous elective and regular classes. She must be feeling down right now. Let's go keep her company during the break. Absolutely. The academic pressure for middle school students is not as intense as that of high school, and they enjoy greater freedom in their lives, particularly illustrated by the autonomy of their student meal cards, a privilege that elementary students scarcely possess. Mei Lijun and Lin Guochuan accompanied their children to complete the enrollment procedures, and they were delighted to discover that their offspring were in the same class. Our children are truly destined to be together. They get along splendidly and are in the same class. Mei Lijun laughed heartily, though he lamented that Yuan was not with them. Lin Guochuan nodded. However, even if they were not in the same class, their bond would remain just as strong. After bidding farewell to their fathers, Mei Fang and Lin Yoshi entered the classroom, where a small number of students were already seated. Mei Fang noticed 2 vacant seats together and was about to call Lin Yoshi over when she saw her elementary school classmate, Yusini, waving at her, and thus stopped Mei Fang. Fang, let us sit over there. You take the front seat, and I'll sit behind. Are you not going to sit at the same table as me? Mei Fang, accustomed to sharing a desk with Xia Yuan, instinctively assumed that Lin Yoshi would wish to do the same. Lin Yoshi shook her head, indicating that sitting in front and behind was sufficient, as they would be changing seats later on. Is it that you're afraid Xia Yuan might get jealous? Mei Fang refrained from directly asking, fearing it would make her seem overly sentimental and foolish. It wasn't that she required the comfort of sitting next to Yoshi. Mei Fang found his designated seat in front of Lin Yoshi and settled down. Beside him sat a boy. As soon as he placed his backpack down, the boy suddenly stretched and turned to meet Mei Fang's gaze. Mei Fang scrutinized the boy's face for a moment, his expression gradually contorting until he could no longer contain himself, and exclaimed, No way, you're not Zhangming, are you? How do you know my name? The boy asked with curiosity, which elementary school did you attend? Experimental school. That's not right. I went to number 1 elementary. How do you know me? We must have some connection from our past lives. Haha, you're talking nonsense. Zhang Ming gently patted Mei Fang's shoulder, wearing a cheerful expression that I found quite endearing. In a previous life, Mei Fang and Zhang Ming only became acquainted during high school. However, due to the butterfly effect of Mei Fang's rebirth, They astonishingly crossed paths in middle school, even becoming desk mates. This occurrence evoked a profound sense of nostalgia and astonishment within Mei Fong. Furthermore, this middle school version of Zhang Ming was a novel sight for her. He was significantly shorter than his high school self and bore a hint of baby fat, exuding an adorable youthful charm. Yet, upon reaching high school, he transformed into a seasoned rogue, spending his vacations immersed in internet cafes, during which Mei Fong found herself influenced by him, ultimately diverting her focus from her studies. Of course, the term influenced is used lightly. Mei Fong genuinely cherished the moments spent with him in those gaming dens. What games do you usually play? The initial exchange among boys typically begins with this inquiry, and Zhang Ming wasted no time in asking. I play everything. Do you play Kart Rider? Zhang Ming proudly elaborated on his gaming credentials. I have an L2 license and a permanent Panda car. I don't play much. I only accompany others. Mei Fong inquired further. Do you play any other games? Zhang Ming shook his head. Why bother with other games? Kart Rider is the best in the world. As the evening study session concluded, Zhang Ming suggested they return together. Zhang Ming's character can be described as adaptable. He engages with whatever is presented to him. During his time at Meifeng High School, he immersed himself in Dota 1 for 3 years. Following his graduation, he transitioned to League of Legends, dedicating 4 to 7 years to it until he completed his postgraduate studies and faded into obscurity at Washing. Thus, it appears that his childhood friend from middle school is this very game, Kart Rider. Mei Fong and Zhang Ming exchanged casual conversation while discreetly keeping an eye on Lin Yoshi. This was the first occasion since kindergarten that Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong were classmates. Although they spent considerable time together outside of class, opportunities to share the same classroom were exceedingly rare. Lin Yoshi's desk mate, Yu Sini, appeared demure yet was quite chatty, incessantly inquiring about Lin Yoshi's summer activities. In contrast, Lin Yoshi responded with brief replies, her expression largely unchanged. Only when her gaze met Mei Fong's did she suddenly shoot him an annoyed glance, as if her secret had been uncovered, before resuming her usual lively demeanor around him. There was little for Lin Yoshi to worry about. Her concerns seemed minimal. However, Mei Fong was greatly apprehensive about Yuan's current state of mind. In the first class, everyone was introduced to their homeroom teacher, Li Shibing, who took to the podium to speak about the general expectations of middle school life before initiating the distribution of textbooks. Let me see, Lin Yoshi. Are you present? Lin Yoshi raised her hand politely, indicating her presence. The homeroom teacher, Li Shibing, adjusted his glasses and scrutinized Lin Yoshi for a moment before nodding and saying, please ask a few classmates to retrieve our textbooks from the Academic Affairs office. It is located on the first floor of the adjacent building. Lin Yoshi, with student ID number 01, was undoubtedly regarded as a model student by the teacher. However, in reality, Lin Yoshi had never held any position in elementary school, and being suddenly called upon left her feeling somewhat flustered. Upon standing, her first instinct was to pull her close friend, Mei Fong, along with her. We are indeed good friends. Thus, Mei Fong took on Lin Yoshi's task and began organizing their classmates. He called upon Zhang Ming and Yu Sini, and the 4 of them set off together, which also provided an opportunity to observe the situation in the neighboring class where Xia Yuan was. As Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi exited the classroom, they passed by Xia Yuan's room, and Lin Yoshi began to peer through the window. There she is, she whispered to Mei Fong. The 2 of them gazed through the third window and caught sight of Xia Yuan animatedly conversing with several girls beside her. It seemed their worries were unfounded. After all, Yuan was quite adept at socializing with those around her. Yet, when Xia Yuan's gaze unexpectedly met theirs as she glanced outside, Lin Yoshi began to doubt her previous thoughts. Xia Yuan nearly stood up but then quietly sat back down, performing an uncharacteristic gesture reminiscent of a beckoning cat. The smile on her face appeared somewhat forced. It feels as though tears are on the verge of flowing. During her early years in kindergarten, Mei Fong observed that some of the younger children, upon first entering the nursery, would play joyfully together. Yet, the moment their parents appeared, their expressions would shift dramatically, and they would start to cry. Lin Yoshi shared a similar sentiment. Despite Yuan's current laughter, she was genuinely feeling disheartened. I understand. I truly do. Mei Fong nodded. For no one comprehended the nuances of Lin Yoshi's expressions better than he and Lin Yoshi themselves. Let us proceed, Mei Fong, urged Zhang Ming, gently nudging Mei Fong's shoulder. The 2 quickly became acquainted. Lingering further would surely incur the wrath of their homeroom teacher. The close interaction between Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong piqued Yu Sini's intense curiosity. On their way to the academic office, she discreetly inquired of Lin Yoshi, "It seems you and Mei Fong are quite familiar. Am I correct? I noticed he often accompanies Xia Yuan when he comes to see you." Lin Yoshi hesitated momentarily, torn over whether to respond. Ultimately, she glanced back at Mei Fong, who had overheard some of the conversation. "What is there to hide?" Mei Fong remarked, finding no reason for secrecy. "Lin Yoshi and I, as well as Xia Yuan, have been childhood companions." "Childhood? Just how early?" Yusini's excitement grew. "I had a feeling it was like that." "Well, we met back in kindergarten." "How wonderfully beautiful." Upon hearing about the tales of Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi, Yusini instantly transformed into an enthusiastic observer, exclaiming how it was no wonder their relationship appeared so harmonious. "Back in elementary school, I hardly spoke with Lin Yoshi. She always seemed rather unapproachable. However, witnessing her converse with you all revealed an entirely different demeanor. Look, the way you are speaking to me now is something you would never have done before. When we were in the same group during elementary school, I was too timid to ask you any questions. I had no idea." Lin Yoshi believed she had a good rapport with Yusini. In truth, Mei Fong had long since noticed that when either she or Xia Yuan was nearby, Lin Yoshi exhibited a more amiable disposition towards her peers. Otherwise, she often appeared quite aloof, displaying a reluctance to engage. "Hey, why are you all dawdling?" exclaimed Zhang Ming, who was walking ahead, growing increasingly impatient as he observed his companions chattering along the way. "What if the dean catches you? Come on, hurry up." Mei Fong quickly caught up, reflecting on how her former best friend had been so rule-abiding from such a young age. Despite his playful nature, he possessed a character that adhered strictly to rules, never skipping classes for amusement or sneaking out for fun. Yet when it came to his own time, he could indulge in play for an entire day and night. A life too rigidly bound by rules may indeed avoid risks, but it also destined one to live in perpetual submission. Consider Lin Yoshi's father, Lin Guochuan, or Zhang Ming from a past life. He diligently toiled for 2 to 3 years at Huaxing, yet the fortunate opportunities of promotion and equity distribution eluded him, falling instead to his colleagues adept at crafting PowerPoint presentations. During the expedition to Ikonan, he was meant to be included under the pretense of focused observation and cultivation. But ultimately, the situation turned dire. Although Mei Fong initially intended to respect the destiny of his close friend, the rekindling of his bond with Zhang Ming presented an opportunity to lend support, encouraging him to boldly express dissent to their superiors. For instance, Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi, upon the conclusion of their classes, sought out Xia Yuan in the adjacent classroom. Xia Yuan shared their sentiments, and as the three converged at the classroom entrance, she impulsively embraced Lin Yoshi in a display of affection, leaving Mei Fong momentarily sidelined. What a pity. They nearly could have shared a class. Despite Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi speculating that Xia Yuan might be feeling downcast, she wore a beaming smile, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Lin Yoshi. Although there were no topics that allowed Mei Fong to interject, he dutifully stood by, participating in the dialogue. "Ah Fong, since it's your first time in the same class as Yoshi, you must continue to sit together," she remarked. "No," Lin Yoshi interjected. "Ah Fong and I are seated in different rows." Xia Yuan was taken aback by this revelation but cautiously inquired, "So, is Ah Fong sitting next to a boy or a girl?" "A boy." "Then that's a relief." Xia Yuan nodded in reassurance, perhaps realizing the peculiarity of her question. To shift the conversation, she cleared her throat emphatically, saying, "Even if we aren't in the same class, we will still remain the best of friends, right?" Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi exchanged a glance, followed by a resigned smile towards Xia Yuan. "What's up with you two?" Xia Yuan inquired. "You know, Yoshi, sometimes I really think Yuan can be quite childish." "I concur." Lin Yoshi nodded in agreement. "You two are truly insufferable. Just promise me what I asked." We promise," Mei Fong said, affectionately ruffling Xia Yuan's hair. This gesture drew the attention of several passing students, as it was perceived as a rather intimate display. After a flurry of chaotic days, Mei Fong and her friends' middle school lives gradually found stability. Their morning reading sessions commenced at 6:45, with dinner served at school, followed by evening study hours concluding at 7 p.m. This evening study period was later abolished due to policy changes, a privilege Mei Fong unfortunately missed out on. During this time, Lin Yoshi was elected as the temporary class monitor due to her exceptional ability to manage the class, often sitting at the podium completing her assignments while maintaining order during lunch breaks. Should any whispers arise from the students below, a mere glance from Lin Yoshi would swiftly restore silence in the classroom. Few in the class were acquainted with Lin Yoshi, as they seemed wary of provoking this formidable academic rival. Xia Yuan was always keenly interested in the happenings between Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong. Yet when it came to her own experiences, she often feigned disinterest, claiming nothing amusing had occurred to deflect the conversation. Although school ends quite late, Mei Fong still goes to Xia Yuan's house to study in the evenings, having shifted their study location from the living room to teacher-used study. However, they are no longer in the same class, resulting in a disparity in their learning progress across various subjects, particularly in mathematics. At times, Mei Fong finds herself explaining concepts to Xia Yuan that she has yet to encounter in class, making self-study quite challenging for her. One night, during a particularly late study session, Xia Yuan uttered a statement that Mei Fong never imagined she would hear from her. "School is so boring." Mei Fong paused, setting down her pen, and looked up at Xia Yuan, who was holding a pen between her lips while gazing pensively out the window, her expression notably melancholic. "Ah, Fong, why must we study?" she asked. "You must be feeling unhappy at school to ask that. Remember how much you loved learning in elementary school?" Xia Yuan dropped the pen onto her desk, expressing her discontent with a huff. "I actually don't enjoy studying at all. I just like to play." "Who doesn't like to play?" "I enjoy gaming every day too," Mei Fong replied, embarking on a brief educational discourse. "But only by studying diligently can we gain admission into good high schools and universities, which will make job hunting much easier, even if it's not just for employment. University life is so wonderful, it's worth experiencing. You and Yushi are excellent students. You will surely be able to enter prestigious universities." As soon as Xia Yuan mentioned this, her anxiety intensified. "I just can't handle it. My mind feels dull. And I consistently struggle with the final few challenging math problems, which leaves me with no choice but to settle for a second or third-tier university. However, it's still early, and with diligent study, I should be able to catch up. But what if I can't keep up?" Observing Xia Yuan's pitiful expression, Mei Fong let out a resigned sigh. "Why don't we take a stroll outside the neighborhood? You seem overwhelmed with pressure." "Okay." Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Yuan nodded in agreement. Mei Fong genuinely empathized with Xia Yuan's current feelings. Before graduating from elementary school, she had always been an exemplary student. Surrounded by admiration from peers and affection from teachers, coming from a well-off family, she enjoyed a carefree life. During her one moment of hardship, Mei Fong was by her side, offering encouragement and support, having been showered with affection and sheltered from the world's cruelties. It is only natural that a girl like her perceives everything through a lens of beauty. Yet now, she finds herself in a relatively unfamiliar learning environment, where the privileges she once enjoyed have vanished, and it is entirely normal for her to feel the weight of pressure. However, Mei Fong considered this a beneficial development. Xia Yuan could not remain a sheltered flower forever, as that would hinder her character development. This situation presents an opportunity for her to adapt, grow, and gain experience. "Ah, Fong, do you know? At first, I didn't realize it after graduation, but now that I'm in middle school, I truly feel that elementary school life was incredibly wonderful. Certainly, the pressure of studying is not overwhelming, and the class hours are quite brief. It is not merely that." Xia Yuan paused, gazing at Mei Fong beside her. "After all, during that time, I was still sharing a desk with my childhood companion." Mei Fong did not anticipate Xia Yuan's sudden directness, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan remained quietly on the stone steps, observing Mei Fong's reaction with a cheerful smile. Once Mei Fong regained her composure and noticed the pavilion ahead, she suggested, having walked for so long. "Shall we sit over there?" "Sounds good," Xia Yuan exclaimed, skipping alongside Mei Fong as they made their way to the pavilion. After sitting for a while, she stood before Mei Fong and declared, "Ah, Fong, I wish to sing." "Then sing, if you wish to," Mei Fong replied with a gentle smile. "What would you like to sing?" Let me think." Without revealing the song's title, Xia Yuan cleared her throat and began to softly hum the prelude. "Will you think of tomorrow? The diary you wrote yesterday, will you remember tomorrow? The you who once cried the most. The teachers have long forgotten. The you who couldn't solve the problems. I too stumbled upon old photographs, and only then recalled my deskmate." At first, Xia Yuan hummed with her head down. But as she continued singing, she lifted her gaze, tenderly fixed on Mei Fong. Upon sensing Xia Yuan's gaze, Mei Fong lifted his head. And as Xia Yuan continued to sing, she suddenly burst into laughter. "You've thrown me off key. Why are you staring at me? Why the sudden melancholy? This song is meant for reminiscing about youth, and at your age, there's no need to sing it. I'm right here beside you, honestly. Is it not permissible for me to sing? You always say to sing if I want, but you're such a liar, constantly overseeing me." As they walked, Xia Yuan in front and Mei Fong behind, they arrived at a crossroads. On a bench to one side, a young couple was sweetly nestled together. Xia Yuan approached, then abruptly turned back as if startled, dashing to a nearby thicket and pulling Mei Fong along with her. Despite the dim lights ahead, their postures were still distinctly visible. Xia Yuan observed the couple under the glow of the lights and remarked to Mei Fong, "That's my neighbor's sister. She must be sharing a kiss with her boyfriend." Mei Fong covered Xia Yuan's eyes, preventing her from watching any longer. Xia Yuan appeared somewhat reluctant to leave, and it took Mei Fong some time to coax her to move on. Finally, her curiosity got the better of her, and she tapped Mei Fong's shoulder, asking, "Ah Fong, do you think kissing is really that interesting?" Though he had lived 2 lifetimes, Mei Fong truly did not know. He had never kissed anyone. Moreover, Xia Yuan was still quite young, and he could not lead her astray. At that moment, Xia Yuan trailed behind Mei Fong. 065 elections and grouping the results of the examination have been released, and to be candid, it is quite difficult to fathom that this is the level achieved by the students of Class A at the experimental high school. I wonder what you have been listening to in class. In less than a month of interaction, our homeroom teacher, Li Shibing, has already adopted a rather critical tone. Out of the mathematics paper scored out of 120, only 7 students managed to score above 100, while Class 8 next door has double that number. How embarrassing. Now, let me read out the names of those who scored above 100. Teacher Li begins to announce the scores one by one. Lin Yoshi, 120, Mei Fong, 119, Chen Jie, 111, Huang Zhe, 107, Lu Xiueqing, 104. What on earth? Even a score of 119 warrants a self-reflection? Mei Fong realizes her mistake was merely an extra stroke and feels a wave of regret wash over her. During her primary school years, Teacher Yu placed little emphasis on grades, rarely announcing scores unless it was a significant examination. Calling out scores only added pressure to those who did not perform well, while for those who excelled, it felt more like a ceremony of acknowledgement. Overall, this practice does indeed foster a sense of competition and ambition. However, the top student, Lin Yoshi, does not require such motivation. Moreover, after approximately a month of interaction with one another, we have decided that during tonight's evening study session, we will not focus on exercises. Instead, we shall hold elections for class officers and then reorganize our seating and form new groups. Those interested in running for class officer positions should first register with Lin Yoshi for a tally. Lin Yoshi did not resist assisting the homeroom teacher. After compiling a list, she nudged Mei Fong with her pen. "Are you considering running for any class position?" Mei Fong shook her head, expressing her disinterest. "I prefer to pursue my own endeavors." Upon hearing this, Lin Yoshi lowered her head as if deep in thought. Mei Fong understood her contemplation. "Do you wish to run for class monitor?" Lin Yoshi shook her head, hesitating for a moment before admitting, "A little. Although the responsibilities are numerous and varied, I perceive it as an opportunity for growth. I just wonder if everyone would be willing to support my candidacy." Of course they would, Mei Fong assured, encouraging Lin Yoshi to embrace change. "If you aspire to be class monitor, simply write your name down. I wholeheartedly support you. Then, you should also consider taking a class position." Lin Yoshi began to persuade Mei Fong. "This way, you can gain experience too." "Me?" "Yes," Lin Yoshi affirmed with a nod. "If you don't participate, I am also hesitant to run." Mei Fong thought to herself how determined Lin Yoshi was, always wanting her to accompany her in every endeavor. Just as she was about to express her reluctance, she reconsidered. "Let me think. I could be a group leader. Would you help me with the writing?" "Absolutely." According to the regulations set forth by the homeroom teacher, Li Shibing, before the class concludes, the class leaders and group leaders must first be selected. Subsequently, each study group will be assigned 1 leader and 2 class leaders, who are free to choose their respective groups to form learning clusters, allowing them to partner with Yoshi in the process. Since they are part of the same group, their seating arrangements will not be too far apart. After devising a clever plan, Mei Fong contemplated that the position of class leader might require campaigning. So she engaged in a preliminary discussion with Lin Yoshi regarding some aspects of the election speech. She ensured that Yoshi's speech content was well aligned, as her success in being elected would render Mei Fong's role as group leader meaningful. Li Shibing envisioned a total of 8 group leaders. Yet only 4 individuals stepped forward to run for the position, much to his frustration. "You are squandering such a valuable opportunity for personal growth in the future. As you mature, you will miss out on even more," he admonished. "Consider this carefully. Self-nominations or recommendations from others are both acceptable." Li Shibing continued to express his sentiments passionately, prompting some hesitant classmates to finally inscribe their names. Observing his deskmate, Zhang Ming, doodling stick figures in combat on a scrap of paper, Mei Fong noted his seemingly lackadaisical attitude. She pondered that years hence, Zhang Ming might become a passive drifter, a victim of circumstance due to his lack of accountability during his academic years. Perhaps, if he were to diligently cultivate his organizational skills and evolve into a more opinionated individual, his future might improve slightly. Motivated by a desire to assist, Mei Fong inquired, "Zhang Ming, do you not aspire to be a group leader?" Zhang Ming scrutinized Mei Fong with an odd expression. As the group leader, he was burdened with a myriad of trivial matters to address, including the collection of assignments. If he encountered a difficult member within the group, it could lead to offending someone, and he found such complications utterly unappealing. Zhang Ming, if you continue to adopt a laid-back attitude, you may find yourself assigned to a remote area to suffer in the future. What nonsense is this? Mei Fong feigned a serious demeanor. Although our time together has been brief, I genuinely consider you a friend. I cannot stand idly by and watch you descend into complacency. So, what then? Without hesitation, Mei Fong stood up and, without waiting for Zhang Ming to pull at his sleeve, swiftly approached the blackboard and inscribed Zhang Ming's name in the section designated for the group leader. "Mr. Li, you mentioned earlier that we could recommend others, correct?" Upon glancing at the name on the blackboard, Teacher Li nodded. Gaining the recognition of others is indeed a testament to one's capabilities. Mei Fong, you, erase that immediately. Mei Fong replied earnestly, I believe you are capable of being recommended, but if you truly do not wish to take on this role, simply raise your hand to inform the teacher or erase it yourself. It is of no consequence. He had no particular desire for Zhang Ming to assume this position. Whether or not he did so held no significance for him. This was merely an attempt to extend a helping hand to a close friend from a past life. After all, if Zhang Ming could learn to express his thoughts courageously, it would signify a form of growth for him. In a previous life, Zhang Ming was merely too honest to voice his opinions, which ultimately led him to become a soldier in Wakonan. Yet, he remained as expected by Mei Fong, seated with his head bowed, lamenting, "You truly leave one speechless. How can one be like you, you wretched creature? Thus, do you indeed harbor aspirations of becoming the team leader? Of course not. I merely wish to state that if I were to step up and write my name, Li Shibing would surely twist my head off." "You coward," Mei Fong retorted with a smirk. "I am a coward, and if you disagree, keep it to yourself." Zhang Ming propped his chin on his hand, wearing an expression of resigned melancholy as he gazed out the window. "In truth, whether or not I become the team leader is of little consequence. I do not resist it so fervently. Zhang Ming, do not be deceived by the current era of the four charming figures of Ding Gong. The trend of Sunra will soon fade away. Moreover, you are not a beautiful girl, so stop being so pretentious." "Mei Fong, are you out of your mind?" Zhang Ming muttered softly, cursing Mei Fong for his nonsensical ramblings that he could barely comprehend. As for the upcoming election for class representatives, there was little competition. Only 3 names were submitted for the position of class leader: Lin Yoshi, Qin Jie, and Huang Zhe. Lin Yoshi needs no introduction. While both young men have performed commendably in class and possess a degree of influence, Li Shibing instructed the 3 to prepare before commencing their speeches. Huang Zhe was the first to eagerly raise his hand and present his speech, which he had meticulously crafted over the past week. "Esteemed teacher, dear classmates, greetings to you all. My name is Huang Zhe, and today I aspire to run for the position of class monitor. I believe I possess several advantages. Firstly, I have held the position of class monitor since elementary school and am well acquainted with its responsibilities. Secondly, my academic performance is exemplary, allowing me to serve as a role model for my peers. Thirdly, I am always willing to lend a helping hand should a classmate stumble. I would assist them in getting back on their feet and seek out a teacher for support. This concludes my speech. Thank you all." Huang Wu's speech was quite lengthy, and it seemed he had prepared for this day for an extended period. Although his words were somewhat grandiose and lacking in substance, they carried an air of professionalism that might resonate with junior high students. Meanwhile, Mei Fong scribbled a note and passed it to Lin Yoshi in the back row. Upon opening it, Lin Yoshi found the words, "Yoshi, the best in the world." This playful and somewhat childish cheer caused her to inadvertently chuckle softly in front of the entire class. Oh no, what was intended as encouragement for Yoshi had backfired. Qin Jie felt discomfort at Lin Yoshi's laughter. He paused his speech and directed his gaze toward her. "Lin Yoshi, do you have any objections to my earlier remarks?" Lin Yoshi stood up, first offering an apology for her earlier laughter, then continued, regarding Qin Jie's statements. "I hold some differing opinions. Did you truly listen to what I just said? Indeed, Lin Yoshi resumed her usual indifferent demeanor and remarked, "You just mentioned that as a boy, you can adeptly mediate disputes among boys, yet a girl as class monitor would falter in this regard. How remarkable." Mei Fong had entirely forgotten that Lin Yoshi possessed this remarkable dual capability. Chen Jie, unflustered, presented his argument, stating that disputes among boys often escalate into physical confrontations, necessitating a robust mediator to command respect and compliance. However, being a class monitor is not merely a matter of physical strength. Lin Yoshi countered, "If I were the class monitor, I would first seek the assistance of my fellow classmates and, if necessary, intervene myself. To me, the essence of being a class monitor lies in fostering unity among classmates rather than acting unilaterally." Chen Jie hurriedly clarified, "What I meant was that this way, I wouldn't burden others and could resolve boys' disputes more swiftly." It appeared that Chen Jie was solely fixated on conflicts among boys. "What about when girls encounter disputes? Do you know how to handle that?" Lin Yoshi inquired. Chen Jie pondered for a moment and replied, "I believe disputes among girls typically involve mere verbal exchanges and rarely escalate to physical altercations. Thus, they bear no significant consequences. Just a little reprimand should suffice." No sooner had Chen Jie finished speaking than a chorus of disapproving jeers erupted from the girls, clearly indicating their indignation. Goodness! How dare one underestimate the conflicts that arise among girls? This could very well herald the premature forfeiture of a 3-year right to choose a partner. Of course, this is merely a jest. Junior high students should refrain from early romance. By Chao Manjun. I suggest we temporarily set aside your dispute and proceed with selecting a class leader. Li Shibing interjected, then turned his gaze toward Chen Jie, inquiring, "Do you have anything to add?" "Originally, I did, but it has slipped my mind." Upon seeing Chen Jie shake his head, Li Shibing nodded towards Lin Yoshi. "Then, let us invite Lin Yoshi to the stage to speak." After standing up, Lin Yoshi walked leisurely to the podium. Although she was not particularly fond of speaking, her experience as the acting class leader this month had afforded her some valuable insights. "The reason I wish to run for class leader is primarily rooted in a personal reflection," Lin Yoshi stated. "In the past, I lacked decisiveness and merely followed the opinions of my friends. Therefore, I aspire to undertake the role of class leader to cultivate my own abilities, enabling me to grow and adequately assist my friends as well as my classmates, rather than merely relying on others for support. Thank you all." Lin Yoshi's campaign declaration lacked the theatrical flair of Huang Zhi's recitation and the aloofness of Chen Jie. Instead, she exuded a sincerity that stemmed genuinely from her heart. However, Li Shibing appeared somewhat puzzled and prompted Lin Yoshi, "Wouldn't you like to elaborate on your advantages for running as class leader? For instance, your academic performance?" "Well, I believe there is nothing more to discuss," Lin Yoshi remarked. "You have already announced my scores this afternoon." As soon as her words fell, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. At that moment, everyone became acutely aware that Lin Yoshi, who had achieved a perfect score, was the only one in the class exempt from writing a self-reflection. She was indeed the true paragon of academic excellence. The subtlety of her confidence was utterly captivating. This was precisely the impression that Lin Yoshi had left on Mei Fong in her past life. Poised and unruffled, she emanated an unmistakable aura of strength that resonated deeply within her being. Of course, the current Yoshi was still far from that lofty demeanor. Yet she had begun to exhibit glimpses of it. Such charisma not only attracted the attention of boys but also wielded a formidable influence over her female peers, as evidenced by the throngs of admirers who gazed at her with starry eyes, whispering amongst themselves. The vote counting for the class committee election had concluded, with 72 students in total. After Lin Yoshi garnered half of the votes, she ceased to tally further. In truth, even without this event, securing the position of class monitor would have been effortless for her. With Li Shibing's endorsement and her outstanding academic performance, coupled with the natural divide between boys and girls during this adolescent stage, the girls tended to unite, while the boys often pursued their individual interests. Thus, not completing the vote count was merely a gesture of courtesy towards Huang Zhi and Chen Jie. Consequently, Lin Yoshi rightfully assumed the role of class monitor, and there was no competition for the other committee positions. After a few brief remarks from Li Shibing, the group leaders and class officials commenced the formation of their respective teams. Naturally, Lin Yoshi and the newly appointed class representative for Chinese, Yu Xini, became members of the Mei Fong group. The homeroom teacher, Li Shibing, exhibited a relatively open-minded approach regarding seating arrangements, allowing the remaining group members to choose their teams based on a draw and personal preference, perhaps due to Lin Yoshi's commendable performance today. She garnered considerable affection from many of her female classmates, resulting in the 8-member Mei Fong group being nearly filled with girls. Fortunately, a boy was assigned as her desk partner, sparing her from the endless inquiries of Yuan Yuan, who would undoubtedly have been curious about the situation. During the reallocation of seats, Mei Fong could not contain her curiosity and posed a question to Lin Yoshi regarding a matter she had previously raised. Yoshi, if a conflict arises among girls, do you know how to handle it? Lin Yoshi paused for a moment, smiling sheepishly as she shook her head. To be honest, I'm not quite sure myself. Yuan Yuan and I have hardly ever quarreled throughout our lives. At most, we had minor disagreements. And I'm uncertain what could lead to a real conflict. How can you say that when you don't even know? Mei Fong chuckled helplessly. If someone were to ask you about it, how do you think you would respond? Well, if the question were posed, I would say sincerity is key, Lin Yoshi explained. As long as the two parties involved in the argument are honest with each other, and the mediator considers both perspectives without bias, they will ultimately reconcile. Indeed, sincerity in communication is paramount. Mei Fong nodded in agreement, affirming that one should ask questions openly and express concerns directly. For those who speak in riddles often meet an unfortunate end. 067 The enhanced power of Afongo, Yushi, you become the class monitor. Congratulations. I must admit, I feel a bit intimidated on my own. Lin Yoshi smiled bashfully, explaining that it was Afong who encouraged her to run. And he has also taken on the role of group leader. Oh, is that so? Xia Yuan gazed at Mei Fong with curiosity, surprised that he would engage in such activities. When we were in elementary school together, you always found it bothersome and were reluctant to take on leadership roles. How is it that you've changed now that you're in junior high with Yoshi? Well, this situation is rather unique. In what way is it unique? Mei Fong, aware of Xia Yuan's disdain for secrets among friends, decided to be forthright. It turns out he wanted to be in the same group as Yoshi. That makes sense. Xia Yuan murmured, understanding the reasoning. Since you're already in the same group, why not sit together? What a splendid opportunity. That might not be ideal. Sitting next to Afong makes it hard for me to resist chatting with him during class. That is quite true. Xia Yuan wholeheartedly agreed, reminiscing about the time she sat next to Afong. Sensing her underlying emotions, he attempted to shift the conversation to a different topic. I heard your class was quite lively tonight. Were you rearranging seats and electing new class leaders? You're still the representative for the language arts class, right? Unexpectedly, Mei Fong's topic coincidentally struck a nerve. Xia Yuan lowered her head, looking quite aggrieved. I am a transfer student. I have no right to run for class officer. This girl seems unable to escape the shadows of having relied on connections to gain entry. Why does she keep dwelling on that matter? Mei Fong gently patted Xia Yuan's head, saying, you cannot continue feeling this way. It is simply unacceptable. You are the best in our hearts, Yuan Yuan. Do not let the past trouble you. Lin Yoshi, standing nearby, encouraged Xia Yuan, stating that as long as she worked diligently and achieved good grades, no one would speak ill of her. I believe the people in your class are unaware of how you came in, right? Given that my student number is at the very end, how could they not know? Xia Yuan mumbled under her breath, then shifted the conversation to another topic. By the way, the last math exam was so difficult. Out of a total of 120 points, I couldn't even score 100. We have a bunch of people who scored over 100. How did you two do? Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong were momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Mei Fong suggested, since school has already ended, let's not discuss studies for now. Do not hesitate to speak. Be honest. I am not afraid of being disheartened. Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Mei Fong who revealed their scores to Xia Yuan. After hearing their results, Xia Yuan paused for a moment, then forced a smile. Wow, you two are indeed impressive. Truly worthy of being my childhood friends. I am genuinely happy for you. She took the hands of Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi, one in each hand, swaying gently as they walked together. However, both Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi felt an immense pressure. Xia Yuan's future did not exist in the original world. Her image during elementary school had always been flawless. Yet, as time progressed, her academic performance began to lag behind that of Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong, showing a significant trend of falling behind. Despite her diligent efforts in studying, she seemed unable to find her direction. What could be the reason? Mei Fong was aware of the sorrow in Xia Yuan's heart, but felt utterly helpless in offering her comfort, choosing instead to stay by her side. During their evening study sessions, Xia Yuan appeared unaffected, eagerly asking Mei Fong questions whenever she encountered difficulties. Mei Fong patiently and meticulously guided Xia Yuan through each problem. fearful that even the slightest confusion might disrupt her understanding of the solution. The two studied together until well past 10 at night, only to be interrupted by her father, Xia's son, knocking at the door. At that moment, Xia Yuan held him back. She sniffled and quietly gazed at her workbook, reflecting, despite your many explanations, I still can't comprehend this problem. It's my own lack of understanding, and it has nothing to do with you. Thank you for your efforts. In truth, Xia's son had long spoken with his daughter, assuring her that it was acceptable to struggle academically, as long as she remained true to herself. Nevertheless, Yuan expressed her desire not to distance herself from her closest friends, Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong. Unable to bear the thought of disrupting the beautiful friendship his daughter cherished, Xiaosan chose not to press the matter further, instead supporting her wishes. Then you may continue your studies. I shall not intrude upon your efforts. With that, Xiaosan gently closed the door, allowing Xia Yuan and Mei Fong to immerse themselves in their learning. Remarkably, they grasped the concepts in merely 10 minutes, and a hint of relaxation finally graced Xia Yuan's brow. It turned out that combining like terms was such a simple task. How stubborn my mind has been. Ha. In Mei Fong's eyes, the mathematics of the first year of middle school bore no significant difficulty compared to elementary school, though the breadth of knowledge had expanded considerably. The previous method of rote memorization and repetitive practice often proved inadequate. Presently, the core subjects in middle school are Chinese, mathematics, and English. Your only concern is that your math skills are slightly lacking. Your proficiency in both Chinese and English is commendable, especially in English. I recall you scored over 110 in your last exam. You have been learning English since childhood, while many others lack any foundational knowledge. By the time of the next final exam, your ranking will undoubtedly improve, trust me. My mathematics is not merely slightly lacking. In the 8th grade we'll also introduce physics. I simply cannot comprehend these scientific concepts. I will surely fall behind you all. Do not burden yourself with such immense pressure. Do you hear me? Mei Fong gently pinched Xia Yuan's cheek. Seeing you like this truly pains both me and Yushi. Where has our ever-smiling Yuan gone? Well, Xia Yuan scrunched her nose, puffed out her cheeks, and gazed at Mei Fong for a moment before releasing her frustration. Since you have said that, I shall lean on you and absorb your energy. All right then, come here. Mei Fong smiled and said, but you must be quick, for it would not be well if your father were to see. I understand. Ever since the incident of running away from home, Xia Yuan and Mei Fong had developed a unique form of affectionate intimacy to soothe their sorrowful hearts. Xia Yuan would place her hands on Mei Fong's shoulders, pressing her forehead against Mei Fong's chest. Generally, such closeness proved effective, swiftly calming Xia Yuan's emotions. However, today appeared to be an exception. As Xia Yuan leaned against Mei Fong's chest, she suddenly began to sob quietly. Mei Fong, hearing the sound, quickly supported Xia Yuan, who rubbed her eyes. Her voice laden with grievance. I feel that today I need a more powerful A Fong energy to feel better. More powerful? With tear-filled eyes, Xia Yuan gazed at the puzzled Mei Fong. Could I have a hug? I wish to embrace you. As she spoke, Xia Yuan suddenly shook her head. No, that is not right. It should be phrased this way. I wish for you to hold me, if that is all right. Let me embrace you? Mei Fong hesitated for a moment, confirming Xia Yuan's request again. Is that not permissible? It's not that. I'm not quite sure how to articulate it. It feels somewhat strange all of a sudden. He and Xia Yuan had shared hugs before, but that was in their childhood, mostly occurring before the 4th grade. As they grew older, physical contact between them diminished significantly. In both public and private settings, they rarely held hands, and when they did, it was primarily Xia Yuan who took the initiative to grasp a hand or link arms. Upon reflecting on this situation, Mei Fong suddenly comprehended Xia Yuan's sentiments. It was precisely because Xia Yuan had always been the one steering their friendship that she felt compelled to emphasize her desire to embrace her. This was particularly poignant as they became increasingly aware of the widening chasm between them, which might ultimately render them strangers. Such moments are among the most disquieting in a person's life, be it in friendship or love. The principle remains constant. Thus, Mei Fong lifted her gaze towards Xia Yuan and gradually leaned in closer. Shall we share a hug? However, let it be a friendship embrace. Reminiscent of her childhood, Xia Yuan felt a surge of joy at Mei Fong's willingness to fulfill her wish. She sat composedly in the armchair, patiently awaiting Mei Fong's approach. As he leaned down, upon making contact with Xia Yuan, he clumsily opened his arms, hovering awkwardly as he wrapped them around the fabric of her back. Xia Yuan did not lean in herself, but softly whispered with a smile near Mei Fong's ear. Ah Fong, is this your first time initiating a hug with someone? Didn't we do this often when we were younger? He replied. That's a fallacy. In our youth, we merely held hands more frequently, Xia Yuan countered playfully. And I specifically mentioned initiating. It was always me who held your hand. You seldom took the initiative to grasp mine. Even now, I hardly sense your touch. Could you hold me a little tighter? Mei Fong intertwined her arms, gently embracing Xia Yuan, allowing her to rest her head upon Mei Fong's shoulder. Xia Yuan closed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips, embodying sheer contentment. She too opened her arms, tightly wrapping them around Mei Fong. Is this better? Yes, much better. Let us hug until my father comes to knock on the door. Xia Yuan murmured as if caught in a dream. What? Haha, I was just teasing you. Xia Yuan opened her eyes, releasing Mei Fong from her embrace, and smiled at him. Were you scared? Your heart was racing. Yuan, you have truly changed. Mei Fong remarked with a hint of discontent. You used to be an angel, and now you possess so many mischievous thoughts, even scaring people. So, do you not like the current me? Xia Yuan tilted her head. How could that be? Of course, Let us leave it at that for today. Thank you for the super energy. I feel much better now. Xia Yuan rubbed her eyes and smiled at Mei Fong. I will pull myself together and strive to catch up with you all. Good. Mei Fong would never tell Xia Yuan that she didn't need to try hard, for he understood that she was a determined and ambitious girl, and he was willing to support her in pursuing her goals. After pondering countless matters of past and present, Mei Fong lay awake throughout the night, quietly staring at the ceiling, twisting and turning restlessly like a wriggling worm. Then she glanced at the ceiling again, writhing frantically like a maggot. Many years ago, a similar scene unfolded, though that time it was in the embrace of Yoshi. Speaking of which, Yuan has truly transformed. She is no longer like a child. Mei Fong once again squirmed under the covers like a maggot. Early the next morning, as always, Xia Yuan arrived at Mei Fong's house to walk to school together, appearing no different than usual. Ah Fong, you didn't sleep well last night, did you? She observed. You look rather lethargic. It must be due to studying late, right? I'm all right. I just drank too much water last night, so I didn't sleep well. Since they began to regard themselves as childhood sweethearts, they always went to school together, aside from times when their parents would drop them off. However, now that they attended experimental high school, which was quite far from home, they took the bus in the morning, hoping to encounter Lin Yoshi if fortune favored them. As luck would have it, they indeed met Lin Yoshi. With the weather turning cooler, she was rubbing her hands together, exhaling warmth. Upon seeing Mei Fong and the others approach, she greeted them cheerfully, though they noticed she was wearing a mask today. Yoshi. As soon as Xia Yuan spotted Lin Yoshi, she eagerly embraced her. The hugs between Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi had become a commonplace occurrence, and Yoshi typically welcomed them without hesitation. Yet this time, she merely hugged Xia Yuan briefly before pulling away. Yuan, don't stand too close to me, Lin Yoshi said, followed by a few coughs. Cough, cough. I have a slight cold. Oh. Did you catch a chill last night? Should you take the day off? You don't seem to be in great spirits, Xia Yuan said, patting Lin Yoshi on the shoulder. Lin Yoshi waved her hand, and then retrieved a notebook from her backpack, handing it to Xia Yuan. This contains the key points and classic problem types from the first 4 units of mathematics. If you grasp these concepts, the exam should become considerably easier. Xia Yuan accepted the notebook from Lin Yoshi, her eyes scanning the numerous pages filled with study notes before she could no longer contain her sobs. Yoshi, did you stay up very late last night, which caused your cold? It's all my fault for being so foolish, making you worry about me. Gripping Lin Yoshi's clothing, Xia Yuan suddenly burst into tears. I also took notes. I wasn't writing them specifically last night. I only supplemented some content. Cough. Cough. Oh dear, you really? Xia Yuan ignored Lin Yoshi's explanation, continuing to weep. Please don't cry, Yuan. I truly have a cold, and it might be contagious. Cough, cough. Lin Yoshi found herself unable to pull away from Xia Yuan, so she gently patted her head to comfort her. Now slightly taller than Xia Yuan, she indeed exuded an elder sister's protective aura. If there are any parts of the notes you don't understand, feel free to come to our classroom after class and ask me. I will clarify everything for you. Alternatively, I could study with you in the evening, just like Afong. Yoshi, both you and Afong are so kind to me. If I still don't do well on the exam, it would be truly inexcusable. I did mention it might be contagious. In her earnest quest to catch up with Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong, Xia Yuan resolved to exert tremendous effort. She dedicated herself to relentless study each day, while the other two consistently supported her, clarifying doubts and seeking superior methods for learning and problem solving. The time arrived for the pivotal midterm examination of junior high school, encompassing subjects such as Chinese, mathematics, English, and the social sciences. Though the humanities were assessed in the first year of junior high, they would not contribute to the overall ranking of the midterms, which posed a relative disadvantage for Xia Yuan, who excelled in these areas. Nevertheless, her performance in the core subjects reflected the fruits of her arduous labor. She scored 114 in Chinese, 117 in English, and achieved a commendable 109 in mathematics, which had always been her most challenging subject. This placed her 7th in Class 8 and 23rd in the grade overall. The overall academic caliber of Class 8 proved to be exceptionally high. For reference, Lin Yoshi ranked first in the grade, while Mei Fong shared the 4th position. Although there remained a gap between her and her peers, Xia Yuan found contentment in her current standing. Whether in the company of Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi or within her own class, a sweet smile returned to her face, alleviating her academic pressure for the time being. However, it was evident that she did not possess a natural aptitude for the sciences, and there lingered uncertainty about her ability to keep pace with the forthcoming challenges of physics and chemistry. Mei Fong harbored concerns for Xia Yuan's future. In the narrative, the class teacher of Mei Fong, Li Shibing, is an educator fond of creative endeavors. A month into the new academic year, he organized the students into 9 study groups, each comprising approximately 8 members, encouraging group leaders and their peers to devise names for their respective teams to foster a sense of collective honor. Mei Fong's group consisted of 2 boys and 6 girls, among whom were the Chinese class representative, Yu Xini, and the class monitor, Lin Yoshi. Both held considerable influence within the class. Mei Fong harbored no objections regarding the naming process, and her deskmate, Wang Jiachang, being rather introverted and taciturn, allowed the girls to dominate the decision. They aptly named their group Yueshi, referencing the poetic line, "When the mountains have trees and the trees have branches, my heart rejoices for you, though you remain unaware." The group publicly claimed their names signified hearts full of joy, aspiring to emulate their class monitor, Lin Yoshi. A rationale that Li Shibing readily endorsed. Lin Yoshi, being taller among the girls, possessed naturally delicate and fair features that exuded an air of elegance. Her outstanding performance during the class monitor election endeared her to many admirers. In everyday life, Lin Yoshi maintained a serious demeanor, embodying the persona of a studious overachiever, which rendered her immensely popular among the girls, who regarded her as a role model and a figure of admiration. However, this facade masked a deeper reality. The genuine Lin Yoshi was known to very few of her classmates. Apart from a select few, only the fervent sugar enthusiast, Yu Xini, had been granted a glimpse into her true self. Yu Xini, the Chinese class representative, was a passionate devotee of online literature. To be precise, she is an enthusiast of sweet childhood romance stories. She and Lin Yoshi were classmates in elementary school, but they scarcely exchanged words throughout the year. However, they sat quite close, allowing her to be aware of Lin Yoshi's 2 close friends, a girl named Xia Yuan and a boy, recently confirmed to be Mei Fong. Having been childhood companions, it is remarkable that they now find themselves in the same class once more. During Mei Fong's campaign for class leader, Lin Yoshi displayed a previously unseen, sweet smile upon reading a note, and she was present at that moment. She was not an inconsequential bystander. In fact, she had been quietly observant all along. Yet, to avoid disrupting the atmosphere or bothering others, she suppressed her laughter, refraining from making a sound. Lin Yoshi trusts her and is willing to share a desk with her, leading her to foresee a blissful future ahead. How long must I endure this yearning over the next 3 years? Haha. Observing the usually graceful and introverted Yu Xini lost in her daydreams of laughter at her seat perplexes Lin Yoshi, yet she refrains from asking. Until one day during a break, after the class committee election, Yu Xini could not contain her curiosity any longer and approached Lin Yoshi, who was diligently doing her homework. By the way, Lin Yoshi, you've known Mei Fong since kindergarten, but you were separated in elementary school. Why did you continue to play together? Lin Yoshi, taken aback, wondered why she was being asked this. Just pure curiosity, was the innocent reply. Yu Xini told a fib. In truth, during my childhood, I too had a childhood companion. Yet he later transferred schools, and we lost contact. Did you not attempt to persuade him to stay? Upon Lin Yoshi's inquiry, Yu Xini felt a surge of joy within. Yet her expression remained one of feigned melancholy as she shook her head. At that tender age, how could I have fathomed the possibility of retention? We merely followed the adults. Noticing a subtle shift in Lin Yoshi's demeanor, Yu Xini pressed on, from your expression, it seems a similar event occurred between you two? Perhaps, Lin Yoshi replied, as she was not particularly inclined to divulge matters concerning her own childhood companion. She would rather engage in conversation with Mei Fangxia. As it happened, Mei Fang's family was moving, and both Yuan and I endeavored to persuade Mei Fang's family to stay. Ultimately, they chose to remain. Oh my goodness! Yusini exclaimed, utterly captivated. How old were you then to accomplish such a feat? That is quite remarkable. It was primarily due to Ah Fang. Mei Fang devised the most effective strategy. Wait a moment, did you just refer to Mei Fang as something else? Lin Yoshi frowned. Mei Fang, that's all. But you called him Ah Fang, didn't you? I heard it. Yusini remarked. Do you perhaps have different names for Mei Fang at school and at home? How endearing. Lin Yoshi cast a look of disdain at Yusini, who promptly reined in her exuberance. I apologize for intruding upon your secret. As an outsider, I shall refrain from further inquiries. I solemnly vow to keep it confidential. For now, let us set aside the sweet gossip. I certainly do not wish to incur Lin Yoshi's displeasure. However, it appears that Xia Yuan from the neighboring class shares a rather amicable relationship with Mei Fang. Observing their interactions, it seems they are more intimate than Lin Yoshi is with Mei Fang. What could be going through the mind of the scoundrel, Mei Fang? Yusini languidly gazed at the vacant seat of Mei Fang in the front row. Mei Fang seldom engaged in conversation with Lin Yoshi during class, as he sensed her reluctance for their relationship to be overly conspicuous. Moreover, from an early stage, Lin Yoshi only exhibited a playful demeanor in his company, and Mei Fang, wishing to spare her any discomfort, often sought out Zhang Ming to play, even during serious study sessions. What is the point of studying? Aren't you supposed to be sharing tales of your bubble card motorcycle with me? Oh, if you did well on your midterms, please do not bother me. Zhang Ming glared at Mei Fang with indignation. You ranked 9th in the class. There's no need to be so disheartened, is there? 9th place is not so bad. Is it? Zhang Ming retorted with a look of outrage. I never ranked lower than 5th in elementary school. You were once such an academic prodigy, I am truly humbled. Mei Fang patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder. By the way, how does it feel to be the group leader lately? Not too bad. Just collecting assignments. Nothing more. Last week's bulletin board was a collaborative effort from your group, was it not? I must say, the artwork is quite impressive. Zhang Ming nodded, stating that they had come in on Saturday to paint, and he had no idea how much time they had invested. However, the outcome was quite commendable. How did you divide the tasks? Surely, you did not undertake the entirety of it alone. How could that be? The calligraphy was pinned by Lu Xiu etching. The outlines were drawn by Lianing, and as for the floral designs, those were all my handiwork. Quite impressive, I must say. I hadn't realized you possessed such artistic talent. Zhang Ming shyly touched his nose, explaining that they believed his work was superior. Hence he took on the role. Mei Fang smiled, remarking on the pleasant feeling of collaboration within a group. Shouldn't you express gratitude for my initial decision to elevate you to the position of group leader? Even if I weren't the leader, I would still be required to contribute in the same manner. There is no significant difference. There is certainly a distinction. If you were not the leader, you would never have considered stepping forward to showcase your skills, would you? No sooner had Mei Fang finished her statement than Lu Xiu etching, seated behind Zhang Ming, tugged at his sleeve. Leader, how should this problem be solved? Would you kindly teach me? Regarding this problem, Zhang Ming was about to impart his knowledge to Lu Xiu etching when his female classmate Lianing interjected. Leader Zhang, when I inquired earlier, you said to wait for your instruction. Yet, as soon as Lu Xiu etching asks, you immediately agree to teach her? I was indeed a bit preoccupied earlier. How about you both listen together now? So, I'm merely an afterthought, am I? We are indeed deskmates. Zhang Ming was surrounded by eager girls, while Mei Fang gazed at him with a heart full of sentiments. Little did he know that this lad was so adored by girls back in middle school. How did he transform into a solitary figure? Engrossed solely in gaming and disengaged from social interactions in high school? Just as he was about to take a seat, Lin Yoshi prodded Mei Fang's waist with her pin, causing him to startle. I told you, stop poking me there. As Mei Fang grumbled, Lin Yoshi continued to speak about her own matters. Do you have time this weekend? I usually stay at home. Don't you come over whenever you wish? Why ask specifically? Great. There's new candy. Upon catching a whiff, Yusini pressed her lips together, bowing her head as she fervently sketched wavy lines on a piece of scrap paper, quietly absorbing the news about the new sweets. Lin Yoshi continued. It's either at home or accompanying me to shop, right? Shopping? I mentioned earlier this year that I wanted to save up for something, remember? Lin Yoshi flicked her hair. I've almost saved enough now. Lin Yoshi's saving plan commenced at the beginning of the year, during the New Year celebrations. Throughout the weekends of this entire year, she devoted a day to immersing herself in gaming and coding at Mei Fong's home, keeping the details of her savings a secret until now. With me? If it's only shopping, why not invite Yuan Yuan? I'm not particularly familiar with your interests. Lin Yoshi pressed her lips together and shook her head. The primary concern was that Yuan Yuan was unaware of her side gig earning money through gaming. If she were to find out, it could lead to complications. It wasn't that she was deliberately hiding it. Yuan Yuan had simply never inquired about it. Lin Yoshi appeared somewhat conflicted. As you are aware of Yuan Yuan's nature, if we were to inform her now, she would likely resent us for quite some time. It would be better to resolve the matter directly to spare her from worrying about me. She has finally found a moment to relax lately. Let us allow her to enjoy her weekend in peace. This reasoning does hold merit. Mei Fong could already envision the scene of Xia Yuan sobbing and embracing Lin Yoshi, feeling distressed for her. So, what exactly do you intend to purchase? Upon noticing the scrutinizing gaze, Yusini immediately waved her hand in embarrassment, exclaiming, I was merely lost in thought. I shan't disturb you any longer. Please, continue. Thus, Lin Yoshi gestured for Mei Fong to come closer, signaling her intention to speak quietly. As soon as Mei Fong leaned in, Lin Yoshi bent down, whispering her desired purchase into his ear. A motorcycle? Mei Fong had previously imagined that Lin Yoshi might wish for her own computer, perhaps a smartphone, an MP3 player, or even a digital camera. All these possibilities crossed his mind. However, considering she had saved for nearly a year, he assumed it must be something substantial. He did not expect it to be this significant. Well, he certainly understood that Lin Yoshi was not purchasing it for herself. The motorcycle is intended for your father, isn't it? How very thoughtful of you. Lin Yoshi nodded slightly. His motorcycle was on the verge of being scrapped. Yet he insisted on continuously repairing it, refusing to heed my advice to purchase a new one, claiming it was still functional. Therefore, I contemplated the idea of gifting him a new vehicle. You have such a thoughtful intention. I believe your father would be deeply touched if he were to find out. Mei Fong advised. However, should you truly decide to buy it, you must carefully consider the implications of this gesture. Will your father accept such a gift? Might he inquire about the source of your funds? Furthermore, could presenting a motorcycle potentially undermine his pride as an adult? These are pertinent questions. Lin Yoshi lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before responding to Mei Fong. I understand my dad. He shouldn't be that sensitive. This isn't merely a matter of sensitivity. Consider the financial aspect. Several thousand yuan is no trivial sum. Wouldn't your father wonder where the money came from? If he discovers you've been doing gaming services at my place, will he not forbid you from coming here in the future? Lin Yoshi suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, that would not do. Thus, we must devise a plan to ensure your father can accept this gift. I might be able to assist with that. Yusini cheerfully raised her hand, only to be met with simultaneous glares from Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong. Mei Fong, visibly irritated, admonished, Yusini, how could you eavesdrop on our conversation? Is that proper behavior? After covering her head to shield herself from the scolding, Yusini first offered an apology, saying, I apologize for eavesdropping on your conversation. However, with your voices raised so high, it is impossible for me not to hear. Lin Yoshi inquired, what method do you propose? Yusini elaborated, are you familiar with the newly opened spring supermarket at the end of Group 5 Avenue? I reside nearby, and they are currently hosting a promotional event where shoppers can win electric bicycles. Simply claim that you won the prize from there, and your father will not suspect a thing. But it must be the same model of electric bicycle, right? Otherwise, your father might catch on, Yoshi replied. Will an electric bicycle suffice? Indeed, Yoshi. The corners of Yusini's mouth lifted in delight. Their mutual endearments were undeniably sweet. Oh, how delightful. Yusini found herself momentarily lost in a sugary reverie, while Lin Yoshi merely shook her head at Mei Fong's inquiry. I am not quite sure. My father seems to prefer motorcycles. Motorcycles possess considerable power, roaring with energy and racing through the streets at remarkable speeds. In this lifetime, when Mei Fong was young, Mei Lijun delighted in taking him on motorcycle rides for leisure, regardless of Mei Fong's willingness, relishing the joy of riding. Although he now drives a car, Mei Lijun continues to emphasize to his son the romantic notion of a man owning a formidable motorcycle. In contrast, Mei Fong in his previous life lacked the privilege of such romantic ideals, having been an orphan working in a bustling metropolis. To avoid the burden of transfers for commuting was already a stroke of fortune. There was no time to pursue such extravagant means of transportation. It ultimately depends on your preferences. I would suggest that an electric bicycle might be the better choice. I also believe that purchasing a motorcycle may strain my savings. Lin Yoshi nodded slightly and suggested, let us explore the various models of electric vehicles this weekend. And then we shall procure one together. Before that, I will confirm a few details. Mei Fong inquired of Lin Yoshi, after a whole year of saving. How much have you accumulated? Lin Yoshi possessed a clear understanding of her savings. The passbook displayed a balance of 220 yuan. Such a sum. As dawn broke on Saturday, Mei Fong was roused by the alarm set on his watch by Lin Yoshi. He rose early to freshen up, and soon thereafter, a soft knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he beheld Lin Yoshi standing before him, her backpack slung over her shoulders. Why the large bag? He asked. I've taken all my money out and placed it inside, she replied. You're quite meticulous, he remarked. Lin Yoshi nodded in agreement and then retrieved breakfast wrapped in a plastic bag from her pack. I also brought sticky rice chicken and stir-fried rice noodles. Well, did you purchase that from the breakfast shop near Xiaohong's place? That shop is renowned for its authentic stir-fried noodles and sticky rice chicken, Mei Fong exclaimed. Lin Yoshi cautioned him, however, please keep your voice down while having breakfast. We wouldn't want to disturb Aunt Mei and Xiaoyu. They sleep soundly on weekends. And it doesn't matter much. As Mei Fong unwrapped the plastic bag, he asked Lin Yoshi, you brought me breakfast, but have you eaten yourself? Lin Yoshi nodded slightly, mentioning that she had consumed a sesame ball on her way. Just one sesame ball is hardly enough to satiate one's hunger, Mei Fong remarked. I could fry some noodles and share a bit with you, as I won't be able to finish all of this in the morning. Lin Yoshi did not decline, replying, then I shall fetch a bowl to serve some. Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi joyfully relished their breakfast. Lin Yoshi ate swiftly, finishing in just a few bites before heading off to wash the bowl. It had been quite some time since Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi had harbored a secret from Xia Yuan. Nonetheless, there were moments when Mei Fong felt a tinge of unfairness towards Yoshi, as he and Xia Yuan had engaged in numerous activities unknown to Lin Yoshi. However, Yoshi's demeanor was rather indifferent, showing no concern over the matter. In contrast, Xia Yuan possessed a strong desire for control. Fearing that Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong might partake in enjoyable escapades unbeknownst to her. Did you have any plans with Yuan today? She inquired, noting that Xia Yuan had not reached out to her. Lin Yoshi replied, she has arranged to play running racing with me this afternoon. We will purchase the vehicle in the morning, and I will join her in the afternoon. Oh, I see. You have quite a few considerations. In order to assist Lin Yoshi in achieving her objective, Mei Fong hastily finished his breakfast. The two then set off together, arriving at the bus stop. After waiting for the bus to arrive, they proceeded to the New Spring supermarket, where a lottery promotion was taking place, to discover what the prize vehicle looked like. Speaking of which, it remains uncertain what Yuan is engaged in this morning. Is she resting comfortably at home? One must certainly avoid encountering one another on the street. Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi seldom had the opportunity to venture out to the mall alone, as Mei Fong was not accustomed to such outings. Most of the time, it was Xia Yuan who sought Lin Yoshi's company, or Xia Yuan would arrange for the three of them to be together. After alighting from the bus, they awkwardly discovered that the doors of the Xin Chun supermarket were firmly shut. Wasn't it supposed to open at 8? It was already a quarter past. Lin Yoshi felt a twinge of disappointment. Why were these people so indifferent to the prospect of making money? Mei County is located in the central region of the Celestial Empire, bereft of heating and plagued by damp, chilly air. As November drew to a close, signaling the onset of winter, Lin Yoshi, bundled in a thick cotton coat, found it impossible to suppress her sneezes. Mei Fong, standing beside her, offered a tissue and, noticing that the nearby milk tea shop had just opened, inquired, shall we sit there for a while? That sounds good, Lin Yoshi replied, nodding. After wiping her nose, she carefully folded the tissue into a neat square and disposed of it in the trash bin ahead. Your rhinitis remains as troublesome as ever. It flares up every time the weather changes. Have you not visited the hospital for a checkup? My father once took me to see a doctor in Xuanyang. The physician advised that I must wait until I am older to undergo surgery. With her hands tucked in her pockets, Lin Yoshi walked alongside Mei Fong, her head bowed. How much does an electric scooter typically cost? Would 3,000 yuan suffice? Certainly, one could afford an electric scooter, but the quality varies. It all depends on what sort of vehicle the supermarket lottery yields. Hoping not to order anything too expensive, Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong entered the bubble tea shop, where the young lady behind the counter was busy tidying up. Upon noticing the arrival of customers, she greeted them with a warm smile. Hello, dear students. Would you like to drink? Mei Fong turned to Lin Yoshi, suggesting, you decide what to have. I shall treat you. Huh? Why should I let you order? Today, it's my treat for having you accompany me. Well, I don't have any particular cravings. I'm fine with whatever you choose. If you're not drinking, then I shan't either. Observing the young lady's smile beginning to fade, Mei Fong quickly amended. All right. I'll have a medium red bean milk tea. Me too. That totals 8 yuan, right? Please prepare us a hot one. After Lin Yoshi settled the bill, she took a seat beside Mei Fong. Why did you order the same as me? She inquired. Mei Fong replied, I wasn't sure which one tastes better. Haven't you come to these tea shops with yuan before? Rarely, I don't recall much. Lin Yoshi pondered. Besides, didn't bubble tea shops only proliferate in the last couple of years? Previously, those pearl milk tea stalls seemed rather unsanitary. When I was in elementary school, the boys in our class often enjoyed throwing the pearls against the wall, leaving it damp and sticky, quite disgusting. Ha 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 ha. I recall that quite vividly. Mei Fong, resting her chin on her hand, teased, you criticized the hygiene of bubble tea back then, yet I see you haven't shied away from indulging in potato chips. That's a different matter, Lin Yoshi replied with a gentle smile. Potato chips are a cherished and tangible cultural heritage of our Playmate County. We must safeguard their enterprise to ensure their legacy endures. If you truly find them so delectable, then that's wonderful, Mei Fong remarked. Aren't you also enjoying them? I suppose so. Mei Fong sighed deeply. In his former life, he had indeed been a genuine enthusiast of Playmate County's potato chips. Often dreaming of the day he could indulge in them to his heart's content. It seemed that those delightful memories were forever anchored in the innocence of his childhood. What are you pondering, Fong? I'm reflecting on the past. Why does recollecting the past cast such a sorrowful shadow upon your face? Lin Yoshi mused. Weren't our childhoods filled with joy? You wouldn't understand. The thoughts of a boy are rather intricate. Lin Yoshi furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment. Realizing this seemed to be a sentiment typically expressed by girls. Yet I've never seen you articulate it. Lin Yoshi pouted, casting an annoyed glance at Mei Fong. Just then, the bubble tea was prepared, and a young lady delivered it to their table, also presenting a heart-shaped sticky notepad. What is this for? Lin Yoshi was filled with curiosity as she gazed upon the wall of sentiments affixed to our bubble tea shop. It invited patrons to share their myriad opinions, evaluations of the flavors, or heartfelt messages they wished to commemorate. The wall bore the remnants of previous visitors, and she was encouraged to peruse their contributions. Suddenly, Mei Fong recalled that this establishment was in close proximity to Baimei No. 1 High School, suggesting that high school students frequently frequented the shop. After being prompted by a young lady, Lin Yoshi cradled a steaming cup of bubble tea in her hands, her eyes wandering curiously over the array of stickers. Some lauded the exquisite taste of the tea, while others inscribed poignant reflections of youthful melancholy, such as, the sky bears no trace of your shadow. Yet you once truly soared through my vibrant world. That faint, fleeting silhouette remains the sole path I now pursue in search of you. There were also many bewildering original phrases steeped in youthful sorrow. For instance, I gaze at the sky from a 45-degree angle, admiring that fleeting brightness tinged with sadness. Observing Lin Yoshi engrossed in the stickers, Mei Fong could not suppress her curiosity. Since you find it so intriguing, why not write something yourself? Lin Yoshi shook her head, expressing that she had nothing particular to convey at the moment, but promised that next time she visited with Yuan, they would compose something together. Shall we write something as well? Mei Fong inquired. No, I would rather not, came Lin Yoshi's response. Lin Yoshi shook her head, remarking that all the messages written by boys and girls were from couples, and she had not spotted any childhood friends contributing here. This. Mei Fong displayed an expression of helplessness. Observing his demeanor, Lin Yoshi suddenly called out to him inexplicably. Fong. What? Nothing. I just wanted to call you. Lin Yoshi squinted her eyes and smiled sweetly, a rare expression she seldom revealed in front of others. Is it that you can't call me like this during school, and it's a bit unfamiliar? It is somewhat. After Lin Yoshi finished speaking, she lowered her head and diligently sipped her milk tea through a straw. Mei Fong rested his chin on his hand, gazing at Lin Yoshi for a while, before also bowing his head to drink his tea. This milk tea tastes delightful. Indeed. Next time, I must bring Yuan along to enjoy it. After spending some time together, they noticed that the new spring supermarket in the distance had finally opened its roll-up door. It's nearly time. Let us go to the mall and see what that prize-winning electric bike looks like. You really are quite ticklish here. Upon entering the mall, Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong swiftly located the promotional poster at the entrance. Grand opening celebration of new spring supermarket. Grand prize, a Li electric bike worth 3,480 yuan. Compact and lightweight, a fashionable choice for your travels. Electric vehicles, such as this one, do not experience significant price fluctuations over time. Rather, they tend to maintain a relatively stable price, occasionally even showing a downward trend. From Mei Fong's perspective, this price is somewhat exorbitant. I was just on the verge of being able to afford it. That's all right. I have brought some money as well, and I can cover the difference for you. Lin Yoshi nodded in acknowledgement, stating that she would repay me once she earned some money. Let us refrain from discussing repayment for now, even if one can afford it. I doubt your father would be particularly fond of this model. The haughty electric vehicle, a bestseller since its launch in 2008, is comparatively more aesthetically pleasing, compact, and designed with a preference for female riders in mind. It would undoubtedly seem peculiar for a tall man like Lin Guichuan, who stands over 6 feet, to ride such a bike. After considerable contemplation, Lin Yoshi ultimately resolved to adhere to her original plan. We shall purchase this electric vehicle. My father is a pragmatist. He wears a single piece of clothing for many years and is unlikely to be concerned about the vehicle's appearance. In that case, wouldn't it be more prudent to save this money to buy your father some clothes and take him out for a leisurely stroll? He is generally very busy with work and prefers to rest at home during the weekends. I do not wish to disturb him. Oh, but your father cannot be disturbed during his rest, yet I must rise so early to accompany you. Although her expression remained neutral as she spoke, her voice carried a hint of grievance, making Mei Fong feel somewhat awkward. Ha, I was merely jesting. There is no need for such seriousness. How about you first explore the nearby car dealership? As Mei Fong was about to proceed, Lin Yoshi held him back. I am earnest. Perhaps you should think of something I can assist you with, allowing me to repay your kindness. No need for that. You have already aided me considerably with coding, and I have been playing games at your home, depriving you of your turn. Throughout the summer, you prepared meals for me. Yet, I shared in those meals, and it was you who bore the cost of the groceries. As Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong strolled along, they recounted the depth of their friendship, and before long, laughter erupted between them. The tally of their shared experiences was impossible to quantify. Indeed, we have known each other for so many years, so many precious years. The duel meandered until they stumbled upon a car dealership. Given that they were in search of this year's flagship model, they soon spotted their target. Currently, a promotional event was underway, with the price set at a mere $29.80. The prizes from the supermarket lottery tend to be inflated in value. The shop owner, bemused by the sight of 2 young children discussing the price of electric vehicles, remarked, "You are quite young. Do you truly wish to purchase a car for yourselves? Have you spoken with your parents? If you are not buying, then please take your leave. This is not a playground." Lin Yoshi instinctively glanced towards Mei Fong, who, without much thought, began to fabricate a story. Actually, we are here on our father's behalf to purchase a birthday gift for our mother. Oh, I see. The owner of the car dealership, upon hearing this, expressed admiration. You 2 siblings have a wonderful relationship with your parents. Since you are selecting a gift for your mother, it is rare to see such thoughtful children. I shall make an exception and offer you an additional discount of 200, and I will also gift you a helmet. Thank you very much, uncle. As the owner of the dealership went to adjust the electric scooter, Lin Yoshi nudged Mei Fong's arm. He actually thinks we are siblings. You are just a tad taller than I am. That is perfectly normal. Ah, Fong, I am now not just a tad taller than you. Lin Yoshi playfully patted Mei Fong's head, then pointed out the distance, indicating she was now 2 centimeters taller. Don't get too smug. Let's see where we stand in a few years. Mei Fong protested vehemently. Lin Yoshi chuckled. I will be waiting for you. Mei Fong was quite attentive to his diet during puberty, placing great importance on his protein intake, as many children often became picky eaters during this phase, leading to insufficient nutritional intake. At that time, many parents tended to adopt a more laissez-faire approach, either neglecting or not considering these crucial aspects of their children's development. In contrast to the parents of the past, like those from Mei Fong's era, contemporary guardians exhibit an elevated enthusiasm for their children's upbringing. Driven by a fear of their offspring falling behind from the very start, they indulge their children with the finest provisions. Milk is never in short supply. And even first-year students tower at a height of 1.67 meters, which is quite astonishing. After settling the necessary payments, Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi followed the store owner to the electric bicycle they had selected. Lin Yoshi, feeling a tinge of anxiety about her father's potential discovery of their escapade, glanced at Mei Fong and asked, "Are you sure you can handle this?" "Rest assured, I have ridden my father's motorcycle. An electric bike is but a trivial matter." Mei Fong replied confidently. The model they chose, the haughty, came in a myriad of colors, and Lin Yoshi had opted for a more masculine black variant. Mei Fong pondered over the image of Lin Yoshi's father riding this bike and felt it might appear somewhat awkward. It's all right. My father truly does not care about such things. Well then, let's proceed. Put on the helmet, she instructed. Lin Yoshi retrieved a helmet and handed it to Mei Fong. After Mei Fong placed it on her head, she struggled to fasten the strap. Observing this, Lin Yoshi reached out to assist her. Allow me to help? As Lin Yoshi's slender, fair fingers worked to secure the strap, they drew uncomfortably close to Mei Fong's lips, brushing against them occasionally, though Lin Yoshi remained unfazed. Suddenly, Mei Fong inquired, Yoshi, you can tie your shoelaces by yourself now, can't you? Of course. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Lin Yoshi frowned in confusion. I was merely reflecting. Time passes so swiftly. It feels like just yesterday you were a little girl who needed my help, along with Yuan. To tie your shoelaces. I cannot always rely on you. After Lin Yoshi helped Mei Fong secure her helmet, she gently patted Mei Fong's shoulder. I hope that one day you can depend on me as well, allowing me to contribute in some manner. Is what I do daily not sufficient? We just discussed this. Lin Yoshi shook her head, expressing her desire to become a more significant presence, though she struggled to articulate the exact feeling. Let it unfold in due time. As Mei Fong rode the electric scooter, Lin Yoshi occupied the designated small seat behind her, hands resting on Mei Fong's waist. Mei Fong deftly maneuvered the handlebars, gradually propelling the scooter forward until they reached the main road, heading towards Lin Yoshi's home. It was around 10 in the morning, and the day was splendidly sunny, with a gentle breeze that, under the warm sunlight, felt quite pleasant, with Mei Fong shielding her from the wind. Lin Yoshi felt an immense sense of comfort as the crowd swiftly receded from her line of sight. Fong, how is it that you excel at everything? Lin Yoshi inquired with curiosity. You ride so swiftly and steadily, far surpassing my father's skills. He often drives into bumpy areas while waiting to turn. Mei Fong reminded Lin Yoshi, speak freely, but please refrain from pinching my waist. It tickles a bit. You truly are quite ticklish here, Lin Yoshi teased. Though she restrained her playful intentions, recognizing that Mei Fong was focused on driving, Lin Yoshi extended her hand forward, resting it gently against Mei Fong's abdomen. Enveloped in a sense of intimacy. Well, will you feel itchy if I hold you like this? It's better now. Let's stay like this. As the two rode their bicycles down the nearby street, Mei Fong was waiting at the traffic light when Lin Yoshi suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around him. Her body pressing against his back, her face turned away from the street. Hey, Yoshi, what's wrong with you? Don't look over there. Yuan and teacher, you are on the opposite street. Will be discovered. Yuan is here? The first thought that crossed Mei Fong's mind was to quickly ride away. But then he remembered he was wearing a helmet for safety. Since I'm wearing a helmet, I should be unrecognizable. Peering across the street, Mei Fong indeed caught sight of Xia Yuan, who was laughing and chatting with her mother, seemingly oblivious to Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi on the other side. Once the light turned green, Mei Fong turned the corner and stopped, yet Lin Yoshi continued to hold him tightly. Now that Yuan can't see us, I can let go. Fong, do you think she spotted us? Mei Fong shook his head. Not at all. Are you sure? Well, from this distance, even if she saw us, she probably wouldn't recognize us. But, Yoshi, Mei Fong paused. Don't you think this feels rather strange? Strange? In what way? Mei Fong explained that although today's circumstance of buying and riding a car was unusual, it seemed that ever since middle school, their interactions had always felt somewhat clandestine. Even at school, you seldom initiated conversations with me, which felt rather contrived. Yuan, who is no longer in the same class as you, is under considerable academic pressure. If we were to spend all our time together, I worry that Lin Yoshi would feel quite insecure. This reasoning holds true. Yet, Mei Fong expressed concern, stating, I care about Yuan just as much as you do. But I also hope you will take care of yourself. It's not that it bothers me when you don't speak to me. Just don't force yourself to avoid conversing with me, as that would be quite distressing. I am perfectly fine, Lin Yoshi suddenly retorted, pinching Mei Fong playfully. Fong, you have many admirable qualities, but this one trait of yours is the most exasperating. You always tend to make wild assumptions about my thoughts. I actually enjoy our current dynamic. She continued, at school, we certainly need to prioritize our studies and focus more on academics. Otherwise, suddenly realizing something, Lin Yoshi leaned closer to Mei Fong's ear and whispered, Fong, do you think I am neglecting you at school and that you feel uneasy? Huh? Haha. Don't joke around. That's impossible. Lin Yoshi's warm breath brushed against Mei Fong's ear, sending a delightful shiver through him. Just as Mei Fong finished speaking, Lin Yoshi suddenly began playfully pinching him, eliciting a series of squawks from Mei Fong. Hey, stop it. You're our class monitor, you know. Lynn, the class monitor. How can you be so mischievous? The students from class 9 will tease you. Hey, May, let's be clear, this isn't school anymore. Lin Yoshi playfully pinched the flesh at Mei Fong's waist, declaring, I am not class monitor Lin Yoshi right now. I am your childhood friend Yoshi. Understand the situation. With a smile, she squeezed his shoulder and continued, honestly. I thought you had made plenty of new friends at school and would feel fulfilled enough not to need my constant company. But if you feel lonely, I shall make an effort to be closer to you outside of school and spend more time together. Who feels lonely? Setting aside you and Yuan. My mischievous little sister, who, despite being only 7, drives me up the wall with her incessant noise. Mei Fong was baffled as to how the conversation had shifted to his loneliness, but fortunately, Lin Yoshi did not pursue the topic further and changed the subject. By the way, how was that silly game we created? The early bird gets the worm. Doing overseas? I haven't checked in a while. It must be getting dozens of downloads daily, but it hardly earns any money. Mei Fong's operational strategy involves free distribution, subsequently relying on traffic and advertisements to generate revenue. Users are granted a limited number of opportunities each day, specifically 3, though engaging with advertisements provides an additional chance. In 2008, the first generation of Pingwa did not penetrate the domestic market. Prior attempts to establish overseas payment accounts proved quite challenging for Mei Fong. This time, it is merely a preliminary exploration. For the game to truly gain traction, it must await Pingwa's internationalization, evolving into a genuine social game that incorporates leaderboards and sharing features to achieve widespread popularity. Once this game is completed, it can be set aside while we contemplate future projects. Afong, do you have any thoughts? Certainly, there are ideas. However, the timing is not yet opportune. It may be prudent to reassess in a year or 2. At this juncture, U3D does not support the Android platform, and Mei Fong's early positioning within the game can only reach a certain extent. The development of an independent PC game is constrained by limited time, technology, and manpower. Furthermore, I am eager to evaluate my capacity to create a video website. A site for watching videos. Do you mean something akin to Yangyu Youku? No. It refers to a relatively new website technology one discovered on a forum, a barrage video streaming site that has gained popularity in Sakura country over the past 2 years. Danmu? Lin Yoshi expressed profound curiosity about this unfamiliar knowledge, persistently nudging Mei Fong's back, urging him to elaborate on what it entails. Ah, that website. One must first acquire knowledge in Java and Golang. The specific manifestation of this is the ability to display messages sent by others in a scrolling format over the videos you are viewing. Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi engaged in an animated conversation regarding his aspirations to become a magnate in the industry, and before long, they arrived at Yoshi's residence. The house, a quaint 2-story abode with a single entrance, bore the marks of time. Upon noticing a motorcycle parked at the entrance, she remarked to Mei Fong, Father must be home. I shall go and summon him. Have you prepared what to say? Do not let anything slip. Yes, Lin Yoshi nodded, following Mei Fong inside, where she informed her father about winning the grand prize at the new spring supermarket. Did the receipt from the supermarket win this vehicle? Lin Guichuan inquired, observing the electric bike outside along with the ecstatic expressions on Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong's faces. Having just awakened, he felt somewhat bewildered and did not display much excitement. He merely scratched his head. Since both of you won it together, it cannot be solely ours. As he spoke, Lin Guichuan extracted several hundred yuan notes from his wallet and handed them to Mei Fong. No, truly, it is not necessary, Uncle Lin. Fong, please, just accept it. At this moment, Lin Yoshi also urged Mei Fong to accept the offer, and seeing her insistence, Mei Fong relented. This vehicle is quite nice. You two youngsters are rather capable. However, it is a tad small. It may not be convenient for Uncle May to ride. It matters not, my dear uncle. I am indifferent to this. As long as I can ride, that is sufficient. Haha. Lin Guichuan, unconcerned about the compatibility of the vehicle with himself as his daughter suggested, smiled, and said, when Fong grows a little older, I shall lend you this bike for your use. All right, Uncle Lin, replied the child. Then, Father, I shall head to Fong's house for some fun. I have no objections. If you wish to dine at Mei Fong's, that is perfectly fine as well. After bidding farewell to his daughter Mei Fong, Lin Guichuan attempted to ride the electric bicycle that Lin Yoshi had won in a raffle, although it felt a tad cramped. The electric bike proved to be far more convenient than a motorcycle. In the future, he could also use it to escort Yoshi to school. As Lin Guochuan pondered these thoughts, he suddenly discovered a small receipt wedged beneath the storage panel on the inner side of the electric bike. He bent down to retrieve the slip, which bore the contact number for the electric bicycle shop along with payment details. Sitting silently on the bike for a considerable time, he gazed vacantly at the sky, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a while, he opened his phone, preparing to dial Mei Fong's number. However, his finger lingered over the dial key for a moment before retracting. He scrolled through his contacts and instead dialed a different number. This time, it was a call to a friend. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Guochuan broached the matter at hand. By the way, Lao Jiang, regarding the issue you mentioned last time. Hey, Lao Lin, have you finally seen the light? I have always said that one must look forward. It is time for you to step out into the world. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that while you may not mind, your household has a young one who is now at an age where there are many lessons you may be unable to impart, and you lack the time to attend to her needs. Regardless, a family inherently requires a maternal presence. Otherwise, a sense of belonging may be elusive. I understand. Thus, I would appreciate it if you could reach out and ascertain when the other party might be available for a meeting. I have conveyed her situation to you previously. Do you have any further inquiries? Lin Guochuan paused momentarily before responding. Nothing much. Let us meet first and discuss further. As long as she treats Yoshi well, that suffices. 074 Winter Tale. The winter of 2008 arrived with unusual haste. Although snow had not yet fallen, the temperature plummeted rapidly. By early December, everyone donned thick cotton coats, and a delicate layer of mist settled upon the classroom windows. Students seated by the windows enjoyed scribbling words or sketching patterns on the glass. On sunny days, during breaks, they would eagerly claim spots along the railing, forming a line to bask in the warmth of the winter sun. Lin Yoshi was among the few who rarely ventured out to soak in the sunlight. She was naturally sensitive to the cold and often remained ensconced in the classroom, absorbed in her studies or reading. Only when a familiar figure appeared at the classroom door would she rise to stretch. The frequent interactions between Mei Fong and Xia Yuan naturally piqued the curiosity of some classmates. One day, a girl approached Mei Fong and asked, Mei Fong, "Are you very close to the beauty of Class 8? Class flower?" Mei Fong questioned, puzzled. "You were so young. How can you start evaluating this already?" "What do you mean? Aren't you the same age as us?" The girl shot Mei Fong an irritated glance. "By the way, are you and her in that kind of relationship? I see you two flirting in the corridor every day. Stop gossiping about trivial matters and focus on your studies." The girl seemed rather pleased, and Mei Fong speculated that she must have come to inquire about a boy she admired, so he casually dismissed her with a few words. Middle school is an exceptionally precarious age, devoid of heavy academic burdens while simultaneously igniting curiosity about the dynamics between boys and girls. As one strives to shed the identity of childhood, with someone as adorable as our Yuan, I would undoubtedly feel quite troubled if she were to be pursued. After all, boys in middle school generally take pride in their image and rarely engage in underhanded tactics. Ah Fong, what are you thinking about? Xia Yuan, clad in a pristine white jacket, with a panda scarf wrapped around her neck and adorably fluffy bunny earmuffs atop her head, greeted him with a cheerful smile. You certainly have a flair for creativity. You already mentioned that this morning, she continued. In a playful huff, Xia Yuan punched Mei Fong lightly. Were you just talking to the girls in our class? Am I not allowed to talk to the girls in our class? Of course it doesn't matter. As for the other girls, Xia Yuan emitted a thoughtful sound, her eyes rolling slightly before she fixated on Mei Fong for a moment, ultimately breaking into a cheerful smile as she patted his shoulder. Oh well, I'm not that petty of a girl. Hurry and help me call Yoshi out. I need to discuss something with her. Got it. Yoshi, Yuan is calling for you, Mei Fong relayed. Wait for me a moment. Lin Yoshi replied, her gaze still fixed on the problem in front of her. Only after a brief pause did she rise and glance towards the doorway of the classroom, where Xia Yuan was gesturing animatedly with a claw-like hand. Lin Yoshi jogged over, and Xia Yuan pulled her close, linking arms in a display of camaraderie. You say you have something to discuss, but I bet it's just to go to the restroom. Do you really need company for that? The bonds between girls are truly peculiar. As Lin Yoshi adjusted her earphones, she noticed Mei Fong's gaze upon her and playfully poked his cheek with the end of her pen before turning away. You can't look. Bored. Mei Fong began to twirl his pen on the desk, capturing the interest of his deskmate, Wang Jiachong, who was mesmerized by the dexterous display. Mei Fong, how do you spin that pen? Teach me. Oh, it's nothing special, just requires practice. I've honed it through repetition. See, like this, and then like this. Wow, that hand switch is incredible. You must be destined to win the global pin-spinning championship. As another boy happened to pass by Mei Fang's seat, he was immediately captivated by his impressive pin-spinning skills. Wow, amazing, Fangge. Everyone, come and watch Fangge spin his pin. Mei Fang's remarkable technique drew a throng of boys who gathered around, unable to resist applauding and cheering, eagerly seeking to learn from him. Under the pressure of their frivolous admiration, Mei Fang continued to showcase his skills incessantly. Boys can be so immature. Yusini glanced at the cheerful Mei Fang with evident disdain before returning her attention to her romantic novel. Suddenly, she heard Lin Yoshi's voice beside her. Yusini, what are you reading that brings you such joy? Oh, of course, it's a literary classic. Yusini replied, her expression one of feigned innocence. As the representative for our Chinese class, it's entirely normal for me to read more renowned works, right? You're reading a novel, aren't you? The cover gives it away. Yusini gasped, clutching her precious collection protectively. Class monitor, you wouldn't be thinking of punishing me, would you? For the sake of our table partnership. Please give me a chance. I promise not to bring it next time. Seeing Yusini's exaggerated reaction, Lin Yoshi couldn't help but chuckle. I read novels too. I want to confiscate yours. Phew. You nearly scared me to death, Yusini said, repeatedly patting her chest. Do I really look that serious? I'm not a henchman for Li Shibing. Outside of her interactions with Mei Fang, you truly appear exceedingly serious and stern in class, making it hard for others to approach you. Lin Yoshi slightly furrowed her delicate brows, evidently struggling to believe the situation. Speaking of which, what kind of novels does the class monitor enjoy? I tend to read works related to martial arts. Lin Yoshi, in her leisure, often indulged in various novels through Mei Fang's MP3, yet they were predominantly serious martial arts narratives. Oh, do you mean titles like Tianlong Babu and Xiaoao Jianghu? The class monitor's taste, from a female perspective, is rather unique. So what novels do you typically read? It is rare for Lin Yoshi to express such curiosity about her reading choices. The moment for evangelism had arrived. Yusini lifted the desk lid and retrieved her cherished collection. This is my favorite novel. They are all sweet romantic tales. I have no affinity for tragic stories. I simply adore sweetness. Yusini presented 3 ancient masterpieces, adorned with illustrations of classic Mary Sue anime characters. The titles of these novels were Falling for Dolores, That Handsome Young Man, and Wait and See, Yuko. Lin Yoshi casually flipped through the pages of the novels, not fixating on any particular page, but rather browsing broadly. This behavior was anticipated by Yusini. Clearly, our class monitor is not one to indulge in romantic fantasies. Such ancient sweet narratives may be classics. Yet they do appear somewhat juvenile and simplistic in contemporary view. It seems that novels of this caliber do not pique her interest. However, the following few books are those I have recently been reading. Yusini, feigning mystery, displayed 3 novels, allowing the titles to come into Lin Yoshi's view. The titles of these 3 books are a little guessing between 2, Chasing Plum Blossoms, and The Rabbit Overshadowing the Grass at Home. In stark contrast to her previous and different reaction to the melodramatic romance, Lin Yoshi appeared significantly more intrigued upon seeing these titles. She picked up one of the novels and began perusing the table of contents from the very first page, soon immersing herself in the story with great interest. Class monitor. If you enjoy this book, I can lend it to you first. I will just skim through it. You haven't finished it yet, right? I have indeed finished it. I completed it long ago. It's your turn to catch up. Oh. No, you should familiarize yourself first. As winter's chill deepened, the tranquil life of the first year at Mei Fang progressed steadily. Golang is a programming language focused on server-side applications, rivaling Java and primarily used for managing and interfacing with server data. In the world where Mei Fang resides, it emerged as a burgeoning programming language in the first half of 2008. In summary, if one aspires to develop online games in the future, particularly those that involve server operations and account data management, mastering the Go programming language is virtually indispensable. For web development, a fundamental understanding of Go is also necessary. For instance, the web platform of Bilibili initially relied predominantly on Java, but later transitioned to a design framework centered around Go. Recently, he has taken note of the development of the offline internet landscape, particularly focusing on domestic ACG, animation, comics, and games, portal websites. Last year, A emerged, albeit still in a niche market, facing user complaints due to frequent outages. Meanwhile, B has yet to release any significant updates, and information regarding its original founder remains elusive across major forums. Mei Fang has consistently harbored ambitions of establishing a platform akin to the App Store for iOS games or Google Play for Android games. though it's worth noting that the Android distribution channels in China are fragmented among various phone manufacturers, with Google Play being the most representative internationally. Similarly, most single-player PC games are distributed via Steam, along with the well-known Tencent empire. If a platform can be effectively developed, it paves the way for creating an upstream industry. Developers can publish their works on your gaming platform, leveraging its traffic to garner popularity and exposure. After generating revenue, they typically share a portion of their earnings with the platform, often on a 70-30 split, allowing the platform to profit passively. Moreover, the financial stability of the upstream industry is relatively robust. The upstream industry's platforms serve as the intermediary that promptly receives user remittances, thereby securing their earnings first and subsequently distributing the profits to the research and development teams situated downstream in accordance with contractual agreements. This arrangement implies that in times of industry downturn, such as the well-known frigid winter of the gaming sector in 2022, these upstream distribution platforms can retain funds for their own respite, leaving the downstream entities to rely solely on the integrity of these platforms for their survival. Some may argue that contracts enforce obligations, however, for large game development companies. Such disputes can indeed drag on, as both parties possess the resilience to endure prolonged negotiations. Conversely, the majority of downstream developers consist of small teams, often vulnerable and lacking even a dedicated legal department, who can only plead for the platform to disperse profits in a timely manner to pay their employees. They may find themselves in a precarious situation, potentially facing dissolution and bankruptcy before receiving their due compensation. Initially, Mei Fong believed himself too young to engage deeply in this realm. By the time he considered taking action, the major platforms had already been established, and his technical prowess felt limited, leaving him with little room for maneuver. He pursued game development as a means to chase his dreams, content that the income from his endeavors could sustain him. However, he has recently begun to shift his perspective, deciding to explore the uncharted waters of Bilibili in the mobile gaming market, TapTap. Although their monetization potential appears constrained at Mei Fong's age, he finds himself with few alternatives. Bilibili, undeniably a capital-intensive portal, possesses an innate ability to attract substantial investments. Moreover, it once had a remarkable opportunity to dominate the domestic ACG anime, comic, and games industry. However, it failed to seize this chance, with its self-developed products proving inadequate, relegating it to the status of a mere game operator. Even though Bilibili is currently in the process of development, accumulating expertise in the production of bullet-screen video content, Mei Fong could strategically enter the fray early on, potentially becoming a co-founder alongside certain hegemonic platforms. Naturally, being one's own boss is the most gratifying. With the backing of Bitcoin funds in the future, Mei Fong remains untroubled by the prospect of financial expenditure. In addition to the investigations into the current state of the internet industry, Mei Fong has also discerned notable distinctions in other sectors compared to his previous life, particularly within the realm of music. Although he does not consider himself particularly skilled at singing, Mei Fong has consistently maintained a keen interest in popular music. The illustrious figures of the Chinese music scene, represented by Alan, are etched in Mei Fong's memory. Alan's most iconic album, Capricorn, was officially released in October of this year. Simultaneously, Mei Fong has observed the absence of certain internet singers in this reincarnated dimension, among whom the most prominent would have been Su Hao, Wang Sunong, and Su Liang, who were destined to become the triumvirate of penguin music. In his previous life, Mei Fong was an ardent admirer of Su Hao, diligently memorizing the lyrics of every song as a devoted fan. He recalls that Su Hao's early breakout hit, The Funeral of the Rose, was first released around 2006 and began to gain traction by 2008. However, no relevant information regarding this song can be found online now. Regarding his first album, Self-Determination, Mei Fong distinctly recalls its release on New Year's Day in 2009, which is not too long ago. He can take a moment to reflect on it later. Naturally, Mei Fong harbored no aspirations of debuting as a singer. His interest in music remained merely a hobby. After all, he had not undergone any professional training, and his vocal abilities were rather ordinary. Moreover, possessing the ability to sing does not equate to the capability of composing a piece. The actual outcome would undoubtedly fall short. He temporarily set this matter aside, documenting it as a potential asset for future reference. Recently, the relationship between Lin Yoshi and Yu Cini has significantly improved, and Mei Fong often observes them engaged in conversation after class. In Mei Fong's eyes, Yu Cini embodies the essence of a serene beauty. She typically presents herself as an elegant and demure young lady, yet her expressions become vividly animated whenever she discusses topics that pique her interest. Of course, Yoshi maintains her usual aloof demeanor even amidst such lively exchanges, which Mei Fong finds quite gratifying. It is as if the more genuine side of himself is revealed only in her presence, a remarkably delightful experience. Regardless of whether it is Yuan or Yoshi, they have both transitioned into a new environment and will inevitably encounter new friends. There is no need for any deliberate changes. One should simply allow things to unfold naturally. Mei Fong maintained this perspective until Yuan introduced him to her new friends from Class 8. Later, are you thinking about visiting a mall or something? I'm open to it. Make sure to let Yoshi know as well. Xia Yuan paused for a moment, and then said, Yuan, please introduce her. This is your dearest childhood companion, correct? Behind Xia Yuan appeared a charming young girl. However, in terms of her appearance as a middle school student, her attire seemed rather mature, the most notable feature being her wispy bangs. In 2008, the Korean wave represented a fashion-forward style that was quite rare in small towns. Allow me to introduce her, Xia Yuan continued. This is my childhood friend, Mei Fong. And Mei Fong, this is my current deskmate from Class 8, Ping Shui. Hello. Ping Shui greeted Mei Fong with a friendly wave. I know you. You used to consistently rank first in the entire school at experimental primary, right? That's amazing. Can I call you Mei Fong too? Just call me Xiao Shui. Seeing Mei Fong hesitate, Xia Yuan quickly nudged Peng Shui and said, Isn't it a bit strange to start off with a nickname like that? Haha, are you feeling jealous? All right. I'll ask Yushi to come out and check with her. No. Class is about to start. Just let her know for me. That will suffice. All right then. Wait for me at the door after class. Our teacher loves to drag on. Okay. The name Ping Shui was not unfamiliar to Mei Fong. After all, she was an old acquaintance from Mei Fong's previous life, a true middle school classmate. I believe it is quite normal. Middle school girls are still in the process of growth and development, and most of them are rather naive, not fully blossomed. Their intentions behind dressing up are seldom to portray rebellious personas. Rather, it is simply a pure admiration for beauty. Ping Shui was a classmate of Mei Fong in middle school. Such beautiful girls, who were more inclined to socialize, had little in common with Mei Fong, who was primarily absorbed in gaming. He merely held a distinct impression of Ping Shui, particularly regarding her popularity among the boys in class. In her first year of middle school, Ping Shui performed commendably academically, consistently ranking among the top 10 in her class. However, the teachers were not particularly fond of her, deeming her academic demeanor lacking due to her excessive preoccupation with appearance, which led to frequent scrutiny and trouble. Her rebellious nature began to manifest during this time. Gradually, she invested more effort into her fashion choices, and Mei Fong often observed her frolicking in the corridors with a group of individuals sporting extravagant hairstyles and non-mainstream styles. As her rebellious phase intensified, it inevitably resulted in a decline in her academic performance and conflicts with teachers, culminating in parental involvement due to inappropriate relationships. Ping Shui followed this familiar trajectory, ultimately clashing with her homeroom teacher, even engaging in altercations during class, which became notorious throughout the school. At that juncture, she found herself unable to continue her studies at that institution and subsequently transferred schools. As for her later circumstances, Mei Fong did not keep track, having never attended any middle school reunions, and thus remained unaware of her fate. Becoming friends with such a notorious girl naturally caused Mei Fong some concern regarding Xia Yuan. However, one must acknowledge that those events belong to a different lifetime. The transformation brought about by altered circumstances can be profound, and thus, Mei Fong could not hastily judge the present Peng Shui. In summary, it was prudent to observe the situation further. Mei Fong shared with Lin Yoshi the incident of purchasing hand warmers with Xia Yuan, mentioning that Xia Yuan intended to bring along her new acquaintance. Initially, Lin Yoshi appeared quite reluctant, yet ultimately she acquiesced with a nod. In her elementary school days, Xia Yuan had many friends, but they had little overlap with Lin Yoshi, as Xia Yuan typically only brought Mei Fong when seeking Lin Yoshi's company. During weekends, Xia Yuan was often occupied with her special classes, leaving her limited free time, which was generally spent with Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi. This was indeed the first instance of her inviting another friend to join their shopping excursion. However, I did not bring any money with me today. I can accompany you and merely look around. As for what I told Yuan, just inform her that I have already purchased the hand warmer. Otherwise, she would certainly insist on paying for me. I have brought some money. That will suffice. Lin Yoshi accepted Mei Fong's contribution, though she seemed somewhat distracted. The winter chill was palpable, with the classroom doors tightly shut, leaving one to wonder how long the wait would extend. It was indeed a frigid day. Observing Lin Yoshi shivering with her arms crossed, Mei Fong suggested, "It should be soon. Let us wait a little longer." Lin Yoshi adjusted the rabbit earmuffs that Xia Yuan had gifted her. Noticing Mei Fong's ears were reddened from the cold, without hesitation, she removed her own muffs and offered them to Mei Fong. "If you are afraid of the cold, you should wear it first. Such adorable earmuffs. I can hardly manage them. I certainly want tea. There's no one else around here. So what is there to be shy about?" Now that everyone in the class has already left, Lin Yoshi has become a bit bolder. She steps forward and places the rabbit earmuffs on Mei Fong's head, who is resisting. In the midst of their tussle, the door to Class 8 suddenly swings open, startling them into standing at attention as they gaze towards the illuminated night sky outside the corridor. The first to burst out of Class 8 is Xia Yuan. Sorry. Our old Zhu really went overboard, dragging class for so long. You've been waiting for a while, haven't you? It's only been a short while. It's no big deal." Upon seeing Mei Fong wearing the earmuffs she had gifted to Lin Yoshi, Xia Yuan becomes exceedingly animated. But it is a joyful kind of excitement. "Hey, Fong, you are just too adorable. I absolutely love your outfit right now. Yoshi insisted on giving them to me. Isn't it lovely? Yoshi, you did an amazing job. You truly understand me." I just suddenly wanted to give it a try." While Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi are cheerfully chatting, they are suddenly embraced from behind in an intimate manner. Yuan, let us hurry. Let us go to the store I recommended to buy some warm patches." "Wow, Xiaoshui, you startled me." Upon hearing Ping Shui's remark, Lin Yoshi immediately radiated a distinct aura, and Mei Fong could sense a piercing chill in the air. Yoshi's displeasure was palpable to the naked eye. Such is the nature of girls. They place immense importance on titles and forms of address. Following this, Xia Yuan formally introduced her good friend Ping Shui to Lin Yoshi, who responded with notable enthusiasm. "Oh, you are the esteemed class monitor of Class 9. Yuan, your friends are truly remarkable individuals." "I am not friends with Yuan," Lin Yoshi retorted coldly. "What?" Lin Yoshi paused briefly before earnestly clarifying. "She and I have been inseparable since kindergarten. We are childhood sweethearts and exceptionally close friends." "Indeed." Yoshi is absolutely right. Xia Yuan chimed in, her hands on her hips in affirmation. "Yoshi and I share an extraordinary bond. We are the kind of best friends who will never part ways. Wow, I truly envy the three of you. Your relationship is reminiscent of a fairy tale. Your tone, it sounds as if you were performing in a Taiwanese idol drama." Mei Fong expressed a hint of disdain at Ping Shui's somewhat theatrical remark. Naturally, having known Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi since childhood, he might not find anything particularly special or strange about their camaraderie. Yet, to others, it might indeed appear quite enchanting. "Now, let us hasten to buy some hand warmers. Xiaoshui, you must guide us." "Of course. I am aware of a particular shop that boasts an abundance of charming and delightful warmers, as well as items featuring Sakura. Therefore, we must go and have a look. Let us proceed." However, Lin Yoshi, by nature, is not one to engage in frequent conversation. As she stood by, struggling to interject, she eventually made her way to Mei Fong's side. Understanding Lin Yoshi's sentiments, Mei Fong immediately sought to reassure her introverted childhood friend. "I believe it would be best for us to enjoy our time separately from Yuan as friends. Otherwise, it might become rather awkward when we cannot find common ground in conversation." Awkward? Lin Yoshi feigned surprise, responding, "I don't perceive it that way. I think it's quite all right. Moreover, if there is to be any awkwardness, it certainly should not fall upon me." Her gaze fell upon Peng Shui, who was animatedly chatting and laughing with Xia Yuan, even going so far as to link arms with her. Even at this moment, Yoshi still refuses to concede. Possessing the wisdom of an adult and an exceptional talent for gauging the atmosphere, Mei Fong found herself in a considerable predicament. Her discomfort was palpable. She felt as if she could scarcely breathe. The process of introducing a new friend among boys is remarkably straightforward and uncomplicated. Engaging in a game together, where friend A introduces friend B to join in, is an ideal scenario. The next step is to quickly log in together. As for the longevity of their gaming companionship, it primarily hinges upon friend B's skill level in the game. If B is a formidable presence akin to a deity, then naturally, the treatment they receive is exceptional, potentially allowing them to usurp A's previous standing within the team. Should B possess a comparable skill level, yet exhibit superior communication and frequently engage in collaborative endeavors, their presence may be deemed acceptable. However, if B is both inept and overly playful, The prospect of including them in future activities would lead even A to face unwarranted disdain. The camaraderie among males is often characterized by its straightforward and unrefined nature. Shared interests in gaming can forge friendships, and outings are typically conducted on an individual basis, with no one enjoying any particular privileges. As for the dynamics among females, it is said, rumored, in fact, as conveyed by Mei Fong, that there exists a profound obsession regarding the closeness of relationships among girls. Within a quartet, 5 distinct combinations of friendships can emerge. Concerning Lin Yoshi, she has never had particularly close friends since elementary school, or rather, she has had very few friends at all, which renders her relationship with Xia Yuan of significant importance. Xia Yuan, in turn, reciprocates this sentiment towards Yoshi, albeit with subtle differences. Ah, there it is, the establishment I mentioned. Ping Shui led Mei Fong and the other 2 companions to the boutique she had recommended, situated directly across from Baimei No. 1 High School. The shop offers a variety of female accessories, such as bracelets and planners, alongside everyday items, attracting numerous high school students. Come on in, let us browse, she urged. Yoshi, come here. Why are you lingering at the back? Are you whispering secrets to Ah Fong? Xia Yuan waved at Lin Yoshi, who promptly approached and took hold of Xia Yuan's hand. In an unexpected turn of events, Lin Yoshi took the initiative to link arms. Oh, why the sudden change? Typically, Xia Yuan was the one who sought closeness with Lin Yoshi, so being the one on the receiving end felt somewhat unfamiliar. Let us go check out the warmers. Sure, let us go. Lin Yoshi and I are childhood friends with Xia Yuan. While Ping Shui is like a serendipitous arrival for Xia Yuan certainly has a multitude of connections. The 3 girls located the shelf for warmers. But since the shop was not particularly spacious, Mei Fong opted to remain outside rather than squeeze in. Occasionally, female students from Baimei No. 1 High School would enter. Clad in simple uniforms, their figures well-developed, chatting and laughing as they made their way into the boutique. Look over there, a little boy. Isn't he adorable? Mei Fong frowned as she glanced at the nearby high school girls. Those little girls are so reckless. He seems annoyed. Haha. Hee, I want to pinch his cheeks. Don't be foolish. His parents might be nearby. The high school girls continued their laughter as they entered the boutique, while Mei Fong stood outside, rubbing her hands together. At that moment, Peng Shui exited the store and crossed paths with Mei Fong. Mei Fong, why aren't you picking anything? Don't you like the warmers I suggested? It's not that, Mei Fong replied, shaking her head. I'm rather indifferent about appearances. After all, this is something that will only be useful in the morning. And there is nowhere at school to charge it. Indeed, boys tend not to concern themselves with such matters. You place a greater emphasis on practicality. Ping Shui smiled and remarked, however, I truly admire you for being willing to accompany girls on shopping excursions. Among the boys I know, I have never encountered anyone as gentle and considerate as you. Although you appear to embody a cute demeanor, you exude a sense of maturity that belies your looks. Despite being only in her first year of junior high, Ping Shui's words were undeniably charming, were it not for a man of Mei Fong's sound mind. Most young boys would find it challenging to navigate her allure. They would soon be elevated by her praises and easily manipulated. I only waited outside for a while you were out shopping, and we hardly exchanged a few words. How could you discern my gentle and considerate nature? Mei Fong chuckled. Well, it's not solely based on today's events, Peng Shui explained. You see, Yu Yuan and I share a desk, and she often speaks of you, which makes me quite envious. Ah, this Yu Yuan truly loves to share. Mei Fong mused, contemplating a reminder for her next encounter. His expression turned somewhat serious as he continued. Since Yu Yuan has confided in you about many matters, you should understand just how close the 3 of us are. Therefore, I deeply cherish our bond and will not permit anyone to harm it. Taken aback by Mei Fong's sudden earnestness, Ping Shui paused momentarily before covering her mouth and erupting into a melodious laugh. I never imagined you had such a whimsical side, she exclaimed. What whimsicality? Is it truly so embarrassing? Mei Fong pondered, lost in self-doubt. Could it be that the foresight of her words rendered them somewhat peculiar? Ping Shui wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes and confessed, I genuinely envy the bond you share. Merely observing from the sidelines brings me immense joy. Unlike during my own time. As she spoke, Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi emerged from the shop. Ah Fong, Yoshi and I have selected our warmers. Do you have a look at which one you prefer? You two can choose for me. I shall be delighted with whatever you pick. With a cheerful smile, Xia Yuan presented a pig-shaped warmer to Mei Fong. I knew you would say that. Look, this warmer can be unfolded into a little blanket. I see. It can serve such a purpose. After purchasing the warmers, Ping Shui reached home midway and bid farewell to Mei Fong and the others. Xia Yuan, seemingly oblivious to Lin Yoshi's subtle discontent, continued to engage her in cheerful conversation. However, Lin Yoshi appeared somewhat distracted and in a lull of Xia Yuan's chatter. She finally couldn't restrain herself from interjecting. Huh? What do you mean? Xia Yuan, evidently taken aback, looked puzzled. Don't you like Xia Shui? Isn't she warm towards you? She has such a wonderful personality. Lin Yoshi shook her head, insisting. No, it has nothing to do with her. It's just, this girl named Lin Yoshi had always been like this, ever since her kindergarten days. Whenever she lacked the courage to pursue a matter, she would gaze toward her childhood companion, her hero, prepared in advance. Mei Fong gently patted Lin Yoshi's shoulder and reassured her. It's all right, Yoshi. After all these years of friendship, you should share your thoughts with Yuan. Keeping your feelings bottled up does no good for any of us. Mei Fong is right. You must tell me, Yoshi, or I won't understand your feelings. Encouraged by Mei Fong and Xia Yuan, Lin Yoshi finally lifted her head and boldly expressed her sentiments to Xia Yuan. I definitely support you and a Fong. It was disheartening for Xia Yuan that her introduced friend was not favored by her childhood companion. To be honest, I still hope you two can get to know her better. She truly is a wonderful person. Both Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi shook their heads, indicating that they held no dislike for Mei Shui. Lin Yoshi grasped Xia Yuan's hand, while Mei Fong, with a hint of amusement, added, Yuan, you must understand. Yoshi is not saying this out of dislike for Ping Shui. She simply does not want to share you with anyone else. A Fong? What are you saying? That's embarrassing, blushed Xia Yuan, chasing after Mei Fong in playful frustration. Meanwhile, Lin Yoshi, who had been holding back her laughter all night, finally revealed a long-awaited smile. The promise of childhood sweethearts, indeed. Mei Fong did not anticipate that Lin Yoshi would so swiftly disclose her feelings to Xia Yuan. It seems that both the campaign for class monitor and the endeavor to save money for a gift for her father have significantly influenced Lin Yoshi's character development. However, even if Lin Yoshi did not mention it tonight, Mei Fong still harbored the intention to confront Xia Yuan about it. After dinner at home, Mei Fong sought out Xia Yuan to work on their homework together, and it appeared that Xia Yuan had been waiting for her arrival with great eagerness. Hastily pulling Mei Fong into her room. It is a common occurrence that a friend's friend may not necessarily become one's own friend. Thus, there is no obligation to forge a bond. Yet, Mei Fong found it challenging to assert this perspective, given that Lin Yoshi was introduced through her friend Xia Yuan. More than this, I yearn to hear you elaborate on your friend. I only met her today, and it is essential for me to understand her nature to offer you sound advice. Then there is Xia Shui, who before the midterm examinations, thoughtfully penned an encouraging note for me, expressing her belief that I would achieve commendable results. Xia Yuan animatedly recounted how well Peng Shui treated her. Noting that her knowledge of Mei County far surpassed ours, she was quite familiar with the shops lining the streets of the county town. Initially, I had contemplated asking her to accompany us to the newly opened skating rink this weekend. However, since you are not fond of her, I shall graciously decline that notion. So, would it mean that I should only go with Xia Shui? Of course not. I would accompany you as well. As for Yoshi, it will depend on her own wishes. Xia Yuan nodded happily, grasping Mei Fong's hand and pulling him close to share the warmth of the heated pad nestled in her embrace. Engaging in conversation with a Fong was truly the most comforting. Many perplexing matters suddenly became clear. Oh, by the way, it seems you chatted with Xia Shui outside this evening? I suspect you don't actually dislike her as much as you claim, merely echoing what she thinks. Am I right? Mei Fong pondered, resting his chin on his hand. How should I put this? This sentiment might sound a touch self-absorbed. Nevertheless, I wish to express my feelings to you. Oh, that would be splendid. Xia Yuan smiled, nodding enthusiastically. This is the essence of my dear childhood friend. Do not conceal secrets from me. Please, go ahead. I am all ears. To be honest, I sense that your deskmate seems to harbor some interest in me. Huh? What? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan's face blanched in disbelief. Is that true? What did she say to you tonight that led you to think this? Please, reveal each word to me. She mentioned that among the boys she knows, none are as gentle and considerate as I am. And then, Mei Fong recounted, without embellishment, the words Peng Shui had shared with him. Indeed, while it may be the truth, Xia Yuan's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, nervously twirling her fingers. Alas, it is my fault for frequently discussing you in her presence, which has sparked such considerable interest in you. Mei Fong gently patted Xia Yuan's head. advising her to refrain from speaking of my matters in front of others. Some may envy, yet many will perceive it as mere boasting, which is hardly commendable. By the way, what do you truly think of her? Naturally, as students, our primary focus remains on our studies. My inquiry stems from mere curiosity regarding your perspective. In what regard? Well, in that particular aspect you have in mind. Xia Yuan replied earnestly, stating that as childhood friends, it is imperative for you to speak your heartfelt truth. Heartfelt truth, she can certainly be deemed adorable. Mei Fong deliberately observed Xia Yuan's reaction, noting her evident nervousness as her flushed face averted its gaze. However, in comparison to our dear Yuan, how shall I put it? There is hardly any basis for comparison. Mei Fong gently patted Xia Yuan's head, declaring that our Yuan is the epitome of cuteness. What do you mean by your Yuan? How shameless. Xia Yuan pinched Mei Fong's hand within the warmth of her heating pad, asserting that if she still wished to depart with us after self-study, she would simply claim that she was unwilling. Yes, just like that. TSK. You specifically sought my counsel on how to explain this matter to Ping Shui, yet you had already devised a solution. Nonetheless, through a selfless act, Mei Fong has indeed compelled Xia Yuan to resolutely refuse Peng Shui's overture to be her study companion. Just as Mei Fong reveled in her ingenious maneuver, Xia Yuan suddenly withdrew her hand from the warmth of the heating pad, feigning a shivering embrace, exuding a delicate and helpless demeanor. Oh dear, it is so cold. Is there a kind-hearted soul who might extend a touch of warmth, perhaps something referred to as super Fong energy? This girl, suddenly channeling her inner actress. She ought to be sent off to pursue the arts. Consequently, Mei Fong willingly stood, encircling Xia Yuan's waist, and Xia Yuan adeptly draped her arms around Mei Fong's neck, maneuvering her into a seated position on the chair while she settled herself atop Mei Fong. Are you warm now, my dear Miss Xia? In winter. This embrace seems rather unremarkable. Xia Yuan mused. Let us try this again next summer. Next summer, you say? What is the matter? Are you reluctant? Not at all. How could that be? Ah Fong, you must promise me something. Consider it a pact between childhood friends. Ah, what is it? Indeed. I believe that as middle school students, we ought to embody the essence of our age, focusing our thoughts on our studies and refraining from engaging in activities beyond our years. What do you think? In our current situation, does a simple embrace really signify anything inappropriate? Xia Yuan smiled, asserting that we are childhood friends, and a hug is inconsequential. Mei Fong took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions, responding softly that one must adhere to this agreement. We must diligently study together, aiming to secure admission to the prestigious by Mei Zhong. Certainly. Xia Yuan leaned against Mei Fong's shoulder, her eyes narrowing into a sweet smile as she declared her determination to work exceptionally hard. We shall attend high school together, ensuring we are placed in the same class. Indeed, the three of us, along with Yuxi. After encountering Peng Shui, whenever Xia Yuan invited her to participate in activities, Mei Fong would invariably accompany them. Due to the psychological groundwork Mei Fong had laid for Xia Yuan, during outings, Xia Yuan would keep a vigilant eye on Mei Fong, entirely denying Peng Shui and Mei Fong any opportunity for solitude. As for Mei Fong's perception of Peng Shui, she only saw her as a girl who enjoys fashionable attire, albeit with some immature notions. Perhaps influenced by Xia Yuan, she also cares deeply about her studies and places significant importance on examination results. Initially, Mei Fong harbored concerns that his dear friend Xia Yuan might be led astray by Peng Shui. However, he perhaps underestimated the inherent radiance that Yuan possessed. Her smile truly had the power to influence those around her. At that time, Mei Fong was neither a friend of Peng Shui nor privy to her inner thoughts, merely a bystander to unfolding events. Yet, had there been someone to extend a hand to her amidst the depths she found herself in, perhaps she would not have descended to such a lamentable state. Of course, it is still premature to pass definitive judgment on Peng Shui's character. Nonetheless, for Mei Fong, it is now possible to lower his guard slightly against her. The year 2008 came to a close amidst the mundanity of life. After enduring the last winter snow of that year, all three braved the biting cold to complete the final journey of their first semester in junior high. Each of them achieved results in their final examinations that were gratifying. As the winter break of their first year in junior high commenced, the Lunar New Year of 2009 would arrive in just a few days. For Lin Yoshi, this would undoubtedly be a New Year's memory to cherish for a lifetime. 079 Mei's homework since elementary school. Mei Fong, Lin Yoshi, and Xia Yuan had developed a tradition of celebrating each other's birthdays together. However, Lin Yoshi and Mei Fong's birthdays, both falling in February, were rather close. To ensure their celebrations did not coincide, Mei Fong opted to celebrate only his lunar birthday. His official lunar birthday falls on the 29th day of the 12th month, with the following day being New Year's Eve. Thus, he typically adjusted his birthday celebration a few days earlier, choosing a suitable day. This year, he and Xia Yuan, along with Lin Yoshi, planned to celebrate their birthdays together on the day of the Little New Year. Xia Yuan has been troubled these days over what to gift Mei Fong for her birthday. Fong, what do you wish for this year? She inquired. I feel as though I've already given you everything in previous years: piggy banks, wind chimes, mugs, gloves. Since you're now in middle school, perhaps I should consider something different? It's perfectly fine if you don't give anything. I don't really care about that. That's out of the question. You've received presents every year. How could this year be any different? Xia Yuan squeezed Mei Fong's shoulder. How about a scarf? A scarf? Yoshi mentioned to me yesterday that she plans to give one. She beat me to it. Xia Yuan huffed, feeling a bit annoyed. I forgot to ask her when we were playing games yesterday. I didn't realize she had already decided on a gift without telling me. If you really want to give something, I wouldn't mind having 2 scarves. I need to change them anyway, Mei Fong replied, engrossed in her coding. So, whose will you wear first, mine or Yoshi's? After a moment of silence, Mei Fong pondered. Whichever looks better, I shall wear first. You sly fox. Your thoughts are quite amusing. Xia Yuan playfully tapped Mei Fong's head with her hand. Now, stop staring at those dense lines of code today. It's a holiday, and looking at this is rather dull. Once Xiaoya finishes her homework and Yoshi comes over after dinner, the 4 of us can play Monopoly together. Well, you might not be able to count on that. Mei Fong shook her head. She knew she wouldn't be able to finish her homework today. Her mother had said that if she didn't complete her assignments, she wouldn't be allowed to play with them. How could that be? Just a moment ago, I glanced at the winter vacation homework Xiaoya had to do, and she only had 2 pages of math left, consisting of a few connect the dots and arithmetic problems. It wouldn't take long for her to complete it. They seemed to be memorizing the multiplication table now. Why such pressure for a second grader? At that moment, from the living room, the sound of tearing paper could be heard. You have such confidence in Xiaoya. Why not go see what she's up to now? Xia Yuan, half convinced, ventured out of the study to find Meiya in the living room. She discovered Meiya repeatedly rubbing a ruler against her hair. Upon seeing Xia Yuan, Meiya joyfully waved her hand. Sister Yuan, I have a secret to tell you, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Actually, I am a magician. Xia Yuan had always been very patient and caring towards her younger sister Meiya. Seeing Meiya in high spirits, she smiled and approached her. Wow, Xiaoya, are you really that amazing? Can you show Sister Yuan? Watch closely. I will only perform once, so don't let the brothers know. Meiya held the ruler she had rubbed against her hair. This is my super magic wand. As long as I infuse it with magic, it will do this. Meiya extended the ruler over the scraps of paper on the coffee table, and all the bits of paper were drawn out by the ruler. What incredible magic! Xia Yuan applauded enthusiastically, exclaiming, No wonder our little Ya is so remarkable. You truly are a magician. Haha. Upon hearing such praise from Xia Yuan, Meiya could not help but place her hands on her hips and laugh. Sister Yuan, you are so easily deceived. You actually believe I am a magician. This is merely a common static electricity experiment. Surely you have learned about it before. Were you not paying attention in class? Xia Yuan was momentarily speechless, unable to utter a single word. I was merely playing along with you. She wiped the sweat from her brow. Well, since we have completed the experiment, can we now proceed to do our homework? Meiya shook her head. This is also part of our homework. It is our natural science assignment. Is there winter break homework for natural science now? It is clearly a secondary subject. Stop listening to my sister's nonsense, Mei Fong suddenly interjected, tugging at Meiya's ear. You are willing to do everything except your homework, aren't you? I truly wonder whom you resemble. Perhaps your father. Woo, brother. You are so mean. Sister Yuan, help me. Quickly release little Ya. You might hurt him. Did you hear that? Xia Yuan playfully hit Mei Fong a few times. When Mei Fong refused to let go, Xia Yuan retaliated by tugging at Mei Fong's ear, prompting him to finally relent. You only know how to scold your sister. You should be guiding her to do her homework properly. Exactly, brother. You big silly pig. Maya tugged at her lower eyelid and made a grimace at Mei Fong, who wore an expression of indifference towards life and death. She was overwhelmed with unfinished homework. When the time came, her mother would undoubtedly chastise her for having such an irresponsible brother. Of course, she had grown accustomed to the scolding and had little desire to exert herself. Why are you, as the elder brother, so lacking in patience? Humph. Allow me to tutor Xiaoya. I assure you I will make her obedient. All right. Sister Yuan, teach me. Maya exclaimed, taking Yuan's hand and dashing towards the study room to tackle their assignments. Meanwhile, Meifong stretched languidly, found the remote control, and turned on the television. He retrieved a few oranges from the refrigerator, wrapped himself in a thick blanket, and reclined on the sofa to watch TV. The program currently airing was Dancing Legend, which, despite having watched it 100 times before, still captivated him even on the 101st viewing. An hour later, as he nearly drifted off during the commercial break, the bedroom door finally creaked open. "Brother, I've finished my homework," Maya and Yuan called out, shaking him awake. "You can check my work now. I've done really well." "Haven't I?" Maya wiped her nose and presented her homework to Meifong. He scrutinized the work with a furrowed brow before looking up at Maya. "Did you do this by yourself?" "Of course," Maya replied nonchalantly, though Yuan beside her was already feeling guilty and turned her head away. "Let me test your knowledge. What is 3 multiplied by 7? Maya furrowed her brow and pondered aloud. Xia Yuan, standing nearby, gently urged, "The multiplication table, the multiplication table." "Ah, indeed. 1 times 1 is 1, 2 times 3 is 6, 3 times 3 is 9, 4 times 5 is 20, 3 times 5 is 15, 3 times 6 is 18, and 3 times 7, 3 times 7. Maya called out loudly, confident this time. 3 times 7 is 24. Smack. Meifong noticed Xia Yuan face-palming. "Show me your palm. I'm going to give you a spanking. You let Sister Yuan help you with your homework, didn't you?" As Meifong spoke, he picked up a ruler nearby, ready to teach his mischievous younger sister a lesson. "Woo-woo, I promise I won't do it again, brother. Please spare me. I'll definitely do my homework properly next time, woo-woo." At that moment, Xia Yuan chimed in, "Ah Fong. You must not physically punish such a young child. Little Ya is merely playful at her age. She will understand the importance of studying soon." How can you say that? You dared to lead my sister astray. Now extend your hand. Take off your gloves." Aware that she was in the wrong, Xia Yuan could only obediently stand straight, feeling aggrieved as she extended her small hand for Meifong to lightly strike it 3 times with the ruler. "Brother, you are so biased. You hit me so hard, but you only lightly tap Sister Yuan. I don't like you anymore. You think you can just replace your brother? The reason I strike you harder is that I am your brother. We are family, and family can bear such weight. Does this mean that Sister Yuan is an outsider? You hit her so lightly." Mei lamented to Xia Yuan, "Sister Yuan, you must never become my brother's wife. He will be fierce towards his own family. How disappointing." The aggrieved Xia Yuan gently rubbed her palm where she had been struck, nodding in acknowledgement. "Sister Yuan understands." Wow. Mei swiftly transitioned from her sorrowful demeanor to her usual self, tugging at Xia Yuan's arm and whispering, "Sister Yuan. Don't take it too seriously. Xiaoyu was just joking. My brother's hits don't really hurt. I was merely exaggerating. You can still marry him." "Oh, is that so?" Xia Yuan felt a bit bashful, fiddling with her hair and looking away. "By the way, it's nearly 2 o'clock. Why has Tisu come yet? We promised to play Monopoly together." "I'll call to check," Meifong said as she headed toward the family landline. "Hello everyone. I am Chao Manjun. I can't believe the day of the launch has arrived so swiftly. The launch will take place at midnight on December 1st, and I promise to deliver 5 updates. I've been striving so hard to keep up, yet my stockpile is almost depleted. Oh no. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to editor Lu Ming for nurturing this fledgling writer and for providing me with so many recommendations. Next, I would like to express my profound appreciation for the readers who have accompanied me on this journey thus far. As a newcomer, I find immense joy in wandering through the review section. Compliments bring me happiness, while criticisms leave me in tears. I am fully aware of certain aspects that may not be well received, and I intend to address them. However, once my work is published, I anticipate devoting more of my focus to the art of writing. Should some readers find my book unappealing, that is perfectly acceptable. They may simply choose to look away. I kindly request, though, that they refrain from voicing harsh criticisms in the review section, as I possess a rather fragile heart. Nevertheless, I am reluctant to delete any disparaging comments, for I am curious to see if anyone might rise to my defense. To my delight, I have discovered that many cherish me, which fills me with joy. Furthermore, should there come a day when I cease updating without explanation, it is possible that I have followed in the footsteps of Meifong, experiencing a sudden demise and rebirth. Additionally, an element of my narrative can be viewed as autobiographical. Many of Meifong's experiences are adaptations of my own life. For instance, The opening scene involving bedwetting and punishment has drawn criticism from many who argue that a child should not be punished for such an occurrence. In truth, I was chastised for an unfortunate accident, hence the punishment, haha. However, unlike Mei Fong, I lack both her fortune and courage. Every choice I have made is fraught with regret, which I believe resonates deeply with my readers. Above all, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to a dear friend of mine, a fellow writer who shares my passion for childhood romance narratives. It was he who encouraged me to embark on this creative endeavor. My friend embarked on his literary journey in 2016, coinciding with the inception of the two-dimensional section on a popular platform. His inaugural signed work revolved around the theme of childhood sweethearts. At that time, his initial subscription count was a mere 20. Nevertheless, he persevered and crafted a narrative that ultimately spanned over 1 million words. Regrettably, by the conclusion, his average subscription had dwindled to only 130. Yet, this endeavor garnered him a loyal readership, with many fans maintaining contact as they progressed through high school, university, and even into their careers. He cherishes these friendships deeply. Subsequently, he produced a plethora of stories centered on the childhood sweetheart theme. The most failed to gain traction. After much effort, he finally penned a work that achieved an average subscription exceeding 500, only to fall into obscurity once more. In essence, his creative impulses surged intermittently, leading him to write continuously for 6 years, predominantly within the realm of original light novels, harboring no other aspirations than to depict the sweet romances of his imagination. He often confides in me his determination to fulfill his creative ambitions before turning 25, aiming to write a widely read narrative about childhood sweethearts. Alas, he has consistently struggled with both skill and fortune, compounded by numerous missteps characteristic of an overly idealistic writer. This has led to a sense of disillusionment, culminating in hasty conclusions to his works. Now, at the age of 26, he expresses his inability to continue writing. His professional life faces turmoil, and since graduation, he has been alone, lacking the capacity and energy to pursue his dreams. Acknowledging his own ordinariness proves to be a formidable challenge for someone who has always held lofty aspirations. Thus, I pondered, perhaps I should attempt to write myself. Although I shall not share the profits with him, my relationship with him is quite amicable, and I suppose it serves as a cherished memory for him. Haha. Many readers may already be aware that my friend writes under the pen name Watanabe the Old Thief. He possesses a penchant for writing childhood romance stories. Yet his tendency to inadvertently infuse them with a hint of pretentiousness often leads to unfortunate failures. His works can also be found on Chidian, where he has penned several lengthy novels exceeding 1 million words, which I genuinely admire. Despite his foolishness, I am immensely grateful to him. Without his assistance, the birth of this book would not have been possible. Ultimately, I hope everyone will lend their support to the initial order of this book. The significance of the first order cannot be overstated. I shall be releasing 5 chapters after midnight on December 1st, and I sincerely hope those who are able will support me. Chao Manjun will create beautiful illustrations for everyone to enjoy. Though I may lack the ability to produce frequent updates, I shall strive to craft a compelling story for all esteemed readers. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their unwavering support throughout the years. As for the current situation regarding Mei Fong, with the assets in his account, he could easily afford a new phone. However, such a device is not only difficult to conceal but would also lead to troublesome inquiries from his mother. Moreover, he has no essential contacts that necessitate a phone. His communication with Xia Yuanlin typically occurs either through a landline or in person, as their homes are in close proximity, making meetings exceedingly convenient. Thus, Mei Fong prefers to wait until everyone has a plan in place before considering the purchase of a mobile phone. Mei Fong dialed Lin Yoshi's phone number, but all she heard was a series of busy signals. Is it unreachable? Xia Yuan tilted her head and mused. Perhaps there are guests at Yoshi's home, and they are too occupied to answer the phone? It can be quite hectic during the new year. I'm not sure. I'll try again later. Just as Mei Fong finished speaking, the landline rang again. Hello, is Yoshi there? Oh, it's Teacher Yu. Mei Fong, is Yuan at your place right now? Yes, I'll let her talk to you. Xia Yuan, hearing her mother's voice from afar, quickly got up and took the phone from Mei Fong's hands, exclaiming, Grandma's friend. With a look of confusion, she exchanged a few pleasantries with her mother before hanging up. Oh, it's nothing, Xia Yuan said as she gathered her hat, scarf, gloves, and bag that she had left at Mei Fong's home. You can call Yoshi again later, or perhaps go to her home to check. If there's anything urgent, just call my house, I'll be there. Big brother. Mei tugged at Mei Fong's arm and whined, Can I go play at Yuan's house? There are guests at Yuan Yuan's place. You would only cause a commotion. Well, I wouldn't mind. Xia Yuan extended her hand toward Meiya, suggesting that since the homework had already been completed, if she found herself bored at home, she could come over to her house to play. Today, many relatives were expected to visit, along with two younger siblings who were slightly younger than Meiya. I want to go. I absolutely adore playing with the little ones. I wish to introduce them to the wonders of science. Mei Fong tapped her younger sister's head, saying, if you wish to go, then go. But do not create trouble for Sister Yuan Yuan. While at her house, please refrain from touching things carelessly. It would be shameful for the Mei family. Do you understand? From a young age, Mei had been instilled with the notion that Sister Yuan Yuan's family was quite affluent, although she had seldom visited their home. Upon hearing Mei Fong's warning, she immediately adopted a serious demeanor. I understand, sister. Father has also mentioned that the belongings in Yuan Yuan's home are quite expensive. Selling me would not even cover the costs. Ah Fong. Could you refrain from exaggerating about our family? Mei Fong was pleased to have Xia Yuan take care of her younger sister, as it would afford him the leisure to tackle the challenges posed by the Go programming language. In his previous life, he was not a programming expert. He merely had a vague understanding of the languages used in his company. Reflecting on it now, the differences between Go in 2009 and that of 2022 must have been significant. At least, learning it now felt rather arduous and unrewarding. As Mei Fong opened his computer, his thoughts suddenly drifted to Lin Yoshi. Typically, she would either come to his house quickly or at least call if she were unable to. Perhaps he should go directly to Lin Yoshi's house to check on her? Nonetheless, it was not far. Once her mind was made up, Mei Fong swiftly took action, changing into boots before heading to Lin Yoshi's home. In the small courtyard of Lin Yoshi's residence, there was an old motorcycle, a brand new black electric bike, and a pink bicycle. Indeed, it seemed there were guests at home. Mei Fong cleared her throat, and noticing the absence of anyone around, she knocked on the courtyard door while mustering the courage to call out Lin Yoshi's name. In 2008, lacking other means of communication, calling out from below was a common practice, reminiscent of something elementary school children would do, which felt rather awkward. Just then, the door to the house swung open, revealing Lin Yoshi's father, Lin Guichuan. Mei Fong, have you come to play with Yoshi? He inquired. Mei Fong nodded. We had planned to spend time together today. But I called Yoshi earlier, and there was no answer. Ah, is that so? It must be a problem with the phone line. We didn't hear it ring. Is Yoshi not home? She just stepped out. She might be looking for you. Did you not cross paths on the way? If you happen to see her, could you please tell her? Well, her father respects her wishes, but I hope she can have a proper conversation with me. Respect her wishes? Mei Fong was about to inquire about the meaning behind those words when a woman in her mid-30s appeared behind Lin Guichuan. She initially gave the impression of being very gentle, embodying the archetype of a friendly neighbor, yet her eyes were strikingly bright and beautiful. However, the deep lines on her face hinted at a certain unease, and her hands were always positioned in front of her, exuding an indescribable sense of awkwardness and sorrow. Mei Fong did not ponder much nor inquire further. He merely nodded and greeted, "Hello, Auntie." The aunt appeared somewhat surprised, but returned a nod in acknowledgement. Is this child a friend of Yushi? Yes, he is Yushi's closest companion, named Mei Fong, who often plays with her. I see. Well, thank you for your help. Sighing with relief after leaving Lin Yushi's home, Mei Fong recognized that, despite being an adult, such a scene and dialogue revealed various underlying circumstances. He had not anticipated that Uncle Lin would remarry at this moment. He wondered if in her past life, Lin Yushi had experienced similar situations and ultimately accepted the presence of a stepmother. However, from what Mei Fong knew of Lin Yushi in this lifetime, he was certain she would never come to terms with it. Could this also be considered a trigger for historical change? In her previous life, it was highly probable that Lin Yushi never had the opportunity to earn money to buy her father an electric bicycle. Perhaps her father, feeling guilty and remorseful for being unable to care for her while acknowledging her maturity, contemplated introducing a new mother into her life. Our Yushi is not the type of child who would sneak away to play alone. Considering things from Yushi's perspective, if she did not seek his assistance during difficult times, the only place she might go would likely be there. Mei Fong silently sighed within himself, then immediately took action, hailing a taxi along the way. Hello, driver. Could you please take me to the Paradise Cemetery? Thank you. 081 My mother surely understands your intentions. As the year draws to a close and the winter solstice approaches, the number of visitors to the cemetery has increased significantly compared to that rainy summer spent with Lin Yoshi. Although I had only accompanied Yoshi here once many years ago, I still vividly remember the precise location of her mother's resting place. The inverted stone lion marks the third row from the front. I wonder if it still stands. Ah, it seems the stone lion has not been moved. The cemetery staff must be rather indolent. Or perhaps there is some belief regarding the feng shui of this place. Memories of the past gradually surged to the forefront of my mind. Taking a deep breath, I step forward. In my line of sight, I see the familiar figure of Xiao Qi Mei kneeling by her beloved mother's grave, her head bowed in silence. Occasionally, she emits soft sounds of sniffing or rubs her eyes with her hand. I do not rush to interrupt her. Instead, I stand at a distance, quietly waiting for her. Upon catching a glimpse of my familiar silhouette from the corner of her eye, Yoshi's dim and murky gaze brightens momentarily, clearly taken by surprise at my unexpected presence. What are you doing here? We agreed to play Monopoly together, yet you ventured so far. I really had to search for you. I slowly approached Lin Yoshi, offering her the fruits I've brought. You came to visit your mother and must have forgotten to bring something for her. It seems I am the more thoughtful one. Look, I brought these. Lin Yoshi pointed at the apples placed before her mother's grave, declaring, I am no longer a child. I am aware of the price of apples. Indeed, you have grown up, Mei Fong responded, feeling somewhat awkward as she contemplated where to place the purchased fruit. However, Lin Yoshi swiftly took the apples from her hands. Why are you taking them? My mother won't mind if there are more to eat. Mei Fong observed as Lin Yoshi carefully arranged the apples at her mother's tombstone. While arranging the fruit, she inquired, have you been to my house? Well, did you meet that ant? Mei Fong nodded in response. You see, adults are all liars. After uttering this, Lin Yoshi sniffed, biting her lip tightly to suppress the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. Mei Fong was about to say something when she noticed a tear in Lin Yoshi's knee pants, faint traces of crimson blood seeping through. Did you injure your knee, Yoshi? It's nothing. Let me take a look, if the wound gets infected. I've already said it's nothing. Mind your own business. Lin Yoshi pushed Mei Fong away. Yet Mei Fong stood firm, showing no intention of backing down. Mind my own business? Who else will care for you now? I thought you were no longer a child. Yet you still enjoy causing such scenes. Lin Yoshi did not respond to Mei Fong's words. Instead, she continued to strike him, resolutely pushing him away. However, whether it was due to the pain in her knee or the brewing emotions within her, Lin Yoshi suddenly ceased her actions. When she spoke again, her voice was utterly fragmented. My father, he no longer loves my mother. He wishes to forget her, which is why he always brings that woman to our home. My grandparents have also passed away. My uncle is a heartless scoundrel. In this world, there is only me, just me, who still remembers my mother. Look at that grave next door. That grandmother's grave has been dismantled because no one comes to pay their respects. If I don't come to accompany my mother, she will truly be left here all alone forever, with tears glistening in her eyes. Lin Yoshi reached out to gently touch the slightly yellowed photograph of her mother on the gravestone. Beside her, Mei Fong said nothing, merely instinctively retrieving a pack of tissues from his pocket and offering one to Lin Yoshi to wipe her tears. Before he could help her much, she seized his hand that held the tissue, pressing it against her nose as she blew her nose repeatedly. As Lin Yoshi's emotions began to stabilize, her sobs growing fainter, Mei Fong finally bent down to examine the wound on her knee. How did this happen? He inquired. I ran out of the house after arguing with my father. And then I fell. Why didn't you come find us? Both Yuan and I are at home. I just fell while on my way to your house. This. Lin Yoshi rubbed her reddened nose. I felt quite distressed when I fell. The thought of my father abandoning my mother weighed heavily on my heart. I reassured myself that at least I had you all, but my mother is even more pitiable. So I felt I should accompany her and offer her comfort. You see, I hadn't anticipated that the grandmother who had always been by her side is now also gone. Mei Fong glanced at the nearby tombstone and shook her head. This grandmother's grave may not have been disposed of. It could simply have been relocated elsewhere. How do you know? Tombstones generally have a preservation period of over 20 years. The cost of clearing them is far greater than leaving them unattended. This grandmother's grave certainly hasn't reached 20 years. Lin Yoshi looked at Mei Fong with a mixture of belief and skepticism. How do you know so much? Humph. Do you think your childhood friend is just anyone? In truth, Mei Fong was merely fabricating based on vague memories. You can't just leave that wound on your knee unattended. If you don't treat it soon, it will leave a scar, and if it gets infected, you might have to amputate your leg. Amputate it, then. My father doesn't care anymore anyway. How could he not care? That matter hasn't been settled yet. He wants to discuss it with you. It's impossible to discuss it with him. Lin Yoshi bit her lip. I have only one mother, and she is right here. Father does not care for mother, and naturally, he will not care for me either. Very well, If you insist on believing that your father does not care for you, do you think I would be indifferent? And what about Yuan? Wouldn't we both be concerned for you? Lin Yoshi did not respond directly. Instead, she silently lowered her head and ceased to speak. Noticing her willingness to relent, Mei Fong promptly approached, intending to assist Lin Yoshi in rising. Lin Yoshi displayed a pained expression, struggling. Are you unable to stand? Is your leg numb? How long have you been kneeling here? Consequently, Mei Fong crouched down, presenting her back to Lin Yoshi. After a brief hesitation, Lin Yoshi leaned against Mei Fong's back, her arms encircling Mei Fong's neck. I will proceed slowly. If I inadvertently cause you pain, please let me know. Understood. As Mei Fong felt the weight of Lin Yoshi pressing against her, she cautiously rose to her feet, intending to carry her forward. However, Lin Yoshi's feet remained planted on the ground. Please lift your legs a bit. How am I to carry you otherwise? This is utterly humiliating. I apologize, I have seldom been carried before. How should I position myself, curled up like this? Mei Fong supported Lin Yoshi's thighs with both hands, while Lin Yoshi made an effort to bend her legs and clasped Mei Fong's waist. Though she was relatively tall, she bore little weight. Just as Mei Fong was about to stand, she halted before the grave of Yoshi's mother. Would you like to come down again? Having come this far, how could I forget to bid farewell to your mother? No need. Lin Yoshi leaned gently against Mei Fong's shoulder, her voice soft and tender. My mother. She surely understands your sentiments. He still remembers his mother, doesn't he? Mei Fong carried Lin Yoshi through the winter cemetery, the ground slick and treacherous. Lin Yoshi had previously stumbled due to her hurried pace, prompting Mei Fong to pause slightly with each step. How wonderful it would be if this moment could last forever. By the way, Yoshi, why are you so unafraid of ghosts? You dare to come here, all alone. Why should I be afraid? Lin Yoshi inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Each grave here belongs to someone whom others long to see but cannot. Moreover, my mother is also here. Listening to Lin Yoshi's explanation, Mei Fong felt a gentle tug at the softest corner of his heart. That does make sense. What a wonderful child she is. Mei Fong set Lin Yoshi down on a bench outside a small wooden shelter in the cemetery. Please sit here for a moment. It's difficult to hail a cab from here. I will go to the roadside to catch a taxi. All right. Lin Yoshi rubbed her hands together, gazing at the surroundings of the wooden shelter, and suddenly spoke up. It seems we spent time here together when we were children. Yes, remember that day it rained? We sheltered here from the downpour, and then, before Mei Fong could finish his sentence, he dashed outside to hail a taxi. Lin Yoshi's gaze followed Mei Fong's silhouette, her lips unable to suppress a tender smile. Why is it that Ah Fong always appears when I need him the most? During the festive season, as cars came and went, Mei Fong quickly hailed a taxi and hurried over to assist Lin Yoshi, who could now manage to walk on her own, though Mei Fong merely supported her as she entered the vehicle. However, just before getting in, Lin Yoshi called out to Mei Fong. Where are we going? Where? Isn't it to your home? Suddenly, Mei Fong was besieged by memories of his past. So you don't intend to run away from home like Yuan, do you? Lin Yoshi shook her head. It's not running away. I simply do not wish to stay at home. Then come to my place first. I'll check with Yuan later to see if I can ask her if you can stay at her house. Lin Yoshi pursed her lips and nodded. Has it scabbed over? Is it still painful? Lin Yoshi shook her head. Much better. That's good to hear. Would you like something to eat? I can get it for you. I would like something warm to drink. Then let me make you a cup of milk, the kind that Xia usually drinks. The student growth formula. Sounds good. Oh, and I need to call your father and Yuan first. Otherwise, your father will worry about you. Lin Yoshi said nothing, merely wrapping herself in a blanket on the sofa, appearing lost in thought. Ah Fong, what do you think about my father wanting to find me a new mother? Mei Fong placed the telephone receiver down once more. This, after all, is a matter concerning your family. As an outsider, I find it difficult to comment. Lin Yoshi interjected, let us not dwell on that. I wish to hear your perspective. Mei Fong pondered for a moment. He understood the intentions behind Lin's father contemplating remarriage. Possessing the mind of an adult, he grasped the complexities involved. Having raised Yoshi alone since her childhood, he had tirelessly managed her schooling and daily needs while juggling work, resulting in a lack of personal life. However, to approach this situation solely from the perspective of marital relations seemed misguided, as Mei Fong knew Lin Guichuan well enough to recognize that he was not that kind of man. Otherwise, he would not have delayed this consideration for a decade. I shall refrain from uttering moralistic phrases like, your father is acting for your benefit. You must be understanding. Your father must have summoned considerable resolve before broaching this subject with you. After a moment's reflection, Mei Fong continued, I merely find it hard to accept your notion that your father has abandoned your mother. If he has indeed resolved to be with another woman, can it not be deemed abandonment? Let us entertain a hypothetical scenario. If your mother were able to observe you from her grave, witnessing your tears and lamentations, would she not feel sorrow for the fact that you alone are without a mother? Would she not wish to be by your side? This exchange transpired 4 years prior when Lin Yoshi accompanied Mei Fong to visit her mother's grave. To this day, the scene of Lin Yoshi shedding tears while gazing at the sky remains vividly etched in my memory. He stepped away from the telephone and proceeded to the kitchen to fetch some milk powder. As he prepared the milk for Lin Yoshi, he continued, "Since your mother cannot be by your side to shower you with love, I believe she would support your father's decision. Moreover, your father has waited for your mother for a decade, 10 years, the most precious and vibrant years of his life, dedicated to nurturing the love he shares with your mother. I find that truly remarkable." Lin Yoshi looked up at Mei Fong and asked, "If my father marries a new aunt, will he still remember my mother?" Mei Fong nodded. "I believe you will never forget your mother. You will still visit her 6 times a year, perhaps even more. In any case, this is the impression that Uncle Lin has left on me. Of course, as his daughter, you know him far better than I do." He handed the prepared milk to Lin Yoshi, and as she cradled the warm drink, her emotions began to settle. "I never said that he must remain alone in his longing for love." Lin Yoshi quietly lowered her head. "I have simply felt for a long time that my father's dedication to my mother is the greatest love in the world. Yet, with his current actions, it feels as though there is a knot in his heart, doesn't it? That is quite normal." Mei Fong sat beside Lin Yoshi. While great love is undoubtedly worthy of celebration, it is often elusive and hard to attain. Most individuals, after all, tend to look forward. For us ordinary souls, the pursuit of love is a luxury in itself, and merely striving to survive consumes all our efforts. Lin Yoshi gently sipped her milk, leaving a delicate white stain on her lips. "I believe, Ah Fong, you are not an ordinary person." "Huh? The words you speak to me are hardly those one would expect from a boy in the first year of junior high. You are far more mature than your peers." Mei Fong scratched his head. I've read quite a bit of inspirational literature, so I apply what I learn. By the way, I also read Mingya and Youth Digest. Regardless, thank you for sharing so much with me. I feel much better now." Lin Yoshi's brows relaxed considerably. She shook her head, saying, "No, I still haven't recovered. I don't want to see him for now. In that case, I suppose I will make a phone call." Mei Fong dialed both Lin Guochuan's mobile and the Xia Yuan family's number, explaining Lin Yoshi's desire to spend the night at Xia Yuan's and take a moment to calm down. Lin Guochuan expressed his support and understanding for his daughter. While regarding Xia Yuan, Mei Fong simply mentioned the situation and inquired about the possibility of staying over. "Why today of all days? There are so many people at my house. I still have to help take care of a few cousins." The phone call from Xia Yuan was filled with a cacophony of noise, with the loudest voice belonging to Maya. Upon hearing this, Mei Fong couldn't help but smirk coldly. "Now you understand how formidable my sister is, don't you?" I'm still not strong enough. Xiaoya is just so full of energy." The sounds of Xia Yuan's lamentation and Xiaoya's boisterous laughter echoed from the other end of the line. "You can stay at our place as long as you like, Even though our house isn't large, it is certainly warm. Weren't you always saying how spacious houses were? Now that the children have grown up, right? Where has Xiaoya gone? With a daughter as mischievous as yours, I'd be a fool to think I could keep her in check. Look at you, brother. You have no sense of responsibility at all." After a few words of admonishment from Xiang Xiaxia, she noticed Lin Yoshi looking somewhat uneasy beside her and approached to comfort her by gently patting her shoulder. "Yoshi, don't worry. We are well acquainted with old Lin. His desire to find you a new mother is surely for your own good. You are a sensible child, so think it over carefully. After all, your father has had it tough all these years." The reassurances and advice from the adults were mostly grounded in factual theories, and this condescending attitude often overlooked the purest feelings of the children. This was a point of contention for Mei Fong when she sought to comfort Lin Yoshi. Certainly, this issue can only be discerned under the dual influence of Mei Fong's nurturing nature and the child's mental acuity. Fortunately, Lin Yoshi has been soothed by Mei Fong and has nearly resolved her inner turmoil. She did not respond negatively to Xiaoxia's comforting words and echoed, "I will think it through. If Dad truly likes that aunt, and if she can alleviate his burdens, I am willing to try to get along with her." Phew. Our Yoshi is indeed a wonderful child. Xiaoxia embraced Yoshi's shoulders, cherishing this girl whom she regarded almost as a goddaughter. However, she added, "If that aunt treats you poorly, or if you are unhappy at home, you are always welcome in our family." Thank you, Aunt May," replied Lin Yoshi, her eyes brimming with gratitude. In the nearly 10 years of childhood spent without her mother's companionship, Xiaoxia, who has always been gentle and kind to her, can indeed be regarded as half a mother to Lin Yoshi. Mom, how shall we sleep tonight? Of course, Xiaoya and Yoshi will sleep in your room. And you can let Mei Fong sleep in the living room. This sofa I bought 2 years ago is incredibly comfortable. No, Aunt, I can sleep on the sofa. Lin Yoshi quickly insisted. This child. What foolishness are you saying? It's so cold. How could I allow you to sleep in the living room? Mei Fong tilted her head in confusion, asking, so I am to freeze, am I? You are a boy. Why engage in quarrels with girls? I could simply provide you with an extra layer of blankets. At this moment, Mei Li Jun interjected, indeed, Mei Fong, after spending so much time with Yuan Yuan, you seem overly effeminate. You hardly resemble a true son of the Mei family. You must cultivate a bit more masculinity. What does it matter if you feel cold? When your father was your age, he would chop firewood outdoors in the dead of winter, bare-chested, and was in splendid health. Father, aren't you in splendid health? You get exhausted just from a stroll. Mei Fong retorted, crossing his arms with an air of arrogance. When I go shopping with Yuan Yuan, I hardly feel fatigued. Yet you, who enjoy a cushy office job, tire easily after accompanying mother on a shopping trip. You truly lack any masculine vigor. How can you even say that? How can you dare to say that? Xiang Xiaxia exclaimed, fiercely pinching Mei Fong's ear. You were so eager when shopping with Yuan Yuan. Yet you can barely lift a basket when grocery shopping with your mother. It seems you are truly an unworthy son. Stop it, stop it. Mother, Yoshi is watching. I have no shame, Mei Fong cried, shielding his head and retreating. In this atmosphere brimming with affection and humor, Lin Yoshi, seated nearby, finally released all her pent-up stress and burst into laughter, drawing the attention of the entire Mei family toward her. This child, it seems this is the first time in many years that we have witnessed her laugh so joyfully. The journey of learning Golong proves to be quite arduous for Mei Fong, a programmer who has ventured into this field midway. In contrast, Lin Yoshi's progress has significantly outpaced his own. Mei Fong's prior exposure to coding was merely superficial, and the gap in their abilities can be attributed to his 3-year head start in programming education. However, since Lin Yoshi developed an interest in Java and delved deeper into the various coding concepts that Mei Fong was familiar with, her learning curve has accelerated impressively, subtly positioning her on the verge of surpassing her mentor. I have been searching for this bug for so long, yet you identified it in an instant, Mei Fong remarked. This underscores the importance of writing comments. You neglected to include any annotations here, and there was an extra loop statement that you forgot to remove, resulting in a plethora of repetitive stack traces in the error logs. This is rather troublesome. Once the tools are updated, it would be beneficial to implement a swift commenting method. If you're not comfortable with it, I can handle that module, he continued. You can look into how to embed the Flash Player module into the web page. Sounds good, Lin Yoshi replied, then inquired, Fong, regarding this website. Have you thought about a name for it once it is established? Well, there is currently a site called a station in the country. How about we name our C station? C station? Why not call it B station instead? Due to the phonetic resemblance between the letter C and the character in your name, you suggested that naming it C station might hold greater sentimental value. Lin Yoshi felt a bit embarrassed, asserting that since you guided her in creating this website, it ought to be called M Station instead. M simply won't do. You retorted. Why not? She inquired. M just sounds peculiar, and it doesn't resemble Mei at all. Lin Yoshi refrained from further disputation. C Station, huh? As she gazed at the chaotic website backend on her computer screen, a contemplative expression crossed her face. Thank you for today, she expressed. Shortly after the dinner at the Mei family's home concluded, not long after, Xia Yuan unexpectedly dropped by to visit the Mei family, primarily to check on Lin Yoshi. Yoshi, I heard everything from Fong on the phone. Are you all right? I'm fine, she replied. Xia Yuan leaned in close, whispering, if you dislike that aunt, you must bravely tell your father. I've seen many stepmothers on television who treat their stepdaughters poorly or take family members to court over inheritance. We don't have much money at home. That Aunt Liang, my father said she can't have children, so I shouldn't worry about being neglected with a second child. That's good. Xia Yuan grasped Lin Yoshi's hand and said, if you have yet to decide whether to accept her, the next time an opportunity arises, take me along to meet that lady. I can help you gauge the situation. All right, I will take you with me when the chance presents itself. Xia Yuan replied, enveloping Lin Yoshi in a warm embrace. Tonight was meant for me to keep you company as you sleep. I apologize. My family is simply too numerous today. It's quite all right. I'm perfectly fine now. Little Ya is sleeping with me as well. Then, is a Fong sleeping on the sofa? At that moment, Xia Yuan noticed Mei Fong, who was approaching the sofa with a blanket in her arms. Mei Fong tilted her head and shrugged, just as you see it. The living room is so chilly. A Fong, you must ensure you are well covered while you sleep tonight. Your birthday is approaching, and falling ill would be quite detrimental, Xia Yuan cautioned. Allow me to assist you. Mei Fong, moved by her concern, covered her face and pretended to weep. In our vast household, there seems to be no one who cares for me as much as you do. My parents have already said that I can endure the cold. Hee. Xia Yuan smiled sweetly at Mei Fong while holding the blanket. I'm certain Uncle and Auntie are concerned for you. They were merely jesting. As she prepared to help Mei Fong arrange the blanket on the sofa, Lin Yoshi approached and said, Yuan, may I assist you as well? Haha, there's no need. Such a trivial matter. I can manage it alone. I can assist you in hastening things, Lin Yoshi remarked. Your family must be eager for your return. Well, that sounds good. As Xia Yuan observed Lin Yoshi enthusiastically arranging the bedding, she felt an inexplicable oddity, though she could not articulate why. Xia Yuan patted Mei Fong's shoulder. I have already decided on your birthday gift. I shall gift you a scarf. Certainly, Mei Fong responded with an okay gesture. When your birthday arrives, I shall reciprocate with a scarf. Are you unwell? My birthday is in summer, and you plan to gift me a scarf? Xia Yuan playfully punched Mei Fong, however. This year, I sincerely hope you can bestow upon me a unique birthday present. Well, your birthday is still half a year away. We must prioritize Yoshi's birthday gift. Of course, I remember that. Xia Yuan patted Mei Fong's shoulder once more. Shall we finalize it then? Yoshi, farewell. Lin Yoshi waved goodbye to Xia Yuan, just as Mei emerged from the inner room, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Did I just hear Sister Yuan's voice in my days? Is she here to spend the night with Xiaoya? Mei dove into Lin Yoshi's embrace. How delightful, it is Sister Yoshi's lovely scent. Lin Yoshi gently stroked Mei's head and exchanged a few words with her when suddenly, a knocking sound echoed from the door. Did Yuan forget something in return? She's always so forgetful. Mei Fong hurried to the door, and upon opening it, she was surprised to find Lin Guichuan standing there. Uncle Lin? Lin Guichuan nodded at Mei Fong and then leaned in to catch a glimpse of Lin Yoshi inside the house. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before Lin Yoshi quickly averted her gaze, choosing instead to play with the sleepy Meiya. Uncle Lin, would you like to come in for a while? I can pour you some tea. No, thank you. I came to bring Yoshi some clothes. I just visited Xia Yuan's house. She mentioned that Yoshi would be staying at your place tonight. Yes, Yuan has guests today. At that moment, Mei Lijun and Xiang Xiaoxia also emerged from the inner room. Oh, old Lin, come in. Sit down. Mei Lijun pulled Lin Guichuan into the house, urging. Come on, old Lin. I really need to have a good chat with you tonight. No, that's unnecessary. I will leave after delivering the change of clothes. Before departing, Lin Guichuan glanced back at his daughter, Lin Yoshi. Clearing his throat, he softly addressed her from the doorway. I will visit your mother later this evening. Those apples were bought by you, right? I apologize, Yoshi. All these years, I had no idea that you would go to see her on your own. You must have visited her many times. I have been an unworthy father, and I am sorry for the hardships you have endured. Lin Guichuan handed the bag filled with Lin Yoshi's clothes to Mei Fong, and as he was about to turn away with a heavy heart, he was unexpectedly called back by Lin Yoshi. Dad, please ride slowly tonight. It's cold, and the road is slippery. Be careful not to fall. This was a signal of goodwill from his daughter, which eased the tension etched upon Lin Guichuan's brow. He offered her a faint smile, replying, Yes, Dad understands. I wonder if this counts as a reconciliation between father and daughter? Observing this exchange, Mei Fong and her parents felt a sense of relief wash over them. That night, Mei Fong huddled beneath thick blankets on the couch, the expansive living room resembling an icy cavern. She wrapped herself tightly, clutching the pig-shaped warm pillow that Xia Yuan had gifted her, her teeth chattering from the cold. The living room was unbearably frigid during winter. Why doesn't Baimei County install underfloor heating or radiators like the northern regions? It was infuriating. Mei Fong lay wide awake, staring at the ceiling, where the shadows of trees outside danced in the light cast by street lamps, intermittently obscured by passing vehicles. Today, she felt utterly alert. Just as she was consumed by boredom, the sound of a door creaking open echoed from the inner room. She caught a glimpse of Lin Yoshi, who was approaching her quietly. Can't you sleep? Mei Fong initiated the conversation, and Lin Yoshi paused momentarily before nodding. The mottled shadows fell upon Lin Yoshi's delicate face, and they locked eyes. Is it cold here? Perhaps we should change our sleeping location. No need. When I mentioned being cold, I was merely jesting. However, you ought to properly cover yourself with the blanket. What would happen if you catch a chill? Lin Yoshi remained silent, approaching Mei Fong's sofa with a playful intent, slipping her hand beneath the covers. Hey, are you unaware of how cold your hands are? Please refrain from poking me. In an effort to avoid waking their parents, Mei Fong lowered his voice, allowing Lin Yoshi to unabashedly continue her playful antics. After chilling Mei Fong a few times, Lin Yoshi pulled back a corner of the blanket and slipped in, still fully clothed. It's rather warm. Lin Yoshi smiled gently at Mei Fong, which left him feeling quite embarrassed. With your antics, you're letting all the warmth escape. Mei Fong felt quite perplexed, unsure of what had prompted Lin Yoshi's sudden whimsy. I have an electric blanket in my room. Why not share it with Xiaoya instead of crowding in here with me? Lin Yoshi offered no reply, simply lying on her side, resting her head on her arm, quietly observing Mei Fong. Ah Fong. Lin Yoshi softly called out his nickname. Her hand pressed against one side of her cheek, making a gesture as if to share a secret. Thank you for today. Oh, did you come all this way just to tell me this? It's nothing. We are friends. After all, it's expected. Before Mei Fong could finish his sentence, Lin Yoshi covered his mouth with her hand. She made a gesture of shushing, and then, somewhat irritated, shook her head emphatically, declaring, We are not friends. We are childhood sweethearts. We grew up together, our hearts intertwined since we were little. She placed her hand on Mei Fong's chest, quietly attuning herself to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and then slowly closed her eyes. Hey, you, Yoshi, please don't fall asleep here. Otherwise, I want to be able to explain it to my parents. I'll leave shortly. Lin Yoshi's hand remained on Mei Fong's chest, her expression one of deep enchantment, and Mei Fong couldn't bear to disturb her. As a result, she eventually drifted off to sleep on the sofa. Ultimately, Mei Fong had no choice but to carry Lin Yoshi to his own room. The most profound realization for Mei Fong from this incident was that cradling a sleeping person in his arms was far more arduous than simply carrying her on his back. After a series of events, Lin Yoshi finally agreed to have a serious conversation with her father about his remarriage. Although she still struggled to call Liang Auntie mom, she nonetheless supported her father's relationship with her. With his daughter's consent, Lin's father and Liang Auntie registered their marriage in the spring of 2009. They hosted a lavish banquet at home, inviting the families of Mei Fong and Xia Yuan to join them for a meal. Even the Xia family couple, who usually had little interaction with Lin's father, Xia Sun and Teacher Yu, attended this gathering. This marks the first complete gathering of the three families. 6 adults and 4 children convene around a table for a meal. Lin Yoshi, as the host, is busily attending to everyone, pouring tea and arranging the dishes. Since she can remember, her home has always been rather quiet. She often finds herself dining at the Mei family's residence. This lively atmosphere is a first for her. Mei Fong is pleasantly surprised to witness Xian Sun, Yuan's father, display a personable side in his interactions with others. He comes across as exceedingly approachable and praises Aunt Liang's culinary skills profusely. Aunt Liang, your cooking is truly remarkable, rivaling the standards of the head chef from my former hotel. You're too kind, Yuan's father. In truth, it is not solely my accomplishment. Yoshi has also contributed to several dishes, like this braised eggplant, which she prepared. Yoshi is so talented. Not only are your academic results outstanding, but you also possess such culinary prowess, Xian-sun exclaims. Feeling somewhat bashful at the compliments, Lin Yoshi replies, Actually, I learned these skills from Aunt Mei, and Aunt Liang has guided me as well. Her gaze eventually lands on Xian Yu, who is resting her chin on her hand and looking at her. Truth be told, Yuan Yu is quite adept at cooking too. Yoshi, please don't downplay my abilities. Xian Yu responds, shaking her head in exasperation. I can only cook marginally better than Aunt Fong and my mother. Nothing more. Teacher Yu has a penchant for preparing intricate dishes, yet their flavors often fall short. Now, with both mothers surpassing her in culinary skill and her daughter teasing her, she feels somewhat embarrassed. My dear child, how could you speak of your mother in such a manner? It is true, Yuan, you were not always like this. You once expressed that your favorite dishes were those prepared by your mother, did you not? Yet, this affection seems to be confined to just a few dishes, like Coca-Cola chicken wings. Moreover, father, you were once in the hotel business. You must be the one most aware of whether mother-esque cooking is truly delightful. It is only because of your indulgence towards her that such remarks are made. Haha. Laughter erupted among the adults in response to Xia Yuan's comments, with Mei Li Jun laughing the most heartily, only to be playfully pinched by his wife, Xiang Xiaoxia. Mei Fong, meanwhile, listened intently to the adults' conversation while quietly enjoying her meal, allowing her younger sister, Maya, to take the fried chicken leg from her bowl and scoop unwanted vegetables and tofu into her own. Despite the trials of life, she continued to face it all with a smile. Aunt Liang exuded a gentle and considerate demeanor. Though she spoke little, she was attentive and caring towards Lin Yuxi. However, as Yuxi mentioned, Aunt Liang maintained a subtle distance, refraining from entering her room or touching her belongings without permission. The family photograph featuring Yuxi and her parents still occupies a central spot in the living room. And Aunt Liang was always cautious not to disturb anything related to Yuxi's mother, even when cleaning. Through this process of maintaining distance while respecting one another, Lin Yuxi and Liang Meiwan gradually began to engage in conversation, fostering a growing familiarity. After becoming family with Lin Yuxi, she began to ride the electric scooter that Lin had previously gifted to her father. Employed at the convenience store of by May No. 1 High School, which is situated not far from the experimental high school, she would ride her bike each morning to escort Lin to school before heading to her own workplace. Thus, these warm and unremarkable days continued to unfold. Gradually, classmates around Mei Fong began acquiring their own mobile phones, most of which were hand-me-downs from older siblings or retired devices from their parents. Despite this, they found immense joy in their newfound possessions. The boys would download Java applications and develop games for their keypad phones operating on the Symbian system. During this transitional phase between 2G and 3G, mobile gaming relied heavily on data and SMS fees for revenue, with the market dominated by a plethora of simplistic indie titles. Meanwhile, the girls were captivated by photography, videography, music, drama, and comics. Mobile QQ allowed them to circumvent SMS costs, enabling them to summon their friends for outings at any time. Currently, Mei Fong was troubled by the dilemma of what to give Xia Yuan for her birthday. He had promised to present her with a special birthday gift this year. Xia Yuan's family maintained strict rules, permitting her to use a mobile phone only after entering high school. Thus, Mei Fong had to abandon the idea of gifting her a piece of blue and white porcelain. As for electronic gadgets like MP3s, MP4s, or digital cameras, the affluent Xia Yuan lacked nothing and might not appreciate such gifts. However, he had already gifted her the typical trinkets, plush toys, and mugs, items beloved by girls, time and again with Lin Yuxi in previous years. So, Fong, have you yet to determine what gift to bestow upon Yuan? If it were that simple, do you think I would wear such an expression? Mei Fong rested her chin on her hand, gazing helplessly at Lin Yuxi, who was stretching leisurely. So, Yuxi, what gift did you choose? Lin Yuxi smiled slightly, rolling up her sleeve to reveal a shimmering bracelet. Look, it's this. She showcased a dazzling bracelet to Mei Fong. Another bracelet? Surely, you must have exchanged numerous bracelets by now. Yet, why are you wearing the gift meant for Yuan? Humph. Lin Yuxi chuckled softly. I actually gave her a pair of bracelets. A pair? Lin Yuxi pointed to the silver heart-shaped charm on her bracelet, inscribed with the character Yuan. Mei Fong suddenly understood. Does that mean Yuan has a bracelet engraved with your name? Correct. Lin Yuxi nodded. How wonderful it is to be a girl, with companionship from Yuanqi. This birthday gift you've given is indeed profoundly meaningful. Mei Fong nodded. Did you have these bracelets custom-made at an upscale boutique? Which shop is it? It must be impressive. Lin Yuxi shot her a disdainful glance. You're not seriously considering gifting Yuan a bracelet like this, are you? Is that not permissible? Mei Fong squinted her eyes and smiled slightly. Certainly not. Lin Yuxi, in a fit of annoyance, pinched Mei Fong, exclaiming that if Yuan were to blame her for teaching him how to work, he should ponder the matter himself. The pressure mounted, and she lamented, it is infuriating that despite my current financial standing, there are still issues that money cannot resolve. In the first half of 2008, Mei Fong had savings amounting to 10,000 yuan. His iOS game, Flappy Bird, gradually garnered popularity and acclaim after its release, ultimately generating a total revenue of 6,000 yuan from both advertisement fees and ad-free purchase options over the course of the year. The explosive success of Flappy Bird on Chinese platforms was quite serendipitous. For a considerable time following its launch, it remained relatively obscure. Thus, Mei Fong was quite content with the current profits. The game, characterized by its exceedingly challenging scoring difficulty, simplistic controls, and distinctively crude pixel art, employed a strategy of inflicting frustration upon players to enhance user engagement. In 2022, a game named Yang Lugu Yang emerged as a spiritual predecessor to this approach. Mei Fong did not expect it to achieve remarkable success, as he still had more substantial opportunities for prosperity on the horizon. In the first half of 2009, the true advent of Bitcoin occurred, and it made its debut on Chinese platforms that very year. Mei Fong spent 3 months establishing contact with a channel seller from the United States on the Bitcoin Tech forum, purchasing 10,000 Bitcoins from him for less than 800 yuan. Indeed, it is a genuine sum of 10,000 Bitcoins. Mei Fong and the other party were momentarily astonished while confirming the price in their rudimentary English, and the counterpart was even elated, expressing profound gratitude to this Chinese friend for his generosity. He intended to use this windfall to purchase 2 luxurious pizzas. After acquiring the 10,000 Bitcoins, the timid Mei Fong immediately secured his wallet key, vowing never to delve into the cryptocurrency realm again. While he could certainly procure more Bitcoins, he was also apprehensive that excessive involvement might lead to unforeseen consequences. After all, the butterfly effect is a tangible phenomenon, and he had indeed witnessed significant transformations in his life. That should suffice. To pursue more would be impolite, and he might not possess the prowess to manage it. Thus, apart from the prospective wealth represented by the Bitcoins, Mei Fong's current net worth is approximately 15,000 yuan. Having already become a 10,000 yuan household at the tender age of 13, the precocious young Mei Fong now finds himself troubled over a birthday gift for his childhood sweetheart, Xia Yuan, who is also turning 13. While he does have some money, the whims of a young girl are notoriously difficult to decipher. After all, Xia Yuan is well-versed in the world and is no longer the innocent little angel who could be delighted for an extended period by merely receiving a stick of Alvis candy. Expensive gifts are out of reach. He must find something innovative and meaningful. This conclusion seems beyond the grasp of my unimaginative adult mind. At this juncture, consulting some peers might yield more fruitful insights into what she truly desires. Seizing the opportunity presented by Lin Yoshi and Xia Yuan's affectionate interaction, Mei Fong approached Lin Yoshi's deskmate. "You Cinny, may I inquire about something?" "Mei group leader, you actually sought me out?" Yu Cinny felt a surge of joy, for Mei Fong rarely acknowledged her presence. Moreover, since he was not inquiring about the class leader Lin Yoshi, it was undoubtedly a question pertaining to her. She was already brimming with excitement, ready to indulge in a delightful conversation. It was a rare occasion for the aloof Mei to engage with her. "Please, ask away. I shall answer whatever you wish." "Well, you see, when a good friend has a birthday, what sort of gift would be particularly special?" "It's a birthday gift for the class leader." Note: Yu Cinny has been Lin Yoshi's deskmate for nearly a year and still does not know when Lin Yoshi's birthday is. Yu Cinny struggled to contain her overwhelming excitement, feigning a cough or two. "Is it for a same-sex or opposite-sex friend?" Opposite sex." Yu Cinny felt a rush of sweetness in her throat. "Ahem, then. Has a gift been given to her before?" Mei Fong nodded, confirming that all conventional gifts had been presented, and now he was contemplating some uniquely creative birthday offerings. All the usual gifts have already been given." Yu Cinny felt as though she had plunged into an endless quagmire of sugar, the exquisite purity devoid of artificial sweetness, epitomizing the unique charm of childhood friends. "Hey, are you all right? You seem feverish." Upon hearing this, Yu Cinny immediately shook her head vigorously. "I am merely brainstorming ideas for you. Are you suggesting that ordinary birthday gifts no longer suffice for your friend?" "Indeed," she replied. She mentioned that now that she is entering middle school, she desires something distinctly different for her birthday. Yu Cinny stifled her laughter, endeavoring not to frighten the eager-to-learn Mei Fong with her amusement. If Yoshi were to return, it could pose quite the challenge. Consequently, Yu Cinny promptly inquired about the gifts Mei Fong had previously presented and conducted a targeted tactical analysis. "I see now. I have learned something valuable." Mei Fong had been pondering what to give, neglecting the crucial aspect of how to present the gift. Yuan had a talent for crafting. She adored sewing adorable plush dolls for Mei Fong, such as the orange little brain axe she gifted upon her graduation, which Mei Fong still treasures in her drawer. In a separate instance, a boyfriend gifted his girlfriend a box of little stars, which she found utterly lacking and summoned her friends to mock him. In a fit of frustration, the boyfriend smashed the star jar, revealing a set of Maybach car keys, leading to a dramatic confrontation that severed their relationship despite the girlfriend's desperate pleas and her friend's scorn. Of course, Yuan is certainly not a superficial girl, but Mei Fong felt that the little stars still seemed rather commonplace. As for the handcrafted items, Mei Fong believed she lacked the skill, finding the endeavor potentially time-consuming and exhausting. Thus, she decided against it. Mei Fong encountered Zhang Ming in the restroom, standing behind him while contemplating a more thoughtful birthday gift. A handmade present could be a delightful direction, yet he pondered if there existed a simpler and more feasible alternative. After a while, Zhang Ming remained motionless, prompting Mei Fong to tap him on the shoulder, inquiring, "Can you finish up? I've been waiting for quite some time." "Mei Fong, are you out of your mind? There is a stall available, yet you insist on standing behind me, adding to my pressure. This is merely a test of your willpower, encouraging you to maintain a calm demeanor and confront all challenges boldly. Right? You used to say that to me. When have I ever done that to you? In a past life?" Mei Fong, indeed, harbored a touch of jealousy. "All right, enough of the nonsense. Just hurry up." Perhaps crafting little stars was the most reliable option after all. As Mei Fong exited the restroom, he unexpectedly encountered Peng Shui, who was leaning against the corridor near the stairs, engaged in conversation with friends. Upon noticing Mei Fong, she greeted him warmly and jogged over with enthusiasm. With her hands clasped behind her back and her body instinctively leaning closer, her face radiated curiosity. "Mei Fong, what are you planning to gift Yuan Yuan for her birthday? Can you give me a hint?" Mei Fong, puzzled, replied, "Why are you suddenly asking this? Have you bought a gift for Yuan Yuan too?" "Yuan Yuan told me not to bring a gift, but if I had to mention one, we took some cute sticker photos together, and she looked absolutely adorable. Would you like to see them?" Peng Shui, once again, took Yuan Yuan on an excursion. Mei Fong pondered for a moment and inquired, "Do you have it with you?" Peng Shui nodded affirmatively. "Of course, I have it. However, you must inform me what birthday gift you intend to present. Why are you so curious about my birthday gift?" Mei Fong responded, To be honest, it's not something I desire," Peng Shui replied while absent-mindedly twirling a lock of hair. "It's just that Yuan Yuan has been boasting about the enormous surprise gift her Fong is going to give her. Why not share your gift with me? I can assess whether she might be disappointed. If it seems lacking, I could offer some suggestions. How considerate of me." "Well, my gift is not suitable for display, so you need not worry about it." "All right. Is it fine if I share that statement with Yuan Yuan? Mei Fong is going to give Yuan Yuan a mysterious grand gift that is not suitable for display. Let me jot that down. You better not cause me trouble. I'm merely taking notes. No need to be so fierce." Peng Shui pouted and reluctantly set down her pen and paper. Just as Mei Fong intended to emphasize the importance of discretion to Peng Shui, she suddenly noticed a piercing gaze from the window of Class 8 directly across the corridor, more formidable than that of their homeroom teacher, Li Shibing. It seemed Yuan Yuan had caught wind of their whispered conversation. She must not be allowed to feel envious any longer. Peng Shui playfully stuck out her tongue at Mei Fong and patted his shoulder, saying, "Well, take care of yourself, Mei Fong. Don't let us down, Yuan Yuan." Is this what they call retribution? I had just relieved Zhang Ming's stress in the restroom when I turned around and found myself caught by Peng Shui. Then, Yuan Yuan, who was sitting in class, noticed me chatting with Peng Shui and added to my woes. Sigh. Mei Fong exhaled deeply. It seems that if I don't showcase my true capabilities as a reborn individual, I might not find a way out of this predicament. Accompaniment is the finest birthday gift. Lin Yoshi, seeing him engrossed in his tasks, felt a tinge of concern and reached out to gently pat Mei Fong's back. Still pondering over Yuan Yuan's birthday gift? "If you're really stuck, I can lend you a hand." Mei Fong brightened. "I've thought of something. I usually just buy him gifts directly, but this time I want to try making something myself. Handmade items? Are you thinking of folding paper cranes or little stars? I can assist you." "Not quite those." Mei Fong smiled softly. "Since I want to give something heartfelt, I think I'll gift him a little poem I wrote years ago." "So, how is your poem coming along?" "It's nearly finished. Would you like to take a look, class president?" Mei Fong held the note thoughtfully. "Do you think this poem is suitable for Yuan Yuan?" It was not initially intended for her, but rather an impromptu creation, which renders it somewhat peculiar upon reading. "Let me see," Lin Yoshi remarked, swiftly seizing the letter paper from Mei Fong's grasp. She presented her copied poem for Yoshi's perusal, which was somewhat unexpected for Mei Fong. However, he understood that the more he felt guilty, the more it would incite Yoshi's imagination, thus he opted to display a more candid demeanor. As Yoshi gazed upon the poem penned by Mei Fong, her typically aloof expression transformed, and her eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. "Ah Fong, did you truly not transcribe this from elsewhere?" "Of course not. If you don't believe me, you can search online. This poem is genuinely delightful. Yuan Yuan will surely be thrilled." Lin Yoshi mused, caressing the letters on the paper. "But your handwriting is rather crooked, and the paper is unappealing. As a birthday gift, it might not meet Yuan Yuan's approval." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yoshi proposed, "How about this? I shall assist you in rewriting it." "Ah, is that truly a possibility?" Mei Fong nodded eagerly. "Then I would be most grateful. However, it is not without conditions." Lin Yoshi propped her chin on her hand, observing Mei Fong intently. Next year, when my birthday arrives, I no longer wish to receive the small gifts you purchase. You want me to compose a poem for you as well? Lin Yoshi nodded affirmatively, desiring a completely new piece. That is simple. With my literary prowess, I could easily craft one for you now. I do not want what you write now. I wish for you to produce it at that time. Lin Yoshi pursed her lips and shook her head with a smile, saying, moreover, you must write as beautifully as the poem you composed for Yuan Yuan. The atmosphere was lively as Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi engaged in animated conversation. What should have been a delightful scene, however, left Yusini feeling as though her very insides were ablaze. But why? Why did it feel this way? For the first time, she had the opportunity to support her childhood friend with fervor. It was the first time she could offer splendid assistance to her cherished companion. The convergence of these two joyful experiences should have brought her greater happiness. Yet, why was it like this? Here she was, meant to be the supporter. Yet her efforts seemed to benefit the childhood friend next door. Yusini could never have fathomed that Mei Fong was preparing a birthday gift for Xia Yuan. Although she adored the notion of childhood sweethearts, her acquaintance with Xia Yuan was rather limited. Her favored pairing was undoubtedly Mei Fong and Lin Yoshi. Now, however, her beloved Yoshi appeared to be acting like a defeated participant, assisting Mei Fong in penning a poem for Xia Yuan. Oh no, how could this be my most despised scenario? I'm in tears. Ugh, Mei Fong, you are truly despicable. How could you act so unprincipled? At that moment, Mei Fong was entirely absorbed in the poem Lin Yoshi was transcribing, blissfully unaware of the ominous aura radiating from Yusini. That's it. Lin Yoshi carefully folded the completed letter and handed it to Mei Fong. When school ends this afternoon, go to a shop and buy a pink envelope to present it to Yuan Yuan. Huh? Mei Fong scratched his head and said, isn't that just a love letter? We are merely middle school students. Such matters should be avoided. It's merely a matter of packaging. You could simply write happy birthday, Yuan Yuan on it. Then you should assist me in writing it. Indeed. Lin Yoshi nodded. Tomorrow is my birthday. I've already ordered the cake. Whose house do you think we should celebrate at? Isn't it usually at your place? Well, I thought it would be nice to make a change. Xia Yuan smiled sweetly as she inquired, will Aunt May be home tomorrow? If not, shall we host the birthday party at your house? Are we just inviting the three of us? If you invite Peng Shui or anyone else, wouldn't your house be too small? Mei Fong nodded, yes. Now that you mention it, this is a day meant for just the three of us to celebrate. I'll have to send Xiaoya to her grandmother's house to prevent her from smearing Yuan Yuan's cake all over my face. Oh, come on, Fong. Why are you deliberately excluding Xiaoya? How can you act like that as an older brother? Xia Yuan chuckled gently. Xiaoya is your sister, of course. She should celebrate my birthday with me. Fine, as long as you and Yoshi don't mind her. This little sister is truly bothersome. I can't comprehend why there are so many sistercon characters in anime. But Xiaoya is lively and adorable. Isn't that a good thing? Lin Yoshi's sudden interjection caused both Mei Fong and Xia Yuan to shake their heads in disbelief. One day, I will ask you to take care of Xiaoya for a day, and you will truly understand. It is indeed quite the challenge. As the child grows older, they become more difficult to manage. Currently, during the weekends of the first year at the experimental middle school, there are still 2 days off. So Mei Fong has not developed the habit of studying at Xia Yuan's house on Friday nights. However, that evening, as the two were preparing to part ways at the community entrance, Xia Yuan invited Mei Fong to join her for a meal before taking a leisurely stroll through the community park, with her hands clasped behind her back. Xia Yuan skipped joyfully along the park path, radiating happiness, while Mei Fong followed closely behind. Be careful, don't trip, he cautioned. I'm not that clumsy, she replied. By the way, Fong, I'm looking for you tonight to discuss birthday gifts. Suddenly, Xia Yuan turned around, hands still behind her back, gazing at Mei Fong. Although I mentioned wanting a birthday gift that is quite different from the past, that was merely a suggestion. In truth, I would cherish anything that you should give me. Her voice was pure and melodious. In my eyes, your companionship has always been the finest birthday gift. As the additional chapter rules were released, everyone began to pressure me for updates, and I have already fallen behind on several installments. I can only strive to catch up. Although Xia Yuan's uplifting words were beneficial to Mei Fong, he was determined not to squander the efforts he had painstakingly prepared. Why are you suddenly saying this? I heard from Ping Shui that you were very much looking forward to it, right? Huh? Oh dear. Why does Xiao Shui always reveal my secrets? She's so mischievous. Xia Yuan, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, spun around a few times before explaining, I've noticed that you've been troubled by this matter lately. And I can't help but wonder, have I inadvertently placed too much pressure on you, causing your unhappiness? Not at all. In fact, The process of conceptualizing a birthday gift has been rather enjoyable. Well, hearing you say that brings me some relief. Xia Yuan nodded in contentment. However, I think I shall refrain from making any specific requests for gifts in the future. If our interactions become laden with pressure, we might lose the carefree camaraderie we once shared. That sentiment resonates well. It truly reflects the Xia Yuan I know and cherish. Am I not your little angel anymore? She pouted playfully, pinching her cheeks with her fingers and adopting an adorable expression. Tomorrow's cake. I plan to smear it all over your face with Xiaoya. Hold on, hold on. How about you take a look at the birthday gift I prepared for you before deciding whether to torment me? You've brought out the gift? Xia Yuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity as she scrutinized Mei Fong. What could it be? I'm so intrigued. Well, just promise you won't laugh when you see it. This is my first attempt at something like this. Not at all. I've already assured you. Whatever you give me will be cherished. Mei Fong retrieved a letter carefully wrapped in an envelope from her pocket and extended it towards Xia Yuan. Oh, this is the birthday gift I present to you. Xia Yuan was evidently taken aback by Mei Fong's unexpected gesture of gifting her a letter. She stood frozen for quite some time before, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She finally accepted the envelope from Mei Fong's hands. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this is quite a unique birthday gift. But I wonder, could it possibly be? Xia Yuan gulped, cautiously probing Mei Fong. This isn't a love letter, is it? A Fong? Well, how should I put it? Mei Fong deliberately prolonged the silence, causing Xia Yuan to become increasingly flustered. We're still just kids. Right now, studying is the most important thing. Such matters. Well, Xia Yuan's gaze darted around, her shy cheeks glowing with a rosy hue that was evident even beneath the dim glow of the streetlight, resembling the beauty of the evening sky. Yuan, there's no need to be overly anxious. It's merely a poem written for you. A poem? Yes, a modern poem I composed over the past few days. Can I read it now? What? You want to see Mei Fong's poem right here and now? This made the gift giver, Mei Fong, feel a bit bashful. Isn't it customary to take it home and peruse it privately? Well, I'm afraid I might not understand it. I need to clarify things with you. Xia Yuan clutched Mei Fong, preventing him from escaping. After all these years as the representative for our Chinese class, how could you possibly not comprehend it? Regardless, let us first sit down at the pavilion and read it together. As a reincarnated individual, Mei Fong encounters a series of parallel universe events in this world, such as the absence of the legendary trio of penguin music who once dominated the music scene. However, it has been previously stated that Mei Fong is merely interested in music. He possesses neither a deep understanding of music theory nor any innate talent, rendering him incapable of conjuring songs from thin air. Nevertheless, he is quite adept at transcribing lyrics to amuse his companion, Xia Yuan. His admiration for Su Hao's songs is profound, as he can recall the lyrics of each piece with remarkable clarity. Many of these lyrics are imbued with a sense of beauty, whether they are rooted in ancient styles or contemporary themes, making them suitable for direct transcription as writing material or poetic forms. In his past life, Mei Fong engaged in such practices and even received accolades for exemplary compositions. However, Su Hao's earlier works often revolve around themes of love and romance, making it a challenge to select songs that would not lead Xia Yuan to perceive them as confessions or that would align with Mei Fong's current experiences. Fortunately, our Mei Fong is a super squirrel. Thus, within Su Hao's repertoire, he can still discover a few suitable songs. For instance, Xia Yuan delicately opened the envelope, while Mei Fong beside her gently reminded, the poem I penned is titled In That Not-So-Distant Place, Where Small Bridges and Flowing Waters Exist. They wash away the dust with a gentle sound, floating the petals of peach blossoms. How beautiful it is to gather a petal in exchange for your sincere heart. Where colorful clouds chase after dreams, life is not perfect. Do not retreat. Along this journey, I will accompany you through the storms. In that not-so-distant place lies your dreams, radiating a soft glow. That is your soil, waiting for you to unearth treasures. Even if the road is fraught with stumbling, in that not-so-distant place, I shall applaud for you. Strength is your enduring demeanor, aiming towards your rightful direction. Release your grasp and pursue hope, deep within your heart. As Mei Fong transcribed the lyrics, a sense of guilt filled her heart. I am sorry, brother Song. In this parallel world devoid of your presence, I can only strive on your behalf. In that not-so-distant place is a song from Su Hao's second album, Lost and Found. It is said that Su Hao composed it to support his fans, the V fans, as the lyrics convey a warmth and positivity that many middle school classes have adopted as their class anthem. Mei Fong sat beside Xia Yuan, observing her as she read the poem, silently reciting it over and over, only to begin anew. During this process, Xia Yuan would occasionally turn her head suddenly to gaze at Mei Fong, her expression remaining neutral. As Mei Fong contemplated initiating a conversation with her, she lowered her head. Her eyes closed in deep thought, seemingly humming the essence of a poem, a faint smile gracing her lips. Observing Xia Yuan with her head bowed, Mei Fong noticed how her ears gradually reddened to the nape of her neck, instantly igniting a whimsical desire to pinch her cheek and gauge her reaction. After all, Yuan was simply too adorable. This poem, did you truly compose it yourself? It doesn't quite mirror my writing style, does it? Not entirely. However, it is true that your elementary school compositions exhibited a maturity far beyond your peers. Xia Yuan pursed her lips, smiling as she regarded Mei Fong for a considerable time, before slowly responding. The letter of trust was penned by Yushi for you, wasn't he it? And this handwriting, too, belongs to Yushi. Was she your ghostwriter, or did you both collaborate on it? Yushi assisted me in transcribing it. As she remarked that my handwriting was rather unsightly, Mei Fong admitted with a bold face, but indeed, the thoughts were entirely my own. Choosing which song from our dear How Good to select was no trivial task. With such a vast repertoire in my mind, it was impossible to sift through each song lyric by lyric. You are truly remarkable, Xia Yuan exclaimed joyfully, clutching Mei Fong's letter. I adore this poem. It flows like a song, so melodious and catchy. Ah, Fong, you might just possess the talent for lyricism. Ah, is that so? Having played the piano and studied music theory since childhood, Xia Yuan's understanding of musical knowledge far surpassed that of Mei Fong. A mere outsider to the literary world, this revelation sparked a fresh idea within Mei Fong. I have indeed imitated numerous lyrics alongside you, and naturally, my writing may bear some resemblance to them. However, considering your profound affection for music, I ponder why you did not steadfastly pursue piano lessons back then. At that time, Xia Yuan smiled gently, admitting that her previous assertion of disinterest in piano was indeed a falsehood. She felt that her family's financial struggles would impose undue pressure on her parents if she pursued piano, thus she claimed a lack of interest. Yet, she did not harbor any regrets. It was only after that moment that she found the opportunity to play alongside you all. Discovering your engagement in computer games and joining in your endeavors. Leaning against Mei Fong, she playfully remarked, reflecting on how, had she not participated in those games, your relationship with Yoshi might have flourished far beyond hers, leading to a gradual estrangement. How could that be possible? Even if you spent just a minute with us, we are still the best childhood friends. A minute feels no different than being apart. With a mock frustration, Mei Fong patted Xia Yuan's head, contemplating that if he genuinely wished to pursue a musical path, he ought to learn the fundamentals of music theory. Otherwise, suddenly presenting a timeless masterpiece could very well astonish those around him. Moreover, he realized that his weekends were now largely consumed by accompanying Lin Yoshi in website creation, which, in a way, diminished the interaction he had with Yuan. Reflecting on this, Yuan, you just mentioned that I possess a talent for writing lyrics. I find myself intrigued. Mei Fong gently inquired, if you have time on weekends, could you teach me some fundamental music theory? Of course. Since my little childhood companion is interested in songwriting, I shall impart all my knowledge generously. By the way, in the midst of our conversation, I forgot to express my gratitude. Thank you for the wonderful birthday gift. You must have put a lot of thought into it. Xia Yuan clasped Mei Fong's hand. Next time it's your birthday, I shall ponder over something special to gift you as well. Oh dear, didn't we agree not to impose pressure on each other? Just gift whatever comes to mind. Then when your birthday arrives, I shall present you with a token of Yuan's super energy. Would that suffice? Huh? What exactly is Yuan's super energy? Yuan's super energy is, right? This is a rare opportunity. Let me demonstrate it to you now. Hey, I must remind you, we are in public. What a shy childhood friend. Come here, let Sister Yuan give you a hug. Such a good boy, Mei Fong. It turns out that Yuan's super energy is a warm embrace, tinged with a maternal affection, where she leans against Xia Yuan's shoulder and receives a gentle pat on the head in return. That evening, Mei Fong learned and mastered this new secret terminology. His advancement to the second year of junior high was a collective achievement. Let us celebrate. I am not referring to other girls, for this indeed marks their sole opportunity to experience a complete summer vacation from their middle school years until their graduation from the third year of high school. By the time they reach the second year of junior high, students generally begin to participate in various remedial classes organized by their homeroom teachers or the school. Junior high is a period characterized by the most pronounced differentiation among students. as limited educational resources in small towns often leave those in the middle to lower tiers without adequate guidance from teachers. Typically, educators will encourage students who perform in the upper middle range to attend such supplementary classes, while those ranked lower are often left to navigate their own paths. In this environment of reciprocal influence, diligent students strive even harder, whereas those struggling academically continue to languish in their decline, a fate seemingly sealed. The year between the first and second years of junior high represents a crucial transitional phase for every student. It is during this time that underperformers aspire to rise from their circles and join the ranks of high achievers, necessitating a release from the constraints of their original peer groups and the re-establishment of trust with their teachers. This age is marked by rebellion and an intense need for peer validation, making the inherent pressures all too evident. Thus, Mei Fong feels a sense of relief that Xia Yuan and Lin Yoshi have successfully persevered through the first year of middle school. The significant changes in Yoshi over the course of this year are undeniable. She has become the class monitor, asserted herself against Yuan, and reconciled with her father. Each of these milestones has solidified her foundation as she ascends the staircase towards greatness. Moreover, under the subtle influence and gentle guidance of Mei Fong, the young Yushi has already identified two skills: culinary arts and coding. She is now capable of independently managing the maintenance of her C-station. The site has progressed to the point where it can upload and stream some videos, and the bullet comments function properly. However, being a small server constructed on a virtual machine, the upload speed is excruciatingly slow, prompting Mei Fong to consider giving up the endeavor due to the lack of manpower and resources. Nevertheless, Yushi has invested a great deal of emotion into this website and is always contemplating ways to resolve and optimize issues, which has led Mei Fong to allow her to continue experimenting with it, simply for the sake of enjoyment. Perhaps in the future, when the buy coins rise in value or the games yield profit, they could hire a few individuals to assist Yushi in operating the C-station. In Mei Fong's vision, she certainly would not confine Yushi to merely being the head of the technical department. As for Yuan, her development has also been remarkably swift. Upon leaving her comfort zone for the first time and confronting an entirely unfamiliar environment coupled with a sudden increase in academic pressure, Xia Yuan did not succumb to the challenges. With a strong sense of pride and competitiveness, she diligently practiced mathematics to keep pace with Mei Fong and Yushi, ultimately managing to catch up somewhat in the latter half of the academic year. In her daily interactions, Yuan encountered the difficult choice between friends and childhood companions for the first time. Being extroverted, she was initially oblivious to the boundaries of social circles. However, her deep appreciation for Mei Fong and Yushi allowed her to embrace Yushi's perspective, ensuring that Ping Shui did not intrude upon their trio's friendship. Mei Fong did not deliberately cultivate Yuan's skills, as she has always been inherently talented in multiple areas. It now appears that her affinity for music, her melodious voice, and her charming demeanor might render her more suited for a career as a singer. However, to be candid, Mei Fong is somewhat reluctant. The domestic entertainment industry is not a realm where someone of her character can easily navigate. Moreover, Yuan's current disposition is rather naive, and there is a risk that she might be exploited if she were to enter that world. Therefore, it is imperative for Mei Fong to devise a means to keep her close at hand for reassurance. Under Mei Fong's influence, both Yuan and Yushi have displayed immense enthusiasm for gaming, which is a pivotal aspect that Mei Fong must leverage in the future. As Mei Fong progresses to the third year of junior high, the year 2010 arrives, marking the official release of the U3D development engine, which will support the Android platform, thus igniting the fervor for mobile gaming. Mei Fong, being a child reborn with the ability to alter fate, must prepare in advance and avoid the fate of typical youths who become engrossed in a life of games, indulgence, and leisure. Subsequently, Mei Fong is invited by Xia Yuan to the roller skating rink for some joyful skating. In Mei County, children of their age are particularly fond of roller skating, as those who partake in it exude a certain coolness, and the venue is reasonably priced, merely 10 yuan for an entire day of enjoyment. Unlike the tiled floors of public squares, the roller skating rink features wooden platforms of varying heights, allowing everyone to glide at high speeds and circles together. This indoor venue also plays energetic music and showcases dazzling neon lights, which, in Mei Fong's eyes, embodies a rather quaint sense of trendiness. Ah Fong, what are you lost in thought about? I bought you a grilled sausage. Would you like to eat it now? If not now, when? Just as Mei Fong reaches out to take it, the mischievous Xia Yuan playfully snatches it away, teasingly saying, "Then open your mouth and let me feed you. Give it to me. I'll handle it myself." Catch up with me, and I'll reward you. Unless you want me to feed you. Feeding. It's quite perilous for you to carry things while wearing roller skates. Mei Fong possessed remarkable skating skills in her previous life, and this talent has persisted into her rebirth, becoming even more pronounced in her 13-year-old body. After only a few glides, she swiftly caught up to Xia Yuan from behind and seized her. At that moment, Xia Yuan had already taken a bite out of the sausage in her hand. Mei Fong playfully tapped Xia Yuan's head as a reprimand. You're becoming increasingly mischievous, aren't you? Do you dare to skate and munch at the same time? Unafraid of falling? I'm confident in my skills now. There is no problem at all. Xia Yuan replied. Still unaware of your mistakes, are you? Mei Fong continued, pinching Xia Yuan's face and playfully kneading it. All right. I'm sorry. I admit my fault. Xia Yuan whimpered. I just wanted to tease you because you and Yushi have been cooped up at home lately, lacking any enthusiasm. Is Yushi not coming today? We had agreed to come together. She should be at my house fixing some bugs. She'll come over later. I played with Xiao Shui today. Did you remind her before you left? I did. She doesn't mind at all. You don't need to ask about Yushi's feelings every time you bring Xiao Shui out. That feels too deliberate. Yushi isn't that petty. That's not what I meant. Mei Fong devoured the grilled sausage in just a few bites, while Xia Yuan, nestled closely against Mei Fong, teased, Wow. Your mouth opens so wide. And I've taken a bite already. Why mention it specifically? As long as you don't mind. Xia Yuan relished the sensation of resting her head on Mei Fong's shoulder. Just as she was about to lean in closer, Mei Fong suddenly withdrew, placing a hand on her shoulder to create distance. TSK, you two really are quite affectionate. Have you forgotten the setting? Peng Shui sauntered past them, hands behind her back, leaning against the nearby railing, her expression brimming with playful mischief. Xiao Shui, arriving so late. We've been waiting for you forever, Xia Yuan said, sliding next to Peng Shui and gently patting her shoulder. Peng Shui replied with a smile, I was merely granting you both a bit of private time. I'm quite considerate, you know. What is the big deal? There is no need for pretense, Xia Yuan beamed. Given my relationship with a Fong, this level of intimacy is entirely normal. Is it really normal? Peng Shui chuckled softly but refrained from further comment. She glanced around and asked, Is Lin Yoshi not joining us today? Yoshi will arrive a bit later, Mei Fong interjected, picking up the thread of conversation. He then decided to stretch his long-neglected muscles. You all chat. I'm going to glide a few laps. Go on. Xia Yuan waved her hand, encouraging Mei Fong to indulge in his freedom. Skaters at the rink typically follow a habitual clockwise route, an unwritten convention that helps to prevent collisions. This allows Mei Fong to glide effortlessly, reminiscent of a graceful dance. As he overtakes one skater after another, his relatively petite figure stands out among the predominantly high school-age crowd, exuding a remarkable agility. Xia Yuan and Peng Shui lean against the railing, engaging in casual conversation while keeping an eye on Mei Fong, who occasionally whizzes by. Suddenly, Peng Shui expresses her admiration. Mei Fong's skating skills are truly impressive. Indeed, our Fong is quite remarkable, Xia Yuan replies. Don't you think Mei Fong has an incredible vibe now? Huh? Xia Yuan's previously cheerful demeanor shifts to one of caution, a reaction Peng Shui has long since come to expect. Oh, come on, don't be so tense. I'm not interested in your little bamboo horse. I'm just asking you, don't you feel it? Feel what? That question you just asked? Xia Yuan is momentarily taken aback. Don't you think your Fong is quite handsome? Well, yes, my Fong is indeed handsome. What of it? So, I was thinking. Peng Shui tucks her hair behind her ear, removing a hair tie to fashion her hair into a ponytail. Aren't you worried he might get snatched away? It is of no concern. Fong has promised me that, as students, we should focus diligently on our studies. Thus, he will not engage in anything inappropriate with other girls. Xia Yuan recalled the sweet moment when she requested super Fong energy from Mei Fong, causing her to shyly twirl her hair. Indeed, Mei Fong does not seem to harbor much interest in other girls. However, with her hair neatly tied back, Peng Shui approached Xia Yuan and whispered a cherished secret shared among girls. I am not referring to other girls, you know?